This young man in the blue shirt was just happily walking down the street with his best friend, when he suddenly collapsed as if he'd been electrocuted. His body lay motionless on the pavement as his friend panicked. Then his soul began to sink helplessly into a bottomless void. He free-falled like that for who knows how long. When he finally came to, he found himself in hell. Before he could even figure out what the hell was going on, he saw it, a monster ravenously devouring its prey. Then another beast lunged forward to snatch the kill. A single bite tore the poor creature's head clean off. Witnessing the carnage, he could only wonder why he was here. 10 days passed. His stomach growled, a desperate, gnawing hunger. In a place like this, monster meat was a luxury. He knelt and scraped up the leftovers, chewing them ferociously. He hadn't even swallowed a single bite when a monster appeared behind him. It swiped its claws down, but he luckily managed to dodge. To survive, he had to fight, endlessly. Day 39 in hell. He killed another one. I will kill every last one of them, he vowed. I have to, so I can go home to my mom. After 51 days of fighting, a message window suddenly appeared. He had reached level 3. He wondered if he was finally going insane. But it didn't matter either way. He reached out and pressed confirm. 7 years flew by. Now at level 24, fighting monsters was still a struggle. But by year 24, he could kill them with a single strike. In the midst of his battles, he'd forged himself a sword from the scrap metal of his suit of armor. Year 51 in hell. He sliced the head off a lesser beast of the Fire God clan. Finally, the inevitable happened. He found the place where it all began. After 80 years in hell, he'd finally found the bastard who dragged him down to this godforsaken place. A grin spread across his face. Just you wait, demon god. He charged into battle, slaughtering the monsters guarding the gate. Suddenly, a colossal monster appeared, threatening to tear him limb from limb if he didn't get lost. The two immediately clashed in a furious battle. Daesung asked the beast, "Why not just open the gate for me? I might even let you live." Hearing this, the monster swung its blade, sending him flying. "You arrogant mutt." It roared in fury. "You're the one who's going to die, you little brat." Daesung quickly regained his footing and rushed toward the monster. He unleashed a flurry of strikes at lightning speed. After severing one of its arms, he leaped back. The skeleton urged, "Just kill it already." The one-armed monster bellowed, "How dare you challenge one of the demon god's own? Do you have any idea what you've done? Today, you will pay the price for insulting the demon god." Before it could finish, a sword pierced through its chest, leaving a gaping hole. Daesung's face was impassive, so noisy. The monster's body crashed to the ground. The skeleton asked, "What now?" "The demon god won't let this go." "Are you trying to replace him as the absolute ruler of hell?" it wondered. "I don't care about that stuff," he replied. "Then why are you fighting him?" it asked. "I want to ask that bastard myself," he answered. "Why did he drag me down to this damn place?" "Are you an idiot?" the skeleton shot back. "You could have just walked in and asked him, why all this bloodshed?" It then advised him to beg the demon god for forgiveness for all the trouble he'd caused. Daesung calmly told the skeleton, "The demon god has to pay for one thing. For dragging me to hell and making me suffer for 80 years. With that, he charged with all his might toward the tower where the demon god resided. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. His breathing was ragged. What's happening? He thought over and over. Glancing up at the 4-bag hanging above, he realized he was in a hospital. He thought he must be dreaming of Earth. It had been 30 years since he'd had a dream like this. He tried to lift his arm, but his body was too weak. Suddenly, someone dropped 2 cups of water on the floor. It was his mother. She stared in disbelief, seeing her son awake. He, on the other hand, was just confused. Tears welled in her eyes. He was finally awake. But for him, this dream was awful. It was so childish and sentimental. He wished he could wake up already. But then, something felt wrong. An indescribable sense of realism washed over him. Back in hell, corpses were strewn everywhere. "I can't believe you actually took down the demon god," the skeleton exclaimed. "I couldn't hear a thing," Daesung said. "I was a little busy fighting." He explained, "That cowardly demon god pretended to talk, then sneak attacked me while I was distracted. So I cut his head off. Then I split his body in 2. You killed the demon god. That makes you the new absolute ruler of hell. What are we going to do?" the skeleton said. But he just sighed. Then his eyes darted to the left. A message window had appeared. It asked if he wanted to return to Earth. Both he and the skeleton stared at the message, stunned. 80 years. 80 years since he'd fallen into this godforsaken place. There hadn't been a single moment he didn't dream of escaping. So there was no reason to hesitate. He reached out and selected yes. Instantly, a brilliant flash of light consumed everything. The first thing he saw was a doctor shining a light in his eyes, asking, "Can you hear me?" While he was still wondering if this was real, the doctor reassured him, "Your vitals are looking good. You don't need to worry." As his mother sobbed and sputtered her thanks, he suddenly let out a savage roar. The doctor urged him to calm down, but he kept screaming, unable to accept this reality. Which dream is real? He wondered. The moment I saw that message, or this? The doctor tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't let him get close. Like a wild animal, he bit down hard on the man's arm, drawing blood. "A curse? Some kind of paralyzing poison?" he screamed. "What did you do to my body?" He was still convinced this was all just a horrible nightmare. He collapsed to the floor, still screaming. "After everything I did to survive. I fought for 80 years, only for you to tell me to just die now." Even as I fell, dying on the cold grounds of hell, I prayed and prayed. "I refuse to die. Please, just let me go back." Two orderlies rushed to restrain him. "Get your hands off me before I kill you all," he yelled, still thrashing. Why did I wake up in this disgusting body? Suddenly, he stopped screaming. Something outside had caught his attention. A massive, glowing hole had opened up in the sky. "Isn't that a wormhole?" he thought. "What is it doing here?" Suddenly, Daesung roared like a madman. "You think I'll let you live after what you've done to me? How dare you?" The medical staff quickly injected him with a sedative. Daesung slowly lost consciousness, his mouth still murmuring, "Ugh, I'll kill every last one of you." His eyes slowly closed. "How dare you?" Daesung's vision began to blur. Meanwhile, a news report was playing on the TV. And now, for a newsflash. At approximately 9 a.m. today, in Sompa District, Seoul, the sound of the broadcast echoed through the hospital room. An unidentified gate was discovered. Fortunately, the hunter team responsible for the area was quick to arrive on the scene. On the bed, Daesung lay motionless. Outside the city, a squad had been dispatched to assess the situation. Hunter team report in. Suddenly, a sword pierced through the head of a monster emerging from the ground. "Hunter team." The man calmly replied, "Yes, Captain. The suppression is complete. We're in the final stages of cleanup." The voice on the other end came through. "How long until you're done?" The hunter team member glanced around and said, "Based on our current situation," he said, pulling his sword free, "we should be able to pull out within the hour." At the hospital, a man was on the phone. "Report to me as soon as it's over. I'll handle the rest, so finish up cleanly." The voice on the other end replied immediately, "Yes, sir." "Understood, Captain." Chanho put his phone away, frowning as he looked around. Meanwhile, the news was being updated. This just in, thanks to the swift and timely response of the hunter team, the gate has been destroyed. Just then, Daesung's eyes fluttered open, his lips murmuring, "Wormhole, gate, hunter team." Chanho walked into the room and met the boy's dazed eyes. "Hey, you little punk. You're actually awake." Daesung looked at him blankly. Who are you?" Chanho frowned, displeased. "Hey, you really don't know who I am?" Daesung raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment before answering, "No, wait. Could you be Chanho?" Chanho's face lit up. "That's right, you idiot. It's me, Chanho. Are you okay?" Daesung struggled to sit up. "Yeah, I am alive." Chanho's voice was filled with concern. "Man, it's been 10 years since you collapsed and fell into a coma, you jerk." Daesung lowered his gaze. 10 years. Memories started flooding back. 10 years ago, on the day of his high school graduation, Daesung was walking down the street with his friends. Suddenly, he felt a strange change come over his body. Right before Chanho's bewildered eyes, Daesung simply collapsed. One moment, he was perfectly healthy and normal, and the next, he was on the ground. Chanho had been frantic. "Daesung, and ever since that day, for 10 long years, I've been stuck in this hospital room." Daesung closed his eyes, lost in thought. It's been 10 years, but the time I endured in hell was 80 years. But in reality, only 10 years have passed. After a moment of thought, he let out a sigh of relief. "This is good enough." Chanho, who was next to him, didn't understand. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Daesung shook his head. "No, it's nothing." Chanho sighed, his tone heavy. "Anyway, your mom has had it really rough all this time. To cover your hospital bills, she's been working 2 or 3 jobs a day." Chanho straightened his tie as he spoke. "You're the man of the house now, so you need to get better quickly. And don't worry about a job. I've already found something for you." Daesung's expression darkened for a moment, but he reluctantly replied, "All right." A little later, Daesung's mother was pushing him in a wheelchair outside for some fresh air. "The weather is so nice today, isn't it, son?" He didn't answer, lost in his own thoughts. "In hell, I had to fight just to survive. But here, in the real world, my family has been suffering, shouldering the burden of taking care of me." Daesung looked down at his trembling hands in despair. "But what can I do? This body won't even move the way I want it to." A flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Instead, it's just a nuisance, a burden on everyone else. This reality is just as cruel as hell. Suddenly, the color drained from his mother's face. Two large men were blocking their path. Hey there, ma'am. Daesung scowl. What is it? Who are these guys? The two thugs swaggered toward them. Why haven't you been answering our calls? You're not thinking of skipping out on your debt, are you? If you tell us next time and then disappear again, you're dead. Daesung's mother answered with a trembling voice. She quickly lowered her head, pleading, I'm so sorry. I promise I'll pay you back next month. But the burly thug looked unimpressed. Next month, and then next month again. Ma'am, you've told us that countless times. Daesung's mother stepped forward and grabbed his hand, her voice desperate. I promise, just one more time. Please, just give me a little more time. The thug's eyes fell on her hand. What? What the hell? Furious, he snatched his hand back, causing Daesung's mother to stumble backward. What the hell did you just touch me with, you bitch? From behind, Daesung could only watch helplessly. Emboldened, the two men closed in, continuing to bully his mother. If you've got the guts to borrow money, you'd better have the decency to pay it back. Am I wrong? You think you could just get away with this? You take us for fools, huh? His mother swallowed her humiliation and kept pleading, please, not in front of my son. I swear I'll pay you next month. Please. The big one had had enough. He rolled up his sleeves, menacingly. Huh, you goddamn whore. You got the nerve to feel ashamed in front of your kid? Without a shred of pity, he slapped her hard across the face. I guess I have to beat it into you. Instantly, Daesung's eyes became bloodshot, his fury reaching its peak. He ground his teeth. You damn insects. The skinny one cupped his ear. Did you hear what that brat said? The big one replied, nonchalantly. He called us insects. Daesung clenched his jaw, spitting out each word. No, insects are too good for you. You two sons of bitches aren't even worth as much as pig shit. Hearing this, his mother immediately turned to him, scolding, Daesung, no, son, don't do that. Without hesitation, the thug grabbed him by the collar. His face twisted into a vicious sneer. Tough words. Say that again. I dare you. His mother's eyes filled with tears. Daesung, please, apologize to them right now. Seeing Daesung lifted effortlessly like a chicken, his mother pleaded in anguish. He doesn't know any better. He's still a patient. Please, spare him. He shot her a cold glare. He knows damn well. Every penny you borrowed was for this little bastard, wasn't it? Na fi, Daesung smai. So what? What do you do to me? UF asterisk king animals. Those words completely enraged the big thug. You little shit. Is your brain on drugs? Or did lying in bed for so long make you forget how to use it? A cruel look spread across his face. Hey, open your eyes and watch how an insect like me is going to beat your ass. He snarled, throwing Daesung aside like a toy. An insect like you can't move, can it? All you can do is run that mouth of yours. Daesung crashed to the ground. But the big thug wasn't finished. He lunged, throwing a punch at Daesung. The best way to kill an insect like you is to stomp it to death. Daesung could only curl up on the ground, one arm covering his head. The thug cursed as he kicked him repeatedly. Try barking like that again, you little bastard. Daesung bit down, suppressing his rage. These bastards. If only my body worked properly. Seeing this, his mother tried to rush to his side, but the other thug grabbed her arm. Daesung, please stop. The big thug grinned smugly down at Daesung. Go on, bark again. He cursed silently. UF asterisk king mad dogs. If this were hell, I would have already torn you limb from limb. Just then, the system appeared. Quest alert. Will you accept this quest? If you decline, you will not receive any compensation. Daesung's eyes widened in astonishment. He stared, stunned, at the notification panel, ignoring the thug's abuse. A quest appeared. Dark thoughts slowly began to cloud Daesung's mind. A status window suddenly appeared before him. But a flicker of doubt crossed my mind. That status window, it was the only thing that got me through 80 years in hell. From his perspective, the fat thug's movements began to slow to a crawl. Then, to his surprise, he noticed something strange about everyone around him. What's going on? Everyone was frozen in place, as if time itself had stopped. A thought crossed Daesung's mind. Is this because I accepted the quest? Just then, the notification window displayed the details. Quest alert. In progress. Body restoration. Difficulty, lowest. Content. Move to the designated target point. Time limit, 1 hour. Objective. Move to the designated point. Reward. Supreme Recovery Elixir, Jade Body Manifestation, plus 10%. He asked blankly, Manifestation? Jade Body? What's that? An idea suddenly struck him. Wait, recovery? Does that mean I can get my old body back? Suddenly, a cone-shaped marker appeared before his eyes, displaying 10M. The cone grew more distinct. Daesung struggled to pull himself up. So, I just have to get over there, right? He smirked. I might be able to get my body back, but I have to be able to crawl there first. Time passed, and the only sound was his own ragged breathing. Gritting his teeth, Daesung cursed as he crawled. Damn it, I conquered all of hell. I can do something as pathetic as this. At this rate, there's no way I'll make it in time. He glanced up at the system notification. Time limit, 17 minutes, 46 seconds. A thought struck him. This isn't something I can overcome with willpower alone. He took a deep breath. I need to calm down and think this through. As he scanned the text, a glimmer of hope appeared. The system has never given me an impossible quest. This time shouldn't be any different. Suddenly, a line of text caught his eye. An idea struck him. That's it, move. He stared straight ahead, a plan forming in his mind. It doesn't say I have to walk there. All I have to do is get to that spot, no matter how. Daesung fell. Then he let out a self-deprecating laugh. How could I be so stupid? I can't believe I didn't see it until now. Daesung used every ounce of his strength to grab onto the wheelchair. The system screen flashed. Time limit, 5 minutes, 31 seconds. With a final heave, Daesung threw himself into the wheelchair. No matter what. Time limit, 35 seconds. Determination hardened his gaze. There's still time. Time limit, 15 seconds. The wheels began to turn. Time limit, 9 seconds. Daesung pushed, trying to gain more speed. Time limit, 6 seconds. Sweat streamed down his face. Time limit, 2 seconds. At the last moment, Daesung smashed through the cone marker. The screen flashed. Time limit, 1 second. Panting, Daesung stared at the vial that had appeared before him. The system quickly provided the reward information. One Supreme Recovery Elixir, small, has been delivered. Reward information. Name, Supreme Recovery Elixir, small. Class, a multi-purpose potion that improves and restores the user's current condition in a small dose. Without a moment's hesitation, Daesung downed the entire potion. A moment later, he felt a change sweep through his body. This feeling, Daesung felt a wave of relief wash over him in astonishment. The pain, it's all gone. I can feel strength flowing through my body. This must be the elixir's effect. Just then, time resumed its normal flow. The fat thug looked around, confused. His eyes darted around. Where the hell did that little punk go? Suddenly, a security guard shouted from behind them. Hey, over there, what do you think you're doing now? Daesung's mother rushed to her son's side. Daesung. A look of pure confusion crossed the fat thug's face. That kid, when the hell did he get all the way over there? The other goon, sensing trouble, whispered, Hey boss, maybe we should just leave them be for now. The fat one clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSH, damn kid. Before leaving, the fat thug shot one last glare at Daesung. He watched them go, his eyes cold. That night, at the hospital, Daesung was lost in thought, his mind racing with questions. How did that status window appear right then? Even though it was late, sleep wouldn't come. I've tried to summon the status window a few times before, but nothing ever happened, so I eventually gave up. The more he thought about it, the more tangled his thoughts became. He muttered in frustration. Status window, quests, damn it all. Daesung sighed. I need to get my body back to normal before those thugs return. And to do that, it looks like I'll have to complete more quests. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The Pantheon awaits the Absolute One. Daesung's eyes shot open. What was that sound? Suddenly, he felt his body floating in a different space. Where am I? This can't be a dream, can it? The Pantheon? Just then, the system window appeared before him again. The Absolute One has arrived at the Pantheon. The gods have acknowledged the Absolute One's log. You will be provided with a virtual avatar formed based on the contents of your log. From now on, accelerate the work in progress. Fulfill the given quests and make them a reality. Make them a reality, huh? Daesung glanced uncertainly at the screen. Well, whatever this is, it's not a dream. I just have to do what it says, right? After a moment, a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. All right then, let's get started. The next quest appeared. Quest alert cancellato 2. In progress. Body restoration. Difficulty, low. Content. Annihilate the designated target. Time limit, none. Objective, attack the hide of the Gandra dragon. Reward, memory chip for the Absolute One, J body manifestation, plus 30%. Immediately, a Gandra dragon materialized before him. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Daesung's hands tightened into fists, his eyes turning cold and hard. He unleashed a powerful punch, and the Gandra's body shattered into pieces. Next, quest alert number 3. In progress. Body restoration. Difficulty, lowest. Content, run 10 kilometers. Time limit, 3 hours. Objective, distance remaining, 10 kilometers. Reward, nutrient supplement for the absolute 1, medium, X1, J body manifestation plus 5%. Daesung gasped for air as he ran. Asterisk ha, asterisk. Exhausted, he pushed himself to finish the quest. Sometime later, Questa alerta cancelletto 5. In progress. Body restoration. Difficulty, low. Content, perform 1,000 push-ups. Time limit, 2 hours. Objective, current count, 0/1000. Reward, tonic for the absolute 1, medium, X1, J body manifestation plus 5%. Daesung diligently knocked out one push-up after another. His pace quickened with each rep. The status bar displayed, current completion rate, 55%. Daesung shot to his feet, glaring at the system window. Are you kidding me? I've been grinding these damn quests for the past 10 days, and I'm only at 55%. And what's with the rewards? Why is it always some stupid tonic? He closed his eyes, exasperated. I'm getting real tired of this. Give me a real quest already. As if understanding his desire, the system responded. Quest alert number 10. In progress. Body restoration. Difficulty, low. Content. Fight and win against the designated target. Time limit, none. Objective, demon crying 0/1. Reward, nutrient supplement for the absolute 1, medium, X1, J body manifestation plus 10%. Daesung's brow furrowed. Demon crying? If it's him, then... Instantly, lightning streaked across the sky. A massive pillar of lightning crashed down before him. As the monster slowly materialized from the lightning, a look of grim amusement spread across Daesung's face. So it really is you. A cold smile played on his lips. You almost killed me back in hell. It's great to see you again. Hearing this, the monster let out a furious roar. The moment demon crying appeared, it raised its hand toward the sky, ready to fight. It powerfully threw a punch toward Daesung. He swiftly blocked it with his bare hand, secretly worrying, if this guy keeps punching like that, I'll probably get smashed into powder. Daesung immediately took several steps back. Then he pushed off the ground and leapt toward demon crying. Mid-air, Daesung suddenly stopped. With just one swing, demon crying sent him crashing to the ground. Daesung spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. Cough, cough, damn it. He curled his lips into an excited grin. I've been dragged around everywhere by demon crying. How embarrassing. Demon crying jumped straight up, trying to crush Daesung with its hands. He immediately leapt aside, skillfully dodging its vicious attacks. Its eyes glowed red, and its sharp fangs bared as if ready to devour Daesung alive. But this time, he failed to dodge and was grabbed by demon crying. It squeezed him tightly, making him cough up another mouthful of blood and pain. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. Ah, I remember now. His expression gradually darkened. This is how you beat me in hell. Daesung gritted his teeth, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. And this is how I beat you back. The demon's hand suddenly crackled with several sparks. A moment later, it was sliced into pieces. Demon crying screamed in agony after losing its arm. Daesung looked at it coldly and said, I forgot you could summon the sword. Unable to endure anymore, demon crying bared its sharp fangs and lunged at him. Daesung tightened his grip on the sword and charged forward. Damn it, A series of deadly strikes were unleashed with incredible speed, slicing demon crying's body into pieces. Go back to hell. After it was over, the system displayed, mission complete. Task accomplished. Realization task has progressed slightly. Current manifestation rate, 5%. Back at the hospital. The long hallway was dim and empty. Daesung walked to the window and slowly opened it. Bathed in sunlight, Daesung's mother sleepily opened her eyes. Rubbing them, she asked blankly, who's there? Suddenly, her gaze fell on the pair of legs standing firmly in front of her. Her eyes widened in shock. Daesung. By now, he had regained the strong and healthy body he once had. Daesung lowered his eyes gently. Mom. A moment later, in the patient room, he was undergoing a full medical examination. Daesung obediently sat still and followed the medical staff's instructions. His mother anxiously turned to the doctor beside her. How is this possible? The previous checkup clearly said recovery would take 6 months. Joy and worry mixed in her eyes. How can he walk like a normal person after only 15 days? The elderly doctor sighed. I have nothing to say. The patient's condition can't be explained by any medical theory. Her expression darkened slightly. Doctor, could it be that our Daesung is... She stuck a glance at the doctor and said cautiously, surely, not that, right? The elderly doctor turned and smiled. He has characteristics different from awakened individuals, so you don't need to worry. Hearing that, the heavy weight in her heart was finally lifted. Thank goodness, truly. Meanwhile, Daesung snapped irritably at the nurse. Stop squeezing already. Startled, the nurse quickly let go. Sorry. I was just surprised to see your condition improve so much. His mother's expression relaxed. I'm really relieved. A while later, he decided to go out for a walk. I feel so much better now. Moving around or using my limbs is no problem. I need to return to my original body. While walking, Daesung stretched his arms and legs. The sooner, the better. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly saw his mother speaking with someone. Mom. She held the nurse's hand tightly. Thank you so much, Nurse Kim. The girl shyly shook her head. No, I didn't do much. Nurse Kim Genti Konforteter. Nothing can compare to the sacrifice a mother has made for 10 years. You've worked hard. Watching his mother shed tears, Daesung felt an ache in his chest. A wave of sorrow washed over him. I can't imagine what she endured all these years. He quietly watched her for a long moment. Daesung clenched his fist silently. His mother's tears strengthened his resolve. From now on, I'll protect her. Night fell. Inside the hospital restroom. Standing before the mirror, Daesung quietly commanded, Temple. The system instantly appeared, entering the temple. The space around him was immediately enveloped in a misty fog. Can we complete missions faster? Daesung asked coldly. The system quickly responded. You are free to choose the difficulty of the missions generated by the temple. Please select the difficulty, lowest, low, medium. He made up his mind. No matter what, I'll finish it in one go this time. Daesung grit his teeth. Hell. The screen immediately displayed. Mission difficulty changed to Hell. A bright red orb appeared in front of him. The orb slowly cracked open. Then it shattered into countless fragments. From within the ruins, a strong man holding a sword emerged. Daesung frowned and muttered, so noisy. Suddenly, the man smirked with a sinister smile. Daesung froze when he saw the man's face. His lips trembled as he forced out the words, No way, it's him? The man lifted the sword and replied, It's me. At that moment, the system displayed the mission, Absolute One Han Daesung, Race, Dual-Souled Human. Objective, battle the designated target and achieve victory. The two men stared each other down, the air crackling with tension. But the protagonist was completely unafraid, declaring arrogantly, However, the absolute ruler of hell is me, Han Daesung. Without a word, the Daesung from hell lunged at him. The protagonist was stunned by his opponent's speed. He quickly leaned back, dodging the blow. The Daesung from hell leaped high, building momentum before rocketing toward him. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to block the dangerous attack. The force of the impact sent them both flying backward. The protagonist gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, Damn it. Just like that, the Daesung from hell vanished from sight. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Madness was slowly consuming his mind. The protagonist snarled, You mongrel. But the insult seemed to have no effect on the Daesung from hell. He simply smirked. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing the protagonist back. In a moment of carelessness, he took a slash to the arm from the hellish Daesung. The longer they fought, the weaker he felt. Damn it. At this rate, I can't keep up with his strength and speed. The longer this drags on, the worse it'll be for me. Seizing the opening while he was distracted, the Daesung from hell charged forward. He was too fast. The protagonist couldn't dodge in time, and took the full force of the blow. With just a fraction of his power, Daesung sent him flying back hundreds of meters. As the smoke cleared, the protagonist's figure slowly came into view. Leaning on his sword, he slowly pushed himself to his feet. He glanced at his own battered body, a sarcastic smirk on his face. Goes to show, the copy is even dumber than the original, and I'm not pleased about that at all. Then he looked up, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Either way, you're not getting away from me today. As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist immediately activated his demon blood to enhance his physical power. A mystical light emanated from his eyes. In the distance, a circle of light appeared. The Daesung from hell moved like lightning, appearing right in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, he cleaved the body before him in two. But the body instantly regenerated, effortlessly dodging the hellish Daesung's attack. The protagonist suddenly reappeared, grabbing his head. Where do you think you're looking? He slammed the Daesung from hell's head straight into the ground. The force was so immense that he couldn't move a muscle. The protagonist drew his sword, raising it high to finish off the Daesung from hell. But when the sword struck, his body remained completely unharmed. The protagonist froze, stunned for a moment. The Daesung from hell quickly broke free from his grasp. His eyes glowed crimson, his lips twisted into a grotesque smile. An intensely cold aura radiated from the Daesung from hell. In an instant, the protagonist realized. He's using demon blood, too? The Daesung from hell gave a thrilled grin and lunged again. The two clashed in a fierce battle, trading blows, neither giving an inch. The protagonist snarled in frustration. You son of a bitch, just hurry up and die. He then retaliated with a powerful swing of his sword. Suddenly, the protagonist's body went rigid. From behind, the Daesung from hell had run him through with his sword. The protagonist glared back at him, his face a mask of disbelief. You bastard. This only seemed to excite the Daesung from hell even more as he ripped the blade out. The protagonist's pupils constricted in agony. Meanwhile, in the real world, his body was trembling uncontrollably. A knock came from the door. Is anyone in there? The protagonist's face was ashen, his eyes glazed and lifeless. The janitor outside knocked again. When no one answered, she grew suspicious. I wonder why the door is locked. Sighing, she reached into her pocket. Ego, what a pain. The janitor pulled out a key. She slowly inserted it into the lock and turned. Back in a virtual space, the protagonist had collapsed from exhaustion. This is more than I can handle right now. A wave of frustration washed over him. If I lose here, then everything I've worked for will have been for nothing. You got to think of something, Han Daesung. I can't let that bastard kill me in hell. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The storage. Outside, a voice called out, Auntie Kim, didn't you hear me say to come up to the third floor? The janitor exclaimed in surprise. Oh dear, my head is all over the place. I completely forgot. Please hurry up. She immediately pulled the key out, grabbed her things, and left. Coming. I'm on my way now. The hallway fell silent once more. Inside the virtual space, the Daesung from hell gripped his sword and slowly advanced on the protagonist. At that moment, a system screen appeared, activating storage. A moment later, a spatial vortex materialized in front of him. Without hesitation, the protagonist reached inside. His expression darkened. Just you wait. A moment later, he looked up at the Daesung from hell with an eerie gaze. This mission isn't over yet. Han Daesung clutched the vial, a memory surfacing. Asterisk the quest reward. It was just sitting in my inventory. But now, I need it right now. Asterisk. A system window appeared. Absolute's tonic, a potion that restores 20% of the Absolute's stamina and endurance. After reading the description, he did the math. Asterisk 20%. So 5 of these should get me back in fighting shape. Asterisk without hesitation, Han Daesung uncapped the vial and downed it in one go. Across from him, Han Daesung's clone charged forward, a manic look on its face. His eyes widened as he grit his teeth, tracking the clone's every move. He deftly dodged every one of the clone's wild slashes. Seizing the perfect opening, he landed a solid punch right on the clone's cheek. Caught completely off guard, the clone stumbled backward from the blow. Han Daesung looked at his fist, a thrill running through him. Asterisk awesome. I can feel my strength coming back. Asterisk. He opened his inventory. Han Daesung pulled out more potions. Asterisk, I don't have to drag this out any longer. I just need to get back to 100%. Asterisk. 2 down. He popped another vial in his mouth, fighting intensely against his double. His body moved with a newfound agility, easily evading the kick. Han Daesung down another. 3. The clone's eyes blazed red with fury as it lunged at him. The sharp, piercing clang of steel rang out as their swords met. Gritting his teeth, he drained the 4th vial. And then the 5th. The two of them exchanged a relentless flurry of blows. Han Daesung grit his teeth. I've recovered my stamina, but my body still feels sluggish. Seeing an opening, the clone shot its hand out. A hand clamped around his throat. GHK. The clone glared down at Han Daesung, its teeth clenched in a snarl. It leaned in close, baring its teeth in a vicious grin. The sharp edge of a blade pressed against the skin. But Han Daesung was calm as he opened his inventory. Inventory. A greatsword burst through the clone's abdomen. The clone froze, its mind unable to process what had just happened. The sword had materialized directly from his inventory and run the clone straight through. The clone let out a pain groan. Ugh. Unable to remain standing, the clone collapsed to its knees. As the clone disintegrated before his eyes, Han Daesung let out a breath. Asterisk the inventory. Good thing this was just a quest battle. Finally, this goddamn final quest is finally over. Asterisk. A system window appeared. Asterisk. The Absolute has successfully completed all missions. Body synchronization rate, 100%. Your physical body in the current world has been restored to its original state. Asterisk. A series of system notifications followed. Another message appeared immediately after. Asterisk. Your body has been fully restored. You may now use the hell system in the real world. Asterisk. His clothes vanished. Han Daesung looked down at his restored physique. Asterisk this. It feels incredible to have my strength back. Asterisk. Staring at the web of old scars, he thought, all these scars, they bring back memories of the hell I endured. Hey, system, maybe pick a better time to show up next time. Another notification popped up. Asterisk. You have one unread message. Would you like to view it? Asterisk. Han Daesung's lips thinned as he considered it. An unread message? His curiosity piqued. He tapped the screen. The system displayed the message. Asterisk. Hell welcomes its new ruler, Han Daesung, but the Absolute has chosen to return to Earth. Asterisk. Asterisk. Taking advantage of the power vacuum left by the Absolute, the angels have sealed off the realm. Asterisk. Asterisk. The demons, imprisoned in the pantheon by heaven's forces, await salvation from the Absolute. Asterisk. Han Daesung's face darkened as he finished reading. Ah, so that's it. You're asking for my help. A sneer twisted his lips. I fought tooth and nail for 80 years just to escape them. And now you want me to be their leader? He raised his hand and flipped the bird. His eyes burned with venomous hatred. Son of a bitch, he snarled, his face a mask of fury. You pieces of trash. Han Daesung waved his hand in disgust. System, get me out of here. Now. A brilliant light flashed before thousands of watching eyes. Back in the real world, Han Daesung was doing one-handed push-ups. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. His gaze was lost in thought. The door to his hospital room clicked open, revealing a doctor and Han Daesung's mother. The two of them stood frozen in the doorway. After a moment of stunned silence, the doctor spoke. It appears your son isn't awakened. His mother hesitated, but he never showed any signs of being one before. The doctor turned back to her, his tone grave. My guess is that the signs of his awakening were there all along. We simply had no other way to explain them. Her eyes filled with sorrow. How could this have happened to my Daesung? She whispered. We've done all we can for him, the doctor continued. For anything else, you'll need to contact the association. She nodded gratefully. Thank you so much, doctor. Inside the room, Han Daesung overheard them and glanced toward the door. The scene shifts to the city. A taxi speeds down the street. Han Daesung rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Asterisk the association. Awakened. Asterisk his expression hardened. I had to ignore all this to focus on the quest, but it feels like Mom is hiding something from me. He squinted at the passing scenery. What in the world happened to Earth during the 10 years I was out? They passed through the ruins of the city and eventually arrive at a small village on the outskirts. His mother smiled at him. You go on inside. I'm just going to pop over to the neighbors for a minute. He smiled back. Okay, Mom. As he stepped inside, he saw a slender hand clutching a wad of cash. His eyes fell on a girl who seemed to be in a hurry. Han Daesung narrowed his eyes. Who's that? He muttered. Startled, the girl spun around, her expression blank with shock. Just then, his mother's voice called from outside. Daesung, you need to eat. What would you like? Then, spotting the girl, her tone changed. Jisoo, where have you been? You haven't been answering your phone. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Han Daesung's eyes widened, his lips forming a tight line. Vizgichka, Yiso Vizgichka. Her gaze fell to the money in her daughter's hand. Not again, she said, her voice filled with disappointment. Jisoo shoved the money into her pocket and turned away without a word. She turned and walked out, not saying another word. He watched her leave. It may have felt like 80 years for me. A memory flashed in his mind. A little girl giving him a thumbs up, saying, You're the best big brother. A faint, bittersweet smile touched his lips, his gaze distant. But how could I not recognize my own sister? Jisoo stopped in front of him. You look like you're doing great, she said flatly. But for us, every single day has been hell. Han Daesung didn't respond. His head hung low. Their mother rushed out the door. Yiso, where are you going now? Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from beyond the gate, followed by heavy pounding. Hey, old lady, open up. Both mother and daughter froze in terror. The leader kicked the gate impatiently. I'll count to 3. If you don't open this gate, we're busting it down. Open up. In the yard, his mother and Jisoo stood paralyzed with fear. Inside the house, a dangerous glint appeared in Han Daesung's eyes. The steady thump, thump, thump of a door being kicked echoes through the neighborhood. The man outside roars in frustration. Damn it, you crazy bitch. Open the door. You really think you could hide just because you checked that little bastard out of the hospital? Seeing her daughter walk away without a second thought, Her mother stammers anxiously, Ji-Soo, come back. Getting no response, the man kicks the door even more furiously. I know you're in there. Open the damn door. The man in the black suit behind him speaks up, his voice laced with doubt. Are you sure this is the right house? Maybe the bitch already skipped town. Hearing this, the first man turns his head. Boss, should we just break it down? With a scowl, Ji-Soo throws the door open and steps out. She glares at the debt collectors, her voice cold. What the hell? Can you shut the fuck up? The two men watch her walk away, momentarily stunned into silence. The man in the black suit frowns after her. What's with her? His partner replies, I think that's their daughter. The man in the black suit continues to watch Ji-Soo leave. The other one storms into the house, grinding his teeth in anger. What the hell? So you were home? Outside, the man in black smirks, a glint of interest in his eyes. Seeing them, Mrs. Han nervously opens her purse and takes out some cash. I am so sorry. I just got out of the hospital today and didn't get a chance to call you. This is all I have right now. Please, could you just take this for now? The man furiously slaps the money from her hand, sending bills scattering across the floor. Mom, Daesung calls out in alarm. Mrs. Han falls to the ground. The goon snarls, you bitch. You think we came all this way for pocket change? She lies on the floor, groaning softly with her eyes squeezed shut. Ugh, NGH. Daesung can't take it anymore. He clenches his jaw, glaring at them with pure rage. Just then, the man in the black suit steps inside. His partner is already a bruised mess on the floor, crying out in pain. He collapses completely. Seeing this, the man in black rushes to his partner's side. Hey, are you okay? The injured man trembles, pointing a shaky finger at Daesung. It was him. Following his gaze, the man in black frowns. That bastard. Daesung walks toward them, his eyes ice cold. I've been waiting to meet you. And here you are, delivered right to my door. The man in black looks confused. What? He sneers at Daesung, spitting as he talks. Aren't you that pathetic bastard who couldn't even move? The one in the wheelchair? You should be grateful your mommy went around begging for money just for you. Daesung takes another step forward, his voice dropping even lower. And do you have any idea what I had to go through to survive that hell? The man in black scoffs. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Before he can finish, Daesung's hand clamps down on his face. Daesung raises his other hand. Whatever we owe you, we'll pay back. Tenfold. A vicious slap lands, and the man's eyes roll back in his head. Daesung's voice echoes slowly. 100-fold. I promise. With each word, his strikes get harder, sending blood splattering everywhere. Finished, he throws the man to the ground and dusts off his hands. You better hang in there. It's going to take me a long, long time to pay you back in full. The man groans in agony, blood dripping from his mouth, several teeth missing. Asterisk, ugh, erg, asterisk. His eyes dart to a wooden chair nearby. In a blind rage, he grabs the chair and charges. You son of a bitch. You crazy bastard. How dare you hit me? Daesung punches straight through the chair, his fist connecting squarely with the man's face. He flies backward, landing next to his partner, who has regained consciousness and is staring in horror. The man panics and pulls a dagger from his belt. He glares at Daesung and screams, You little punk. Come on, get over here. I dare you. You think I won't stab you to death? He swings the knife wildly in the air, trembling as he backs away. Just you try it. Daesung grabs his knife-wielding wrist. He squeezes, his voice dangerously quiet. This is the arm, isn't it? The man stammers in fear, pleading, Don't, please, don't. A voice as cold as death itself rings out. This is the hand you used to hit my mother, right? With that, he twists. A sickening crack echoes through the room, followed by an agonized scream. Asterisk ha-ag, asterisk. The knife clatters to the floor. The man clutches his mangled arm, howling, asterisk ugh, my arm, asterisk. In the corner, the other goon remains unconscious, moaning faintly. Asterisk ugh, asterisk. He glares at Daesung and hisses. You think you can get away with this? You think we'll let you off? Daesung steps forward, grabs it by the collar, and gives a cold smirk. And what are you going to do about it? Too bad, though. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to peel the skin from your face. Just then, his mother comes to and screams, Daesung, stop. Seeing him pause, her voice softens. You can't do this, Daesung. Please stop. The two men seize the opportunity to escape, shouting one last threat as they fled. Damn it, you'll pay for this. You just wait. The two men scramble out onto the street, running for their lives without a single glance back. They don't stop until they're in their car, engine roaring as they speed away. Finally, they let out a breath of relief. That psycho. Was that the same guy we saw at the hospital? His dazed partner answers. He looks bigger, more muscular, but I think it's him. The man in the black suit frowns. How could a guy who's been in a vegetative state for 10 years change this much? His partner asks nervously, "What do we do now, boss?" The director told us to get them to sign over their bodies. The boss grits his teeth, his eyes darting around. That's not the problem right now. The most important thing is figuring out how to take that bastard down. Outside, Jisoo's silhouette passes by the car window. The boss says urgently, "Hey, stop the car." The scene shifts back to Daesung's home. His mother explains slowly, "When you collapsed for no reason, I took you to so many hospitals. I had to sell the house, and then the shop. I thought it would be enough to wake you up, but eventually, even our rental deposit was gone. An acquaintance introduced me to 3 different loan sharks. But soon, I couldn't keep up with the payments. It wasn't just the principal. The interest kept piling up. As she speaks, she can no longer hold back her tears. Daesung's eyes drop. What about Jisoo? Is she still a student? Why is she working all the time? His mother looks away, a self-deprecating smile on her face. Last year, I was injured at work. So, she dropped out of school and started working at a restaurant. She said she could help support the family. She clutches her sleeve, blaming herself. Your sister, she's worked so hard. The gas station during the day, the convenience store at night. Daesung grits his teeth and turns to her sharply. You should have stopped her. She's supposed to be in school at her age. His mother looks at him helplessly. I tried to, but she said she had to work to earn money to save you. But you weren't getting any better. Then, a few months ago, something happened. She just suddenly left home. Hearing this, Daesung's brow furrows with guilt. Mom, don't say any more. Just leave it. His mother looks at him, her voice gentle. Daesung, don't do anything reckless. We're a family. Daesung presses his lips together, saying nothing. Suddenly, his mother's phone starts to vibrate. She bends down to pick it up. She glances at Daesung. It's them, the men from before. Daesung holds out his hand. Give it to me. He answers the phone, his voice sharp. What? You still have something to say? Daesung's pupils constrict, his eyes widening in shock. What? He loses control, roaring with fury. You motherfucking bastards. A black car speeds down the road. Inside, Jisoo is tied up. A man in a black suit grabs her head and yells, Hey, you little bitch. You so stragals. MMPH. MMPH. He takes his frustration out on her. You people messed with the wrong crowd. You'd better start behaving. He calls Daesung's mother directly, making his threat. We're giving you 1 day. Give 100 million and call me back. From what I hear, a woman of your means shouldn't have a problem with that. Next to him, Jisoo cries out, still held by the hair. MMPH. MMPH. The man smirks. If you want your little sister back in one piece, you'd better not try anything funny. After the call ends, a murderous aura radiates from Daesung as he clenches the phone in his hand. Seeing the look on his face, his mother, Han, asks worriedly, What's wrong? Daesung turns his head slightly. I'm just stepping out for a bit, Mom. I'll be right back. Wait, Daesung, she calls out anxiously. Promise me you won't do anything dangerous. If you go to jail for assault or for hurting someone. I wouldn't be able to go on. Daesung stands silently, not answering. He lowers his head, his lips pressed into a thin line. Asterisk, I can't just solve this by killing them. This isn't hell. Asterisk. Suddenly, a line of text appears before Daesung. Notification. Seeing him standing so still, his mother's worry grows. She calls out softly, Daesung. Daesung turns back to reassure her. Don't worry, Mom. Nothing is going to happen. The system screen displays. Adaptation to return. Bonus reward. Unlock basic skill, 1 time. Daesung walks outside, annoyed. Asterisk TCH. If you're going to give me a reward, you should have done it sooner. Asterisk he raises his hand and taps the screen. Click. The screen shows. Poison skill, B rank. Stealth skill, A rank. Hellfire skill, D rank. Summon Shadow Spirit. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. After a moment of deliberation, Daesung makes his choice. Asterisk of course. Nothing beats this one. Asterisk. The scene shifts to a large building. The man in the gray suit drags Jisoo inside, muttering, You won't be able to find us all the way out here, right? Jisoo keeps struggling. MMPH. MMPH. The man in black clutches his head in frustration. Do you have any idea where we are? Stepping into the elevator, he tries to reassure his partner. So what if he shows up? We got the hostage right here. A sudden flash of electricity sparks. A second later, the elevator goes dark. The man in black, confused, looks around. Did you step out already? Why are the lights flickering? At his feet, a shadow begins to rise from the floor. He feels something near his leg and glances down. He stumbles back in terror, screaming, Whoa, what the hell is that? Daesung fully materializes, his eyes cold as ice. What is it, you ask? You wanted money, didn't you? I'm here to deliver. A few minutes earlier, Daesung had chosen Summon Shadow Spirit. He narrows his eyes, looking at the item in his hand. He mutters, slightly satisfied. Let's start with this. Summon Shadow Spirit. The tangled mass in his hand begins to glow. He squeezes it hard, crushing it completely. A slimy substance drips to the ground. It forms a swirling portal on the floor. He recalls the events that just transpired. Daesung disgustedly lifts his bloodstained shirt. Daesung tears off a piece of the fabric and drops it into the portal. Follow the blood of that bastard and show me the way. From within the dark void, strange hands reach out and grab the piece of cloth. Back to the present. The two men stare at Daesung, frozen. The man in the gray suit snaps out of it, raising his fist and charging forward. You bastard. Daesung leans aside, easily dodging the blow. With his other hand, he grabs the man's face. Daesung slams his head hard into the floor. The man lies flat on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The man in black stammers in horror. Teach this guy. He asks hesitantly, Are you one of the awakened? Jisoo looks at her brother, worried. Daesung glances at him, a look of confusion on his face. The awakened? What's that? Hearing this, the man in black explodes. Don't play dumb with me, you little punk. He yanks the elevator doors open. He runs out, shouting, Hey guys, get out here. He's one of the awakened. Everybody attack him. Daesung swings once, knocking the man to the ground. He lies there, utterly defeated. Seeing this, his underlings grab their weapons and charge. Kill that bastard. Daesung doesn't even flinch, waiting for them to come to him. Above, the lights flicker ominously. One of them lunges, swinging a knife straight at Daesung's head. He's completely unharmed. The entire group freezes, staring in shock. Daesung sends the man behind him flying with a single kick. Another thug tries to attack him from the side. Die, you son of a bitch. Daesung's brow furrows as he dodges. Daesung shifts into a spectral form, moving in a blur as he pummels the thugs. In a flash, the entire group is lying motionless on the ground. He calmly steps over their bodies. Daesung walks over to where his sister is being held. He kneels, his voice gentle. Are you okay? Daesung begins to untie her. His voice turns cold again. Go straight home. Seeing that he isn't leaving with her, Jisoo asks, Appa, what are you going to do? Daesung turns his head, his gaze reassuring. Your big brother will be home after I've taken care of things here. She stares at him, stunned. Daesung looks up, his expression hardening once more. The entire building fell silent. Bodies littered the hallway, the air thick with the stench of blood. Daesung continued through the area. He ascended the stairs, one step at a time. At the top of the stairs, Daesung saw a group of men waiting. They shot Daesung a contemptuous glare. A cold smile crept across Daesung's face. Asterisk ha. More cockroaches to crush, asterisk. One of the men, a cigarette dangling from his lips, whipped his head around. The hell did you say? Another one echoed in disbelief. Cockroaches? Daesung's eyes were like ice. What a pain. Screams of agony echoed from inside the building. Elsewhere, a phone on a desk began to ring. A man with a tattooed arm answered the call. He snarled into the phone. I told you not to call me when I'm in the sauna. The voice on the other end was frantic. It's an emergency, boss. You need to get to the office now. The man roared, Who is it? Who's the son of a bitch who dares to mess with my turf? The voice on the other end grew weak. Boss, you have to hurry. That bastard. The line went dead. Beep, beep, beep. The man's fist tightened in fury. The phone in his hand cracked and splintered. His eyes burning with rage, he shot to his feet. Back at the building, through a shattered window, bodies were strewn across the floor. The door to the surveillance room creaked open. Daesung stepped inside, his gaze falling on the room's sole occupant, who began to tremble. The man scrambled backward, shouting, Don't come any closer. His body shaking uncontrollably, he collapsed to the floor. Ugh, Aya! A scream tore through the room. Just then, the wall behind him exploded inward. Daesung's eyes shot wide as he whipped his head around. The man charged forward like a rabid dog. A massive hand slammed Daesung's face into the ground. The man's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a cold laugh. Huh, are you out of your damn mind, you little punk? A thought flashed through Daesung's mind. Come to think of it, neither Mom nor Jisoo seemed surprised when I used my strength. His eyes, sharp and cold, darted to the man, pinning him down. Are you the one who attacked my men? The man growled. Asterisk, is it because of people like him? People with this kind of power? I was so focused on my quest to restore my body that I never learned much about the real world. Asterisk. Suddenly, spectral hands reached up, grasping the man's arm. The man's eyes bulged in terror. He leaped back instantly, stumbling back to break free. Daesung got to his feet, facing the man. This kid, he seems like a pro. Daesung casually brushed the dust from his clothes. He shot a glance at the brute. So you're one of them, and awakened? The man grinned maliciously. Too late for regrets now. I'm going to send you straight to hell. At the mention of that word, Daesung's demeanor shifted. His voice dropped to a frigid whisper. Hell. The man flexed, his muscles bulging until his shirt ripped apart at the seams. Daesung's fist shot out, connecting squarely with the man's nose. Caught completely off guard, the man staggered backward. A mocking smirk played on Daesung's lips. All that trouble ripping your shirt just to get punched. Bet that stings, huh? The man was slammed flat against the wall, his head hanging low. Asterisk why? How was I taken down? So easily, asterisk. A crazed look filled his eyes. Asterisk I refuse to accept this. Asterisk his eyes blazed as he let out a guttural roar. HRRNNGH. Before the man could even move, Daesung delivered another kick straight to his face. Oomph. Daesung snarled, his teeth clenched. You have no idea what hell is really like. While I was gone, you bastards kept harassing my family. Tears streamed down the man's face as he broke. They're awakened, all different levels. He held up a hand to shield himself. Stop. Enough. His voice trembling, the man pleaded. Please, spare me. Why you want money, right? I'll give you everything I have. Just please. Daesung paused, his eyes narrowing. Money? Where? The man pointed frantically. It's in the cabinet, inside the safe. Daesung followed his gaze. He nodded, satisfied. Is that right? Well, I'm not one to turn down a gift. With that, he turned and walked toward the cabinet. As Daesung calmly inspected the area, the man saw his chance and made a break for it. Daesung glanced over his shoulder as the man fled the room, his lips pressed into a thin line, saying nothing. Daesung turned his cold gaze to the other man, still cowering in the room. If you don't get out of here right now, you're next. As if granted a pardon, the man scrambled out the door, running for his life. Sorry. In the parking garage below, a white car's engine roared to life. The boss gritted his teeth, muttering furiously, That son of a bitch. Who the hell was that bastard? Just you wait. I'll be back to kill every last one of you. Suddenly, a voice whispered right next to his ear. It was Daesung, now in a back seat. I just remembered. I forgot to ask for something. The password to the safe. The man's eyes shot to the rearview mirror, his vision swimming with fear. How? How did you? Daesung's eyes curved into a menacing smile. How? Does it even matter? As he spoke, ghostly hands began to caress the man's shoulders. He leaned back, his tone light and mocking. The only thing that matters is that from now on, I can find you anytime, anywhere. The man let out a terrified whimper. And no, Aya. The car began to shake violently, and a strange, choked, gurgling sound filled the air. Gak. Back in the office. Daesung opened a dark portal, stuffing stacks of cash into it. He thought, gleefully, a total of 532 million won. Daesung mumbled to himself. I wonder how long I can live on this. He clutched his head, giddy with excitement. I could probably buy a couple of apartments in Seoul with this. The next day, at a cell phone store, a salesman demonstrated a flip phone. You do it like this, see? And like this. This is the latest state-of-the-art flip phone. Will you be paying in cash? It's 2.99 million won. Daesung stared blankly at the phone for a moment. This thing. The salesman then pulled out another model. And this one is the newest model. It's especially popular with the ladies. I'll give it to you for just 1.99 million won. Daesung narrowed his eyes and mumbled, For the ladies. The salesman, feeling a pang of guilt, adjusted his glasses. Did I quote him too high? After a brief pause, he asked, We offer payment plans if the price is an issue. Without another word, Daesung held out his hand. Give them to me. The salesman was a bit dumbfounded. Give them to me, he repeated, pulling out a thick stack of cash. I'll take both. Holding the wad of cash, the man was ecstatic. Holy crap, I hit the jackpot. He looked at Daesung with a warm, affectionate tone. Thank you, you big suck. Thank you, valued customer. Later, at Han Daesung's house. He carried a bag full of new phones. A smile played on Daesung's lips as he looked at the bag. Just then, his mother called out, Daesung, dinner's ready. I have to go out, Mom, he replied. Curious, she quickly poked her head out. What? Go where? Oh, honestly. But when she looked, the room was already empty. She clicked her tongue. When did he even leave? Night falls over the city. The streets are bustling with people. Inside a small restaurant. Chan-ho, already seated, waved him over. Pork ribs and pork belly. Daesung walked over, smiling in return. Looking up at Daesung, he gestured to the seat. Daesung, over here. On the grill, the meat sizzled, its aroma filling the air. Chanho raised his glass with a smile. You're looking a lot different than you did in the hospital. Daesung shouted, "Jie." Cheers, Chanho echoed. He put his glass down and asked, so what are your plans now? Daesung took a thoughtful sip of his drink. I'm still figuring it out. Daesung, we're not naive high school kids anymore, Chanho said. Meanwhile, Daesung was just savoring the alcohol. Ah, that hits the spot. What kind of apartment can you buy for 500 million won? He asked casually, picking up a piece of meat. Chanho's head snapped up. You have 500 million? Daesung just popped the meat in his mouth and chewed, not answering. With 500 million won, Chanho said, crossing his arms and rolling his eyes, you could maybe rent a small apartment on the outskirts of Seoul. Daesung thought for a moment. Then how much would it cost to buy a place in downtown Seoul? Chanho took another drink. Around 1 or 2 billion, probably. Daesung, wake up, he said, setting his glass down with a scoff. The world has changed a lot since your accident. Daesung down another shot. He winced. Asterisk grr. Asterisk. Chanho hesitated as he flipped the meat on the grill. I heard from your mom. Are you an awakened? Daesung looked at him and answered honestly. First, you'd have to tell me what an awakened is before I can answer that. Chanho held up the tongs, laughing. You don't even know what the awakened are. By now, the sky was pitch black. Chanho took a drag from his cigarette, his expression turning serious. Sometime after your accident, strange gates suddenly started appearing. At first, these weird phenomena were only found in a few countries. They investigated and managed to keep it under control. But then, after a while, monsters started pouring out of those gates. Cracks from the gates began to appear. They started attacking people. And even though we used all sorts of advanced weaponry, humanity's weapons didn't work on them. The damage just kept piling up. Daesung asked, confused. Nothing worked at all? Not even guns or cannons? Chanho nodded slightly. None of our conventional weapons had any effect. That's what I learned during that time. Only aura weapons, weapons made from those monsters, could hurt them. And the people who could use those aura weapons, that's where the term awakened came from. They're just like you, Daesung, Chanho said, pointing at him seriously. Asteriskum. So the awakened are like me? Asterisk, he thought, pulling out his phone. Chanho noticed the phone in his hand. Did you just buy a flip phone? Daesung boasted. Isn't it amazing? They said it's the newest, most advanced model. Chanho squinted, shattering his delusion. Advanced, my ass. I heard they've been giving those away for free with other phones recently. Don't tell me you actually paid for that thing. Daesung's face darkened. Chanho glanced at him, teasing. You're such an idiot. Anyway, he said, changing the subject, even without aura weapons, using aura to strengthen your body is another characteristic of the awakened. Your body suddenly healed at an incredible rate. And I heard you beat the crap out of those big thugs who came to your house recently. Daesung turned away and pouted. If I really am an awakened, then you should give me some money. Chanho's jaw dropped, at a loss for words. Get serious, will you? He snapped. With the same calm expression, Daesung asked. Oh? So, how much do you make anyway? Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. The two of them backed away, cautiously. A dark portal opened in the sky. Horrifying shrieks echoed from within. Yoa! Monsters began to emerge. The people nearby screamed in terror. Kaya! Shaking, they stammered, a gate. A lead monster leaped out, followed by a horde of its minions. With each step, the monsters slammed their staves into the ground. The jarring sounds sowed terror, forcing the crowd to back away. The faces of the people around them were drained of all color. The one in the lead raised its club, baring its grotesque teeth. Instantly, the entire pack followed suit, moving as one like a program machine. In that moment, the crowd snapped back to reality, and screams erupted as everyone scattered in a panic. Amidst the sea of people, a deathly pale Jang, Chanho cried out. How did the gate just open like that? Daesung stared intently at the monsters, silently comparing their hideous appearance to the demons of hell, who, frankly, looked cuter. Deciding to test the strength of these small fried demons, Daesung stomped his foot and picked up a pebble. He began to toss it in his palm. He wound up his arm and hurled the pebble forward. Jang Chanho could only watch, stunned. But the pebble never reached its target. It struck an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Daesung furrowed his brow, curious. What was that? The monsters had already erected a protective barrier. Sensing Daesung's gaze, the monster glanced over. Jang Chanho said in a panic, guns and cannons don't work on them. But Daesung paid him no mind, his eyes fixed forward. One of the monsters broke from the pack, charging swiftly toward them. It raised its club high, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Terrified, Jang Chanho squeezed his eyes shut. A moment later, a warm, foul-smelling liquid splattered across his face, prompting him to peek his eyes open. The scene before him left Chanho frozen. The monster had collapsed, blood splattered everywhere. Han Daesung had taken it down with a single punch, casually muttering, "Looks like my fists work just fine." Chanho couldn't believe it. His friend had just taken down a hulking monster with his bare hands. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining green-skinned monsters went berserk, roaring as they charged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Daesung met them head-on, sending a straight punch right into the face of the nearest monster. In the blink of an eye, a dozen monster heads went flying from their necks. Jang Chanho was even more astounded. This kind of power, he had to be at least a B rank awakened. But Chanho was quickly pulled back to reality. The terrified crowd was huddled together in one spot, making them an all-too-easy target. And this was one of the busiest districts in Seoul. Their panicked screams and shouts were like a magnet for the monsters. As more and more green-skinned monsters swarmed in, the crowd grew deathly pale, thinking with despair that their end had come. With everyone's lives hanging by a thread, Jang Chanho stepped forward, shouting to reassure the crowd, "I know a way to a shelter through the sewer system here. If you want to live, follow me." But the escape route was blocked. A line of green-skinned monsters stood in their way. The group froze, stunned. A monster advanced, swinging its club. The crowd scattered in a panic, accidentally leaving behind a little girl who stood crying for her mother in fear. The monsters grew more ferocious, relentlessly attacking the people. One of them charged straight for the little girl, raising its club high. Just then, Chanho lunged forward, pulling the girl out of the way of the fatal blow, just in time. Before he could even catch his breath, the monster took a hit so hard its entire set of teeth shattered. Han Daesung appeared, sending its head flying with a clean knee strike to the jaw. "Daesung!" Jang Chanho cried out happily. Han Daesung glanced at his friend, the same old busybody as ever, and urged him to get everyone out of there. He would stay behind to hold off the monsters. Seeing his friend lay it all on the line, Jang Chanho broke into a confident smile. He immediately rallied the crowd, leading them toward a sewer entrance inside a nearby barbecue restaurant. Nearby, a phone propped up on a bottle was live streaming the entire scene. The comment section flew by with messages of praise and awe at Han Daesung's fighting skills. The restaurant employee broadcasting the stream commented, "Holy crap, they're down in the street now. He's completely surrounded by monsters. This is getting dangerous." Suddenly, a monster crept up behind him, club raised menacingly. The restaurant employee screamed in panic, "Behind you! Look out behind you!" Taking advantage of their numbers, the monsters unleashed a continuous barrage of fatal blows, giving Daesung no time to react. He was slammed into a nearby car by a powerful blow, then collapsed, motionless. The employee's jaw dropped in horror, and the online viewers watching the live stream exploded with frantic comments. Down in the sewer where the group had taken shelter, a mother sobbed as she was reunited with her little daughter. Watching the mother and child embrace, Chanho felt a warmth in his chest. He had done a good thing. Suddenly, one of the men with him turned and asked if he was planning on going back. The question immediately yanked Chanho back to the harsh reality of the situation. Han Daesung was still up there, all alone. The curious demons swarmed in, wanting to see if he was really dead yet. A massive leg, thick as a pillar, stepped right beside him. The demon it belonged to leaned down, its eyes glinting sharply as it let out a savage laugh. On the live stream, the restaurant employee was lost in his commentary, and the viewer chat was exploding with messages. Surrounded on all sides, a demon raised its massive club high into the air. It aimed straight for the back of Han Daesung's neck and brought it crashing down. The blow was so powerful, the employee filming it instinctively covered his eyes in horror. As the dust settled, the demon froze. Something wasn't right. Its blow had only obliterated a car. Its prey had vanished. It whipped around in shock, its jaw dropping. The man who should have been dead was standing there, having just blown the head clean off one of its comrades with a single strike. It looked like something straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster, and the employee's commentary grew even more frantic with excitement. By destroying the monsters, Han Daesung had absorbed a massive amount of magical energy, and the pain vanished. He decided he would pay these demons back with interest. Han Daesung launched himself forward. In a flash, he decapitated several of the creatures around him. He moved so fast that the phone's live stream couldn't keep up with the action. Immediately, a viewer offered 5 million won if the streamer could get a clear shot of him. Seeing the huge sum, the employee's eyes lit up. His mind raced, trying to figure out how to get a better angle. Han Daesung was fighting an entire horde of demons with his bare hands. But he could feel his magical energy steadily draining away. He decided to end this quickly and poured all his remaining strength into one attack. He launched a brutal uppercut into a demon's chin. The force was so immense it launched his entire body into the air. After that shot, another donation of 5 million won came in. The condition: get a clear picture of the hero's face. An anonymous message from a user named Whisper popped up. I'll pay you more if you can give me specific details about that man's identity. I'm waiting for your reply. The waiter stared at his phone, his body rigid. The flood of messages made him both thrilled and terrified. But he was too much of a coward to actually step out from his hiding spot. Then, the user HMC dropped an irresistible offer, a 20 million won donation that sent the chat into a frenzy. Get a clear shot of his face and some basic info, and I'll make it 40 million. The offer left the waiter utterly speechless, his jaw on the floor as he stared at the screen. Meanwhile, at the HM building, a computer monitor displayed the waiter's live stream, surrounded by the buzz of employees. Seeing the new offer, an employee smirked. Okay, looks like our streamer is finally making a move. Our team is already heading to the incident zone, so he can link up with us there. I've been a scout for a long time, but I've never seen anything like it. That man is a rare talent. Back on the battlefield, Han Daesung stood with one foot planted on a demon's corpse. He stared down the remaining creatures with an icy gaze. The demons watched him, now wary and hesitant. Han Daesung let out a smirk. Well, you finally feeling scared, you filthy monsters? All of a sudden, one of the demon's heads exploded, its eyes popping out as blood sprayed everywhere. The culprit was a larger demon standing beside it, who had just smashed its own kind with a giant weapon. The waiter was still peeking out from behind a car, phone in hand. He was determined not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The demon leader ordered its underlings to charge forward once more. Han Daesung's magical energy was nearly depleted. All he could do now was hope for a miracle. Lost in his filming, the waiter jumped as Jang Chanho leaned in from behind and whispered, "What the hell are you doing?" The sudden question made him panic and drop his phone. Jang Chanho immediately started chewing him out, leaving the waiter speechless and gaping. The phone lay abandoned on the ground, leading the viewers to believe the streamer had been attacked. Jang Chanho began dragging the waiter toward a nearby building. The employee kept craning his neck back, his eyes begging to go back for the phone. He was heartbroken, tears streaming down his face as he mourned the fortune that had just slipped through his fingers. Suddenly, a massive pillar-like foot slammed down, crushing the phone to pieces. The two men's faces went pale. The waiter foamed at the mouth in terror and passed out cold. Jang Chanho shouted in a panic, Hey, wake up! Get a hold of yourself!" The demon raised its club, ready to strike, when its head was suddenly obliterated by a blast of energy. On closer inspection, it was the lead demon's own club. The one who'd thrown it was Han Daesung, standing victorious atop a pile of monster corpses. Han Daesung grinned. "Nice shot." A short while later, the two men and the unconscious employee had taken shelter inside a grill house. Han Daesung spoke up. "I gotta go somewhere. It should only take about 20 minutes. Can you wait here?" To put him at ease, Jang Chanho replied, "Yeah, don't worry. The guild is almost here to rescue everyone. Whatever you need to ask can wait until you get back. Go on, get going." Just then, a system notification appeared. He had completed 100% of the demon extermination progress in the real world. From now on, he could enter the divine temple with his physical body and use any items from the temple in the real world. Han Daesung selected accept. In the blink of an eye, a portal materialized, leaving Jang Chanho completely stunned. His eyes went wide with shock. A portal? He can just open a portal? Who the hell is that guy? Han Daesung stepped through the space gate and entered the sanctuary. His body ached after a long night of fighting. He immediately requested a status check from the system. A notification window appeared, showing that his mana level had dropped below 10%. He immediately asked for the fastest way to recover. The system replied instantly. The fastest way is to systemize the journal and complete the designated quests to receive rewards. My journal? Isn't that the thing I painstakingly wrote in every day back in hell just to stay sane? Another notification window appeared, asking if he wanted to proceed with systemizing the journal. He agreed without hesitation. Do it. As soon as he confirmed, a red-covered journal materialized. Systemization initiated. An immense surge of energy erupted from the book, making the air around him feel compressed. The system announced the beginning of the imprinting process. A flood of memories cascaded through Han Daesung's mind, and a splitting headache hit him like a hammer. The journal suddenly burst into flames and vanished. The system signaled that the process was complete. System, Take me to the Predator's forest from page 16 to the point in time when I could first use mana. The system immediately recreated day 75 of year 5. Meanwhile, back at the barbecue restaurant in the real world, Jang Chanho and the waiter were rushing up the stairs. As he ran, the waiter wondered, does this guy know the person who just wiped out all those monsters? His curiosity got the better of him, and he tried to pry for more information. Hey, do you know where that hero went? Jang Chanho shot the waiter a look. You're only so interested in him for the money, aren't you? The question left the waiter speechless. Suddenly, a noise from above startled them both. Chanho immediately suggested, there might be survivors on a roof. Let's go check it out. Just as they were about to head up, Jang Chanho's phone vibrated. He quickly pulled it out to check the message. It was a text from the Exxon Guild's leader, saying their response was delayed because of the weekend and advising him to get out of there quickly. Jang Chanho grew even more anxious. Han Daesung, please hurry back. Han Daesung found himself standing in a desolate place, shrouded in an ethereal mist. The system announced that the recreation of the Predator's forest was successful, but it was unable to display detailed information due to spatial restrictions. The unnatural silence put him on high alert. A new quest appeared with an intermediate difficulty. Eliminate the Celestials invading this area within 1 hour. The objective was to collect 10 large white statues. The reward, a 30% increase in mana and 2,000 achievement points. Just as the notification vanished, a bizarre silhouette emerged from a mist. Daesung asked nonchalantly, so you've arrived. It immediately detected the intruder and activated its defense mode, then fired laser beams in his direction. With incredible speed, Han Daesung dodged every single laser beam, before coming to an abrupt halt. Before him stood a towering monster with a red cross on its face. The objects protruding from its head and shoulders resembled a pair of wings. The system notification appeared. Upright white statue detected. Species biorobot. He took a closer look at the creature, known as a Celestial. While Daesung was still observing, the robot launched its attack. It thrust its drill-like claws straight down, but he effortlessly dodged the blow. To save time, Han Daesung channeled his energy, concentrating all his power into his hand. Then lunged forward, slamming his fist directly into the robot's face. The powerful impact shattered the right side of its mask. Caught off guard, the monster staggered and fell backward. He slowly approached, thinking it was finished. But then, the robot's fingers began to twitch, suddenly extending and shooting toward him. Instead of retreating, Han Daesung charged straight into the center of the reaching fingers. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into one final punch. The robot instantly exploded. Its parts flew in every direction, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured the entire area. Through the white smoke, a red orb suddenly appeared, catching his eye. Back at the barbecue restaurant, Jang Chanho cautiously pushed open a door. The rooftop was littered with bodies. Chanho and the waiter froze in shock. Bodies were strewn across the rooftop. Amidst the chaos, a heavily wounded man was slumped against a wall. The two of them rushed over. Jang Chanho knelt down to ask, "Hey man, you okay? You all right?" The man could only manage a weak nod, mumbling something unintelligible. With the last of his strength, he managed to force out a single word. Behind. A sudden, immense wave of killing intent washed over them. Right behind them, a massive green demon loomed. The terrified waiter started to back away, but Jang Chanho grabbed him, whispering, "Don't move a muscle until I tell you to." The waiter muttered, "What the hell are you talking about?" The moment he turned his head, he froze. The demon was growling, its eyes fixed right on them. As the color drained from the waiter's face, Jang Chanho snapped at him. "Get a grip. When I give the signal, you run for the door. Snap out of it if you don't want to die here." The monster suddenly let out a threatening roar and pounced. "Run, now!" Jang Chanho roared. Meanwhile, in the Predator's forest, the red sphere had swollen to a colossal size. Han Daesung watched his guard up. The sphere rose into the air and began to regenerate. Han Daesung scowled, his face etched with annoyance. Asterisk regeneration progress, 10%. Target's attack pattern analysis complete. Upgrading gaseous form capabilities, asterisk. Han Daesung wasn't about to give any more time. He shot forward like a lightning bolt, unleashing a devastating blow right into the sphere. The sheer force of the impact sent sparks crackling across its surface. He executed a flawless flip in midair, landing softly on top of it. Regeneration progress reduced to 3%. This was getting on Han Daesung's nerves. He focused his power, and slammed his fist down. Regeneration rate skyrockets to 40%. The incredible destructive force cracked the sphere's surface. Progress increases to 55%. The cracks spiderwebbed outward. Progress increases to 65%. System error detected. Asterisk regeneration rate overload. Rebirth progress at 70%. Asterisk. He delivered another brutal strike. Countless laser beams shot out from the fissures, scorching his sleeve. He turned to see a squadron of robots emerging from a mist. They immediately locked on a Han Daesung. A barrage of lasers fired. Weaving together into a deadly lattice of light. No dialogue. Only 5% remaining until regeneration is complete. Stomping hard, Han Daesung launched himself straight toward the robots. They all turned their fire on him. No dialogue. Regeneration process at 98%. The red sphere erupted. In a world-shattering explosion. The violent shockwave launched him hundreds of meters away. At this rate, this fight would never end. Han Daesung realized he needed a different approach, a memory buried deep within his mind. He tried to recall fragments of his past, searching for a way to defeat them. But a piercing pain shot through his head. The intense agony prevented him from focusing. Just then, his eyes began to glow. A power far greater than before was awakening within him. In the real world, Zhang Chanho and the waiter were running for their lives, with a blue-skinned demon in hot pursuit. It roared in frustration and slammed its club down. The monster glanced around angrily. Spotting a clue, it bellowed and charged forward. Just as Chanho and the waiter ducked behind a door, a massive hand crashed down right beside them. The panicked waiter rolled forward to dodge the blow. Both of them, completely exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The demon's hand withdrew, but not before tearing deep gouges into the floor. The deep scratch marks were a grim reminder of their close call. Barely escaping with his life, Chanho panted, "We have to get downstairs. Now." The scene shifted back to Daesung. He was single-handedly taking on an entire swarm of robots. Despite the dense barrage of attacks, he weaved nimbly between their razor-sharp claws. Agile as a squirrel, he kicked off a tree trunk to launch himself forward. The robot swarm immediately gave chase. But then, Daesung screeched to a halt, turning to face his pursuers. The robots formed a line, their systems locking onto their target in unison, preparing to fire. Completely unfazed, Daesung just smirked and flipped them the bird. Just as he did, the ground beneath the robots began to tremble violently. The robots froze in confusion. Daesung Tukka, welcome to the Predator's forest. Just as Daesung planned, a colossal mouth filled with jagged teeth erupted from the earth, swallowing the entire swarm of robots whole. After its meal, the swamp whale slowly sank back underground. Daesung mused to himself, looks like this swamp whale's appetite hasn't changed a bit. He casually stretched his muscles. Good luck getting reincarnated in its stomach. That thing could digest just about anything. Mission complete. You have met the conditions for clearing the stage. Reconfiguring physical abilities. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy enveloped Daesung's entire body. Daesung took a moment to feel the change. My magic powers increased too. Another reward notification appeared, weakness of the judge. And a blue short sword materialized before his eyes. Item, judge's dagger. Classification, weapon. Description, a holy relic used by the judges, crafted from the hide of the monster gum. Can be controlled within a maximum radius of 100 meters. Its power is proportional to the user's magic. Daesung grabbed the dagger. Remote control, huh? To test it out, he threw the dagger. It soared 100 meters before abruptly changing direction, then flew right back into his hand. Pretty satisfied with his new weapon. Not bad. This could be useful. He let his hand drop, and the dagger vanished automatically. Caught up in the fight, Daesung suddenly remembered he was late to meet Chanho. He quickly opened a portal to return to the real world. The moment he returned, a live news broadcast caught his eye. The male anchor reported, currently, a fissure believed to be a sky gate has appeared, throwing the entire area near Nong-O district into chaos. A similar situation previously occurred in Daegu district. The broadcast cut to an interview, where a guest professor argued that the Hunter Association bears the most responsibility. He criticized the association for its manpower shortage and for allowing hunters to take holidays during such a critical time, leading to delayed relief efforts and a loss of public trust. Meanwhile, inside a vehicle speeding down the road. The passengers were watching the same news report. One of them cursed angrily. Are these two assholes insane? Association hunters don't get paid nearly as much as those guild guys. It's not like we're prophets or scouts. How can they blame us for this? The constant whining was getting on the team leader's last nerve. Stop your bitching. If we don't handle this properly, this whole team is done for. And as your captain, I'll be the first one fired. Suddenly, a breaking news update caught both of their attentions. We now live in Nong-O district, where a mysterious hunter has appeared and is fighting, saving thousands of lives in the area. Stunned by the report, they immediately decided to change course and head straight for Nong-O district. Back at the barbecue restaurant, the image of the bodies on the rooftop still haunted the waiter, making his skin crawl. Zhang Chanho wasn't much better, but they had no choice but to wait for the rescue team. Suddenly, a loud noise made them both jump. They scrambled to hide behind a table, peeking out to see what was happening. The waiter whispered, "You think that's the hunter team's vehicle?" But after a moment, the only thing they saw was a light fixture in the restaurant shaking. There was no other sound or movement. Zhang Chanho's brow furrowed, his mind filled with suspicion. The newcomer wasn't a hunter team, but a familiar face that made both people in the restaurant stare wide-eyed. Zhang Chanho saw his friend covered in blood, clutching his stomach in pain, and thought he was seriously hurt. But Han Daesung was just gasping for air before turning to call the server. The employee flinched, thinking he'd done something terribly wrong, but Daesung just asked him to light the grill for the meat. Hearing this, both the server and Chanho were speechless. Neither could believe he was still in the mood to eat under the circumstances. "Don't you see that monster corpse? Who the hell eats at a time like this? Did those things knock you stupid?" Zhang Chanho yelled. Inside the restaurant, pieces of a demon's flesh were scattered everywhere. And even the pork on the grill was splattered with its blood. Han Daesung squinted, picked up a piece to inspect it, and seeing nothing wrong, promptly shoved it into his mouth and began chewing greedily, ignoring the other two, who were trying not to puke. Suddenly, a pair of black combat boots stepped into the restaurant. A fully armed soldier stood beside the demon's corpse. "Is everyone okay?" The moment he saw the soldier, the server cried out in relief, knowing he was saved. The soldier's eyes quickly shifted to Han Daesung, who was still calmly eating his meal. He was quite surprised that a civilian could remain so composed. Afraid his friend would be interrogated, Zhang Chanho rushed forward with a friendly greeting, slapping Daesung on the back as he explained. "This guy's in shock, so he's acting a little weird. Hope you can overlook it." Then Zhang Chanho wrapped his arms around him from behind, hissing, "We need to get this psycho to a hospital. My friend's about to completely lose it." The soldier's face was grim as he blocked them from leaving. Chanho just flashed a confident smile and pulled a business card from inside his jacket. It read, "Team Leader, Business Division 1, Sun Group. If there are any problems, you can reach me here." The soldier awkwardly apologized and offered to escort them out. Outside, soldiers were busy securing the area, where demon corpses lay strewn about. A captain stepping out of his vehicle froze at the sight, while a soldier named Nick wretched beside him. The captain quietly assessed the scene. What the hell is this? He thought to himself that whoever did this was even more brutal and powerful than the monsters themselves. By now, Zhang Chanho was speeding down the street in his car. He offered to let Han Daesung crash at his place for the night. "I'm really worried about my family." Han Daesung refused. Seeing his usually thoughtless friend actually concerned about family, Chanho felt a little proud, but still gave him some advice. "You're gonna go home looking like a zombie? You'll just scare your mom to death." Han Daesung sniffed himself and realized he did reek a bit. He decided he'd stop by Chanho's place for a quick shower. Chanho's apartment was in a luxurious high-rise building. The moment he stepped inside, Daesung let out a low whistle of admiration. Chanho told him to go ahead and order some chicken. A little while later, an entire table was covered in fried chicken. Remembering how his friend had been craving meat earlier, Chanho had ordered a feast. However, Daesung pushed the food aside. "You can make a ton of money being a hunter, right?" he asked abruptly. Chanho, recalling their earlier conversation, replied, "Of course, but not everyone gets that lucky. The field is full of scammers. That's what I hear, anyway." Then, Chanho looked at him with anticipation. "You want to become a demon hunter?" Han Daesung just grunted, "Yeah," while busy stuffing his face with chicken. Seeing his friend's potential, Chanho suggested he register at the Hunter Association. You have to be at least a B rank to qualify. Zhang Chanho was absolutely certain his friend was at least A rank material by now. Hearing B rank and A rank, Han Daesung just looked confused. Chanho quickly explained, "They're hunter power rankings. If you're a B rank, you can join a major guild or the association. Either way, The monthly pay is only about 3,001. But if you hit A rank, the benefits are way better. Han Daesung licked his fingers clean. Is there anything higher than A rank? Technically, yeah. There's S rank, but right now, only 5 out of 2 million awakened have reached it. Zhang Chanho picked up a piece of chicken and scoffed. What? You planning on being the 6th S rank awakener? Get real. Don't even dream about it. Just hitting A rank is a huge deal. In the Republic of Korea, an A rank hunter can live in luxury for generations. Seeing that his friend was serious about this, Chanho threw his support behind him. The two of them clinked their cans, toasting to a brother's new journey. But I've always been a hunter, Daesung thought to himself. In another building, inside a lavishly decorated room, a man was cutting a steak with a knife and fork. Beside him lay a file containing Han Daesung's information. The long-haired man spoke as he ate. So, this is the debtor who went berserk. I can eat and listen, so go on. Run that by me again. The guy who threw our entire organization into chaos was that crazy deadbeat. The buzz-cut man, standing across from him, answered quickly, his voice trembling with fear. Yes, sir. The long-haired man dabbed his dark lips with a napkin. Things are getting a little sloppy. You must have had a tough time surviving, huh? So why did you run away then, only to drag your sorry ass back here? The buzz-cut man froze at the rebuke, stammering, unable to form a single word. The long-haired man placed a hand on his shoulder, making him tremble violently. It's because he had nowhere else to run. The man with the long hair and the scar across his face was Lee Seoho, leader of the Red Demon Gang. So, even a crazy little punk like that has the balls to go to the cops. Why are you shaking like a leaf? Could it be because of that punk? A suffocating killing intent filled the room. Lee Seoho glanced to his right, where the buzz-cut man's former boss lay in a pool of his own blood. The body was missing an arm, its rib cage gruesomely exposed. It was a horrifying sight. At that sight, the buzz-cut man's terror intensified. Lee Seoho's hand rested lightly on his subordinate's shoulder. The subordinate begged for his life. Lee Seoho placed a hand on the man's shaved head. He leaned in close, his voice as cold as ice. The money's gone from the safe. I don't care if the office is a wreck. The skinhead trembled, pleading for a way out. Lee Seoho's expression was unreadable. He gave a slight nod, as if in agreement. The skinhead trembled, stammering his thanks. Lee Seoho's voice dripped with mockery. Thanks. In less than a second, his head exploded like a firework. Fresh blood splattered across Lee Seoho's ice-cold face. Ignoring the headless body twitching on the floor, he walked over and picked up Daesung's file from the desk. He held it up and ordered his subordinate, take care of this kid. Make it clean. From the shadows, a subordinate quietly acknowledged the order. The next day, the Korean Hunter Association. Han Daesung stood in front of the building, hands casually tucked in his pockets. Zhang Chanho shouted as he got out of his car. You need to go to the front desk and tell them you're here for an awakening evaluation. Someone will guide you from there. Han Daesung didn't even look back, just kept walking. Zhang Chanho called after him. Don't forget your manners, and don't talk down to people, or they'll think you're psycho. Seeing his friend keep walking, he yelled, Text me your results when you're done, you bastard. Han Daesung strode confidently inside. A huge crowd was lined up at the entrance. These people were also here to be certified as awakened. Asterisk, just like Chanho said, they're all here for the money. What a pain. Asterisk. At evaluation room 3. Han Daesung looked wearily at the waiting crowd. He'd had the bad luck of drawing number 9. Asterisk, how long is this going to take? Asterisk. His phone vibrated. It was a text from his mom, asking when he'd be home. Asterisk, I really shouldn't have told her anything. Asterisk. He quickly texted back that he was at Chanho's place showering and would be home soon, trying to hide the fact he was registering to be a hunter. A few seconds later, she replied, If you haven't eaten lunch yet, come home and eat with your sister. Asterisk, she even bought hangover soup. I need to get home quick. Asterisk. Just then, the secretary stepped out. Number 9. Finally, his turn. But before he could even step inside, a furious shout came from within. Damn it. On what grounds are you telling me I'm not an awakened? A middle-aged man was causing a scene. The staff member looked extremely flustered, trying to explain that the machine hadn't detected any abilities. The man yelled, How many times do I have to tell you? That machine is a piece of junk. Is this how the association handles things these days? The crowd outside started to murmur in annoyance. The man pointed to his own head, gleaming under the lights. My hair's been falling out like this all morning. What else could it be if not an awakening? The staffer was speechless. Outside, the crowd, including the secretary, couldn't hold back their laughter. Han Daesung started to get antsy. Mom's waiting at home. The man continued to threaten to file a formal complaint. Suddenly, a hand landed on his bald head. The man spun around, furious. Which bastard dares? And then he froze. Facing him was Han Daesung, radiating a murderous aura like a demon. The man's lips clamped shut in fear. He stammered an explanation. It's the machine. There's something wrong with it. I'm definitely awakened. Han Daesung looked at him coldly. Are you sure the machine is broken? Just then, another staff member, who seemed to be awakened himself, stepped forward to test it. He walked toward the machine and placed his hand on the orb. Crackle! Tiny sparks of electricity flared, and the orb turned green. C rank. Proof that the machine was working perfectly fine. The man was flustered, at a loss for words. Taking the opportunity, the secretary quickly escorted the difficult man out, who left in a huff. The mess was finally sorted out. The secretary apologized and invited him in. Right, Daesung replied. As soon as she let him in, she turned to start chatting with her colleague. Tap! A sharp rap on the head reminded her to focus on her job. Remembering his aura from before, she glanced at Han Daesung's back. Asterisk, that incredible pressure. He must be at least a B rank. Asterisk. At the Korean Hunter Association. Inside the branch office. The phone was ringing off the hook. The branch manager had just picked up when a frantic voice came through. Branch manager, you need to get down to testing room 3 on the 6th floor now. When he asked what was wrong, the person on the other end just insisted he had to see it for himself. Rushing into the elevator, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be an S-rank awakening? But he quickly dismissed it as wishful thinking. If that were really the case, the scouting teams would already be tearing each other apart to get there first. Arriving on the 6th floor, the 6th floor was in chaos. A crowd of examinees had gathered, murmuring about something unprecedented. The branch manager pushed his way through them and entered the testing room. The sight inside left him stunned. The crystal orb was shattered to pieces. All 3 crystal orbs were broken. What the hell? A pale-faced C-rank employee quickly explained what happened, glancing nervously at Han Daesung. It all started when Han Daesung placed his hand on the orb. It immediately began cycling through a swirl of rainbow colors. Daesung had wondered, is this thing working right? Seeing the orb's unusual behavior, the employee had wondered if it was malfunctioning. A colleague just laughed it off, saying the machines acted up sometimes. Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the room. The employee watched in horror as a crack suddenly appeared on the orb's surface. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded, sending a thick plume of white smoke billowing out that startled the examinees outside. Inside the room, the smoke was so thick that the secretary was coughing violently, even while covering her nose. Amid the chaos, Han Daesung stood motionless before the broken mana measurement device, while the employee from earlier had collapsed to the floor in shock. Seeing him standing there like a statue, the employee thought he was scared stiff. Are you okay? He asked quickly. Daesung didn't say a word. After hearing the full story, the branch manager was at a loss. He figured it had to be a faulty machine. But all 3 crystal orbs had the same result. There was no way all 3 malfunctioned at the same time. Noticing 2 staff members whispering, Han Daesung started to worry they were going to make him pay for the damages. So what do I do now, he asked. Do I need to retest? The branch manager hesitated. If he let the kid keep testing, he might break more equipment, and the replacement cost would come out of his own pocket. After a moment of thought, he turned to Han Daesung. You're Han Daesung, correct? This is a first for us, so it looks like we'll have to make a judgment based on a secondary evaluation. A secondary evaluation? In your case, we can't make a judgment based on the crystal orb. Instead, you'll need to be assessed by a different panel of evaluators. Only then can we finally determine your rank. Han Daesung looked skeptical. But the C-rank employee quickly reassured him. The ranking is based on clear criteria, so you have nothing to worry about. I understand. After seeing Han Daesung off with a somewhat over-the-top farewell, and waiting until he was out of sight, the branch manager let out a deep sigh. This job is going to be the death of me. The secretary spoke up. The crystal orb measures the otherworldly power within an awakened, correct? Yes. What's your point? The branch manager asked. I'm not entirely sure. But perhaps the otherworldly power that Mr. Han Daesung possesses is simply beyond the crystal orb's measurement range. That could be why it exploded. Hearing this, the C-rank employee scoffed. The branch manager, however, seriously considered the possibility, suspecting Han Daesung could be an SSS rank awakened. The C-rank staffer just thought the secretary was being dramatic, adamantly refusing to believe it. Han Daesung called Jang Chanho to tell him what happened and that he had to take a secondary evaluation. The machine was broken, so you have to do a retest? Jang Chanho asked. No, he replied. Then what? Jang Chanho pressed. It exploded. You broke the machine? Zhang Chanho yelled into the phone. That's not something you can just go around smashing. You just put your hand on it like they said, and it blew up. Yeah. You were only in there for 5 minutes, so of course they couldn't get a result. Look, you've got no choice now but to ace this secondary evaluation. Just go home and rest. I'll text you the schedule later. Just as the call ended, a flash of red light in the distance caught Han Daesung's eye. He turned, instantly on guard. He stared toward the source of the light. It was a female archer. No matter how she looked at him, Han Daesung didn't seem like much of a threat. Even if he was some powerful awakened, she couldn't care less. Just as the sniper was about to pull the trigger, Han Daesung suddenly turned, his gaze piercing straight through her scope. He spotted me. She froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. In her entire career, no target had ever spotted her. Suddenly, Han Daesung tapped his temple, his eyes widening in a defiant challenge, as if daring her to shoot him right there. She was about to retreat, but a cold command came through her earpiece, ordering her to fire. Without a second thought, she raised her rifle. Bang! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The bullet sped straight for Daesung. A thick cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the entire building. Trying to get cocky with me? She smirked. But as the dust settled, Han Daesung was still standing there, completely unharmed. At his feet, the specially made A-class bullet lay flattened. Panic flooded her senses. The sniper turned and bolted, running for her life out of the building. All of a sudden, Han Daesung's dagger shot out like a streak of light, embedding itself deep in her thigh. A pain scream ripped through the air as she collapsed to the ground. In that same moment, Han Daesung appeared right in front of her, a chilling, murderous aura radiating from him, paralyzing the sniper with fear. Too bad, he jeered. You aim for the right spot, but it's not that easy to take me out, sweetie. The dagger in her thigh suddenly vanished. Fighting through the pain, the sniper quickly drew the pistol at her hip. She scrambled to turn, aiming it forward. How are you still standing after taking one of my A-class bullets? Just what kind of wanderer are you? Hell. The name's Han Daesung, he replied. The wanderer from hell. Feeling mocked, she furiously pulled the trigger, unloading a volley of A-class bullets at him. The deafening gunfire echoed throughout the construction site. The sniper remained on high alert, panting heavily. Is he dead yet? But then a voice came from right behind her. She whipped around, startled, to find Han Daesung standing there like a ghost. Asterisk how? I know I saw him fall. Asterisk. Looking back, she saw that the figure in the smoke was just a lifeless black shadow. Before she could even process it, her eyes widened in terror. A hand shot out, grabbing her by the neck and slamming her against the concrete wall. Choking, she struggled helplessly. But then, from the very wall behind her, countless dark hands began to emerge. A grotesque entity covered in eyes, mouths, and hands, slimy and monstrous, was surrounding her. The horrifying sight was more than she could bear, and she fainted, foaming at the mouth. Han Daesung clicked his tongue in annoyance. He hadn't even done anything yet, and she'd already passed out. Ignoring the sniper suspended on the wall, Han Daesung casually picked up a few shell casings to examine them, wondering how such small pieces of metal could pack so much destructive power. His eyes fell on her gun case, where he spotted a family photo and her ID inside. He tossed a few of the casings at her head, until she came to. The sniper woke up and started screaming. Han Daesung got straight to the point, warning her that if she kept screaming or talking nonsense, she'd end up dead. He threw her family photo and ID down in front of her and asked, "Who sent you?" Sweating profusely, the terrified sniper thought to herself, Asterisk, I absolutely cannot reveal anything about the Red Demon Gang. I have to make up a name. Asterisk. She stammered out the name Kim Sung-hein. Han Daesung recognized it as the name of the big guy from the Loan Shark organization he had wiped out not long ago. That guy had claimed that he was the one who stole all their money. Only then did Han Daesung remember the 500 million. Just as the sniper thought she had fooled him, a sharp thwip cut through the air. Something from Han Daesung's hand had shot through her shoulder, leaving a gaping hole. An excruciating wave of pain washed over her, and she let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. The ghostly hands still pinned the female assassin down. Han Daesung's voice was cold. An assassin this cooperative, suspicious. Say one wrong word, and I'll end you right here. He gave her one last chance. Who sent you? The female assassin knew she couldn't breathe a word about the Bing Hong MO death here or death at the hands of the organization. It was all the same. Having made her choice, she suddenly channeled all her strength into her arm, aiming to crush her own heart. You can ask me 1,000,000 times, and my answer will still be the same. Han Daesung saw her intention, but didn't move to stop her. He simply watched. Just as the assassin began to scream wildly, "Go to hell, you filthy monster!" Daesung struck first, punching a hole through her chest. The assassin's face was frozen in pure shock and horror, never imagining she would die such a pathetic death. She choked, blood spraying everywhere. Daesung said nonchalantly, "You can go there alone. I'm sick and tired of that damn hell." Fresh blood pooled on the floor. The female assassin's body went limp, collapsing into her own pool of blood. Her breathing stopped. Han Daesung looked annoyed. All that trouble, and he still couldn't get any information about the mastermind. And now, he had to clean up this mess. He didn't want to use the item, as it always sent his mood plummeting. But Han Daesung summoned the journal anyway. He searched the dead woman's memories and quickly flipped to page 134. If it's this should solve everything. He opened a portal to the Divine Hall. Most of the nearby areas were connected to the rift in the Celestial Gate. But first, he needed to hide the body. It would be a pain in the ass if someone found it. In a hidden corner of a vast construction site, a blue tarp covered a lumpy shape. From underneath, a hand peeked out, resting in a pool of slowly drying blood. His work finished, Han Daesung stepped through the portal and into the Divine Hall. The moment he appeared, a system notification arrived. The demonic beasts of this realm welcomed the return of the Absolute One. The system asked which moment he wished to recreate. Page 134 of the Hell Journal described the soul-binding prison. It was the primary weapon of the Demon King, one of the 15 lords who ruled Hell alongside the demon gods. An artifact created by an ancient race, it could summon the dead by binding them with the user's own blood. Han Daesung remembered his first time here. He thought it would be easy, but the commander he summoned was so weak, it was uncontrollable. A new system notification appeared, initiating the recreation of day 198 of year 67 in the Divine Hall. Asterisk, this place isn't hell. It's for processing corpses from Earth. This time, I have to do it right. Asterisk. Han Daesung made his decision and hit the activation button. The system began recreating the river of the dead. The space around him began to warp, and a river filled with corpses slowly materialized. Countless skulls drifted lazily beneath the murky purple water. The Demon King's territory lay on the other side of the river. There used to be a boat to cross it, but now there was nothing. Swimming across was out of the question. Submerge yourself for even a moment, and the zombies would gnaw your body down to the bone. A quest window appeared. Difficulty, medium. Requirement: exterminate the celestial beings occupying the river of the dead. Objective: 20 white pillars. Time limit: 30 minutes. Reward: protection of the demon soul, 50% success rate, 4 soul-binding prison. The moment the notification vanished, Han Daesung felt eyes on him. Pairs of glowing purple eyes ignited in the darkness. He looked up. What the hell are those? They were the white pillars, members of the upright race from the heavens. Just then, their intruder elimination protocol activated. The spiders leaped to the ground in unison, preparing to attack. One of them lunged forward, spitting out a purple orb of energy. He dodged it with ease. The orb slammed into a stone slab, which instantly began to corrode. Han Daesung understood. Asterisk, if I take these things down, the system will give me a reward. Maybe even a boat. Asterisk. He quickly summoned his daggers. Just as another giant mechanical spider dove down from above, Han Daesung pushed off, launching himself straight at the monster, and plunged a dagger into its body. In a flash, he sliced straight down its body before landing gracefully on the ground. The mechanical spiders fired in unison, unleashing a barrage of purple bombs that rained down like thunder. Han Daesung's eyes flared crimson. The purple bombs were of no concern to Han Daesung. He stood defiantly, letting them fly right at him. A barrier of energy materialized around his body, easily blocking the assault. Seeing that the robot spiders had no intention of backing down, Han Daesung decided to end this in one blow. He gathered his power and slammed his saber deep into the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The spiders that had just leaped onto the rock were instantly stunned, and the whole swarm staggered and collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Han Daesung shot forward like an arrow. He swung his saber, tearing through the body of a large spider. Then he finished off the last one by grabbing its core with his bare hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Daesung crushed it. A series of system notifications appeared. The Absolute One has satisfied all conditions. Mission complete. Quest progress is now underway. Progress in the prison of confined souls has reached 50%. a reward has been granted to the Absolute One. A flaming sphere materialized, containing a purple orb. Reward information, Demon's Aegis. A suit of armor forged from Ethelstone. It reduces physical damage and grants immunity to all zombie auras. Han Daesung mumbled the information to himself. The system displayed. Would you like to equip? Note, after equipping it twice, you may equip it at will. His gaze drifted toward the rushing river of zombies. Maybe this can help me swim across. With that thought, he immediately leaped into the water. Han Daesung emerged on the other side, fully clad in the new armor. The system chimed in obsequiously. The demons admire the Absolute One's outstanding swimming ability. The demons of the Sanctum are deeply sorry for being unable to assist the Absolute One. Han Daesung snapped. If I'm not talking to you, that's your cue to shut up. He stepped forward, and a blinding light appeared, engulfing him completely. Han Daesung arrived in the Demon King's domain, only to find it in utter ruin. He looked around. Not a soul in sight. Even the ancient city was gone. The system appeared again. The demons of the Sanctum are deeply sorry for the disappearance of the Demon King's ancient city. I told you to stop reporting every little thing, he said, furious. I'm not some damn part-timer. Besides, wasn't the quest supposed to take place in the ancient city? Just as Han Daesung was about to scout the area, the ground began to shake violently. Right before his eyes, a colossal wall rose from the earth. It shot endlessly upward with no sign of stopping. When the tremors ceased, a sky-piercing tower stood menacingly through the thick cloud of dust. A system notification appeared. The Penitent Tower from the heavens. This structure was designed by celestial beings and built from divine stone. Its purpose is to imprison wandering souls in the 9 heavens. The tower suddenly began to glow with a brilliant crimson light. A great gate on the tower creaked open, and an eerie wind howled from within. Han Daesung was unfazed. He figured the next quest would activate if he went inside. And he was right. Quest Item 2 is in progress, according to Journal, page 134. The Demon King's Soul Prison. Difficulty, high. Mission, exterminate 1,000 creatures from the heavens created by the Penitent Tower. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward, character unlock, plus 5,000 points. Objective, complete the prison of confined souls to 100%. A heavy foot stomped down with a thud. The first monster appeared, clad in old iron armor and wielding a spear. Han Daesung narrowed his eyes. Asterisk, this look is a little familiar. A commander knight. As long as it's a demon type, it shouldn't be hostile to me. Asterisk. But suddenly, an entire army of commander knights charged madly toward him, letting out unearthly screams. Refusing to be intimidated, Han Daesung let out a thunderous roar. Surrender. A suffocating, killing intent radiated from him, causing the legion to hesitate for a moment. The system popped up again. The demons of the Sanctum are deeply sorry for the soldiers' rebellion. At that moment, the monsters roared in unison. Then, the entire horde charged forward to attack. Unflinching, Han Daesung immediately activated his unique skill. He realized that these things didn't seem to have cores. Could it be the effect of that white pillar? The army of commander knights grew larger, their ragged breaths audible as they advanced. Seeing they showed no fear, he decided to summon Blood Demonification. Blood Demonification has been activated. It can transform the player into a half-demon. Activation consumes a certain amount of HP. Every hour, attack power for all states and skills will increase by 300%. Han Daesung's eyes burned with intensity. Asterisk, that white pillar. I have to break through it now. Asterisk. He gathered his strength, then shot forward like a lightning bolt, streaking across the battlefield and slashing through the demons before they could even react. With his near-absolute speed, a single punch was enough to send the horde flying for miles. The number of creatures killed quickly rose from 50 out of 10,000 to 130 out of 10,000. He now stood before the fortress wall, where a swarm of demons lurked behind the gate. Han Daesung decided he had to destroy his target from inside. Just then, a massive squad of demon lieutenants poured out from the white pillar. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward to seize the initiative, unleashing a flurry of slashes before leaping high into the air. He brought his sword down, delivering a devastating blow to the tower. A thunderous explosion echoed. The towering Forzer Tower collapsed, crumbling into pieces. The white pillar was destroyed, and with it, the demon lieutenants vanished into the thick dust and smoke. He walked across the fractured ground. Half of his armor had turned to dark black. He had completed 100% of the soul collection. His reward, 1 unlocked runic glyph and 5,000 achievement points. A moment later, 2 large orbs, one purple and one orange, appeared before him. One was a materialized item, the other a reward. He decided to inspect them before claiming either. Han Daesung gave the command to reveal. The purple orb emitted a thin wisp of smoke and flew before him. And an information panel immediately appeared. Item name: Prison of Confined Souls. Classification: Artifact. The one and only treasure of the Demon King, capable of absorbing the souls of the dead, merging them with the owner's blood, and transforming them into lieutenants. Special Skill 1, Imprisonment. When a target is considered dead, their soul is trapped within the artifact. Special Skill 2, Resurrection. Can resurrect the souls of the dead and use them as lieutenants. Special Skill 3, Memory Sharing. Can observe a portion of the memories of owned lieutenants. Current number of imprisoned souls, 0/20. His original goal was to collect the undead and secure information, but a limit of 20 was far too small. That must be why he received this extra reward. Han Daesung gave the command again, and the orange orb burst into flames. A system prompt appeared, asking if he wished to unlock the runic glyph within the prison. He didn't answer, instead issuing another command. Energy enveloped both orbs. The system announced that the number of souls that could be imprisoned had increased. The current capacity was now 0/100. He reached out and grabbed the glowing purple orb, and then suddenly crushed it in his hand. The system immediately announced, absorbing the prison of confined souls. With his objective complete, he prepared to leave. But suddenly, a golden orb appeared, startling Han Daesung. A system warning flashed. The surrounding monsters trembled before the ferocious aura pouring from a sphere of light. The divine beasts advised the Absolute One to be cautious. As a supreme being, he was under no obligation to listen. He gave the command to reveal, and the orb glowed brighter. Then abruptly merged into his hand, leaving behind a strange sigil. The energy faded, leaving only a circular mark on the back of his hand. While he was still trying to process what happened, an information panel popped up. The words "Quest complete" faintly appeared, with the counter at 1 out of 3. He thought it was something good, but it turned out to be just some stupid, time-wasting quest. Disappointed, he summoned a dimensional gate to return to the real world. Seconds later, he was back at the construction site. But a new problem had emerged. The body he had hidden under the blue tarp, along with the pool of blood, was gone. Putting it aside for now, Han Daesung headed home. The moment he walked through the door, he saw his little sister peeking out at him. Before he could even catch his breath, she cut him off. "Where have you been so late? The food's all cold now." Hearing his sister's nagging, he quietly apologized. She just sighed and told him to come eat. As he sat down at the table, a spread of their mom's hot, freshly made dishes was already waiting. Just then, a news report on the TV mentioned the gate incident from yesterday, noting it was larger in scale than the last one. Seeing this, his mom turned off the TV, suggesting they all focus on their meal. Chewing his food, Han Daesung said, "The world's really changed. Now even monsters make the evening news." Hearing this, his mom shot a worried glance at her son and explained, "I was afraid it would be a shock, so I didn't want to say anything. I'm sorry. I feel so useless as a mother, not being able to do anything for you." Daesung answered casually, "It's okay, Mom. Just knowing you two are alive and unhurt in this world, that's more than enough for me." She was taken aback by her son's maturity. His little sister heard him and turned away, embarrassed. To break the heavy atmosphere, he asked his mom and sister if they wanted him to buy them anything. "Used forward it, as if you'd actually get me something nice." The rest of the meal was filled with warmth and laughter. The scene shifts to the Soul Gang's headquarters. Daesung calls Jang Chanho. He informs him that he's going to lay low for a while. Jang Chanho guessed it was because of side quest or that he wanted to train. Han Daesung vaguely replied that locking himself away on a mountain was basically the same as training. Jang Chanho thought his friend was acting a bit strange today, but Han Daesung was perfectly clear-headed when he made this decision. "I found a bug, but it vanished right in front of me. The body at the construction site is gone without a trace." Chanho, bewildered, asked, "A bug? What the hell are you talking about?" Daesung didn't explain, only instructing, "Anyway, while I'm gone, do me a favor and look after my mom and Ju for me." Jang Chanho immediately agreed, even though he had no idea what his best friend was up to. Inside the Crimson Demon Gang's headquarters, a subordinate is reporting on the disposal of a body. But Lee Seoho barely seems to care, his mind preoccupied with how easily Han Daesung turned a B-rank assassin into a complete novice. The subordinate asks nervously, "Boss, what are your orders for him? Just forget about him." Lee Seoho replies flatly. His gaze is distant. "I heard he's participating in the next hunter exam. That'll be the perfect chance to get rid of him. For now, we'll take it easy and save our strength." Isn't that right, Jean Chun? From inside the experimental tank, a voice answers, yes, sir. He calls out eagerly, can we start now? I've been waiting for this for a long, long time. A doctor standing nearby interrupts their conversation. The A-rank subject, Jean Chun's heart rate, is stable. I'll begin the serum injection now. Lee Seo-ho turns to the glass chamber with a patronizing look. This is going to hurt, Jean Chun. Are you ready? Jean Chun gives a thumbs up. I've been ready since the moment I set foot in this place. Extremely pleased, Lee Seo-ho signals to proceed. The doctor respectfully complies, yes, sir. He presses the start button, beginning the injection. A green liquid continuously flows through the tubes, straight into Jean Chun's veins, causing them to bulge. Saturation at 20%. Heart rate is stable. At 40%, the color drains from Jean Chun's face as he grinds his teeth. Suddenly, pulsing blue veins bulge across his face and in his eyes. Saturation at 55%. The doctor announces in a panic, sir, his body is exceeding its limits. Lee Seo-ho just gives a cold command. Keep going. The doctor frantically warns he could die from shock. Seo-ho remains completely unfazed, stating firmly, Jean Chun won't die that easily. If he would, I wouldn't have brought him here in the first place. The doctor nervously watches the monitor. Saturation continues to climb. 80%. Then 90%. Amidst a blinding green light, Jean Chun screams in absolute agony. Saturation has reached 100%. Immediately after, the heart rate monitor on the screen flatlines. Inside the glass chamber, Jean Chun hangs limp, his body covered in grotesque blue veins. The room falls silent. The doctor announces, trembling, heart rate is 0. He's dead. Lee Seo-ho calmly raises a hand to silence him, his eyes still fixed on the figure in the chamber. Suddenly, Jean Chun's hand twitches. The doctor whips his head back to the monitor. The heartbeat indicator suddenly reappears. Vital signs are back. The doctor's eyes widen in disbelief, utterly speechless. At that moment, Jean Chun's eyes snap open, shot through with glowing blue veins. He shatters the glass chamber with a single punch, steps out, and lets out a deafening, earth-shattering roar. A wicked smile spreads across Lee Seo-ho's face. You almost disappointed me. I'm looking forward to the show you'll put on in the next 10 days. Meanwhile, Han Daesung receives a text from Jang Chan-ho. Hey, did you know the test only allows weapons and defensive gear provided by the association? If I can't use my own weapons, I'll have to rely on my physical abilities. But there's something I need to check first. He picks up a twig and taps it lightly against his arm. Just as I thought. My protective armor is completely invisible. That means I can bring my own defensive items without anyone knowing. But what about weapons? Han Daesung summons a spatial gate and reaches inside, rummaging around for a moment. Before pulling out the judge's blade, he tests it, holding it like a simple branch. The system immediately displays a prompt. Would you like to register the judge's blade as a recognized weapon type? He accepts without hesitation. The blade in his hand immediately transforms, taking on the appearance of a small tree branch. Synchronization complete. If this trick works on weapons too, I can bring my favorite blade without any trouble. Should I go back and get it? The territory of the Fire King appears before him, a scorching desert where all the trees are withered and dead. Han Daesung trudges forward, each step heavy. I never thought I'd see this place again. Suddenly, a pack of desert wolves appears ahead, staring him down with hostile eyes. Han Daesung remains completely unfazed. A system notification appears. Item contract quest has appeared. Difficulty, high. 337 fire sword points. Objective, eliminate Okio's minions patrolling the desert and collect their soul stones. Time limit, 2 hours. Goal, 1,000 soul stones. Reward, 500 achievement points. Fire sword contract plus 50%. Information on the wolves also appears. They are beasts, warriors trained by Okio, the fifth apostle of heaven. A smirk plays on Han Daesung's lips. I didn't expect to test out the judge's blade's sharpness so soon. He immediately slices his palm with the blade to activate the soul prison technique. Just then, a massive desert wolf carrying a giant sword steps before him. Han Daesung just flashes a contemptuous smile. What's wrong? Your food look a little different today. The wolf roars in fury, raising its great sword to strike. But before it can, Han Daesung darts forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes in the blink of an eye, sending the wolf crashing face first into the sand. Riding his momentum, Han Daesung moved to finish off the remaining minions. One by one, they vanished in a thin air. His dagger wove a dance of death. The enemy's numbers dwindled rapidly, from 100 down to just 33. Han Daesung tightened his grip on his weapon, his cold eyes scanning the pack of desert wolves. Instantly, the entire pack roared and charged forward in a frenzy. Suddenly, a massive, dark blue hand shot out, stopping the alpha's attack in its tracks. A blue-furred wolf with a hulking frame had appeared out of nowhere. With a simple squeeze of its hand, the blue wolf crushed the other monster's head to a pulp. The sight sent the remaining desert wolves recoiling in terror. More blue wolves began to emerge from the summoning portals. Seizing the opportunity, Han Daesung gave the order to attack. The blue wolves let out a frenzied howl and charged straight for the pack of white wolves. The two beast armies roared, clashing with explosive force and kicking off a brutal battle. Watching from a distance, Han Daesung casually lit a cigarette. I have no idea how Zhang Chanho is still alive, chain-smoking like he does all day. The battle between the two packs grew increasingly fierce. Right before his eyes, a blue wolf was torn in two before vanishing, creating an opening in the fray. Instantly, another wolf seized the chance, leaping through the chaos and charging straight for him. Even though it was just a weakling, he didn't let his guard down. Just as the wolf raised its claws to strike, a dark blue arm shot out and grabbed it. It was the arm of a blue wolf spirit, summoned to protect its master. With a hidden sigil on their bodies, they can endlessly regenerate. The desert wolf was yanked backward with incredible force and devoured whole by the wolf spirit. These are immortal warriors, beyond the reach of death itself. A system notification chimed. Soul stones collected, 12 out of 1,000. To speed things up, Han Daesung decided to join the fray himself. Asterisk, I'm already halfway there. I need to wrap this up and move on to the next quest. Asterisk. Planting his foot for momentum, he launched into the air like a rocket. His speed was unreal. At his current power level, he could easily wipe out these hundreds of beasts in under 2 hours. Reaching an altitude with a full view of the battlefield, Han Daesung paused, a thrilled smirk spreading across his face. Asterisk now. Where should I make my landing? Asterisk. The thought barely formed before he plummeted downwards like a meteor. Below, the wolves continued their savage battle, completely oblivious to the danger hurtling down from above. Suddenly, one of the white wolves sensed something was wrong. It looked up. The last thing it saw was a figure plummeting towards them at terrifying speed, bringing the entire battle to a sudden halt. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by an earth-shattering impact. The intense light washed over everything, bleaching the world white. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ice Soul Guild, an evaluation was underway. A blade plunged straight into the gut of a D-rank purple monster. The young woman followed up with a decisive slash across its neck, finishing it off for good. A system notification announced that she had eliminated all monsters in the simulation. The purple monster faded away, leaving the girl panting, her glowing sword still in hand. She was Choi Min-ae, a member of the Ice Soul Guild. The system offered its praise and officially concluded the test. From the observation room, the Ice Soul Guild's director turned to his leader. What are your thoughts, sir? Her performance isn't bad, the leader observed, but she gets anxious and loses focus in a real fight. The director replied, You needn't worry about that, sir. We're developing a new training regimen to address it. We still have about 10 days. The leader ordered, Increase the intensity of her training. She needs to go up at least 2 more ranks. It's the only way she'll have a chance of beating that mad dog. That mad dog? The director asked cautiously. You mean Zhang Jinchul of the Red Demon Guild? The leader nodded. He's the reason no one could score higher than Xi and Choi in the last evaluation. The director agreed. Well, that's to be expected. She's only a B rank, while he's an A rank. The leader scowled. You never know what those red demon bastards are planning. The director's face filled with alarm. Don't tell me they're planning on testing that thing. Weren't they banned from using rookies for a year after the incident? The leader replied, I suspect they'll have something even more monstrous and secretive planned this time. I bet they're scrambling to reclaim what they lost that year. The director's voice grew serious. Ultimately, this first evaluation will come down to Xi and Choi and Zhang Jin. The stage will be set for the 2 of them. The leader nodded, stroking his goatee. Exactly. As long as we don't get any unexpected interference from monsters. Messages from the monsters of Pandemonium were pouring in. They revered the supreme power he wielded, a mixture of fear and admiration. One faction had even publicly declared their support for him. Just then, the system panel announced that the Soul Stone collection was 999 out of 1,000 complete. Han Daesung sat casually atop a wolf, a cigarette hanging from his lips. The wolf beneath him suddenly let out a few whimpers, interrupting his thoughts. Annoyed, Han Daesung drew his blade. Shut it. I'm having a smoke. With that, he plunged his sword into the wolf several times. The system panel updated instantly. Quest complete. Contract process initiating. You have received 500 achievement points. Contract rate for the Crucible Blade is now at 50%. From the wolf carcasses, souls transformed into glowing blue orbs and floated toward Han Daesung. The system identified it as a soul seed and instructed him to place it on the altar. Han Daesung took a drag from his cigarette and cursed under his breath. An altar? Where the hell am I supposed to find an altar out here? Irritated, he reached out, intending to just grab the orb. But the moment his fingers touched it, an immense energy erupted. The ground trembled as a stone platform slowly rose from the earth, flanked by 2 towering stone pillars, forming an ancient altar right before his eyes. While Han Daesung was still stunned, the pandemonium monsters sent another message, mocking his impatience. He irritably threw a cigarette, but to the ground. The system panel displayed a new quest. Second item contract, the Crucible Blade. Difficulty, high. Requirement, place the soul seed on the altar and prove your worth to the Guardian. Reward, 20,000 achievement points and the Guardian's blood. Completion will raise the contract rate for the Crucible Blade to 100%. Without hesitation, Han Daesung placed the orb on the altar. A blinding light flared. Just behind the altar, the ground cracked open, and a massive creature began to emerge. He immediately took a defensive stance. As it fully revealed itself, Han Daesung saw that it was a colossal serpent with an overwhelming presence. It glared at him, its eyes piercing. Daesung glared right back. The system prompted again, providing information on the Guardian, the Serpent Sentinel, favored beast of Okian, the 5th apostle of heaven. To receive the holy relic, the player must answer its question. He stared blankly at the status window. A Q&A? With a snake? You gotta be kidding me. He glanced at the serpent, which was waiting patiently. What a pain in the ass. Han Daesung let out a bitter laugh. All right then, ask away, you overgrown lizard. I'll answer anything you've got. In response, the serpent let out a long series of hisses. Fury flared in his eyes. Are you fucking with me? Daesung Zhao. He swung his blade, slashing it straight across the serpent's eye. The beast collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. A murderous aura poured from Daesung. So you thought you could screw with me, huh? The system immediately announced, blood infusion process activated. Player will transform into a demonkin. HP will periodically decrease. Attack power and skill stats reduced by 300%. Han Daesung couldn't care less. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shot out again, piercing the serpent's remaining eye. It roared in a fury. He caught the hilt of his short sword as it flew back to his hand. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He looked at the serpent staggering blindly, its eye sockets now empty. He crouched, then launched himself into the air. He snarled like a wild animal. You think I'm some kind of pushover? You must have a death wish, you crazy son of a bitch. With a battle cry, he lunged forward, raising his blade high. Daesung plunged it decisively into the creature's head. The serpent let out an insane, agonized shriek as it thrashed about. Suddenly, its head began to swell abnormally, and then it exploded into 1,000 pieces. Han Daesung landed gracefully on the ground. He turned his back, walking away with an air of arrogance. But a sickeningly foul stench rose up, stopping him in his tracks. He glanced back and saw the serpent's headless body erupting in eerie green light. Daesung Sikop, regeneration? What a tired old trick. From within the green flames, a mass of gore began to coalesce. A new serpent head emerged. It was back to its original state, its intimidating aura blazing. The serpent opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Han Daesung gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles bled. Guess I'll have to change tactics. He smirked, openly provoking it. If you've got the guts, then come and get me. Han Daesung stood his ground, waiting to see what the monster would do next. Suddenly, the serpent's eyes flared crimson as it lunged forward. Daesung raised the judge's blade, then jammed his elbow against the great serpent's upper jaw. He braced his foot against its lower jaw. Daesung grabbed both of its fangs, prying its mouth open. Peering inside, he saw an orb glowing with a faint blue light. Just as I thought. Daesung smirked. So it really is the torch of rebirth. The serpent thrashed its head against the ground, desperately trying to swallow its prey. Just then, the system echoed with mournful cries as the monster from Pandemonium fell into despair. A nearby demon squeezed its eyes shut and turned away. Sensing something wrong inside its gullet, the great serpent's pupils constricted violently. It immediately regurgitated a mass of viscous slime. And there, amidst the filth, stood Han Daesung, holding a greatsword bound in iron chains. He scoffed. I guess a weapon like this is useless against something with no hands, huh? A system notification appeared. He had acquired the flame cauldron sword. His new contract level was only at 50%, not high enough to use its special skills. Skills 1, 2, and 3 remained sealed. But that was more than enough to deal with a monster that had lost its torch of rebirth. Seeing its enemy, the serpent opened its fetid maw and let out a furious hiss. Han Daesung tightened his grip on the greatsword. A thrill ran through him as he thought of its incredible, untapped power. He swung the sword, bringing it down directly on the black serpent's head. The blade's energy tore down the length of the serpent's body, followed by a blinding pillar of light and a violent tremor. A single strike, Daesung had sliced the colossal serpent in two. Instantly, a familiar notification window appeared. Contract with the Flame Cauldron Sword has reached 100%. Contract fulfilled. Reward: Bloodguard and 20,000 achievement points. The chains binding the greatsword unraveled on their own. Daesung gazed at the blade in his hand, a look of triumph on his face. Another notification appeared. The Flame Cauldron Sword wishes to test if you are worthy of being its master. You must withstand its full fire aura for a designated period. Looking at the iridescent glow of the sword, Daesung thought, so this is what I have to overcome to completely control the Flame Cauldron Sword, the trial of the blazing cauldron. The system began a countdown, 239 minutes and 59 seconds. You will not die, but the pain will be very real. He would have to endure being burned for 240 hours, 10 straight days. The fire intensified, burning away his clothes. Han Daesung thought, there's no reason for me to go through this pointless trial. He snarled, have you become a dog that no longer recognizes its own master, Flame King? The system continued its countdown, 239 minutes and 54 seconds. The flames began to lick at his skin. Daesung's voice was a low threat. Cut the countdown while I'm still asking nicely. Otherwise, I'll shatter you into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, the timer reset to 0. The trial was over. What a coward. Though a patch of flesh on his hand was burned away, he never loosened his grip on the hilt. A voice reached him. Master. The Flame Cauldron Sword spoke with reverence. Please forgive me for not recognizing you sooner. Han Daesung wasn't angry. He simply replied, it's all right. It's been a long time, Flame King. After a long moment, Daesung surmised, so you weren't demoted to Pandemonium after all. In the deepest pits of hell, where the souls of the dead gather, there's an endless abyss shrouded in absolute darkness. Again, the sound of wailing filled the air. The demons from Pandemonium were desperately clawing at the walls of darkness, begging to be set free. The Flame King lamented at once. Since the day you vanished, Master, I have only been waiting for the day I would fade from this world. Han Daesung asked, do you hate me? The sword replied without hesitation. Not at all. If it was your choice, I would have gladly accepted it. The only thing I resent is what happened after you were gone. Daesung gave it a questioning look. What do you mean? Seeing his confusion, the Flame King quickly explained, one day, unknown entities breached the walls. And while the Lord of Hell was away, they took advantage of the demon's weakened state and laid waste to hell. Sealing hell in time and space wasn't enough to satisfy them. They banished all the demons to Pandemonium. I could only watch as the demons were defeated, swallowed whole by a colossal white serpent. I lost my sense of self and could only watch as time passed by, meaningless. But thankfully, you have set me free. After finishing its tale, the Flame King asked, with all due respect, what brings you back to this place, Master? He cut straight to the chase. I need your help. As for what with, you'll find out soon enough. Han Daesung gestured to the golden orb floating before him. Flame King, do you know what this is? The Flame King didn't recognize it, but it could sense an unusual energy radiating from the object. The same energy as those unknown entities. Its origins were a mystery, and it kept warning him not to touch it. Ignoring the warning, he decided to trust the system. Still, you can never be too careful when collecting things like this. He immediately crushed the golden orb in his hand. A notification popped up. He had obtained an item required to enter the 2/3. The orb immediately transformed into a mark on his hand. It seemed that once he collected all 3 parts, he would gain access to a specific location. Quest complete. A new system message appeared, asking if he wanted to leave the Pantheon. Daesung thought to himself, up until now, all I've wanted was to leave the Pantheon and return to the real world, but this place still has so many items left for me to collect. Daesung answered the system. I will return to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, at the Song Guild headquarters, the mood was electric. Chanho, have you seen it yet? Someone asked. He just mumbled a non-committal reply. I can't even say we're friends anymore, Chanho thought. How pathetic. Suddenly, a man in glasses appeared. Captain Chanho, do you have a minute? Chanho quickly turned. Director, what can I do for you? The director motioned me over. Let's have a word. The scene shifts to the rooftop of the headquarters. The director took a long drag from his cigarette and got straight to the point. You were at the scene that day. Did you really not find anything? The question made Chanho's heart leap into his throat. Asterisk, why is he asking me this? I was just about to beg him to let me join his team. Asterisk. Chanho answered cautiously. If I had, I would have given it to you already. A glint flashed in the director's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a look of disappointment. Is that so? If Chanho had found something, the guild would have definitely recruited him. Chanho could only manage a strained smile, telling himself to keep playing dumb. Asterisk, my license expires in just 7 days. What's he planning to do? Asterisk. The director didn't answer, just fell into a deep, pensive silence. The air suddenly grew heavy. To break the silence, Chanho asked again, what is it? After a long moment, the man finally spoke. It's nothing. I'm just worried you'll go too far. License exam, D7. In a simulated forest, Choi Min-ae was training intensely. The simulation ends in 10 minutes, she thought, glancing at the timer. A massive boulder suddenly erupted from the ground. 10 mobs remaining. Without a second's hesitation, she charged forward and unleashed a slash that tore the boulder in two. But less than 2 seconds later, another boulder rose up right behind her. One of its faces slid away, revealing a purple monster within. The monster immediately scrambled out, teleporting toward her. Sensing the danger, Choi Min-ae whipped around, sword at the ready. Just then, another monster appeared in her blind spot, catching her completely off guard. Just as she was about to finish them off, both monsters began to dissipate. Training program terminated. The virtual world faded away, and Choi Min-ae looked up in frustration. Seeing her expression, the man called out, "Get up here. We need to talk." After listening to him for a moment, she cut him off. "Weren't you the one who always told me to go after what I want, even if it seems impossible?" He dodged her question, changing the subject to how she was pushing herself too hard in training. Choi Min-ae insisted that she knew her own body and could keep going. The man scoffed. Better than an AI? As soon as he finished speaking, a screen materialized in front of them. A chart appeared. On the left were the stats for a normal nervous system. On the right, her own, as analyzed by the AI. What's going on with you? According to the AI, her psychological distress was hindering her growth. But Choi Min-ae remained stubborn. I have to make it into the top 5. Her leader was taken aback by her ambition. The top 5? You want a promotion? Min-ae sighed. That's right. Reaching A rank meant access to more gates, which would lead to a huge jump in income and fame. At the mention of this, Choi Min-ae crushed the water bottle in her hand. That's not what I want. Her eyes blazed with fury. That's not what I want. I just want to kill every last monster that exists in this world. 5 days before the exam, Lee Seoho entered a high-security room. The moment the door cracked open, a sickening stench poured out. He spoke into the room. I'm surprised you've lasted this long. I had to have them replace the facilities in the quarantine zone, especially the ventilation and lighting. Inside, a man in a white jumpsuit sat in a pool of blood, ravenously chewing on an animal carcass. Seoho asked, "How are you feeling?" Jinchul stopped eating and turned his blood-smeared face to look at him. Seoho glanced at the pile of carcasses and remarked, "You're looking healthier these days. Your appetite has improved, too. Get some rest. It'll help the drug's effects settle." Jinchul growled back, "I'm going to be the star of the upcoming exam." 3 days before the exam. In hell, a system notification appeared. Mission complete. Covenant level is increasing. On the peak of a snowy mountain, a cloaked figure stood silently, gripping a sword. Huidingwang spoke. "Master, will you be returning now?" After long days of wandering and completing missions, Daesung decided it was time to return to the real world. The day of the final exam had arrived. This year, the rate of awakeners had increased by 25%, forecasting the most brutal competition ever. To deal with the surge of applicants, the association announced a change in the testing format. Amidst the buzz, a sports car tore down the street, screeching to a halt at the curb. The reporters immediately swarmed it. "It's the Honma Guild. Get a picture." Seoho and Jinchul emerged from the car, looking every bit the part of A-list celebrities as they soaked up the camera flashes. A reporter from SBC News quickly closed in. "Is the person next to you this year's rookie?" What are your predictions for the Honma Guild's ranking in this exam? Another reporter pushed forward. The Honma Guild was barred from participating until last year due to your misconduct 2 years ago. What are your thoughts on fielding your first warrior in 2 years? The snide question about the past clearly irritated Seoho. Damn, these annoying reporters. He put on a regretful expression and replied, curtly, "It was an unfortunate accident." The reporter wouldn't let it go. Isn't calling it an accident and unfortunate a bit of stretch? It sounds like you're evading responsibility. Seoho cut him off, placing a hand on the reporter's shoulder with a smile. We promised to play fair this year. With that, the two walked away coolly through the relentless storm of camera flashes. As they entered the prep area, Jinchul grumbled, "You should have just ignored those bastards." Seoho stopped abruptly. He called out in a low, threatening tone, "Jinchul." Jinchul's face immediately switched to a fawning smile. "Hey boss, I was just kidding." Seoho shot him a warning glance. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, but don't get too excited. It'll be a real problem if your doping gets exposed." Just then, a tall man in a mask appeared silently behind them. A problem? Now I'm curious. Seoho glanced back and immediately recognized Director Huang Junai, the leader of the Soul Guild. He sneered. "You look like a gorilla." Wang Yuni used smiled politely. "Had to disguise myself to avoid the press. Unlike someone who has to put on an act for the cameras." The comment made Seoho's brow furrow in anger. Huang Junai adjusted his hat. His gaze fell on Jinchul, who was in the middle of a wide yawn. His energy is fairly stable, but there are a lot of impurities. It seems they've made significant improvements to that drug. Seeing Huang Junai staring at his prize fighter, Seoho stepped between them. "The test hasn't even started. Why are you staring him down?" "I'm worried our rookies might get caught in the crossfire if you bring another addict in here. I hope we don't see a repeat of your dark history from 2 years ago." "Of course," Seoho agreed sarcastically. He then grabbed Jinchul and walked away. After a few steps, Jinchul dared to glance back, asking with annoyance, "Who the hell was that old geezer looking at me like that?" "Rein in that temper and focus on the exam," Seoho ordered. His eyes then landed on a girl who had just walked past them. "The one you need to worry about right now is Choi Min-ae." That was Choi Min-ae, the rookie the Soul Guild had poured all its resources into. But to Jinchul, she was nothing. Seoho reminded him quietly, "Jinchul, it doesn't matter if she's strong or weak. What matters is that the Soul Guild and that old man have bet everything on her." Jinchul smirked, his expression full of relish. "Uh-huh. Then crushing her is going to be all the more satisfying." Meanwhile, Huang Junai was cautiously trying to figure out what trick the Honma Guild was planning, but his faith in Choi Min-ae remained unshaken. Suddenly, he felt an immense source of power. It was Han Daesung, approaching with a sullen expression, dressed in plain clothes. Wang Yuni's eyes widened. He held his breath as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He stood frozen to the spot. It wasn't until Choi Min-ae came to his side and called out, "Sir," that he snapped out of it. He kept staring at the young man's back, unresponsive. She had to call out again. Sir." Only then did he turn back, saying cryptically, "Be careful, Choi Min-ae." Completely confused, Min-ae asked, "What do you mean?" Assuming he was talking about the Honma Guild, she quickly reassured him. "I'm always on guard against them. You don't have to worry." Huang Junai shook his head. "Not them." Huang Junai's eyes were still wide with shock. "I mean that man." At that moment, Han Daesung was busy on the phone. On the other end, Chanho was profusely apologizing for not being able to see him off. Daesung suddenly remembered. "All right, I'll take care of the stuff you gave me." Chanho replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it. It'll just end up as rags anyway." An announcement echoed through the hall. "The exam will begin in 30 minutes. All contestants, please change into your uniforms and gather in test hall 3. Chanho hurriedly hung up. "The test is about to start. You should get going. Call me when you're done." Han Daesung stood before an automated equipment dispenser. He carefully read the instructions taped to the machine. Then he followed the steps, scanning his fingerprint and taking the box that came out. He opened it to check the equipment. He was a little disappointed to see the paper-thin suit inside. By now, the contestants had changed and were gathered in Hall 3. The bald guy was also there, having finally been allowed to compete after a barrage of complaint letters and harassing phone calls. He was still convinced the faulty measurement device had failed to properly assess his natural-born talent. He was still muttering angrily about the brat who dared to pat his head, vowing to teach him a lesson if they ever met again. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a hand suddenly landed on his bald head. He spun around furiously, shouting, "You son of a—" He saw the person behind him, radiating an intimidating aura. "Move it, egghead." The guy instantly deflated. "Maybe I should just forfeit." Just then, Han Daesung, wearing uniform number 104, entered the waiting hall, casually stretching his arms. A small smile touched his lips. All right, it's about to start. After gathering in Hall 3, the contestants were led to another room in the stadium. Min-A was number 16. Jinchul was number 14. And Daesung was number 104. The rest of the contestants had already arrived, and the air buzzed with nervous chatter about the upcoming test. Suddenly, the lights in the room blazed to life, blindingly bright. Immediately after, 3 massive rings of light materialized, hovering high above them, causing everyone to stare up in shock. What the hell is that? A sharp tap on a microphone cut through the noise. On the stage, a man in a black suit and glasses introduced himself as the proctor. He announced that this year's exam would consist of 3 levels, each with a unique environment and set of objectives. The news sent another wave of murmurs through the crowd. An exam with this format had never been held before. A hand shot up. "Excuse me, sir." Contestant 51 spoke up. "But when will we be issued our weapons?" The proctor replied, "For this test, no weapons will be provided. You are forbidden from bringing anything besides the protective gear you are currently wearing." The participants erupted in protest. How are we supposed to fight without weapons? Amid the chaos, a different voice echoed through the room. "A pleasure to meet you all. I am AI Boss, and I will be your guide for this exam. The theme of this test is adaptation. How well can you demonstrate your innate abilities? Whether in the sweltering jungle or a frozen wasteland, a hunter's true worth isn't in their gear, but in the Windsor aura that flows through their veins. In other words, you must rely on your own power. All we ask is that you demonstrate your combat and adaptive capabilities to the fullest." If there are no further questions, I will now open the gate. Before the crowd could even process the bizarre rules, a swirling black vortex tore open the space right behind them. The proctor urged the last row to step through, not forgetting to wish them all good luck. Level 1. A tropical rainforest. A wave of scorching, oppressive heat washed over them. Sweat poured down their bodies as they gasped for breath. "What the hell is this? It's hard just to breathe." One contestant groaned. "At this rate, I'm going to be cooked alive before the test even begins." Meanwhile, in the control room, a bank of monitors displayed a live feed of the events unfolding. A few of the organizers looked displeased with the quality of this year's contestants. Another argued that the test was too severe, speculating that the entire group might fail. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to Min-A's monitor. She seemed largely unaffected by the heat, keeping her mind clear to minimize energy consumption. Huang Junai was extremely pleased with her performance. On the adjacent screen, Jinchul was rated even higher. He was still grinning, looking completely unbothered. This stuff really works, Jinchul thought with a smirk. Seeing Lee Seoho in the background, one of the judges thought, "It seems Hongma came very well prepared this time." Lee Seoho smirked, imagining the old man from the Sun Guild sweating over the strength of Hongma's prize champion. He glanced back and saw the old man's eyes were wide with shock. Can't believe he's getting worked up over something so trivial. But the real focus of their curiosity was Han Daesung. He was perfectly calm, as if he were out for a stroll, leaving everyone to wonder just who this prodigy was. Lee Seoho stared at the monitor in disbelief. That guy, he isn't even sweating. The people in the control room assumed he was using a concealed barrier. In reality, Han Daesung had taken an Arbor Blood Ward, and its effects had kicked in far faster than he'd expected. If they found out, he'd be disqualified for sure. He still had 46 minutes and 52 seconds of environmental immunity. The test hadn't even officially begun, yet many contestants were already on the verge of collapsing from the heat. The AI's voice returned. "All contestants have arrived. I will now issue the objective for Level 1. Hunt 20 swamp goblins." A confident smile spread across Han Daesung's face. "The moment to begin," command echoed. He shot forward like an arrow. Seeing him take off, the other contestants scrambled to follow, each one determined to complete the objective. One of them stumbled over a rock, pitching forward. Cursing under his breath, he suddenly spotted what looked like a small spring bubbling up from the ground. His throat was completely parched. "Oh, thank God. Water," he cried out in joy. He lunged for it, plunging his hands in. But something was wrong. The water transformed into a sticky, adhesive goo that latched onto his hands. Panic seized him as his entire body was hoisted into the air. The spring wasn't water at all. It was the mucus of a giant adhesive worm, a species that inhabits these swamps and uses its slime to trap prey. The organizers announced the elimination of contestant 94 and immediately deployed an emergency protection field. The worm's head began to swell, before bursting open, revealing a sphere of energy that enveloped the contestant. The sphere fell to the ground, where it would remain as a protective barrier until the medical team arrived. Elsewhere in the jungle, Han Daesung was still moving at top speed. Not finding what he was looking for, he abruptly changed course. Just then, a three-person medical team approached the adhesive worm to retrieve the contestant. Suddenly, the pager on the scarred man's belt buzzed. He pulled it out to check the message. A single, short line of text glowed on the screen. Track number 104, Han Daesung. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. The moment it was spotted, a goblin whipped around, its eyes glaring murderously at the one who dared to disturb it. Nearby, Han Daesung clutched a large rock, a look of disappointment on his face. He'd been imagining just how cool it would have been to ambush the monster from behind with it. The goblin's eyes blazed red as it let out a low growl. Facing it was none other than Han Daesung. "What do you think, you overgrown piece of crap?" A furious roar ripped through the air, signaling the start of the battle. The two beings charged at each other instantly. Han Daesung quickly hurled the rock straight at the goblin. As the rock sailed over his opponent's head, he leaped into the air and unleashed a thunderous punch right into it. The rock shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces, each fragment carrying terrifying force, showering the monster like shrapnel. The impact sent a corner of the forest erupting in an explosion. The entire scene was witnessed by a rescue staff member observing from a distance. He recognized him, contestant number 104. When his superiors told him to find one of the specials he'd never seen or even heard of, he thought they were crazy. Turns out he wasn't the first, including this guy. That makes 6 of them, and he doesn't seem to be falling behind those amateurs from the great clans at all. While the rescuer was lost in thought, Han Daesung frowned, realizing that hunting these things down one by one was far too inefficient. He didn't want to use his mana just yet, but he had no other choice. He had to summon Shadow. Han Daesung commanded the entity that emerged from the darkness. "Go find the other monsters." A wave of dark power immediately spread out across a vast section of the forest, enveloping the trees in the far distance. Deep inside a cave, a horde of monsters suddenly froze. They had sensed that energy. This was a large den, filled with countless goblins. When an aggressive one tried to charge out, another quickly stopped it. If you want to savor some better prey, be patient. It seemed they were waiting for the contestants to wander right into their trap. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake violently, putting them all on high alert. The sound grew louder and louder. When they turned, a figure had already leaped from nowhere into the middle of the cave. "What a pain. So you dug an underground tunnel. No wonder I couldn't find a single one of you, even when I was looking carefully." A goblin roared. The prey delivered itself to us on 2 feet. How considerate. Han Daesung's eyes scanned the cave. 1, 2, 3, about 20 of them. "Why are you all making such a fuss?" Han Daesung turned to his shadow. "They seem to think I'm the prey." "Yes, master. What are your orders?" Looking at the mocking monster surrounding him, he thought, these guys are a joke. Han Daesung smidkid. Incinerate them all. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, another contestant was hunting with equal fervor. It was Choi Min-ae. She was using her skill, Aura Expansion, creating a circle of energy that allowed her to search over a wide area. The circle grew larger, its signal reaching farther and farther. And with it, Choi Min-ae found one. She immediately used the terrain, kicking off a tree trunk to launch herself high into the air before diving down like an arrow and cutting off the monster's path. She quickly calculated that at this rate, it would only take her an hour to clear the first floor. Locking on her target, Choi Min-ae took aim at the fleeing monster. She gathered her power, preparing to take down her 4th kill. But just as she was about to deliver the final blow, another figure dashed in and took the monster's head, leaving Choi Min-ae in no time to react. The monster collapsed. She turned, glaring at the newcomer. The one who had just stolen her kill was Jin Shiol. The red horse? Jin Shiol confidently showed off his stolen prize. "That makes 5. Choi Min-ae was furious, snatching someone else's kill. "That's just like you, red horse." Jin Shiol shot back. "We're in a competition. There's no yours or mine, is there? You're dumber than an orc." Choi Min-ae didn't even glance his way. "That's big talk for someone who just follows me around to steal what I find. Then again, isn't being a leech a tradition in your family?" Jin Shiol wasn't about to back down. "And since when did your family make being an idiot a tradition?" The two hailed from rival clans, their families' long-standing adversaries. Jin Shiol's blood began to boil. "Asterisk, should I just kill this bitch? She's more annoying than I thought." Asterisk, he told himself that if he was going to do it, he should at least let her live until the 2nd round. Choi Min-ae let out a short, mocking laugh. Then, she turned her back and started to walk away. not forgetting to flip Jean Sheol a friendly middle finger. Go play by yourself, you blockhead. Provoked until his eyes turned red, Jean Sheol ground his teeth, wanting nothing more than to kill her right then and there. But just as he was about to charge, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance, echoing throughout the entire forest. The sound startled them both, bringing their tense confrontation to an abrupt halt. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, forcing Jinchul and Choi Min-ae to halt their fight and whip their heads around. The one responsible was none other than Han Daesung. A few moments earlier, the small spirit flame spoke in a wispy voice. Please give your command, Master. Daesung ordered, burn them. The system immediately announced that the special ability Hellfire Mirror had been activated. With the Hellfire slot expanded, one special skill was now available. Upon receiving its command, the flame erupted violently, unleashing its first skill, Wrath. A colossal torrent of fire roared forward, like an enraged fire dragon, swallowing the entire horde of monsters whole. The direct hit sent a shockwave tearing through the forest. In the prosecutor's office control room, the staff stared in stunned silence. Just then, the system announced, Contestant 104 has cleared the first floor, proceeding to the second gate. The office was thick with disbelief. How is that even possible? The test just started. How did he finish already? The arrival of this mysterious talent sent shockwaves through the room. Orders flew fast and furious. Pull up Contestant 104's file now. We have to recruit him, no matter the cost. Get the contract terms ready. Even Director Jun was caught off guard. He knew the kid was special, but not this special. In another corner, a man scowled as he watched it all unfold. It was team leader Lee Seo-ho. He silently turned and walked away, unnoticed amidst the staff's shock, his eyes glinting with jealousy and a hint of a scheme. The core staff members were also gawking, their jaws on the floor at the power of the man who had broken their testing machine. The secretary, Ajang, shook Yongin, who was still in a daze. See? I told you he wasn't just some ordinary guy. He frowned. I know. Just stop shaking me. Someone else spoke up, their eyes glued to the screen. Is that Jean Sang? He turned to his colleagues for confirmation. It is, right? Right. Oh, you're right, is Jean Sang. What's that old complainer doing there? On the screen, a small old man hauled an axe twice his size, furtively looking around a field of monster corpses. Seeing one still twitching, he hurried over and finished it off with a swing of his axe. Han Daesung's attack was so wide that a few monsters were left behind. 1, 2, 3. Ha, perfect. The old man muttered as he counted. That makes 11. It was a smart move following that kid. Number 104. The observing staff could only watch, speechless. That coward. Isn't that just cheating? Not really. This test theme is adaptation, after all. But he's just a normal person who hasn't even awakened. Why is he even here? Ajang turned around, smiling brightly. That day, Han Daesung destroyed countless evaluation machines. Yongin waved her off. Sorry, but what does that have to do with anything? Well, Ajang continued. That's what started the rumor that Jean Sang wanted to nullify the results because he got a broken machine. Yongin pressed, and Ajang gave a strained smile. They say a massive flood of complaint letters was sent to the organization because of it, right? Losing patience, Yongin rapped Ajang on the head. Snap out of it. Even if our superiors are incompetent, this is still a bit. Just then, the branch manager appeared right behind them. I sincerely apologize for my incompetence. The three of them jumped in alarm, quickly turning to bow. Branch manager, sir, you're here. He calmly admitted. I was the one who let Jean Sang participate. The three stared at each other, confused. But why would you do that, sir? The branch manager began to recount the events of 3 days prior. He'd received a report that Jean Sang had been caught trying to break into a gate with bombs strapped to his body. Ajang gasped. Don't tell me he was trying to kill himself because he couldn't awaken. No, the manager shook his head. A few years ago, his family was killed in a gate breach. He was probably trying to get revenge. A heavy silence fell over the group as they exchanged somber glances. The man in the suit, Lee Seo-ho, spoke up rationally. If we keep making exceptions for people with tragic backstories, the entire system will eventually collapse. The other two began whispering to each other, making Lee Seo-ho flush with embarrassment. What? Did I say something wrong? The branch manager patted his shoulder. No, you're right. We can't make those kinds of exceptions. But I'm the one who vouched for him, so my pay is getting docked for 3 months. Still, I'm incredibly lucky to have found a true gem like him in the process. Suddenly, the main screen flickered with heavy static. What's wrong? The monitor's glitching again. Call the IT team. On the screen, Han Daesung's image began to blur and fade. At the headquarters of the Red Demon Guild, Sioho tossed a tablet to his assistant. The control team must be in a total panic right now. The assistant glanced at the screen. Is that contestant 104? Wasn't he supposed to be eliminated on the second or third floor? Sioho was mute. That was before he proved to be leagues above Jinchul. And eliminated? That's a bit extreme, don't you think? He spoke with a condescending air, claiming he just wanted to give the kid a little test to see what he was really made of. You call this a little test? The assistant thought. Sioho gave an order to his subordinate on site. Inject the mutation ampoules into the monsters around the second floor gate. Number 104, what a shame. You really are talented, which is exactly why you never should have interfered in a game created by the Red Demon Guild. Instantly, vials filled with a mutagen were shot into the mindless monsters. An unnatural, terrifying roar echoed throughout the forest. Han Daesung immediately knew the sound was coming from the entrance to the second floor gate. Sioho chuckled darkly to himself. Honestly, Daesung, if you just dropped dead for me, I'd be even happier. Drugged, they let out feral roars and began to transform. They turned into swamp golems, their bodies emitting a thick smoke. And after this upgrade, they could even breathe fire. The mission was a success. The agent smiled, confident that a hefty payday was waiting for him. He turned to leave and report back, but the mission tablet in his hand suddenly exploded. A paralytic agent. He realized he'd walked right into Han Daesung's trap and could only curse under his breath. A moment later, the drug took full effect, sending him into an uncontrollable coughing fit. The monsters were extremely sensitive to sound. Hearing the noise, one of them immediately closed in. Knowing he was targeted, the agent whipped his head around, only to see the monster's jaws right in front of his face. Han Daesung arrived in the area where the fight had just taken place. He had a feeling he'd just been walking in circles. His navigation device had stopped working, too. Suddenly, he spotted a body. Doesn't look like a contestant. The organization probably had no idea this person was even here. Sensing an unusual shift in the air, Han Daesung realized something was holding him in place. Instantly, hundreds of pine cones rained down from above, aimed right at his position. With his sharp reflexes, Han Daesung quickly took a defensive stance, swinging his sword to slash them to pieces. But the pine cones immediately ignited and exploded with terrifying force. The blast was so powerful that even he was caught off guard. It's absorbing fire, similar to absorbing mana, but the skill I used against the orcs is still on cooldown. And that ferocious monster clearly had no intention of waiting. It let out a furious roar, and hundreds more pine cones rained down like a barrage of bullets. Han Daesung was forced to rely on basic techniques to defend himself. A contest of pure speed began, his blade a blur as it tore through every incoming pine cone. Realizing this couldn't go on, Han Daesung activated the joints in his legs. Playing defense is too much of pain. He decided to charge straight through the storm of projectiles. I'll punch right through it. Breaking through the volley of pine cones whistling through the air, Han Daesung shot toward the floating rock monster ahead. The monster seemed to sense its prey approaching, growling in anticipation. Han Daesung raised his fist, his eyes cold, ready for an earth-shattering impact. But before the punch could land, he slammed full force into a giant tree, snapping it in two. Han Daesung was sent flying. In another area, Jinchul was pulling a fresh string of guts from a monster's stomach. The system announced that contestant number 14 had cleared the first floor and provided the coordinates for the second gate. That bastard made me waste more time than I planned. As he brooded, he sensed something appear behind him. A strange item was floating in the air. Jinchul quickly snatched the box, a calculating look in his eyes. Inside was a vial of potion, 2 special compasses, and a letter. He carefully opened the letter and began to read. As soon as he finished, the letter burst into flames and turned to ash. Jinchul realized one thing. Han Daesung, contestant number 104, was still on the first floor. Back to Han Daesung's battle. After that hellacious impact, he muttered to himself, impressed that the monster had gotten a lot better. Not wanting to waste any more energy, he decided to summon his shadow subordinate. He ordered it to devour the monster's energy source and lead him to the second gate. Those exploding pine cones are the most abundant source of mana here. All I have to do now is stand still and block the pine cones from hitting me, then burn them so the shadow can absorb the energy. I'll be back, stronger than ever. Go! At their master's command, the nutrient-gorged shadows swarmed the monster like moths to a flame, their mouths still full of pine cones. They quickly merged, melting into a single mass of pitch-black ooze. The monster roared and charged in to retaliate. From that grotesque mass, thousands of arms erupted from the ground, snatching the energy orbs the monster launched. Daesung smeared kid. Take that, you blockhead. Back in the control room, the monitor feed flickered back to life after the tremor. All eyes were glued to the screen, desperate to track the genius candidate. There, we've got a visual on number 104 again. Zoom in on him now. But the screen was just a swirling cloud of dust and smoke. What is this? Are you sure the monitor is even working? What's with all the smoke? I thought the first floor was a tropical jungle. Shoo, someone hissed, pointing at the screen. Look. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a ferocious monster that left everyone stunned. What the hell is that thing? Is that supposed to be part of the test? What were the examiners thinking? In the corner, the branch manager's expression tensed. He knew this was completely off script. Nursen turned to the director, her voice filled with worry. Is he going to be okay? That thing looks like some kind of mutation. Shouldn't we stop this? Is there an emergency defense unit anywhere near Han Daesung's location? Just then, Liu hurried over. He leaned in to whisper to the manager. We've confirmed number 104 signal and have dispatched a team. Should we suspend his test? The branch manager said grimly. We have no other choice. But just as he was about to give the order, An cried out, wait, look at that. Did he just defeat it? The other three stared, frozen in disbelief. Back on the battlefield, the shadows descended upon the monster all at once. Thousands of arms tightened their grip, crushing their target with the blazing pine cones. A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending a massive mushroom cloud billowing up from the heart of the forest. The staff in the control room could only stare, completely speechless. The manager stared at the monitor, indeterminate, beyond all parameters. And here I was thinking it was just a technical glitch. The feed was still distorted by static, but he knew one thing for certain. Candidate 104 was a monster of unimaginable power. An was still in shock. Did he really just blow it to pieces? That's insane. Another female staffer shot back. What's so insane about it? This has nothing to do with the actual test. You still don't get it, do you? Open your eyes. Yoon Jinchul is going to reach the second gate first. Ignoring their bickering, Liu turned to the manager. Sir, should I call back the dispatch team? No, the manager replied. Leave them there. I want a full report on what happened. Meanwhile, candidate 14, Yoon Jinchul, was navigating with a compass. It has to be somewhere around here. He was closing in on the gate. He came to a sudden halt. Asterisk, the smoke's clearing this fast. That means the fight is already over. But so what? I'm still going to be the first one to reach the gate. Asterisk. As he thought this, Yoon Jinchul crushed the compass in his hand, destroying the evidence. A smug grin spread across his face. Let's see you beat me now. Back at the site of the battle, Han Daesung stood atop the monster's corpse, pouring nether blood over its body. He began to chant, Sirio Legion arise. A dark shadow appeared beneath it, growing larger by the second. The control room staff stared in disbelief. What in the world is he doing? What's he trying to pull? The mutant monster stirred back to life. It hadn't just been revived. It looked even more powerful than before. Hurry up, Han Daesung ordered. Stop posing and let's go. Chided by its new master, the monster immediately cowered in fear and quickly lowered its body to the ground. Han Daesung planted a foot on its back and vaulted up. The monster shot off like a bolt of lightning. Yoon Jinchul had just arrived at the gate, a smug thought crossing his mind. Asterisk, just as I expected. There's no way Han Daesung can take first place now. Asterisk. But as he was gloating, a colossal shadow blurred past him in a gust of wind. Yoon Jinchul stood frozen, his hair whipped into a frenzy by the powerful gust. What the hell was that? At the association headquarters, cheers and shouts of celebration echoed from inside. Han Daesung and his subordinate made their way back in, certain their scheme had succeeded. But what greeted him was the pathetic sight of Jin Shio. His hair was a mess, his face was filthy, and his eyes were completely vacant. Seeing the state of the failed lackey, Han Daesung silently cursed. What an idiot. A few minutes earlier, contestant 104, Han Daesung, was riding atop his newly tamed stone-headed monster. As a forest creature, it knew the lay of the land perfectly. When it spotted a shortcut ahead, he immediately ordered Stonehead to charge straight through. At the same time, the breath of the Fire King was summoned, and the flames from his torch erupted, engulfing a whole stretch of the forest. He urged Stonehead forward, and master and beast tore through the woods in a sea of fire. The Fire King's breath cleared the path, swift and brutal. In the control room, everyone was stunned by the spectacular scene. What the hell was that? What kind of technique is he using? I've never heard of anything like it. Is it some kind of light magic? Like psychokinesis? If it's possible, he can do it. Nothing's really that strange these days. Besides acing this test, the kid's got a knack for YouTube. He might as well film his own sci-fi movie while he's at it and crush Jin Shio or Choi Min-ae. A fist slammed down on a desk, startling the entire room. Everyone stared in shocked silence. All eyes turned to the source of the sound. It was none other than Han Daesung, his face dark with fury over his subordinate's failure. Lee Seo-ho quickly stepped forward, attempting to de-escalate. If you keep acting like this in here. But Han Daesung paid him no mind. He was seething. His loyal secretary quickly blocked Lee Seo-ho. Please, don't get any closer. Realizing he'd been a bit rash, Han Daesung turned, forcing a smile. My apologies for being rude. I was just a little excited by such an incredible performance. From a distance, director Hwang Junai smirked in satisfaction. No matter how cunning Han Daesung was, he never could have expected this. He thought of Cho Yun. She was probably about to arrive, too. Back in the test, Jin Shio realized he'd been overtaken. Damn it, son of a bitch. Right behind him, Choi Min-ae was closing in. Seeing how close she was, he couldn't afford to relax and just ran for his life. Han Daesung was the first to reach the second gate, a battlefield atop a majestic, snow-covered mountain. First stage was hot, second stage is cold. Are they seriously that lacking in imagination? He turned to praise his new subordinate. Stonehead, you did a great job. The monster immediately retreated. This was no place for it to fight. A notification window appeared. Congratulations to contestant 104, the first to arrive at the second stage. The others aren't here yet? Can I start now? Based on the top 5 arrivals, each will begin at a different gate. The requirement to complete the second stage is conquer the snowy peak. Good luck. Han Daesung looked up. The altitude couldn't be measured exactly, but it had to be over 5 kilometers. He began his journey. What a pain, and I've only just started. Countless camera drones were buzzing around, which meant he couldn't use that. Following them with his eyes, Han Daesung saw the other contestants arriving one by one, and a few drones broke off to fly down to them. I heard sea and durankers make a living doing manual labor, but even so, they're still awakened beings. At another starting point, Jin Shio was muttering curses. Why the hell are they making us start at different spots? He gritted his teeth. If he kept getting provoked like this, his rage wouldn't subside until he killed that bastard. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Now what is it? Jin Shio turned and saw Jin Sang. The frail old man was shivering, hugging himself against the cold. My fingers, I can't even move them. Is this really the end for me? Jin Shio glanced at a nearby camera drone. He couldn't make a move with that thing here. An idea struck him. Time to deal with this annoying fly first. Jin Sang slapped his own face to stay conscious. No, I have to think of my family, who are slowly wasting away. His mental fortitude surged, and the old man forced himself to drag his feet forward. I'm not cold at all. But just then, an avalanche suddenly came crashing down, sweeping him away as he cried out for help in vain. The one who caused it was none other than Jin Shio. He stood on high, looking down and cursing. What the hell are you even doing here, you insect? Yusti. Suddenly, all the monitors in the control room went black. The room erupted into chaos again. What's going on? All the live feed drones are down. The entire video system has been cut off. Amid the uproar, only Han Daesung remained seated and calm. He knew exactly why. Asterisk, it must be starting. Don't disappoint me again, Jin Shio. Asterisk. The snowstorm raged, growing more violent by the second. As the other contestants reached the foot of the mountain, one man from the strongest alliance needed only to climb to the top to finish. He was confident they would make it. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jin Shio slammed his face into the snow with a vicious kick. His remaining teammate froze in stunned disbelief. When had Jin Shio transformed into such a giant? He seized the victim's head, his grip crushing, as if toying with a small animal. It seemed the champion's elixir had taken effect. Jin Shio roared, vowing to kill anyone who stood in his way. Meanwhile, Choi Min-ae was making a rapid ascent. Just as she'd expected, the connection to her hunter gauge was becoming unstable. She knew something was wrong when all the electronics suddenly failed. Finally, the last of the camera drones began to fall from the sky. This unexpected development suited Han Daesung just fine. Must be broken. Good, now I can get up there easily. With that thought, Han Daesung decided to forego the conventional climb. He summoned the dragon-slaying knight armor and shot straight into the heart of the storm. Suddenly, Choi Min-ae sensed an immensely powerful aura. Before she could even process what was happening, a figure with massive wings shot past her and into the sky, leaving her utterly stunned. Contestant number 104. He can use his aura to fly? Choi Min-a could only stare, wide-eyed, as he ascended, while Han Daesung focused on using his armor to fly directly to the summit. Back with Jin Sheol, he was still venting his rage, raining brutal punches down on the unfortunate contestant. Lost in his fury, by the time he looked up, Han Daesung was already high in the air. Jin Sheol finally noticed. Damn it, did that bastard drink a potion from some winged beast or something? Shoving everything else aside, he sprinted after him with explosive speed. Just you wait, number 104. In the control room, Director Huang Junai furiously demanded they stop the test immediately. Isn't the safety of the contestants our top priority? Please, just wait a little longer, sir. They're trying to investigate as quickly as possible. A mocking laugh cut through the tension. So these are our prospective hunters, and they're afraid of a little risk? I hardly believe they can become true hunters. Don't you agree, manager? Lee Suk-woo turned to the branch manager. Caught between two powers, the man could only remain silent. Director Huang Junai's eyes narrowed. Is this your doing? Lee Suk-woo neither confirmed nor denied it. Isn't it better to weed out the weak before they become actual hunters? Or perhaps you're just too soft in your training methods. Director Huang Junai. Both the manager and the staff dared not interfere in the tense confrontation. Veins bulged on Director Huang Junai's forehead. You cunning venomous snake. Lee Suk-woo didn't miss a beat. Just retire already, old man. Back at the test site, Han Daesung stood before the gate to the third floor. He wondered if he should just end it right here, then casually stepped through. Below, Choi Min-a was still climbing with fierce determination, while Jin Sheol had been forced to resort to climbing the old-fashioned way. In the middle of the raging storm, a hand suddenly burst through the deep snow. It was Jin Sang. He struggled, finally digging his way out. Enduring the bone-chilling cold, he began to cry. I won again. I'm not dead, so I won. But reality was still too harsh and cold, and he desperately started looking for a way down mountain. A system announcement echoed. Third floor completion requirements revealed. As you advance, be careful not to be attacked by monsters. Defeat monsters to earn points. You need 1,000 points to pass. Good luck. Having just cleared the second floor, Choi Min-a was panting from exhaustion. The third floor was shrouded in darkness. She had to be extremely careful until her eyes could adjust. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Hey, Choi Min-a. It was that monster, Jin Sheol. He had arrived and was asking if she'd seen that flying guy. Choi Min-a recognized him, his rage still simmering. Jin Sheol offered a sarcastic compliment. You were faster than me. Lucky you. She didn't bother to reply. Cut the crap and go your own way. Her words were like pouring oil on a fire. But Choi Min-a's attention was now focused on only one person. I have to be wary of Daesung. On the first and second floors, contestant number 104 was always the fastest. She glanced at her aura meter. It was still bugged. That meant she couldn't sense any approaching danger. A moment later, a sharp pain shot through her side. It was Jin Sheol. I was planning on taking out number 104 first. But you're just unlucky, Choi Min-a. She could only hiss through the pain. You crazy bastard. The fireball spell activated, shooting out fireballs like mini-missiles. While their firepower wasn't overwhelming, it was more than enough to wipe out the bizarre monsters on the third floor. At Han Daesung's command, the Fire King charged forward. Flames erupted, incinerating one monster after another without him breaking a sweat. Even so, Han Daesung wasn't satisfied. This pace was too slow. He glanced at the measurement device and frowned. His score hadn't budged an inch. Something's wrong. He decided to keep moving, clearing out anything that stood in his way. In the control room, the branch manager got a notification. Still no connection. He smirked to himself, just as he'd planned. Mixing the hedgehog's pulse factor into the ampule was a brilliant move. Looking over at Director Huang Junai, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Choi Min-a. Even if she survived, she'd be left with a crippled life or go half-mad. Meanwhile, Choi Min-a was paying the price for a sneak attack. Blood poured from her wound as she glared at her attacker. This is a test. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jin Sheol didn't bother hiding his intentions. He'd mistaken her for easy prey, but what enveloped her was an aura shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Min-a unleashed a spinning kick straight to the bastard's face. The force of the kick sent Jin Sheol flying. He scrambled to his feet, roaring in fury. You bitch! But by the time he got his bearings, Choi Min-a was gone. Jin Sheol scoffed. Did Huang Junai teach you to play hide-and-seek because you're too weak to fight? In a hidden corner, Choi Min-a leaned heavily against a wall, struggling to endure the severe wound. I have to use my recovery skill, and fast, before that guy finds me. But escaping this monster wasn't going to be easy. Jin Chio materialized before her like a ghost. Found you. With no room to retreat, Choi Min-ae ripped off her jacket and threw it right in his face. And before he could react, she landed a vicious kick to his groin. Jin Chio howled in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Choi Min-ae lunged forward, driving an elbow into his face. Blinded by the jacket, Jin Chio could only stumble back from the blow. His massive frame teetered when he finally tore the jacket away. He saw Choi Min-ae standing her ground, her gaze like ice. The name's not bitched. I am Choi Min-ae, Soul's ace. With that, she drove a fist straight into his gut. The blow was so powerful Jin Chio coughed up blood. His body sent spinning away like a top. He lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his wounds. Choi Min-ae looked down on him with contempt. I've heard that humans are becoming more disgusting and filthy than monsters. Now I see our leader was absolutely right. She spat on the ground next to him, then clutched her wound and walked away. Outside, Director Huang Junil watched in silence. He hadn't raised his child to be weak. Meanwhile, Han Daesung was still struggling with the monsters and the damn scoring machine. This thing is fucking broken. His score still hadn't changed. What the hell are those guys even doing? He thought irritably. Should I just go ask them myself? After wiping out another wave of monsters, he decided to leave and find out what was going on. As for Choi Min-ae, after stumbling a short distance, she suddenly noticed an unnatural silence. Where are all the other contestants? Just then, a black shadow lunged toward her. It was Jin Chio, tenacious as a hungry demon. He had fully recovered. This is bad. Choi Min-ae. He roared, his voice filled with rage. Terrified, Choi Min-ae turned and ran. Asterisk, what the hell? I was sure I killed him, right? Asterisk. But she didn't get far before Jin Chio appeared in front of her, blocking her path. She fell hard, the impact dazing her. The monster gave her no chance, pummeling her with a relentless barrage of fists. Choi Min-ae could only take the beating, tears and blood streaming down her face. Veins bulged on Jin Chio's forehead. Try fighting back, you bitch. I'll make you suffer before you die. A devastating punch to the stomach left Choi Min-ae gasping in pain. Please. Jin Chio sneered. Maybe someone will hear you and come to the rescue? He feigned sympathy. Oh, that's right. I destroyed all the communication devices. My bad. In his moment of carelessness, Choi Min-ae used all her remaining strength to jab her fingers straight into his eye. Laugh at this. Jin Chio roared as his vision suddenly vanished, blood gushing from the socket. You bitch. Choi Min-ae tried to crawl away. He'll recover soon. I have to hurry. And just as she feared, Jin Chio's eye was healing at an astonishing rate. She struggled to move, but her fading strength was no match for the monster's regeneration. He caught her again. Because of you, my recovery uses are down by 2. Now die. His hand rose, ready for the final blow, but a cold voice from behind cut through the tension. What the hell are you doing? It was Han Daesung. Jin Chio's face lit up with joy when he saw number 104 appear. He immediately switched targets, letting go of Choi Min-ae, and broke into a crazed laugh. He'd been looking for him, too, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jin Chio tried to pull the same trick, appearing right behind Han Daesung to launch a surprise attack. But his opponent wasn't such an easy mark. Han Daesung effortlessly dodged the sneak attack, leaving Jin Chio utterly stunned. His rage intensified. How is that possible? Ignoring his attacker, Han Daesung walked over to Choi Min. Ouch. That must have hurt, huh? He noticed she was already starting to heal and figured she must be a healer type. Turning back to face the troublemaker, Han Daesung gave him an indifferent look, still not recognizing who he was. Jin Chio spoke up, offering a compliment. You're pretty skilled, I'll give you that. This was you, right? Han Daesung asked. Thinking he was asking about Choi Min-ae, Jin Chio smirked. That bitch didn't know her place, so I was just teaching her a lesson. Don't worry, you'll be joining her soon enough. No, Han Daesung cut in. He didn't care about that. I mean, you're the one who broke the scoring device, right? Finally understanding. Jin Chio didn't answer with words, but summoned his power as confirmation. Lei Yuling. Looking at the malfunctioning watch on his wrist, Han Daesung knew it was him. I'd forgotten all about this emergency protection bracelet. It's broken now, so you're finished. Before Jin Chio could even finish his sentence, a fist slammed squarely into his face, nearly shattering his nose. He went flying, humiliated by the same kind of sneak attack he had just attempted. Son of a bitch. Jin Chio roared, clutching his face. Han Daesung was genuinely angry now, furious that his time had been wasted. Summon fire orbs. The fireballs shot toward Jin Shio. He remained confident, dismissing it as a mediocre skill. But then he froze, horrified to see the Demon King, the Fire Lord, and countless other powerful entities materializing behind Han Daesung. This bastard had really pissed him off. Back in the control room, a staff member reported, "Manager, the second-floor network has been restored." "What about the third floor?" "The third-floor network is being replaced. It'll be another 30 minutes or so. Send the security team to the second floor and have them make their way to the third floor immediately." "Yes, sir." Zhang acknowledged the order. Director Huang Jun, I tried to appear calm. "Relax, manager. Aren't they all hunter candidates?" But he couldn't hide his anxiety as he watched Han Daesung on the screen. That venomous snake. The door to the room burst open, and another staff member rushed in, out of breath. "Manager, there's a report of one person killed and many others injured on the second floor." "What?" The manager was dumbfounded. On the news, a breaking story was being updated. It has been over an hour since the video feed from the hunter examination was interrupted. In his office, Zhang Chanho heard the news and immediately realized that was where Han Daesung was taking his test. Worried for his friend, he rushed over at once. Back in the testing area, Jin Shio was running for his life. He's a monster, not a human. But he didn't get far before one of his legs was cleanly severed. The pain hit him, and Jin Shio collapsed to the ground. His face drained of all color. Asterisk, this is bad. Even with my regeneration, it won't be fast enough. I only have one chance left. Asterisk. Han Daesung slowly approached him. "I hear the insects in hell can regenerate when their bodies are cut apart. Are you like that too?" Jin Shio screamed in terror. Just then, the third-floor network came online. In the control room, everyone held their breath, staring at the newly activated screen. "Hurry, get the security team there now." The image that appeared left them speechless. Jin Shio was on his knees, desperately begging Han Daesung for his life. "Please, spare me this time. I only have one regeneration left. Please, have mercy." Han Daesung was unmoved. "You only have one more chance? Then you're screwed." He prepared to slice him in half to see if he could recover. Jin Shio was horrified. If he were cut in two, Jumat's regenerative power might not be enough. Suddenly, Han Daesung noticed the camera light was on. An idea sparked in his mind. He would spare Jin Shio if he answered 3 questions truthfully. "Really?" Jin Shio asked hastily, clutching at the last straw. "But I'll cut you in half if you dare lie to me." Terrified into silence, Jin Shio didn't dare make sound. Han Daesung began. "First question, you're the one who caused this whole mess in the testing grounds, aren't you?" In the control room, Director Huang Junai and the entire staff held their breath, waiting for the answer. Caught red-handed, Jin Shio faced his first question. Was he the one who had thrown the entire testing site into chaos? Denying it would be useless. Seeing Jin Shio stammer, at a loss for words, Han Daesung's patience wore thin. "You son of a bitch. Look at you. Can't even spit out a word. Maybe I should just cut you in half and ask the 2 new yous after you regenerate. Better yet, cutting those 2 into 4 sounds like a lot more fun, doesn't it?" The threat worked. Jin Shio didn't dare stay silent any longer, rushing to explain and admit that it was all his fault. "Han Daesung Lu kid, please see it." "This is it," Jin Shio thought. "It's over, but at least I'm alive." "Who gave you the order?" The second question came. Terrified, but desperate to survive, Jin Shio decided to name the mastermind. He claimed he was only following the orders of the leader of the Red Demon Guild, who wanted to weaken the other guilds. The Red Demon Guild? Jin Shio's confession sent the control room into an uproar as he named the one who gave the order, the leader of the Red Demon Guild, Han Daesung. The tables had suddenly turned. Now, Han Daesung was the one being accused. He was furious. "That son of a bitch. He's trying to pin this on me to save his own neck. Seize him." But as he was roaring at his subordinate, another voice cut in. "Mr. Han Daesung." The branch manager appeared, informing him that they would hear his explanation at the Hunter Investigation Bureau. Damn it, how do I get out of this? Han Daesung thought, his mind racing. He quickly composed himself, stating he would stop by the Hunter Investigation Bureau at a more convenient time. No one expected the leader of the Red Demon Guild to actually back down. The Red Demon Guild made a swift exit. Han Daesung snarled, silently swearing he'd dice that bastard Jin Shio into 100 pieces for daring to turn on him and feed the scraps to the orcs. The secretary beside him couldn't help but ask, "Did you really have to back down like that?" Han Daesung stopped in his tracks. "You idiot. If I'd said one wrong word back there, Huang Junai would have sent me to my grave on the spot." And indeed, Director Huang Junai was seething with rage. The branch manager thanked him for restraining himself for the sake of the association. I didn't do it for the association, Huang Junai replied coldly, then immediately turned to leave. He vowed to himself that he would take out all this trash once and for all. Moments later, the manager dispatched security teams to evacuate the injured and conclude the examination. But inside the testing hall, the interrogation wasn't over. Jin Shio swallowed hard as Han Daesung closed in with his third question. You can still regenerate a few more times, can't you? Jin Shio froze. What are you talking about? He knew exactly what this meant. If he lied, he'd be cut in two. But even if he told the truth, that he only had one life left, the outcome would be the same. No matter what he said, he was going to be sliced apart. Just then, the system's voice echoed through the hall. Congratulations! Hunter Han Daesung has achieved first place. The official examination has now concluded. You have done very well. Han Daesung was slightly irritated by the interruption. Jin Shio, on the other hand, was ecstatic, believing he'd been saved. Congratulations, just as I'd expect from a brilliant S-rank hunter like yourself. But Han Daesung wasn't about to let him off the hook. With a swing of his blade, he sliced Jin Shio in two anyway. In the chairman's office, the association president mused, It's been a while since I've seen a monster of this caliber. Not since Li Jiang's sick, I suppose. Secretary Li, about this Han Daesung. We must have him on our side, no matter the cost. Secretary Li immediately complied. Meanwhile, a swarm of reporter vans had already surrounded the entrance to the association. A massive crowd had gathered, waiting for the test takers to emerge. The staff began to gossip, as the entire test had been broadcast live. The Red Demon Guild is totally finished. Couldn't they just dismiss it as Jin Shio's desperate accusation? Suddenly, another system announcement appeared. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the test passing criteria have been revised. Passing will now be determined by the order in which candidates cleared the first gate. They're going to show the list of everyone who passed in order of rank. The first gate is the only requirement to pass. Isn't that way too easy? Just how bad was the incident? The screen lit up. First place, Han Daesung, a rank license. The moment he saw the announcement, Zhang Chanho immediately called his friend. Are you in the S-rank Hunters Lounge? How the hell did you end up there? Han Daesung, of course, was oblivious to the chaos brewing outside. He was just kicking back in a massage chair, casually enjoying a cup of coffee. The waiting room door burst open. Zhang Chanho rushed in, out of breath. He froze, stunned by the lavish scene in front of him. The chairman's secretary told me to wait here and relax, Han Daesung explained. Don't ask me. Zhang Chanho's jaw dropped. The association chairman's secretary? He stammered. Dude, that's insane. They said you're an A-rank hunter with S-rank potential. Chanho was still in shock. Holy crap, are you serious? You could build a mansion with that kind of money now. A satisfied smile spread across Han Daesung's face. Seeing his expression, Zhang Chanho warned him, yeah, well, that potential is causing a total circus outside. People are scrambling to get you to join their guilds, offering contracts. A world-class talent showing up out of nowhere. They're all desperate to sign you. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the first floor. A swarm of reporters instantly took notice, their voices rising in a clamor. Who is it? Is that someone from the association? They swarmed him like a hurricane, and the man who stepped out was immediately swallowed by a sea of camera flashes. It was Jin Sang. He threw his arms in the air, roaring with triumph. I did it. I finally passed the hunter exam. One reporter shoved her way to the front. Congratulations. I'm Lai Chunsu from the Songong Daily. And I'm seeing you. Sir, what's your name? Surrounded by a forest of cameras and microphones, Jin Sang decided to take a gamble and uttered the name on everyone's mind. Daesung. Everyone froze. Han Daesung. It's Han Daesung. He's here. The reporters erupted with questions. Mr. Han Daesung, can you tell us more about the incident inside? Please, tell us about the flames you used on the first floor. But amidst the chaos, someone noticed something was off. This guy looks nothing like the photo of Han Daesung. And besides, there's another Han Daesung ranked 20th. Meanwhile, the security team was escorting the other examinees out. Every single one of them looked battered and broken. Might as well just go home and be a farmer, they thought, defeated. Not everyone is cut out to be a hunter, and they all silently cursed that bastard, Deng Jinqiu. The security team reported back. They had swept all 3 floors, but there was no sign of Deng Jinqiu's body. On command, they began to close the gate. Could that bastard have actually gotten away? A news report flickered across a television screen, detailing the horrific incident during the hunter exam and citing its unprecedented level of difficulty. At the Han residence, Daesung's mother was folding laundry, muttering to herself. Asterisk, I really need to buy him some new clothes. He wears the same outfit every single day. I wonder if the morning market will be open. Asterisk. The TV droned on in the background. An A-rank hunter with an absolutely unique skill set. Experts speculate that Han Daesung is poised to fill the nation's vacant 6th S-rank slot. Hearing the name, his mother froze. She suddenly shrieked, Jisoo. Han Jisoo rushed out, alarmed by the piercing scream. Mom? What's wrong? Still staring at the screen in disbelief, Han Daesung's mother stammered, The news. What are they saying? Now, it was Jisoo's turn to be floored. Oh my god, Mom. Big brother is an A-rank hunter. That's amazing. After a long, exhausting day, Han Daesung finally made it home. He was greeted by 2 stunned, bewildered faces. Completely clueless, he asked, What's wrong? The scene shifts to the Crimson Demon Guild's headquarters. The captain of Investigation Team 2, Kim Song-soo, announced firmly, as of this moment, all hunting activities of the Crimson Demon Guild are hereby suspended. The hunters of this guild will be processed under government authority and summarily expelled. Sitting across from him, Green Toxin, Han Daesung wore an unbothered expression. So, the hunters of the Green Toxin have made a fool of me, have they? Asterisk, putting too much faith in myself? Even I have my doubts sometimes, but he just doesn't get it. Zhong, as if that pathetic bastard could ever bring me down. Asterisk. Kim Song-soo's voice was cold. You will accompany us to the inspector's office. Han Daesung let out a wicked laugh, slamming his hands on the table as he stood. This is what happens when you take on the dirty work. But you put all your faith in that piece of trash, Deng Jinxiol, and now you want to drag me to the inspector's office. Seeing that words were getting him nowhere, Captain Kim Song-soo prepared for a fight. Are you going to come quietly? But Han Daesung wasn't intimidated. A smirk played on his lips. Do you have any idea how I got this far? File. Green Toxin Han Daesung, former second in command. Promoted to captain following the previous captain's suspicious death inside a gate. Sufficient evidence links the death to Lee Suk-woo. He continued to taunt them. You think sending a couple of rabbits into a viper's nest is going to accomplish anything? That old man, Park Young-ho, must be going senile. Song-soo ordered his subordinate, Hyo Dong-gu, get ready. Captain, there's no way, Hyo Dong-gu tried to stop him. But the captain was resolved, charging forward. If we don't kill him first, we're dead. Han Daesung used to look it. Just as I thought. I didn't get this position by playing nice. Instantly, he took control of Hyo Dong-gu. The subordinate drew his own sword and plunged it straight into his captain. Song-soo couldn't defend in time. He only managed to gasp out one last word. Dong-gu? Hyo Dong-gu, unable to control his own body, screamed in despair. It wasn't me. It's not my fault. A triumphant smirk spread across Han Daesung's face. Asterisk, a perfect little scene of internal strife. The inspector's office is so full of holes. Asterisk. It was too late. Song-soo realized this was the power of the monster standing before him. Han Daesung didn't bother to explain. Farewell, team leader Kim Song-soo, my new aura-protected puppet. Hyo Dong-gu let out a desperate scream as he watched his captain fall. Choi Min-ae was rushed to the emergency room the moment she was brought back. Seeing her daughter lying in an incubator, Director Hong Jun-ai was heartbroken. The doctor's report was devastating. Her aura center had been destroyed, meaning she could never be a hunter again. The news only fueled her rage. A cruel decision was made in an instant. Back at Han Daesung's home, the air was thick with tension. His mother was dead set against him continuing down such a dangerous path. Jisoo sided with their mother, worried sick about her newly recovered brother. She knew from the news that her son had done incredible things, but danger was still danger. Han Daesung suddenly remembered what Jang Chanho had once said, 99% of families would be against it, and the remaining 1% would get kicked out of the house. Sure enough, his mother sobbed, saying that if anything happened to him, she wouldn't want to live anymore. I've made a pact with Chanho's clan. Jisoo was stunned. Jang, Chanho's clan? You made a pact with a spirit. I did. To prove it, he put on a demonstration right in front of his mother and sister. Han Daesung reached his hand into thin air, as if passing through another dimension. The sight sent his mother into a panic. Han Daesung, your hand. His sister had no idea what he was up to. Why are you suddenly doing magic tricks? What he pulled out was a thick stack of cash, wrapped a bit haphazardly. He explained that this was his payment from the Spirit Clan, enough to pay off all their debts and cover their living expenses. His mother stared at the stack of money, dumbfounded. This much for a single payment? Jisoo was still in awe. Awesome. Do they always pay in cash like this? You two shouldn't be so surprised. I'll be earning a lot more than this from now on. Han Daesung looked at his sister and mother. Jisoo, you just listen to mom and focus on your studies. And Mom, you don't have to worry about our family's finances anymore. From now on, I'll protect you both. His heartfelt vow brought tears to both of their eyes. Seeing this, Han Daesung got awkward. What's with that reaction? Shouldn't you be happy? His mother didn't protest any longer. Right. This is so annoying, Jisoo pouted. Now that you're the one making money, you're acting all high and mighty. Watching his family's life slowly improve, Han Daesung thought to himself, if this was his reward for coming back from hell, it was all worth it. The memory of an old battle suddenly flooded his mind. Hyo Dungo had nearly been killed, facing a fatal blow from a monster. Luckily, his captain appeared just in time, sending the monster flying with a single kick and saving his life. After saving his subordinate, Kim Ji-ho asked, "You're tired already?" At that moment, all Hyo Dungo could do was cry without tears. Back in the present, the branch manager was bowing his head in apology. He never expected Han Daesung to be so brazen. Hyo Dungo, however, thought the man should never have picked a fight with that bastard in the first place. But to avenge his captain, he swore he would take Han Daesung's head with his own hands. When the association president arrived, the manager reported immediately. The president ordered a full mobilization of the Hunters Association forces, even the personnel on standby for gate breaks. The president's order was absolute. Destroy the Red Fiends and bring Han Daesung here. If he resists, bring me his head. At that same moment, back at Han Daesung's house, his phone was ringing off the hook. Damn it, it's so loud. He cursed under his breath as he looked at the screen. What is all this? Why am I suddenly getting so many notifications? His eyes, dark ringed from lack of sleep, scanned through dozens of messages from hundreds of different clans, mixed in with texts from reporters. What a pain. Why is there so much spam? The last message was from Jang Chanho, telling him to call back as soon as he woke up. Han Daesung immediately made the call. What's up? On the other end of the line, Jang Chanho's voice was electric with excitement. We won the bid for the C-rank gate. Man, this is great news. The money's going to start flowing in. All we have to do is collect it. On the highway, a long convoy of association vehicles was on the move. Every available hunter had been mobilized. Their target, the Red Fiends' headquarters. Leading the charge was the awakened A-rank hunter, Jin Ki-hong. Hunter teams will advance first. Military forces will follow. At the head of the troops was Hyo Dungo, burning with the desire for revenge. If the target resists, kill him. You have authorization to kill an awakened. Jin Ki-hong gave the order. All units, advance. The hunters stormed the building. But the scene inside left them stunned. The director was standing there alone, waiting for them. Breaking through the outer perimeter, the association's hunter squad pushed deep into the Red Demon Guild's building, the air thick with gloom. The inner gate was already open, as if waiting for them. Hyo Donggu charged in first, long knife in hand, ready to take Han Daesung's head. He roared, "That son of a bitch Han Daesung, where are you hiding?" But the only thing that answered him was the lifeless body of Han Daesung, sprawled on the floor. The brutality of his death was evident on the corpse. Soon after, the other hunters arrived. They were stunned by the chaotic scene inside, and by Director Huang Ryandong, who sat brazenly in the middle of the room. "How is he already dead? Get up, you bastard! You were supposed to die by my sword." Hyo Donggu screamed in vain. Ki-hong had to restrain his near-hysterical friend, confirming that Han Daesung was truly dead. Veins popping from his rage, Hyo Donggu could only stare helplessly at the corpse, unable to avenge his captain with his own hands. Finally, Ki-hong turned to confront Huang Ryandong. "Director, even if this was a personal vendetta, this is too cruel." Huang Ryandong admitted to causing the chaos outside, but denied killing Han Daesung. Ki-hong was floored. If it wasn't him, then who on earth did this? Meanwhile, news of the incident had begun to spread throughout the city. Captain Han Daesung of the Red Demon Guild had been found dead. The prime suspect was believed to be Huang Ryandong, captain of the Sone Guild. Most of the Red Demon Guild members were dead, and a large quantity of opium had also been discovered at the scene. In his office, Jin Sang was losing his mind. Damn it, how could I not have a single call? He had to start his own cleanup guild because no small guild would hire him. At this rate, he'd starve to death without ever seeing a single monster. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Oh, sweet mother of... Jin Sang scrambled to answer the phone, his heart pounding with curiosity. When he saw the name on the screen, his face lit up. At the same time, Han Daesung and Jang Chanho were on their way somewhere. You turned down offers from all the top 10 guilds? My God, the Sone Guild even said they provide unlimited support for hunter gear, the kind other places can only dream of. Han Daesung Lu Kid Smook. You think I'd bother with that crappy gear? That guy would probably pass out if he saw the stuff I have. He asked again, can you even make money from C-rank gate? Chanho yelled, "Are you crazy? The completion fee for a massive C-rank gate is 50 billion won. No, wait, after taxes and expenses, I heard it's more like 30 billion. Han Daesung was shocked too. What? Son of a bitch, they tax you 40%? That's brutal. Chanho added that if they got the core, they make even more. I already called for an operations assistant. But are you sure you'll be okay alone? Han Daesung was confused. Alone? Obviously. Jang Chanho is coming with me. An awkward silence fell between them after that statement. Chanho asked again, "What did you just say?" "I'm picking Chanho as my operations assistant." His face twisted. "My head was about to explode just thinking about all that complicated paperwork, so I asked you." Chanho still hadn't recovered. "This guy's going to be the death of me." At the C-rank gate, the military guards stopped them. "Hello, we need to see your permits." Jang Chanho handed over the permit. The guard read it and his eyes widened. "Assault Team, A-rank Hunter Han Daesung, Assistant Jang Chanho." He asked, "This is a massive type gate. Are you sure you're okay with this few people? It requires at least 100 C-rank hunters." Chanho stammered, "That's what I'm saying. But this psycho behind me can go in because he's an A-rank hunter. Do the association's rules make any sense to you? I don't even have a wife yet." The guard was just as helpless. "It doesn't make much sense, but rules are rules." He signaled to open the barrier, thinking it was best not to get involved with a crazy person. Jang Chanho turned for one last plea. "Han Daesung, can't you think this through?" He figured that no matter how great Han Daesung's S-rank potential was, this was still a massive type C-rank gate. Even the top 10 guilds would be nervous about entering. Han Daesung didn't say a word, just grabbed Jang Chanho by the collar and dragged him in. "Just trust me. Hey, damn it, let me go." Jang Chanho managed to choke out. "At least let me make one phone call to my family. If things get bad, I'm ditching you first, so don't blame me." And that is how Han Daesung was destroyed. He knelt, terrified, begging for forgiveness from an unseen force that was punishing him. "Help!" His joints shattered, twisting in agony. A giant, terrifying eye filled the space. He kept screaming for help. But from within that eye, an arm shot out with terrifying speed and ripped the still-beating heart straight from his chest. Heartless, Han Daesung died instantly. The arm remained, clenching and crushing the heart in midair. These images were being reviewed by the council on a video feed. The chairman asked, "Have you been unable to identify Han Daesung's killer?" Ki Hong reported, "There's only one CCTV camera. They haven't found anything yet." A supervisor added, "We perform an autopsy but still can't identify who possesses that aura skill." The chairman grew suspicious. "Don't tell me it was a ghost." At the Seagate, a car pulled to a stop. Jin Sang stepped out. "Good morning." He introduced himself. "I'm the one in charge of artifact collection today." "Artifact collection? Isn't it a bit early for that?" "They only went in 30 minutes ago," the guard said, confused. "The one raiding the gate today is Han Daesung, right?" Jin Sang asked. "That's right," the guard confirmed. Hearing this, Jin Sang's face lit up with joy. It was a stroke of luck that no other cleanup crew answered the call. Everyone thought this raid was doomed to fail. Who knew it would be Han Daesung? This is like winning the lottery. In a snowy cave, the site of a former test, a strange power was stirring. Jin Shoal lay there, helpless but burning with a will for revenge. He was so angry he cried, vowing that he had to survive. A voice echoed in his ear. "You want revenge? Then how about I grant you my blessing?" Jin Shoal's soul was torn from his body and pulled deep into the darkness. Han Daesung and Jang Chanho just stepped through the gate. In stark contrast to Han Daesung's calm demeanor, Jang Chanho was completely overwhelmed by the scene inside. Asterisk, holy crap. This is my first time inside a gate. I never imagined it'd be like this. Asterisk. Han Daesung spoke, his eyes scanning the vast space. "Just as I thought. It's a large-scale gate. The numbers are pretty impressive, too." Jang Chanho looked on in horror. "Wait, where did they all come from?" Before him was a sea of monsters, numbering in the tens of thousands, resembling a swarm of giant centipedes. He recognized them as a horde of demon lizards, a Tier 3 threat. As if sensing the intruders, the entire horde surged toward them like a ravenous flood. Han Daesung summoned and took a ready stance. "Watch closely." Before Jang Chanho could even process what was happening, Han Daesung shot forward with terrifying speed, leaving his stunned teammate behind. He charged straight into the center of the demon horde, swinging his sword and plunging it deep into the ground. A massive explosion shook the ground, sending countless demon lizards flying. The third skill of Hellfire, Volcano, was activated. From where the sword Wawong was plunged, a colossal pillar of flame erupted violently. Han Daesung sat at the epicenter, commanding the sea of fire to spread and engulf the horde. Agonized shrieks filled the air as the monsters were roasted alive. The battle was over in an instant. The entire monster horde had been annihilated, leaving behind a desolate battlefield. Zhang Chanho stood frozen, unable to believe the man before him was the same Han Daesung he once knew. Amidst the pile of freshly charred monster corpses, Han Daesung was slowly recovering his strength. He casually walked toward Zhang Chanho, remarking that the scorched smell was a lot like grilled fish. Zhang Chanho finally snapped out of his stupor. "You absolute monster. You should have told me. Have you been holding back this whole time? You scared the hell out of me." Han Daesung replied, a bit smugly, "Well, I'm showing you now, aren't I?" Those words seemed to galvanize Zhang Chanho. He clenched his fists. "All right, I made up my mind. We're going to create one." Han Daesung was confused. "Create what?" "A new guild. We won't just stop at Korea. We're going to become the #1 guild in the world." Outside, the guards noticed the gate was showing signs of instability. "What's going on with the gate? It hasn't even been an hour." "Wait, it's a fracture. Quick, contact the comms team." Jin Sang, the commander, gave an order. "Hold on. Someone's coming out." All the guards turned to face the gate. Han Daesung and Zhang Chanho emerged, completely unscathed and holding their heads high. Zhang Chanho announced, "The gate's been cleared. Now you guys just need to handle the cleanup." The guards still couldn't believe it. "It's already cleared? That's impossible." "Excellent work." A man stepped in front of Han Daesung. "Mr. Han Daesung, I'm in Jin Sang, and I was assigned to this raid." It was Jin Sang, the leader of the cleanup crew. He introduced himself as the one tasked with processing what was left inside the gate. Han Daesung glanced at the business card, noting the name was strangely similar to his own. Zhang Chanho asked, "You're from a cleanup guild, but you came alone?" Jin Sang explained, "Not exactly. The rest of my guild members are rushing over as we speak." He added, seemingly amused by their similar names, "I'll do my best to uphold the reputation of our name." As the two walked away, Jin Sang called after them, "I'll make sure everything left over is processed properly. If you ever need our services again, just give me a call." Han Daesung looked annoyed as he walked off. "Damn it, and I can't even change my name now." In a luxurious high-rise building, a real estate agent was showing an apartment. "This floor has the absolute best view. The furnishings are top quality. Basically, everything about this unit is perfect." It was a penthouse apartment with a magnificent view and a spectacular interior, the Han family's new home. Jisoo peeked out from one of the rooms. "Mom, every room has its own bathroom." Han Daesung's mother asked, still a bit hesitant, "This apartment, how much does it cost?" The agent answered crisply, "The current starting price is around $14 million, but the purchase price today would be $15 million. Hearing this, Han Daesung's mother's eyes went wide. "Is that right? $15 million? In a chaotic world like this, safety is everyone's top priority. Besides, isn't your son a famous hunter?" Jisoo chimed in proudly. "My brother is an A-rank hunter, and he's almost S-rank. Haven't you seen the news, mister? He's about to be promoted." Han Daesung's mother said sheepishly, "Oh, this child, bragging about her brother like that." The agent looked at Han Daesung, thinking he did look a little familiar. "I like it," Han Daesung said, "but what's the price for a one-time payment?" Hearing this, the agent's face lit up. "Since you're an S-rank hunter, I'll make an exception and draw up the contract immediately. Of course, there's no discount. The residents here have collectively agreed to pay around $2 million to hire hunters for protection, which naturally increases the property value. Another reason for the price is that the S-rank hunter, Jang Sik, also lives in this building." Han Daesung frovnid. "S-rank? How much of a discount does an S-rank hunter get?" The agent looked a little nervous. "Well, for an S-rank hunter, I could lower it to $8 million. The mother and daughter were completely stunned. "From $15 million down to 8? Han Daesung was very pleased. "In that case, can I get it for $6 million? On a deserted street, a young woman was walking alone. She felt like someone was watching her, so she began to walk faster. Distracted by her anxiety, she bumped into someone standing in her path. She looked up, terrified. "Who are you?" The mysterious man grinned sinisterly. "There's no need to be afraid. You have been chosen. You should be grateful." At the National Police Agency's autopsy room, the body of the young woman from last night had arrived. Her condition was identical to the previous victims. "She's the 10th victim in Seoul alone," a man stated. "There are undoubtedly similar cases happening elsewhere. We can't avoid a public investigation with the media putting on this much pressure." Ki Hong spoke up. "It's definitely an awakened. A normal person could never do something like this." "I thought things had finally started to quiet down with the monster gates," Yugo said, "but now we have a serial killer who's taking people's hearts. Let me be the one to catch him." At this rate, we can only conclude that the culprit behind these cases is the same person who killed Han Daesung. Ki-hong stopped Yugo. No, for now, you should return to base and focus on searching for Gates. He turned back to the police officer. Sir, please keep the media away from this and make it a closed investigation. We should also contact the Special Investigation Unit and request their assistance. In a research laboratory, Jin Chio wakes from a long stupor and finds himself trapped in a glass cage. He lets out a piercing scream, panicked and utterly confused about what's happening. Nearby, a strange man is muttering to himself. Hearing the scream, the man turns. So, you're finally awake? To him, Jin Chio's scream is nothing more than the cry of a newborn. Jin Chio is terrified. What the hell? Where the hell am I? Doesn't it look an awful lot like Hong Ma's laboratory? The man replies. At those words, Jin Chio instantly recognizes the place, the impolar injection room for the awakened. The man chuckles. He introduces himself as Roman, an elder of Han's. Jin Chio looks up. Those eyes. He's still alive? Roman declares that Jin Chio has been reborn as one of Han's. Confused, Jin Chio wonders, a member of Han's? Roman laughs heartily, promising to grant him unimaginable power and inviting him to rule the world together. In an office building, Jang Chanho is on the phone with Han Daesung. Do you really have to become an S-rank hunter? He reminds him, how long has it been since you became an A-rank? Clearing the gates should be your top priority right now. Jang Chanho is stunned when Han Daesung gives his reason. He needs the promotion before he can buy a house. Find as many gates as you can. Jang Chanho feels helpless. Since when was this guy planning to buy a house? All right, I get it for now. I've got a lot to deal with at the company, so in the meantime, head to the Aura Market and get yourself some gear. Oh right, I forgot about that. Supreme Being, do you wish to continue the mission field? Han Daesung stands inside another gate. The system announces that there are 5 types of fields to choose from. He chooses number 5, Black's Castle. Initiating mission field. The ruler is being brainwashed by the supreme powers of paradise. Defeat the brainwashed ruler located in each field, alter causality, and remove the time-space seal. Data on Black's Castle was recorded 45 years and 78 days ago. Do you wish to download the data? Yes. The moment Daesung confirms, a series of images flashes relentlessly through his mind as the system records everything, helping him grasp the entire situation. After receiving the fragmented memories, Daesung is transported into the gate. Holding a rather plain-looking shield and sword, he looks down in dismay at his old-fashioned, guard-like getup. Damn it, this debuff is insane. He is not happy at all. At headquarters, the media is in a frenzy over reports of a new serial killer in Sun. An overseer gives an order, send an official notice to all the guilds, and post it on the Hunter Bulletin. Yes, sir. The manager and the overseer turn as an assistant comes rushing toward them, out of breath. The Ocean Guild failed to clear the B-rank gate. The Ocean Guild? Aren't they one of the top 3 guilds in South Korea? The one Baek Ha-jin is in. I thought they had a ton of A-rank awakeners. In the middle of a desolate, ruined city, there is a village of children, a stark contrast to the surrounding landscape. The children are playing, full of innocent joy. From a distance, a man watches over them. 2 young boys are play-acting. I'm the strongest hunter. You evil monster. The other boy starts to cry. I don't want to be the monster. I hate monsters. The man approaches them. What did your dad say would happen if you 2 fought again, huh? This man is John Dong-suk, 35 years old, an EX-rank hunter from the Crow Guild, ranked 2nd in South Korea. Seeing him, the 2 boys immediately get into a defensive stance. It's a monster. Dong-suk immediately plays along. That's right, you 2 are turning into monsters. Come on, hit me with your best shot. A girl named Nico rushes over, looking for him. Director. Pull from the fun, Dong-suk asks, what's happened? The girl smiles. There's an urgent message from the Hunter Association. Good grief, they can't even give me 1 day off. Dong-suk grumbles, then turns to her. Please look after the kids for me. There's a gate I need to clear. Yes, of course. Please be careful out there, Director. John Dong-suk laughs. Hey, don't you have any faith in me? I'm John Dong-suk, the #1 hunter in South Korea. At a C-rank gate in Chonho, a line of hunters and staff members are waiting. A man steps out. Clearing a C-rank gate is so damn boring. I'm Jang Sik, 28 years old, an S-rank hunter and the nation's #1. As he emerges, the waiting crowd bows in welcome. Congratulations, young master. His secretary reports. Young master, the association's invitation for a joint gate raid has arrived. It's signed by Baek Ha-jin. At the name Baek Ha-jin, Jang Sik freezes for a moment. She really is beautiful. Elsewhere, Han Daesung was in the middle of conquering a castle when he was suddenly teleported to an unfamiliar place. He found himself in the shoddy gear of a common guard. And right before his eyes, a giant monster was slowly rising from the ground. It stood towering before the castle gate, a massive great sword in its hand. A system window appeared, announcing the quest: defeat the gatekeeper dragon soldier within the time limit. Han Daesung quickly sized up the situation. In this weak body, a single flick from that monster would be enough to kill me. All I have is Priest Odi's bow and the giant's ice shield. What'd I do now? He crouched down, trying to rack his brain. How'd I kill it before? I can't remember a damn thing. His gaze shifted from the sword to the shield, then back up to the colossal gatekeeper. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. At the entrance to a B-rank gate, a chaotic swarm of reporters had gathered. Security guards were struggling to keep them behind the designated line. A female reporter began her live broadcast. Hello, I'm reporting live from the B-rank gate in Gongbu. It appears the Ocean Guild is preparing for a second raid after their first attempt ended in failure. A nearby security guard muttered to himself, wondering how the information had leaked so fast for the press to get a whiff of it. His colleague just shook his head in resignation. The atmosphere grew even more frenzied when the leader of the Ocean Guild, Choi Ha-jin, arrived. Reporters immediately swarmed her, shoving microphones in her face. Ms. Choi, how do you plan to address the issues from the previous failed raid? What's your ideal type? Amid the professional questions, gasps of admiration could be heard. How can anyone be that beautiful in person? She's even more stunning in real life. A beauty like that is 1 in a million. Surrounded, Choi Ha-jin calmly approached one of the reporters and politely borrowed his microphone. She announced clearly, "Everyone, I will stop the gate break at all costs. To that end, I have requested assistance from the 2 top-rank hunters in Korea." A murmur went through the crowd. Hunters ranked even higher than B rank. That's right. I'm talking about Jang Sik and Sei Jong-Jon-seon. All eyes turned to the 2 men who had just been named, the number 1 and number 2 hunters in Korea. No one had even noticed they were there. Get a close-up on them. So this is how she's handling the backlash from the failed raid. That's my woman. All right, Jang Sik said with a proud smirk. Look at her, soaking up the attention. Did she leak the broadcast info herself? Sei Jong-Jon-seon scoffed. Just then, Choi Ha-jin walked over to them. It's time. Let's go. The reporters immediately started typing, preparing to publish articles with the most sensational headlines possible. A massive fireball tore through the air, hurtling straight into the face of the sleeping gatekeeper monster. Not just one, but a second one followed right after. Jolted awake, the monster let out a furious roar. Refusing to be outdone, it immediately fired back a blast of energy in retaliation. Watching the scene unfold, Han Daesung just smirked. Oh, so you're finally awake? He instantly shifted into a battle stance. Just one small mistake will cost me my life. I have to stay completely focused. The gatekeeper demon roared. A little brat like you dares to challenge me? As it spoke, its foot landed in a puddle of slippery slime that Han Daesung had placed earlier. Losing its balance, the colossal monster crashed to the ground, its legs flailing in the air. Now's my chance. Han Daesung shot forward, aiming for its undefended stomach. He swung his sword, his sharp eyes locked on the seal etched into the monster's neck. With one clean strike, the blade pierced through the seal. The monster let out a world-shaking scream before vanishing. At the same time, the castle doors slowly creaked open. Han Daesung stood, looking at his handiwork. Good thing I remembered its weak spot at the last second. He dropped the sword and shield. They were useless now. The system announced, user has acquired the privilege of the Dragon Soldier. Access to Valaker's Iron Castle granted. Quest complete. A new stage of the castle raid has begun. First, I need to find a new weapon. Stepping inside, he was met with a scene of utter desolation, the remnants of ancient battles. Countless weapons were embedded in the walls, interspersed with dangerous traps. The fires in the forges, however, still burned brightly. Dungeon 212, Valaker's Iron Castle. Difficulty, unknown. Objective, reach Valaker's chamber. Han Daesung strode forward, his eyes scanning the area for a hidden mechanism. He was sure it was around here somewhere. And sure enough, he quickly spotted a button concealed behind a wall. The moment he pressed it, a heavy, ancient stone door began to grind open. The system announced, you have discovered Valaker's armory. Access granted for 5 minutes. Han Daesung stepped inside, a small smile on his face. Nothing's changed. Time remaining, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. He walked over to a table displaying 3 weapons, and without hesitation, picked up the black dragon blade. This sword deals critical damage to the dragon clan of the Underworld, the complete opposite of my fire dragon sword. But if I want to face Valaker, going in without this is suicide. Time remaining, 3 minutes. With the blade in hand, Daesung glanced around the room one more time. His eyes landed on a suit of armor. In a corner of the room, piled high with gold and jewels. Time remaining, 2 minutes. Daesung suddenly remembered. Right, that's money. Something I desperately need right now. After gearing up, he slung the black dragon blade over his shoulder and confidently headed for the castle's main chamber. Finally, is it time for the final boss? A deafening roar echoed from the B-rank dungeon gate, where the top hunters were on duty. Dong-suk clapped his hands over his ears, cursing under his breath. Asterisk God, my eardrums are about to burst. If it doesn't shut its mouth, I'm gonna rip it wide open. Asterisk. But the monster didn't understand human speech. It just kept roaring as it charged forward. Dong-suk tightened his grip on his sword, pouring all his strength into the weapon. The beast swiped its claws, aiming to snatch him, but Dong-suk was a step ahead. He lunged, swinging his blade right at it. A single slash, packed with terrifying power, struck the monster's head. Taking a direct hit, it shrieked in pain, its defenses faltering. Seizing the opening, Dong-suk signaled for the others to attack in unison. The hunters instantly rushed in like a storm, finishing off the monster. As an oxer type, its hide was so thick that ordinary swords couldn't even scratch it. From a distance, Heron cheered, "Awesome, CO Dong-suk. Finish it off." In the middle of her cheering, she heard a voice call out from behind, "Choi Ha-jin." Jang Sik appeared, his body covered in blood. He spoke gravely. "You promised we'd go on a date if this mission was a success, right?" Seeing Jang Sik's wretched state, Choi Ha-jin was a bit flustered. With no other choice, she began to heal him with her aura. Jang Sik's wounds healed quickly. Choi Ha-jin asked, confused, "How in the world did you get like this?" In response, Jang Sik pointed to his prize, the head of a high-risk level 2 beast, the King Oxer. Choi Ha-jin was stunned. "Oh my god, you defeated the King Oxer all by yourself?" Seizing the chance to brag, Jang Sik puffed out his chest. "Pretty cool, right? Hands off," Choi Ha-jin snapped. Another monster appeared. "All injured, fall back." Dong-suk shouted, his patience wearing thin. "What kind of monster is this? Not even my aura can draw a drop of blood." Seeing the tide turning against them, Jang Sik leaped in to help, calling back over his shoulder, "Heron, don't forget your promise." And with that, he vanished at an incredible speed, leaving Heron standing there dumbfounded. When did I ever promise that? She wondered. Meanwhile, in Vark's castle, Daesung had finally reached the final boss room. "So, I'm finally here," he thought. Standing before the massive gate, he took out several stat-boosting elixirs. As a precaution, Daesung cast a series of buffs on himself. The system announced his current points at 128,000 and asked if he wanted to use his enhancement items. Daesung confirmed, using them all. Instantly, energy from the elixirs flooded his body, boosting his strength, agility, mana, defense, critical hit rate, and recovery. Feeling prepared, Daesung pushed the doors open and walked in. The room was empty, save for the final boss at its center. He was enormous and muscular, easily 1,000 times Daesung's size. Far from being afraid, he even offered a friendly smile. "Long time no see." Noticing the intruder, Vark's eyes lit up with caution. He gave a signal, and a loud noise echoed through the room. A ferocious dragon-like beast stepped out from the shadows. It had the head of a dragon, but its body was that of a powerful, muscular humanoid. It let out a powerful roar. The system announced that Daesung was resisting the draconic pressure effect. Flames erupted, enveloping his body. "Hello, and welcome everyone. This is your streamer, 7 Dragons." Yunjae's voice rang out from the Hunter Daily channel. Yunjae here, coming at you live. First up, let's take a look at this week's ranking of the hottest hunters. And at number 1, as always, the youngest son of a famous corporation who became a hunter out of pure passion, Jang Sik. And get this, folks, the leader of the Sung Guild is also the chairman of the Daesung group. Below, the fan comments were flooding in. The chairman of Welfare Telecom. This next man needs no introduction. The man who declared he would become a father to all the children orphaned by the gates. The godfather Sunghyun. Ho ho ho. And next up, a lily blooming in a wasteland of hunters. It's Ha-jin. Let's give her a big round of applause. There was a B-rank gate break this week, wasn't there? But it was dealt with cleanly in just 6 hours, thanks to the Lily and Beigel combo. Yunjae was in the middle of his enthusiastic report when he suddenly froze. And there's one more piece of news. Asterisk, I've seen this guy before. Did he clear a legendary rank gate? Alone? Asterisk. On the screen was Daesung. Asterisk, how is that possible? Is this guy even real? Asterisk. At the same time, over at the Hunter Association, the official website was constantly updating with noteworthy headlines, all related to recent events. Roman was the one monitoring them. He noticed that the frequency of successful dungeon clears was on the rise. In his daily life, he was just an employee of the association. As he was leaving work, a colleague called out to him. JX, want to grab a drink? He immediately declined. Sorry, I've got something to take care of at home. All right then, we'll go on ahead. You better come next time. After they left, Roman resumed his work, searching across the map of South Korea. Not enough invitations, he thought. Time to change my status. Back in the castle, the dragon beast was ready to tear Han Daesung limb from limb. Just as it opened its mouth to gather a fireball, Han Daesung shot upward, launching an attack straight at the ferocious beast. Struck by the sudden assault, the dragon was grievously wounded. It cried out in pain and then collapsed. Dragon blood splattered all over him, but he seemed perfectly at ease. Asterisk, it's been a while since I've been covered in this much blood. Kinda nostalgic. Asterisk. Seeing his underling defeated, Vark finally made his move. He rose to his feet and swung his colossal weapon. The attack whistled past his ear, but Han Daesung dodged it with ease. The difference in their sizes was immense. Where Vark's weapon had passed, a long, scorched trench was carved into the ground. Son of a bitch, Han Daesung muttered, then let out a sigh. Valari plunged down in a frenzy, a relentless barrage of blades hammering the small figure below. The strikes grew faster and faster, like a storm of steel. Han Daesung desperately dodged the onslaught, slashing at the blades as they fell. The storm of weapons suddenly ceased. Han Daesung's sword flared with light as he held it aloft. It was his turn to strike back. But his opponent was far from easy. Just as he lunged forward, Han Daesung was forced back onto the defensive. Another storm of blades descended, this one even more vicious than the last. Seeing the stubborn pest below still evading its attacks, Valari's rage grew. After weathering the barrage, Han Daesung had to admit it. This thing was too strong. Valari began to roar with rage. Down below, Han Daesung couldn't figure out what it was planning. A system alert rang out, announcing that Valari had activated its ultimate skill, Dragon General Thunder Rage Dragon. It shrieked, lost in a mad frenzy. Seizing the opening, Han Daesung lunged forward and landed a critical strike. Immediately after landing the devastating blow, he retreated to the far side of the battlefield. What? Trying to turn from a lizard into a dragon? Han Daesung kid. However, from the fluid pouring from Valari's body, a new shape began to form. Han Daesung watched warily as it began to take a human form. What now? Who are you to disturb the slumber of a holy apostle? The strange entity demanded. On a street in another part of the city, blood dripped at a man's feet. Oh, God of the Giants, I beseech you, create an altar. The serial killer continued his gruesome work. With each heart he took, the pool of blood at his feet congealed into a bizarre object. This was his plan all along, to create an immense power. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Roman was in his office. Yes, this is the head of the Gate Pursuit Division, he lied into the phone. On the other end of the line was the murderer. Reverend, I've used the hearts we've been collecting to create the altar. Hearing this, a satisfied smirk spread across Roman's face. He continued the charade. I'll notify the Hunter Association immediately and have them dispatch a request. So, when should I destroy it? His subordinate asked. Roman smiled. As soon as enough high-value targets have gathered, you have my permission to destroy it. Suddenly, a system warning flashed in Han Daesung's mind. Unknown sources infiltrated the system. The immense power caused the system to glitch, but not before it identified the source as the Avatar of Paradise. Judging by how the system is reacting, this one must be pretty powerful, Han Daesung thought. Quest complete. You may now use the primordial body of the Supreme Being. Do you wish to use it? Han Daesung accepted without hesitation. A brilliant aura enveloped him. The Avatar spoke. You intend to interfere with the mission of this universe? Annihilation is a fitting end for such inferior creatures. It declared, now, turn to ash. A colossal beam of energy tore through the castle. I shall make you my next vessel. But what met the blast was not a new body, but Han Daesung's counterattack. He rocketed toward the Avatar with blinding speed. His blade, fueled by fury, aimed straight for the entity. The blade passed right through its body, but it appeared completely unharmed. A pathetic creature like you cannot harm me. Han Daesung roared in frustration. What the hell are you? He activated his ultimate skill, Inferno, a power that can only be used in hell, with might rivaling that of a supreme being. The scenery abruptly shifted to the vastness of space. Now it was the Avatar's turn to be bewildered. While it was still reeling in confusion, flames from hell itself erupted to ensnare it. Impossible! How could this inferior being have reached such a level? It shrieked as the grip tightened painfully. I must report back to Paradise at once. Confirmed. The Avatar of Paradise has been eliminated. System restoration in progress. The consequences of this domain will now be altered due to the Avatar's disappearance. Ascend the throne to complete the quest. Back in the castle, Han Daesung walked up to the throne and gently placed a hand on it. The surrounding stones began to shift and reform violently. The throne itself started to glow with a brilliant light, as if to welcome its new king. As Han Daesung stepped forward, thunderous cries erupted around him. All hail the demon god. The demon god is invincible. Please lead us from this place. Grant us the chance to take revenge on the fiends of paradise. Quest complete. Ruler of Valari's Iron Castle. The beings of the castle now officially recognize Han Daesung as their king. We pledge our undying loyalty to you. Han Daesung sank wearily onto the throne. You're all too loud. I'll call you when I need you. Until then, be quiet. Now all that's left is to clear the gate and collect my pay. Back at the Hunter Association, urgent news was breaking. An A-rank gate had appeared in eastern Gangnam. When do we issue the civilian evacuation order? Shouldn't we assemble a strike team first? That's dangerously close to the association headquarters. The chairman arrived moments later, and the staff immediately greeted him with respectful bows. The chairman asked, "Is this the same type of gate that reduced Gangbuk to ashes 5 years ago?" A manager confirmed, "Yes, sir. We've identified it as the exact same type of A-rank gate." The chairman paused in thought before giving a decisive order. Mobilize every available hunter and request backup from the World Hunter Organization. Yes, sir. We're on it. A system window appeared, displaying the Supreme Entity's progress rate, skills, and equipment. Han Daesung scrolled through, swapping out his basic weapons, armor, and relics for each scenario. The list of new skills and items grew longer. He felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Asterisk, this progress rate is pathetic. I gotta pick up a few more skills. Asterisk. With that thought, Han Daesung entered Spider Valley. The system began loading data for the area, recorded 3 years prior. He began another skill hunt before his departure. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, an emergency meeting was convened just after a new A-rank gate appeared. On the large screen were the faces of South Korea's top-ranked hunters. It looks like everyone is here, the director announced. I will now begin the meeting regarding our response to the A-rank gate in Gakdong, Gangnam. Elsewhere, Director Juni was still agonizing over who had killed Han Daesung. Han Daesung wasn't the type to be easily overpowered. His death was just too strange. He suspected a greater power had intervened. Thinking of Choi Min-ae, he could only sigh, hoping the poor girl would be able to pull through. In a hospital room, a nurse looked down at an untouched food tray with concern. You've skipped another meal, she said gently. You need to have at least one proper meal a day. I'll leave the 4 drip here, but it won't do much good if you don't eat anything. The patient's hands clenched unconsciously. It was Choi Min-ae. The poor girl was drowning in guilt, convinced she was the one who had gotten her leader killed. Meanwhile, the meeting at the Hunter Association continued. It's been over a month since our master left to train, reported Ju Dong-soo, the leader of the Fortress Guild. We have no damn clue where she is. The vice leader of the Marvel Guild added, Master Cho Hung-gun is currently in Silicon Valley developing a new aura weapon. He's aware of the situation and is arranging his schedule to return to Korea. The director summarized, so for this raid, we only have Lee Chong-sik, Jong Jon-seon, and Baek Choi-ha-jin. Jong Jon-seon, sitting across the table, casually picked his nose. Can't be helped. If we don't stop it, we're all dead anyway. I have to keep my promise to Choi-ha-jin, Chong-sik chimed in. Choi-ha-jin immediately shot back. Hey, we already went on a date. I even treated you to meat and dessert, remember? She was exasperated by yet another one of his promises. It was supposed to be just the two of us. How can you call a date when Dong-suk was there? Chong-sik protested. If I say it was a date, it was a date. Koyajin yelled. Finding himself dragged into the argument, Dong-suk spoke up to defuse the tension. I'll deal with those two later. For now, just assign them a large number of A-rank hunters. That's right. If Relic agrees, this could be the first time Korea successfully destroys an A-rank gate. With Relic on board, it's definitely possible. Everyone agreed. The chairman made the final decision. Director, assign them 100 A-rank hunters and 100,000 IT cores. The room buzzed with murmurs again. Isn't the association's entire annual budget 100,000 IT cores? This is the best support package we've ever seen. At least people will be lining up for the job because of the reward money. Roman, also present at the meeting, listened in silence, taking in the situation. A news broadcast echoed everywhere. As of now, the Gate Management Center has issued a Level 1 warning. We urge all citizens to evacuate immediately to their designated shelters. The rain was pouring. At the site of the A-rank gate, a guard approached. The assault team has been cleared for entry. The party, consisting of Team Relic and hundreds of A-rank hunters, was assembled. The air was thick with tension. A sudden Level 1 warning. This is insane. Daesung grumbled, glaring at the couple in front of him. Hurry it up so you can go on that date with Choi Ha-jin. Don't you dare crash it this time, Daesung warned. Are you nuts? If you want to go so bad, go by yourselves. Daesung turned and led the force forward. Don't be afraid. Let's do this. The entire team stepped through the gate. This time, they were greeted by a vast grassland dotted with jagged rock formations. Everyone, check your comms and spread out. Daesung ordered. I'm going to scout the area. Wait here for me, okay? Daesung told Choi Ha-jin. After Daesung left, Choi Ha-jin turned to report to Daesung. He's gone to scout. Daesung muttered, just loud enough for her to hear, that damn simp. He could have just reported to me over the radio. Did he really need to tell you in person? Then he switched on his radio and announced to the entire team. Daesung has gone to scout. Everyone, set up camp. Roger, the A-rank hunters replied in unison. Their coordination was impressive. Back in an office, Jang Chanho was desperately trying to reach Han Daesung. Come on, pick up, pick up. The call finally connected. The moment Han Daesung answered, Jang Chanho yelled into the phone. Dude, why have you been unreachable? Something huge is going down. Another voice came through from Han Daesung's end. Mom, the new house is already furnished. Why'd you bring all this junk? Jang Chanho realized his friend was moving. Yeah, I'm in the middle of moving, Han Daesung confirmed, then asked, so what's going on? An A-rank gate just appeared. The association has mobilized all hunters B rank and above. Han Daesung was surprised. Gakdong? That's right near my new place. How dangerous can this gate be to warrant a full mobilization order? The gate that turned Gangbuk to ash 5 years ago was also in A rank. It took 3 S-rank hunters everything they had just to stop it. But Han Daesung didn't seem to care. Mom, you don't need to bring things like pots and pans. We're just going to buy new ones anyway. In that case, an idea suddenly struck Han Daesung. If I take care of it, does that mean I can become an S-rank hunter right away? Jang Chanho was left speechless. At that moment, back at the A-rank gate, the first creatures emerged. Bloodwolves, a Tier 2 threat. Daesung and the other hunters immediately took defensive positions. Monsters incoming, 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We got them at 9 o'clock, too. Another report says 6 o'clock. Reports flooded in from all directions. They were completely surrounded. Superconducting cores are essential items for conquering gates. They are currently classified by ranks from A to SX. The world was on the brink of despair. Unchecked development had led to environmental ruin and the depletion of natural resources. In the midst of this, cores emerged as a new energy source, transforming an age of apocalypse into an era of rebirth. Their most crucial function is to increase a hunter's skill usage count when inserted into their aura gear. Some even say that the success or failure of a raid depends entirely on the number of cores equipped. That's why, for hunters, cores are as vital as their aura gear. In the heat of the moment, Daesung bellowed his orders. The hunters immediately slotted the cores into their equipment. Power surged through them. Everyone could feel energy welling up inside their bodies stronger than ever before. Just as they finished preparing, the horde of beasts descended, charging as if they'd been starved for years. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke erupted, halting their advance. Everyone stared in shock, realizing it was Jang 6 doing. Damn it, I really didn't want to use this tech. Aura energy, domain expansion. Pushing his power to 200%, Jang 6, now at his peak, leaped straight into the vicious pack of monsters. The four-eyed creatures were just as fierce, ready to tear him to shreds. Jang 6 has deployed his field. Daesung started to move forward, signaling for Harry to handle the rear. Choi Ha-jin quickly caught up, falling back to provide support. Jang 6 was luring all the monsters in one direction, signaling to Daesung. Get over here now. Come on. Follow me. That's it, follow me. Just as planned, Daesung shot forward like a rocket, aiming for the swarm of monsters that had been served up for him on a silver platter. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Core Overdrive. It's all yours, Daesung. 2 immense powers erupted at once. Daesung swung his fist, roaring the skill's name. This is the one skill that cost me 100 billion. Ohatundeur, divine punishment. His eyes glowed, crackling with energy. A single punch slammed into the ground. The aftershock radiated for miles, incinerating every last monster in a high-voltage current. At the same time, from the rear, Choi Ha-jin was channeling her power. Aura, field, restoration. It was a wide-area recovery skill. The hunters immediately felt a healing energy envelop them. This is Choi Ha-jin's restoration field. This is my first time getting her buff. It's an area of effect buff? Isn't that an A-rank skill that costs a whole core? Must be nice to be rich. They couldn't help but marvel at her incredible ability. Jang Sik quickly returned to the team. Seeing him, everyone immediately regrouped, ready for the final assault, their spirits soaring. You damn monsters. We're the ones in charge now. In a dilapidated, abandoned building, a group of people passed around illicit packages. One by one, they each had to offer a tribute to their leader. Suddenly, one of them ran in, shouting, "The cavalry! Everyone run!" Shit! At the warning, they all scattered in a panic, desperate to avoid capture. A man in a frayed, old suit cursed as he ran. Damn it! How the hell did it come to this? Just then, a car screeched to a halt, blocking their path, its headlights blinding them. A voice boomed from the vehicle. Drop your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, you will be arrested for illegal trafficking. The man snarled. Damn it, these freaking knights. However, the car looked strange. What the hell? The car door opened and a man stepped out, his tone dripping with mockery. My, to think the High Council of the Crimson Demons has been reduced to a bunch of pathetic rats. What? What did you just say? Who the hell are you, you bastard? The group erupted in angry shouts. The stranger smiled. I'm going to show you a whole new world. It was Jean. Anyone who was part of the Crimson Demons knew him. They were all stunned, unable to believe he was still alive. Jean stared them down, his gaze magnetic. Back at the gate, the head of the final monster hit the ground. It's over. So awesome, that was brilliant. Is this the first time an A-rank gate has been cleared without a single death? Well, they do have 3 S-rank hunters. It'd be weird if they failed. Let's get first aid to the injured, quickly. In the midst of the chatter, Daesung walked over to offer his praise. Just as I expected. Choi Ha-jin, your skills are truly top-notch. An ability like that is incredibly useful for clearing gates, isn't it? I'm so jealous I could burst. Choi Ha-jin looked annoyed. I told you last time, didn't I? My skill is a total money pit. Everyone was envious of a hunter's high income, but B-rank gear and above, among other things, required an enormous number of cores. A few more uses, and they'd be operating at a major loss. A major loss? I used it way too many times today. We were lucky the association sponsored us with 100,000 cores, but they were all C-rank. Do you know how many of those it takes to make one A-rank core? You and I both used an A-rank skill twice. That's 20,000 cores right there. And the hunter squad probably used up another 20,000. After all that, they're left with nothing. She continued her tirade. Are you listening? Didn't you say you borrowed money from Jang Sik? You borrowed from the association, too. You really love racking up debt, don't you? Daesung felt like his ears were bleeding from the lecture. And here we go. Little Ha-jin's nagging has begun. Her nagging skill must be S-rank. Jang Sik, still a bit dazed, blurted out a compliment. You're chirping like a little canary. It's kind of cute. Meanwhile, the other hunters were cleaning up the battlefield. One of them found a prize and shouted in joy. A B-rank core. But in the next instant, a terrifying power descended, and the hunter was killed on the spot. Everyone screamed in terror. It turned out the fight wasn't over. There was still a boss. The air around the Daesung gate was stretched taut. On command, the military had established a 3-kilometer lockdown perimeter as a precaution. Hunters from across the nation were also beginning to gather. On a live broadcast, a female reporter updated the situation. So far, we know that the Lel Big Raid Party is inside the gate. During their last B-rank gate raid, they shattered the previous completion record. That's right, they set a new record time of 6 hours and 21 minutes. This current raid has already surpassed the 10-hour mark. The association's goal was to clear the gate as quickly as possible by mobilizing a large number of A-rank hunters. Hunters from the nation's 9 major guilds were recruited, while those from small and medium-sized guilds were on standby for backup. At the Hunters Association Command Center, the situation was being monitored closely. Has the International Hunters Association sent anyone yet? The director asked. We still haven't heard back from them, Jang replied. There's no way for us to know what's going on inside unless we go in ourselves. She added, nearly all military personnel and reinforcements are on site. Leader Jo Han-sung is expected to arrive within 8 hours. For now, our best bet is to trust the Lel Big Party and wait. The director nodded but still gave the order. Keep trying to contact the International Association. We need to prepare for the worst. Immediately, he tried to calm himself. Asterisk, I can't think about that. This raid has to succeed. Asterisk. Inside the gate, the Lel Big Party was in chaos. The boss, a giant wolf, withstood every assault. The hunter's attacks only seemed to enrage it further. The boss moved with terrifying speed, closing in on their formation in the blink of an eye. Seeing things were going south, Zhang Sik rushed forward. Everyone attack now. He launched a direct sword strike, but the monster easily parried it. Zhang Sik used Heavenly Speed Sword, unleashing another slash at the boss, but it blocked the attack with impossible ease. Not only that, but a single swipe of its claws forced Zhang Sik to scramble out of the way. Then it was the monster's turn to counter. With its overwhelming size, the boss charged like a storm. Blow after blow, Zhang Sik was forced on the defensive. But no matter how strong he was reaching his limit. A wound appeared, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The boss delivered what would have been a fatal blow, but thankfully, Daesung arrived just in time to block it. The way it's handling Zhang Sik, this thing's a real handful. From the rear, Choi Ha-jin provided constant support with her healing spells. Seeing Zhang Sik's heavy injuries, she focused all her energy on him. Even in the middle of the fight, Zhang Sik turned back to thank her. I owe you a meal after this. Choi Ha-jin sighed in exasperation. Forget about that. Just focus on not losing. Zhang Sik smiled. Roger that. He charged back into the fight, teaming up with Daesung. After a few more vicious attacks, the monster was critically wounded. It let out one last roar before finally falling to Zhang Sik's blade. The team erupted in cheers. That's our Zhang Sik. He's number one. Daesung just shook his head. Look at this guy, acting all cool like he took it down by himself. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, stunning everyone. What was that sound? Then, a terrifying voice echoed through the chamber, sending shivers down their spines. Where's that creepy voice coming from? It is the sound of mortals who dared trespass upon our domain. It turned out there wasn't just one boss. Before them stood 3 more giant wolves, along with a humanoid leader with the head of a wolf. Everyone panicked. They had struggled just to kill one of them, and now they had to face an entire pack? Even Zhang Sik's jaw dropped. Where did all these guys come from? Daesung immediately gave the order. Kill them all. Outside, a crack appeared on the gate. In the command center, chaos erupted. This can't be happening. Ajang cried out in alarm. But the raid party is still inside. The director was stunned as the horrifying reality dawned on him. The Lel big party where they wiped out. He roared. Send in the reinforcements. Issue an emergency summons to all hunters across the country. Now. The entire room was thrown into a panic, the sound of incessant phone calls filling the air. Inside the gate, the wolf leader observed the chaos. This place is full of intruders. Let the hunt begin. Reinforcements quickly began to gather near the base. Has the Wildfire Guild arrived? 3 Birang hunters from the Wildfire Guild are here. Ki Hong muttered under his breath. Damn, what kind of guild name is that? Okay, and the Jiangdu Guild. 2 Birang hunters from Jiangdu are present. At least that one sounds decent. Next up, the Han Daesung Guild. A man stepped forward. That would be me, Li Minho, a rank hunter. Ki Hong realized this was the man the association president had told him to keep an eye on. He announced, all hunters present will be assigned to defense battalions in preparation for a potential gate break. I might not even get to go inside, let alone clear the gate, Han Daesung thought. That idiot Zhang Chanho should have called me sooner. But then he remembered, he was the one who hadn't picked up the phone. Another loud noise erupted from the gate. Everyone looked on in confusion. Is that coming from inside the gate? Ki Hong grew anxious. No way. Only Han Daesung seemed intrigued. 1 hour before the gate break. Inside the A-rank gate, the bodies of hunters and beasts are strewn everywhere. A scene of utter devastation. The beasts continue their hunt. Grah, a lone hunter is cornered, fighting for his life. Swoosh, the beast lunges without warning. A strike he never saw coming. Damn it, this fight is completely one-sided. Its sharp fangs close in. Slash, Dong Johnsian appears just in time, saving the man's life. The older hunter growls, his eyes furious. The kid needs to pull himself together, or he'll be nothing but monster feed. Elsewhere, thwack, another beast goes down. It was Zhang Sik. He gasps for breath, clearly at his limit as well. He surveys the ruined battlefield, littered with the bodies of his comrades. Zhang Sik turns to Daesung. How much longer can we hold out like this? The manager solemnly places a box on the ground. Inside is the Ultimate Guardian. This is a protective artifact of German origin, crafted from an S-rank core. Daesung's eyes widen. Asterisk, just one of these. I wonder how much it costs. Asterisk. This is a gift from the association president. His message is simple. You must all come back alive. Daesung smiles. Please tell him I'll do my best. I'm not exactly looking to have any more kids, either. The manager replies. He thinks of all of you as his own children. He bows. We're leaving everything in your hands, Captain. Back on the brutal battlefield, Daesung stands and takes the lead. Fall in. Everyone gathers, each holding an item. Let's begin. Daesung faces the horde of beasts. Bring it on, you grotesque bastards. He opens the S-rank item box. A blinding light erupts from it, spreading over a wide area. VWOM, an energy barrier envelopes them all. What is this? It's an emergency item, the kind often used in hunter evaluation tests. Asterisk slam. 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 Asterisk the beasts furiously slam against the barrier, growing more frantic by the second. Daesung boasts, this is state-of-the-art German technology. The leader of the beast horde roars. A new battle is about to begin. Whoosh, it leaps high into the air from a distance. Its power is horrifying. Crash, its axe blade slams down on the protective shield, sending shockwaves through the ground. GRH, the monsters refuse to give up, roaring as they try to smash their way through. The hunter's face is pale. Asterisk this power, it's incredible. At this rate, they'll break through the shield soon, asterisk. But the shield doesn't just defend. It reflects attacks. The leader takes the full brunt of its own reflected attack. Boom, it's thrown back, getting a taste of its own medicine. This only enrages it further. Daesung scoffs, while the other hunters can only manage strained smiles. What are you? Some kind of mongrel. The hunters turn to their captain. So what's the plan now? Daesung crosses his arms, his expression calm. What plan? We wait. Whenever things aren't going your way, the best thing to do is wait. Asterisk wait for an opening. Jiang Sik and Choi Ha-jin will know what I mean. Asterisk. But the two of them just stand there in silence, their faces blank. Asterisk what? Does that mean he doesn't have a plan either? Asterisk an assassin watches from the shadows. Asterisk that guy. When did he show up? What a pain. Asterisk. He realizes the situation is changing. Time to alter the plan. Suddenly, asterisk KRRKK. KRRKKK. Asterisk the space behind the monsters rips open, and a new gate forms. Everyone is stunned. Why is there a gate there? Is it a new type of rift? That gate leads directly to Earth. The beast leader turns its head, a look of realization on its face. Asterisk, so this is your world. We will devour it all. Asterisk the horde roars and surges through the gate. The military immediately opens fire. Fire. But they are quickly overwhelmed by the ferocious monsters. They emerge from the gate, slaughtering the soldiers on guard. A truly horrific sight. The beasts and their leader begin to take over the streets. Military reinforcements arrive in greater numbers. All units open fire, but the hail of bullets is completely useless against the leader. Slash. With a single, effortless swing, the entire force is sent flying. It looks up and sees the live-feed drones hovering in the sky. A deadly glint appears in its eyes. Asterisk whoosh. Boom. Boom. Asterisk it smashes the drones one by one. The camera feeds go dark one after another. The control room erupts into chaos. Now we're completely blind, the manager roars, slamming his fist on the table. He commands, give me their current trajectory. Sir, Ajang reports they're heading for the National Assembly building. Connect to the atmospheric satellite feed and dispatch the reserve team now. In the theater district, a high-end drone hovered in the air, beginning its live broadcast. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Youngin from Seven Dragons here. And now, we're about to start a broadcast like you've never seen before. Though he tried to sound tough, Youngin was trembling inside. Damn it, I can do this, he thought, psyching himself up. If he could just capture this footage, he'd become a star. Just gotta calm down. If you guys can see the stream, hit 1 in the chat. If not, hit 2. A comment suddenly popped up. There's something behind you. Youngin tried to reassure himself and his viewers. Don't worry, guys. I risked my life to bring you this stream. The moment he finished speaking, he turned around and froze. A monster of flesh and blood stood towering right behind him, a half-eaten human corpse dangling from its mouth. A mangled arm dropped right beside him, and Youngmin's soul practically left his body. Oh God, somebody help me. The monster lunged at him, but only its head flew forward, tumbling across the ground. A figure flashed past Youngmin, a razor-sharp sword in hand. He'd been saved in the nick of time. Youngmin was too terrified to even cry, his mouth hanging open in horror. The monster's head rolled to a stop in front of him, the entire gruesome scene captured perfectly by the drone. He looked up at his savior, a familiar figure. It's you? From above, Han Daesung was observing the situation. He glanced over his shoulder, a brief look to confirm Youngin was safe, then leaped down, leaving the streamer stunned. Snapping out of it, Youngin scrambled to pick up his drone. Whoa, this thing is incredible. Han Daesung landed safely in the middle of the chaos. Noticing the intruder, the monster pack's leader turned and snarled. It was a heroic scene, a lone young man standing amidst a horde of giant beasts, showing no fear. Han Daesung feigned confusion. What's a pack of stray dogs doing running wild in a residential area? He asked the leader. Are you off your leash? His words hit a nerve. The leader roared in fury. It repeated its old trick, swinging its massive axe and hurling it straight at Han Daesung. A huge explosion followed, creating a terrifying shockwave. But this was Han Daesung. He didn't dodge, instead raising a hand to block the heavy axe blade head-on. Are you the master of this pack? Han Daesung asked again, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Meanwhile, at the Phillips Building refugee shelter, people were screaming for the doors to be opened. They pushed and shoved, cursing at the hunters. What the hell are those red hunters doing? Why aren't they stopping those monsters? Amidst the chaos, someone noticed that the situation outside was being broadcast live. Hey, it's real. The crowd immediately started buzzing. Where are the monsters now? Over 1,000 people were watching the live stream. A new record. The streamer was none other than Yeoman. Look, that guy's not dead. He's fighting. Yeoman watched from a distance, a thought crossing his mind. Should I make a run for it? Sir, you need to see this. The stressed-out manager's attention was drawn to the screen his assistant held out. They both focused on the broadcast. The man in the video looked vaguely familiar to him. Put on the main screen. Han Daesung's face once again appeared in the monitoring room, capturing everyone's curious gaze. Han Daesung. Everyone recognized him as the one who'd taken first place in the recent hunter exam. Why is he out there all by himself? The manager wondered, confused. What on earth is he planning to do, fighting solo? The answer was obvious. He was there to fight. The giant stray dogs charged at Han Daesung in unison, trying to tear apart their tiny prey, oblivious to who they were facing. Suddenly, Han Daesung vanished and reappeared in a different spot. What do you think you're doing? He laughed mockingly. The beasts realized their target had moved and immediately changed direction, viciously charging toward him. Han Daesung plunged the Fire King into the ground. As he pulled the sword free, a massive column of fire erupted with it. The giant wolves were engulfed in the flames, howling in agony as they fell one by one, burned to ash. Seeing this, the leader began to grow anxious. Most of its pack had been wiped out. It roared at the remaining ones. Devour them. Finish the rest. Han Daesung used Smedkit. Trying to stop me? Good luck with that. A beast command skill? He just stood still, summoning his own magic. A strange energy began to radiate from him. What is this energy? The leader began to panic. From high above, the powerful castle subordinates that Han Daesung had recently subdued made their appearance. The master is calling. Yeoman's jaw dropped at the unbelievable sight. A giant dragon, and even the gatekeeper had appeared. In the monitoring room, everyone was too shocked to even close their mouths. Oh my God, what is that? It was an absolutely spectacular sight. The entire cast of Val Castle had assembled at the call of their master, Han Daesung. The pack of beasts was officially terrified. Han Daesung smirked, giving his army their orders. Devour them. Finish the rest. The soldiers rushed in, stunned by the unbelievable sight before them. A real, flesh-and-blood dragon was taking on a horde of monsters. Given the colossal size difference, the battle was over in a flash. The dragon effortlessly took down the first monster, then quickly finished off the next. Another one charged forward, only to be slammed flat by a single blow. Youngin stared at the incredible scene. Asterisk, what the hell is going on? Is that dragon? On our side, asterisk. Laker joined the fray, tossing aside one monster after another. All hell broke loose. Overwhelmed by the sheer power, the remaining monsters roared in desperation. You dare defy the will of the Supreme Being? All of you. They began to fall back, shifting to a defensive stance. Down in the shelter, everyone held their breath as they watched the battle on screen. Those monsters are on our side. Our monsters are beating them. This is insane. What's happening? Just then, Jang Chanho entered the monitoring room, having been summoned. He introduced himself. I am Sung Jang Chanho from the Han Daesung crew. The manager thanked him for coming on such short notice. After a brief summary of the situation, he got straight to the point. Leader Sung Jang Chanho, could you tell me everything you know about Han Daesung? Damn you. You're not from this planet, are you? Who the hell are you? The wolf leader roared. Han Daesung smirked. Even if I told you, a creature like you wouldn't understand. With that, he slowly closed in, his presence completely overwhelming. I'm the White Wolf King, the leader howled, lunging forward with terrifying speed. He swung his axe, a devastating blow that cracked the very ground. But Han Daesung didn't even flinch, easily parrying the attack. Same old boring move. Are you done yet? He asked. Hearing that, the wolf leader broke out in a cold sweat. He knew no one could save him this time. Han Daesung went on the offensive. He moved so fast he created countless afterimages, his sword striking from all directions. Unable to block the swift, powerful slashes, the terrified leader sent out a distress signal. Yeah, and they call this little puppy an A-rank boss. Han Daesung mocked as he delivered a fatal blow. But the leader was nimble, managing to dodge at the last second and roll back into a defensive posture. Han Daesung gave him a sidelong glance. What's with all the flashy theatrics? The monster's body suddenly pulsed with a protective energy. Han Daesung was losing his patience. All right, at least do something. Small attack. Unexpectedly, the leader chose to flee. To Han Daesung's complete surprise, he turned and bolted. He's just running away, Han Daesung said, bored. The monster ran for its life, its mind racing. He's not like the other off-worlders. He might be a supernatural being from... His thought was cut short as Han Daesung appeared right beside him. Why is a dog running on 2 legs? The leader screamed in terror. The chase had become utterly ridiculous. Han Daesung taunted him as they ran. If you're a dog, you should act like one. Run on all 4s. Petrified, the leader actually dropped to all 4s in his panic scramble to get back to his base. Han Daesung hooked lid. Who said you could crawl back into your kennel? From above, the guardian dragon let out a deafening roar. The sight sent another wave of terror through the wolf. This time, it was the dragon's turn. A devastating stomp knocked him out cold, and before he could even stir, a bolt of lightning struck him, cooking him on the spot. Han Daesung looked down at the motionless leader. Now, hand over your core. Meanwhile, inside the gate, Daesung asked, is everyone out except for the injured? They all stepped outside, only to be stunned by the scene of devastation that greeted them. The International Hunters Association still isn't here, Daesung said, his voice laced with frustration. I'll try to heal the survivors, Choi Ha-jin offered. You two, go take care of the boss. Jang's sick, let's go. Daesung, even if they're late, shouldn't we at least have our fuel cores ready? I'll forget it, Daesung snapped. I'm going in even if I have to fight barehanded. If you care so much, you can have my share. With that, he stormed ahead alone. Where did all these monsters go? Back with the others. Just as Choi Ha-jin was focusing on healing the wounded, a monster suddenly lunged from the shadows. The monster lunged. Choi Ha-jin couldn't react in time. Damn it. But then, slash, a flash of sword. The beast's head flew through the air, landing with a thud right in front of Choi Ha-jin. Her eyes widened in shock. That person was Han Daesung. Asterisk, he already took care of the boss, and he got here this fast? Asterisk. Choi Ha-jin was still stunned, unable to believe it. Han Daesung turned to look at her. A sharp blade suddenly shot toward him. Swoosh. Han Daesung leaned back, dodging it with ease. Zhang Six stood there, his arms still in a slashing motion, his face a mask of pure astonishment. Choi Ha-jin screamed. Are you crazy? He's one of us. He finally snapped out of his trance. The situation was finally under control. The hunters gathered together. Zhang Six stared at Han Daesung, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Asterisk, he dodged my attack so easily. Who the hell is this guy? Asterisk. He apologized, explaining that he had mistaken Han Daesung for a monster. Both Choi Ha-jin and Dong Johnsian were stunned by his words. Han Daesung raised an eyebrow. Why would you mistake me for a monster? Because you're radiating an energy I've only ever felt from the monsters inside that gate. But you're definitely the strongest one I've ever encountered. A slight smirk played on Han Daesung's lips. Oh, so someone can finally sense my dark aura. My name is Lai Zhang Sik, leader of the Jose Ong Guild. I am Han Daesung. He gave an amused smile. The very next day, the front page of the Korea Times. A picture of Han Daesung dominated the massive headline. First ever high-rank gate conquered. Super rookie Han Daesung is the hero. At a meeting of the Hunters Association, the chairman sat at the head of the table. Daesung spoke up, recounting how he had made use of the chairman's gift. Zhang Sik frowned. How could a monster like that have gotten out in the first place? Choi Ha-jin's eyes were glued to the file. Asterisk Han Daesung. Who is he really? There's no way the association could secretly raise a prodigy like him. Did he just fall out of the sky? Asterisk, she recalled what she'd heard. Asterisk, they said he awakened after being in the hospital, but to get this strong, this fast, it's impossible. Asterisk. Johann, however, sat in complete silence. The chairman folded his hands. I believe you all share the same thought. Do we all agree to promote Hunter Han to S rank? Looks like his mind is already made up. The media is already treating him like an S rank, aren't they? They naturally agreed. Now that we have Hunter Han Daesung, we won't have to rely on them for money anymore, Hain commented. It's not like we can object. Didn't he clear an A-rank gate all by himself? Jiang Six said. The chairman turned to Guildmaster Du. He shrugged. Wasn't he S-rank from the very beginning? The entire room fell silent. On the program Hunter Daily, the host, Yun Jin, smiled for the camera. Today, we have a very special guest. I'm Anung, the captain of the cleanup crew. My first time meeting Han Daesung, he said. Actually, we've had a special connection ever since the last Hunter evaluation. By now, you couldn't go online without seeing news about Han Daesung. The media was in a frenzy over him. In a dingy office, Jang Chanho scrolled through his phone, his eyes gleaming. Any video related to Han Daesung was soaring past 1 million views. Asterisk, this is it. The golden opportunity. Asterisk. Click. The office door opened, and Han Daesung walked in. Jang Chanho rushed over, beaming. Well, if it isn't our superstar, my one and only best friend, the golden boy of monster slaying. Han Daesung gave him a skeptical look. What happened to the guy who told me to act normal and run at the first sign of danger? Hey, that's because I was worried you'd get hurt. But I'm so proud of you. So why'd you call me here? We gotta go get your S-rank hunter license, of course. Jang Chanho declared with absolute confidence. Outside the Hunters Association headquarters, a female reporter was broadcasting live. The Hunters Association is currently meeting with international press and fans. Following the gate breach incident in Gangnam, Hunter Han Daesung has drawn immense public interest for single-handedly averting the crisis. Among the many burning questions is just how many powerful cores he now possesses. A long red carpet was rolled out. Camera flashes went off like a thunderstorm. SCRECH, a sleek black car pulled up. The door opened. Han Daesung stepped out, dressed in a sharp suit. He had the true aura of an S-rank. Jang Chanho followed close behind. Both of them looked a little awkward in front of the sea of cameras. Oh, Hunter Han Daesung, you're the best. Appa, look at me. I love you. The crowd was roaring. Han Daesung felt a bit overwhelmed. Man, this is scarier than facing a monster. In contrast, Jang Chanho looked completely confident. He gave Han Daesung a little nudge. At least wave to them, will you? Han Daesung reluctantly raised a hand, giving a stiff wave. Appa, let's go register our marriage. Han Daesung, you're so cool. Mom, I want to marry him. Inside the chairman's office, the chairman himself came to greet them. Mr. Han Daesung, on behalf of the entire association, I want to sincerely thank you for stopping the A-rank gate breach. Thanks to you, we avoided countless unnecessary losses. Chanho quickly jumped in. We were just doing what had to be done. The chairman gave a signal, and Secretary Du immediately brought over a brocade box. He opened it. Inside was a glittering insignia. Asterisk, the S-rank badge. Something a normal person couldn't even dream of touching in their lifetime. Asterisk. Congratulations on becoming the 6th S-rank hunter of the Republic of Korea. Not only that, but we are prepared to grant you any request within our power. Is there anything you desire? Han Daesung looked the chairman straight in the eye. Anything. In that case, he remembered the news on TV about that guy Roman who was going crazy after losing his big score. I'll take everything from him. Let his summons clear the gates. Han Daesung's proposal echoed in the chairman's mind. He stood there, stunned, his mouth agape. Allow his summons? He knew he needed to look into this hunter more, but at this point, the association couldn't afford to deny any of his requests. Inside a luxurious but desolate mansion, the light from a monitor illuminated a young woman's face. The room was filled with state-of-the-art gaming rigs. Online, news about Han Daesung was everywhere. The woman smirked, a calculating smile on her face. He's the only one who could solve my problem. The witch, Daesung of the Pachisi Guild, stood up decisively, left her room, and strode through the massive house. She stopped in front of her room and called out, "Father!" The guild master was startled. His daughter had locked herself in her room for half a year due to her social anxiety. You came out of your room? Are you all right? The girl replied playfully, while her father was still reeling from the shock of his quiet daughter suddenly having a small request. In a meeting room, the air was thick with tension. Isn't this going too far? Han Daesung has taken over almost every gate he's raided. At this rate, we're all going to starve. The leader of the Yongguk Guild, Hyok Du, slammed his fist on the table. The others immediately chimed in. That's right. He has no business ethics whatsoever. He's monopolizing all the gates. The association's branch manager sighed inwardly. His worst fears had come to pass. Who would have thought he could clear so many gates in such a short time with just his summons? Hyok Du roared again. We're barely getting by selling mana cores and items from the gates. But now, we can't even afford to pay our own guild members. Why does he get the right to raid gates all by himself? It's like dropping a shark in a fish tank. The manager's head throbbed. The association chairman had personally approved the use of his summons, leaving him with no authority in the matter. He tried to mediate. So, what is it that you all want? Hyok-du declared. His special privilege should only apply to B-rank gates and higher. For A-rank gates, he must be required to form a joint party with other guilds. Make this the rule for every hunter in Korea. Understand, the manager replied. I'll do my best to get this approved by my superiors. Inside his newly purchased high-rise apartment, the word defeat was displayed on the TV screen. Han Daesung, who had been passing the time with a game, cursed in frustration. What a bunch of noobs. We were about to win, and they just threw the game. His phone rang. It was Jang Chanho. Yeah, what do you want? Han Daesung answered, still annoyed. Damn it. Why is it so hard to get a hold of you? Why didn't you pick up? Jang Chanho yelled from the other end of the line. I was in the middle of something important. I couldn't answer. Something important? You mean playing video games? How'd you know? Han Daesung hookled sheepishly. At the office, Jang Chanho got straight to the point. I just got word from the association. They're changing the rules about the gates. Changing them how? Looks like from now on, we can only raid B-rank gates and higher by ourselves. For A rank and above, we'll have to let other guilds join in. All the mid-tier guilds are in a financial crisis because you've been monopolizing everything. They've made enough money for now. We'll just start raiding A-rank gates and up, Han Daesung said nonchalantly. Jang Chanho was taken aback. Wait, you're okay with this? Why wouldn't I be? This way, you can still make plenty of money. That's true. And it's not like I'm clearing these gates just for the mana cores. I'll admit, every raid brings in an insane profit. It's how we were able to buy this entire building. Han Daesung clarified. From now on, we're only targeting high-level gates. We're done with the low-level ones. He's more of a businessman than I thought. Anyway, forget about that. Remember that gear you gave me before? Jang Chanho asked. Did you sell it? They can't be traded for mana cores, so it's going to be tough selling them to other hunters. I was planning on selling them to buy a few more buildings in my mom's and Jisu's names. It's not a total dead end, Jang Chanho said. We could ask Professor Park Dong-hyuk to exchange them for sellable gear. Who's Park Dong-hyuk? He's a weapons expert, a friend of Guild Master Son Hwan Junyang. But the problem is, Guild Master Son is in custody, so we can't meet Professor Park through him. However, there's someone who knows where he is. Han Daesung clicked his tongue. Oh, now this, I'm interested in. A short-haired woman walked out of a hospital into the pouring rain. She let the downpour soak her, stomping on her own reflection in a puddle. It was Choi Min-ae. She was determined to do whatever it took to become a hunter again. The journey of this strong-willed woman was about to begin once more. Inside a C-rank gate, the Yongguk Guild's raid was underway. The hunters were actively fighting off a horde of low-level monsters. Leader now. At the signal, Hyok-du lunged forward, unleashing a lightning-fast dual-blade strike. We did it, the other hunters cheered. They had successfully cleared the gate. Suddenly, a loud noise made them all whip their heads around. A strange group was approaching. What the hell? Yeob Dufoned. Their leader was Jin Shun. No one knew how he had gotten in here. You worthless insects. Get out of my way. Jin Shun screamed. The grotesque soldiers behind him immediately charged forward. The Yongguk Guild panicked. What's wrong with those people? Aren't they hunters, just like us? No, they're monsters. They're no different from monsters. Every single one of them was horribly deformed and grotesque. Hyok-du yelled, a deep sense of dread rising within him. Everyone, prepare for battle. A chaotic battle erupted. The hunters were quickly overwhelmed by the evolved monsters. Jin Shun targeted Hyok-du directly, the one he had chosen to transform. Instantly, Hyok-du's flesh was ripped away, replaced by bone and other hideous things. The villain smiled. Soon, this world would be drowning in disaster. The 12th disappearance this month. News channels are in a frenzy, spreading panic as more than 10 people have vanished at once. In the living room, Han Daesung's family is glued to the screen. More than 10 people, Jisoo exclaimed. What? Did aliens abduct them or something? Worried, Mrs. Han turned to Ju, telling her to stay inside for the time being. With that, she turned to Han Daesung. Are you hungry, dear? Just as he nodded, Ju jumped. You scared me. I thought you were a ghost. What would you like to eat? Mrs. Han asked gently. Lots of meat, please. All right, just wait a moment. Mrs. Han replied, hurrying into the kitchen. Han Daesung was left alone, his pensive gaze fixed on the news report. Inside a gloomy cathedral, a man stands before an altar. Upon it rests a horrifying offering, fresh, bloody hearts. It is Roman. He murmurs dark prayers under his breath. Under the influence of the ritual, the hearts begin to twitch and transform. Just then, A group of people approach, led by a man who kneels at Roman's feet. The god has descended. How fortunate that someone in this world still knows the name Han Daesung. Roman bestows upon him the authority of a bishop and commands, "Go and eliminate Han Daesung for me." The man looks up. It's Jean. A smirk of pure ecstasy spreads across his face as he imagines his coming revenge. The scene at the beach was peaceful, filled with the echoing laughter of children playing. Suddenly, a strange sound draws a young boy's attention to the horizon. In the middle of the ocean, something that looks like a giant flower petal is blooming. Look over there. Is that a gate? Are we seeing things? A crowd of people began to rush toward the shore. Their curiosity turned to terror as a massive, fearsome gate truly materialized over the water. Assistant Zhang reported with a grim expression, "An A-rank water palace-type gate has appeared off Hyandi Beach in Busan. The military and police are evacuating civilians. This is as bad as an S-rank gate," Manager Choi Min-a muttered. "We're in deep trouble this time." "Have you sent out the cooperation requests to the guilds?" she asked. "All 5 of the top guilds in the country are participating in the bid." A bid? What are they thinking? Do they really believe one of them can clear an A-rank gate alone? They all propose the exact same condition, Assistant Zhang added. The same condition? Whoa, this building is huge. The exclamation echoed through the offices of Han Daesung's guild. Why would a figure of his stature show up here all of a sudden? Sun Hu worried silently. The visitor was none other than Dong Qiolo. Leader Sun Hu, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Please go ahead, Sun Hu replied. I'm proposing a joint operation for this raid. As Sun Hu was weighing his options, the office door burst open again. Jiang Sik walked in. Their eyes met. Dong Qiolo was stunned, but Sun Hu was even more shocked. The number 1 ranked hunter, Jiang Sik? Hey, I thought you said you were sitting this one out to take care of the kids. What are you doing here? Jiang Sik ignored the question, turning to Sun Hu with his own proposal. Leader Sun, please agree to a joint operation with the Daesung Guild for this attack. We will cover all expenses and provide all intelligence related to the mission. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Sun Hu's face twisted. What in the world is going on? At the Ocean Guild's press conference, Hain declared boldly to a sea of reporters. We will devote our full resources to supporting Hunter Han Daesung in this raid. The room instantly erupted. That's the headline. She said Han Daesung saved her during the last incident. B Complex's Choi Ha-jin and Han Daesung. Run the story on the Han Daesung duo. Now. Elsewhere, Jo Hyun-woo was on the phone with his younger sister. It's done, just as you wanted. I told them our guild will provide Han Daesung's guild with our most advanced weaponry. I still don't get why you're so set on working with him. But you're not the only one. We want to see, Han and I explained simply. See? See what? Jo Hyun-woo asked, confused. Han and I didn't answer, her mind already consumed with calculating the mysterious power that allowed Daesung to surpass even the S-rankers. In a private space, Daesung held a necklace and a watch, summoning 2 manifested spirits. From now on, you 2 will hide within these items and protect my family. We will protect them at all costs, even if we must sacrifice our own lives. The 2 spirits immediately accepted their mission. As Daesung stepped back through the gate after entrusting them, he was startled to find the little girl, Ju Soo-jong, standing there as if she'd been waiting. Is that gate the source of your power? She asked. Caught off guard, Daesung became wary. Who are you? I am Ju Soo-jong of the Ice Clan, she replied, a hint of annoyance in her expression. How did you get in here, kid? And how did you know I was here? Daesung, It's not kid, it's Ju Soo-jong. The girl suddenly leaned in close, forcing Daesung to step back. What are you doing? I'm just like you. Please, you have to help me. Get off me. Daesung gently pushed her away. The moment his hand made contact, there was a small puff of smoke. Han Daesung started in hook. Ju Soo-jong had vanished, leaving only a strange doll on the ground. Damn, is that kid a ninja or something? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly noticed the faint, sinister aura enveloping the doll. Back at the beach, the military and police had cordoned off the area around the A-rank gate. Hunters from guilds all across the country had gathered, and the air was thick with tension. Suddenly, a colossal shadow fell over the sky, causing everyone to look up. What is that? A majestic dragon was soaring toward them. It was Han Daesung's spirit beast, and riding on its back was none other than its master. Han Daesung landed, exhaling sharply with his eyes closed. That dragon ride had been absolute hell. He ignored the crowd's murmurs, even as they gawked at the way he carried himself. His eyes then landed on a girl huddled nearby. Sion was biting her nails, her face a mask of anxiety and anguish from the voices echoing in her head. But as Han Daesung approached, she was startled to realize the chaotic sounds had abruptly vanished. Everything around her fell, strangely silent. He stood over her and asked, "Hey kid, you crawl out hell too?" Sion perked up. "Hell? Is that what that place was called?" "Yeah, that was it. Hell." Han Daesung smeed kid. "This kid's got a few screws loose." She excitedly stepped closer. "Everything's going to change again. Ever since you showed up, the voices are gone. Forget about that gate." Just then, Choi Ha-jin strode over, flipping her hair and cutting in. "Hey witch, can you keep it down?" Arms crossed, John Cian shot back with a scowl. And here comes another one who just has to be the center of attention. Ignoring the snide remark, Choi Ha-jin turned to Han Daesung and introduced herself. "I've been assigned to the support team." Behind her stood the Jin Cheon Guild, their disguised leader among them. Han Daesung glanced at the swelling crowd. Asterisk, what a pain. More and more people keep showing up. Asterisk. Sion was just as unhappy, muttering, "They're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Especially her, that whatever her name is. She's useless, too." Choi Ha-jin immediately confronted Sion, her voice rising. "You think that little glare of yours scares me? Who do you think healed all the hunters who got hurt because of your curse gift? Huh. You've got some nerve playing the victim. You should learn when to be grateful." A soft breeze stirred as Han Daesung stepped between them, breaking up the fight. He turned to them. "Are you two going to knock it off?" How'd he know without even looking? Choi Ha-jin wondered. John Cian, on the other hand, assumed he was on her side. The argument was put on hold as everyone boarded the boats and headed out to sea, toward the gate. It was an impressive flotilla, 4 speedboats carrying the combined forces of both guilds. Han Daesung glanced at Sion, sitting beside him. Asterisk, why am I stuck with this kid? What a pain. Asterisk Sion, however, was just smiling, enjoying the ride. As long as she was near him, the headaches were gone. On the boat, just behind them, Jin Cheon shot a sharp glare in his direction. "Han Daesung, today's the day you fall." Before long, the boats arrived before a colossal, blazing red gate that loomed over the sea. One by one, all 4 vessels passed through it, leaving the ocean's surface silent once more. Inside the dungeon was a gloomy sea, its waves lapping under a perpetually dark sky. Choi Ha-jin spoke up. "With visibility this poor, we're sitting ducks for an ambush." As she spoke, she conjured a brilliant orb of light in her hand, a miniature sun. She sent it soaring into the air, and the artificial sun immediately blazed to life, banishing the darkness. The others couldn't help but gasp in awe. "So much brighter. That's Choi Ha-jin for you. She's perfect, a goddess to all of us hunters." Despite the shower of praise, Choi Ha-jin remained completely focused. A strange purple light began to seep through the dark clouds above. The other hunters tensed up, not daring to let their guard down. While maintaining her miniature sun, she issued a warning. "Something's coming. Everyone get ready. Load the energy cores. Damn it, monsters." Small, glowing creatures began to surface from the water. They looked harmless, and the hunters started to laugh. "Looks like we were worried over nothing. How are we supposed to kill something that cute?" But suddenly, the sea erupted. Something colossal burst from the depths, flinging one of the boats into the air. Everyone on board was thrown into the water. It was a Geiger Queen, an extremely dangerous sea monster. Choi Ha-jin's eyes went wide with shock. "What is that?" A purple glow emanated from the massive beast, covering the area. "It's huge. How are we supposed to take that thing down?" It continued to rise from the water, revealing that the small, glowing creatures were connected to it by thin, pulsing tendrils. The Geiger Queen fired them at the hunters like living bullets, each one crackling with electricity. Caught off guard, most of the C-rank hunters were unable to react in time. Several were ensnared by tentacles and lifted into the air, but a dagger flew from the distance and sliced them free. The dagger circled back like a boomerang, returning to Han Daesung's hand. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the dagger, he smirked. "Now this is more like it. This will be over in a flash." Wounded, the Geiger Queen dove back into the sea, attempting to flee. Han Daesung turned to Sion. "Hey kid." She looked up at him, beaming. "You help me out, and I'll help you with your little problem." Sion's face lit up. "Really? You promise? You mean it?" Han Daesung pointed to the water. "I mean it. Now quiet down and go catch that thing hiding down there." Sion gave a little 2-fingered salute with a grin. "On it." Meanwhile, Choi Ha-jin's boat was rocking violently. She had to use her mana to create a protective film around the hull, cursing under her breath. "Damn it." Han Daesung's voice crackled over the communicator. "Choi Ha-jin, you read me?" "Hey, Choi Ha-jin, take care of the flyers." She was confused. Flyers? A moment later, the sight in the sky left her speechless. Thousands, no, tens of thousands, of flying monsters were swarming toward them. They weren't high level, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. From a distance, Jin Xion watched the chaotic battle unfold in silence. A sinister smile spread across his face. He channeled his mana, raising a glowing hand as a dark, malevolent aura swirled behind him. He cast a concealment spell, enveloping all of his subordinates. Let the hunt begin. Back on the other boat, Xion shrugged off her jacket, ready to dive in. She spread her arms wide, a look of pure ecstasy on her face. Ah, the smell of death is so intoxicating. Han Daesung glanced around. Everything was going exactly as he'd planned. Xion plunged into the sea, ready to deal with the monster below. With a huge splash, she vanished beneath the waves. In a bright, modern-style coffee shop on the mainland, quiet footsteps ascended to the second floor. A familiar-looking girl sat at a table by the window, her gaze lost in the distance. She wore a black hat, as if to hide her identity. Zhang Chanho walked over, adjusting his tie with a smile. "You're here, a full 10 minutes early." The girl adjusted the brim of her hat slightly and replied softly, "Not at all. I just got here myself." He introduced himself. "I'm Zhang Chanho, leader of the Han Daesung crew." The girl replied with her name. Meanwhile, inside the gate, John Cian had dived deep into the sea alone to find the monster. She descended with ease, just like a real fish. Pausing in the deep, John Cian spread her hands, thinking to herself, "Come on, come and get me." From the abyss below, a dark purple aura swirled upwards. The young girl smiled. "Found you." The Geiger Queen monster appeared, its body hundreds of times larger than humans, while John Cian simply floated right above it. Whoosh! The monster burst from the water, its massive body creating a tidal wave. A flash of worry crossed Choi Ha-jin's face as she immediately gave an order. "Everyone, focus on the fight." Her party was struggling to fend off swarms of flying monsters. Their sheer numbers made defending nearly impossible. Not far away, Han Daesung watched the monster rise from the sea. "So, the thing the monster ate was a cursed doll. Nice work, kid." He rested his sword on his shoulder, a cold smile touching his lips. "Guess it's time to start." With that, he kicked off the side of the boat, shadowy wings unfurling as he shot toward the monster at incredible speed, leaving the ship far behind. The monster immediately launched a barrage of tentacles, each tipped with a smaller creature. But with a single spin and a swing of his sword, Han Daesung sliced through them all. The monster then opened its massive, grotesque maw. Skill adjusted, Supreme Fire King's aura. Flames can automatically multiply. If the target cannot suppress the fire, it will double continuously until the target is completely incinerated. Han Daesung confidently unleashed his skill. His sword ignited, and he swung it in one decisive arc. A colossal fireball erupted from his sword, flying straight into the monster's gaping mouth. It immediately slammed its mouth shut, seemingly trying to douse the flames with the water in its body. Han Daesung looked on with a wicked glint in his eyes. "Feeling the heat? Here, let me fan the flames for you." As he spoke, the Fire King's flames spread across its body, causing fiery blisters to erupt on its skin. Boom! A deafening explosion tore the monster to pieces. Zhang Xian broke the surface just in time to witness the entire scene. She looked at him with an adoring gaze. "Just as I expected, Han Daesung is on a whole other level. Finally, I'm free from all that annoying noise." The young girl waved and called out, "Han Daesung, please come set me free." He glanced down, his expression unchanging. "Not yet. Just wait there, kid." Looking over, he saw Choi Ha-jin's party still struggling with the flying monsters. "What a show-off," Sa-yun muttered. "That loser is probably still struggling." The winged monsters, both numerous and ferocious, continued their relentless assault. Choi Ha-jin struggled to defend, using full wood guard to support her team, enveloping them in a light green layer of mana. The entire party was trying to take down as many monsters as they could. "Focus up," Choi Ha-jin reminded them while casting her support spells. Behind her, another boat was slowly approaching. Someone on the boat called out, "Leader, we're here to help. We've finished clearing our side." Choi Ha-jin turned and replied, "All right, go assist the support team at our 11 o'clock." They exchanged meaningful glances. Jin Xion was hidden among them, preparing to move to Choi Ha-jin's boat with his subordinates. "Everyone, get ready," he ordered. "I'm going to capture and kill that S-rank Hane first." With that, he stepped on her boat, appearing right behind her. His stealth skill kept him hidden from everyone. Jin Xion slowly closed in. But he suddenly froze, a look of alarm on his face. What is this unsettling feeling? He spun around in terror, grinding his teeth as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Right behind him, Han Daesung was floating in midair, sword in hand. He called out to Choi Ha-jin. Not done yet? You're all as slow as turtles. She turned and complained. We're doing the best we can. Han Daesung landed on the boat, walking toward her and brushing past Jin Xion. He grumbled as he walked. Best you can, my ass. Get out of the way. This is my chance, Jin Xion thought. My chance to kill Han Daesung. Skill activated. Eyes of Saz. Identify all targets within a 1-kilometer radius. Han Daesung unleashed his skill, Supreme Heavenly Fire Bullet Dance. A massive, blazing sphere of fire appeared, hovering in the sky and drawing the gazes of all the hunters. From the large sphere, thousands of smaller fireballs shot out, homing in on the flying monsters. Their incredible speed and power caused the creatures to explode on impact. Some of the fireballs flew straight toward the hunters from Jin Xion's party on a nearby boat. What the? They're on our side. A member of Choi Ha-jin's team wondered aloud as the other hunters exploded. The other boat erupted in flames, leaving the remaining hunters in stunned silence. Choi Ha-jin tried to stop him. Stop! Why are you attacking our own allies? Caught in the unexpected attack, Jin Xion was forced to reveal himself. Who are you? Who is this guy? Everyone on the boat wondered, completely bewildered. He was furious, glaring at Han Daesung through gritted teeth. You bastard! Amidst the hunters' stunned gazes, Jin Xion appeared, standing tall. Where the hell did this guy come from? Han Daesung stared at him, his curiosity unhidden. Still kicking, huh? You're like a damn cockroach. Jin Xion silently pulled a syringe filled with a deep purple liquid from his coat. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Daesung as he growled his name under his breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the needle into his own body, his face contorted, his eyes bulging in agony. I'll make sure that dog mouth of yours never barks again, he snarled, his body beginning to glow with a purplish-pink light. A stream of black fluid gushed from his mouth. Jin Xion stumbled backward before throwing himself into the sea, shocking everyone. Han Daesung, on the other hand, just shrugged, completely unconcerned. I remember now, a hunter suddenly shouted, he's Jin Xion from the Hongma Guild. The man next to him realized it too. That's right, the guy who died during the evaluation test. From above, a massive black circle surrounded the boat, rimmed with an eerie purple light. A thick black smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. From within the mist, countless sharp-tipped purple tentacles suddenly shot out, skewering several unlucky hunters. He's attacking. A tentacle lunged straight for Choi Ha-jin. She quickly raised her hand, activating a defensive shield. But the tentacle seemed to phase right through her defense. Just then, a hand shot out and grabbed it. Somehow, Han Daesung was already standing in front of Ha-jin, his hand clamped tightly around the tentacle that had nearly killed her. He stared out into the distance, cursing internally. This goddamn ghost just won't stay dead. The sea churned as a colossal monster surfaced, its massive, tentacled body topped with Jin Xion's head. It slammed into the side of the boat, throwing everyone into the water amidst terrified screams. Jin Xion's new body was that of an S-rank Geiger King, an incredibly dangerous monster. He grinned menacingly. The time for revenge had come. Die! He roared, charging at Han Daesung. A barrage of sharp tentacles shot forward, but Daesung remained calm, sword in hand. His expression didn't change as mana swirled around him, ready for a counterattack. In a coffee shop somewhere, Jang Chanho handed Choi Min-ae a business card. If you help us, we'll use every resource we have to save your guild master. She glanced at the card. Jang Chanho, Biko Guild. So, what do you need me to do? I want to know Dr. Parong Haihook's current location, Jang Chanho said bluntly. Choi Min-ae gazed out the window. And after a moment of thought, she replied, his whereabouts are completely classified. I think this is a matter you should discuss with the guild master himself. Back inside the gate, the boat was capsized. The hunters floated in the water, the monstrous Jin Xion looming behind them. All of them looked up at the sky, where Han Daesung was surrounded by a forest of tentacles. If I use that, will everyone here die too? What a pain. A surprise attack knocked him into the water, and countless tentacles immediately shot toward him. In the distance, the parasitic monster bared its grotesque, fong-filled maw. Though he was sent skidding across the surface of the sea, Han Daesung landed firmly on his feet. Jin Xion's slimy tentacles closed in, quickly wrapping tightly around his body. I'll tear you to shreds. Die, he roared. Daesung was completely restrained, the sharp tips of the tentacles poised to pierce his skin. The attack sent a massive column of water erupting into the air. Chief, what do we do now? A hunter asked Ha-jin worriedly. Her face was also tinged with despair. her mind already racing to the worst-case scenario. But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from right behind her. "You found a perfect place to die. I'll give you that, you damn leech." It was Han Daesung, his sword still firmly in hand. Somehow, he had appeared there without anyone, not even Choi Ha-jin, noticing. He looked down at the crowd below. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Another ship had arrived as backup. A crew member shouted, "The chief is over here. We should be safe now." Daesung glared toward the monster, tightened his grip on his sword, and shot forward at an incredible speed. Energy exploded around him as he activated his skill, Berserk. Magical flames erupted, incinerating everything they touched. "Berserk!" Han Daesung yelled as he soared through the air. Jin Xion looked around, bewildered. "Han Daesung, where did you run off to?" Directly above him, a massive blue sphere of energy appeared, surrounded by sharp spikes. It was falling. "Why does he get to be the only one who's strong?" Jin Xion screamed at the sky in despair. The sphere crashed down on the monster's head, creating a blinding pillar of light and a deafening explosion. His body began to fade and disintegrate, but he managed one final curse. "Even in hell, I will never forgive you, Han Daesung." Daesung just stood there, silently watching the body turn to ash, paying no mind to the pointless words. Most of the onlookers were stunned by the spectacle. Sa-yun looked at him with eyes full of admiration. "That's Han Daesung for you." A system notification flowed into Daesung's mind. The existence of HS, the power of the space stealer, flows through the body of the absolute ruler. You have acquired the power of concealment and transformation. His entire body glowed with a multicolored light as he absorbed the new power. From now on, you can use Aura. The existence of HS, what is that? In the sky, the flag of the Rake Guild fluttered in the wind. They were entering the gate to carry out their cleanup mission now that the monsters had been defeated. Jin Sang stood on the ship's prow, smiling proudly. "The strongest cleanup crew has arrived." Beside him, Yeoman held up his phone, greeting his audience with a bright smile. "Hello everyone, it's your million-view YouTuber, Young Chiller." He stood next to Jin Sang, beaming at his viewers. "This is the gate cleaner experience, and we're starting off with the help of our guild master. OMG, thanks to the 100,001 donation." Yeoman cheered as the notification popped up on his screen. A flood of complimentary comments scrolled by. Back at the Fortress Guild's training grounds, John Cian was fuming. She gritted her teeth and growled, looking extremely annoyed. One hand held out, as if she were about to cast a spell. Flick! A gentle finger flick landed on her forehead. "Why'd you do that? I told you to get rid of those ghosts," she whined, rubbing her head. "They're not ghosts," Han Daesung explained. "It was a type of mind invasion magic. I took care of it, so don't worry." John Cian looked confused by the concept of magic. "It's similar to aura," he added. "By the way, where did you get that power?" The little girl smiled. "I just went into an awakening gate." Hearing that, Han Daesung couldn't hide his surprise. An awakening gate? Yoon-soon playfully beckoned Han Daesung closer. "Let me tell you something." The young girl whispered in his ear, her voice full of secrets. "Inside the monster gate, there's another gate that can awaken a person's abilities." I was desperate, so even though I knew it was dangerous, I decided to go in. "So there's a gate in hell too?" Han Daesung thought. Just then, a notification panel appeared before his eyes. A celestial being has entered the Demon King's domain. An urgent sanctuary quest has begun. Penalty for failure. The sanctuary's incarnation will be reduced by 21%. Reward: 1 million merit points. Han Daesung's expression soured. He scratched his head, cursing inwardly. *TCH. What pain in the ass. *. He turned abruptly. "We're done here. I have to go." John Cian watched him leave, her hand on her chin in a thoughtful pose, a curious look in her eyes. But then, a mysterious smile spread across her lips. The scene shifts to the Hunter Penitentiary, a heavily fortified building completely isolated from the outside world, where a banner reads, "Progressive reform opens the future." Inside, a prison guard knocked on a cell door. "Inmate 108, you have a visitor." The man inside was Hong, leader of the Ice Soul clan. Hearing the call, he squinted toward the door, his expression displeased. The door to the visitation room slowly swung open. Hong was slightly surprised to see who had come. It was Choi Min-ae. She smiled and greeted her leader. Seeing her, his sharp gaze softened, becoming as tender as a father looking at his daughter. "I'm glad to see you well." The meeting ended. Choi Min-ae walked out of the penitentiary. Her face cold, her eyes filled with resolve. Huang's parting words echoed in her ears. "Professor Park might be able to repair my broken aura core, but it's highly likely Hong Ma is involved with him. You must think this through carefully." At the mention of Hong Ma, fury flared within Choi Min-a. She gritted her teeth. They were the ones who'd put her in this position. Meanwhile, Han Daesung received a new notification. You have entered the sanctuary with your servant. A servant? But I always work alone. Lost in thought, he jumped as a face peeked out from behind him. How the hell did you get in here? Zhang Xian placed a finger on her lips, pouting playfully. I want to learn how to use mana, too. Please teach me. Another information panel appeared. Han Daesung's servant, Zhang Xian, roll, which, special skill, Fatal Strike, can instantly kill an opponent, but if it fails, the user will die. Just another headache. Han Daesung looked at the mark on the girl's forehead and had a sinking feeling. Did she become my servant because I marked her? After a moment of confusion, Han Daesung let out a soft chuckle. He grabbed Zhang Xian's wrist and gave the system a command, upload to the Demon King's domain. Zhang Xian stood behind him, watching with a look of pure admiration. Uploading Demon King's domain data, loading save data. The ruler's power level will correspond to the previously saved data. Countless lines of data streamed down before them like rain. What is all that, master? Zhang Xian asked curiously. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright aura of mana enveloped them both. When Han Daesung opened his eyes, the scene had completely changed. He was kneeling in a damp dungeon, his hands tightly shackled. Quest, Demon King's Domain, difficulty, undetermined, status, imprisoned in a dungeon, magic sealed. Objective, kill the guard. Reward, 100,000 merit points, 1 servant skill point. Progress, 0%. Han Daesung looked down at the chains binding his hands, feeling his magic completely drained. He muttered, what is this? I'm back to being completely useless again. Master, Zhang Xian's cheerful call snapped him out of it. The girl was standing before a table full of torture instruments, her eyes sparkling. What's all this? There's so many cool things here. Seeing that things were getting weird, he called out, hey. Zhang Xian immediately turned and answered with a crisp, yes, sir. Han Daesung rattled his shackled wrists. Can you get these chains off me? Of course. But why don't you just use your powers to break them, master? He gave a wry smile. These things are sealing my magic. Let me try. Zhang Xian mischievously brought 2 fingers to her forehead. A moment later, a click was heard. The heavy shackles unlocked on their own and hovered in midair. He rubbed his wrists in astonishment. How did you do that? The girl smiled, forming the mana at her fingertips into the shape of a key. I guess this place just suits me. Look, master. Incredible, Han Daesung thought. It seemed her skills were significantly amplified here. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door, growing closer. The clanking of keys hanging at its side heightened the tension. Han Daesung quickly signaled for silence. A monster with 2 glowing red eyes entered, carrying a strange barrel on its back and brandishing a saw-toothed blade. It was the Soul Collector. Zhang Xian took the initiative, her hands already gathering magic. Let me take care of it quietly. Han Daesung looked at her, his eyes full of doubt. You? Elsewhere, at the Gangdong Traditional Market's parking lot. A car drove down into the underground garage and stopped. Zhang Chanho got out. From the car opposite, a hand waved lightly. The person in the car spoke. Get in. I'll take you to Professor Park's laboratory. The car's engine roared to life as it sped out of the garage. Inside a state-of-the-art laboratory, large metal pods stood in silence. Roman was reading a file. So, the most promising candidate died, just like that. He turned to look at the giant test tubes behind him and smiled. No matter. I still have plenty of other specimens. In one of the tubes, a creature that looked like a seahorse was convulsing. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Test subject has arrived at the entrance. Roman looked at the monitor. Oh my, look at that. How could I forget I had test subjects on the way? The car carrying Choi Min-a and Zhang Chanho was pulling into the lab's complex. Watching them on the monitor, Roman smiled with a cruel glint in his eyes. Asterisk, a useless A-rank hunter and a core member of the Ice Soul clan. Both of them will be very useful to me. Asterisk. Inside the dark cellar where Han Daesung had once been chained, Seon had created a small doll. She clasped her hands together, a set of mana-crystallized darts held between her fingers. In an instant, she flung them forward, decisively calling out their effects. Weaken. Stun. The sharp darts embedded themselves squarely in the doll's back. At the same time, the moving Soul Collector suddenly froze, its entire body locking up as if it couldn't comprehend what was happening. Then, the remaining darts struck the doll all over its body, carrying the effects of drain, exhaust, and hypnotize. Like a substitution spell, everything inflicted on the doll was transferred directly to the Soul Collector. It dropped to its knees, coughing up blood. A surprise attack from behind shattered the jar on its back. Immediately after, a magic-wreathed blade pierced through its chest. Deng Ta delivered the final blow before pulling his weapon free. The Soul Collector collapsed to the ground, completely destroyed. A system notification window appeared. You have defeated the Guardian. Progress, 33%. You may choose to upgrade a servant skill. John Seon stepped out, laughing. Just as I thought, my powers are way stronger in here. Han Daesung turned back with a frown to warn her. It's only going to get more dangerous from here on out. You should hide those dolls around the area. Seon looked surprised. How do you know about my abilities? I can see them in your status window, Han Daesung replied curtly, already walking away. She quickly ran after him. Master, wait for me. After leaving the dungeon, they found themselves standing before a vast, overgrown garden. Second quest, the Labyrinth Garden. Difficulty, unknown. Objective, escape the labyrinth. Reward, 100,000 merit. Demon King's domain progress, 33%. Note, the air in the garden will drain your vitality. Kill the grave keepers to recover. The cheerful atmosphere vanished as both of them grew serious. Han Daesung raised a hand to his chin, calculating. I've been here before, so escaping the maze isn't a problem, but there's something I need to take care of first. He turned to Seon. Hey kid, give me one of your dolls. She tilted her head. A doll? What for? Taking the doll from Seon's hand, Han Daesung instructed. I'm going in first. Don't come in until you hear me call for you. Seon's eyes lit up with admiration. You mean you're going in alone because it's so dangerous? You're so amazing, master. Han Daesung broke into a cold sweat, thinking he couldn't stand to listen to this cheesy crap for another second. He focused on the mission. The hint about killing gravekeepers to recover vitality was actually a trap. They only slowed players down, making their vitality deplete even faster. With that in mind, he took a deep breath, gathered his magic, and stomped his foot, launching himself into the labyrinth garden like an arrow. He shot through the hedge wall, leaving a long streak of light in his wake. Once inside, Han Daesung didn't stop for a second, continuing to race forward at a dizzying speed. Right behind him, sharp, thorny vines erupted from the ground and hedge walls, giving chase. They stabbed at him relentlessly, but all of them missed. From experience, Daesung knew that even a single touch would slow him down instantly. The aging is happening faster than I expected. His face began to look older. Just ahead, a gravekeeper spotted him. It immediately spun around, swinging the shovel in its hands to attack. By now, Han Daesung was visibly older and his energy was fading, but he couldn't stop. The gravekeeper swung its shovel in a wide arc aimed at his back. Quick as a flash, Daesung dropped to one knee, leaning back and sliding across the ground, narrowly dodging the deadly blow. Carried by his momentum, he slid past the gravekeeper, leaving it far behind. The exit gate was right in front of him. Han Daesung pushed himself forward, but an explosion suddenly erupted from the wall beside him. Another gravekeeper burst out, raising its weapon to bring it crashing down. He quickly raised his dagger to block the shovel. The blow was so powerful that Daesung struggled to hold it back. Damn it, not now. Behind him, the swarm of thorny vines had finally caught up. A look of alarm crossed Daesung's face as they closed in for the attack. No, at this rate, I'm going to die. In an instant, the thorny vines lunged, wrapping him tightly in a cocoon. At Professor Park's laboratory, the car carrying Choi Min-ae and Jang Chan-ho came to a stop. As they got out, hidden security cameras silently turned to follow them. Jang Chan-ho looked around, impressed. Wow, this place is really impossible to find. I've only been here by myself once before, Choi Min-ae said, walking quickly ahead. The two stopped in front of a massive elevator door. Chan-ho wondered aloud. Why is this elevator so big? That's weird, this wasn't here before. The metal door slowly rolled upward, revealing a figure standing inside. The man stepped out and introduced himself with a smile. Hello, everyone. I am Professor Park's assistant. My name is Nam Jegu. While her master was on the verge of death, Seon was still outside the labyrinth garden, cheerfully playing with her magic. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed in her head, making her jump. Hey kid, I've been calling you 100 times. Why didn't you answer? Teleport to the doll now. Seon immediately held out her hands, muttering an incantation. Magic enveloped her body before exploding with a poof. She appeared inside the maze. Seon looked around, bewildered, but before she could get her bearings, a chill ran down her spine. Behind her stood a massive gravekeeper, radiating a malevolent killing intent. The girl hurriedly took out a doll, preparing to fight. But then the monster spoke. Calm down. It's me, Seon Fulinshit. Master, why are you in that body? Han Daesung, now in the gravekeeper's body, crouched down and placed a hand on the ground. I'll explain later. For now, follow me. Magic flared from his palm. A pulse of mana shot forward, splitting the square tile in front of them in two. A secret passage was revealed, leading down into a bottomless darkness from which an eerie wind howled. The two of them descended. Unearthly sounds echoed from deep within the chamber. A skull with long horns slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a skeleton sitting cross-legged, radiating a dark, cold aura. Third quest, the Demon King's Corridor. Objective, destroy the Demon King corrupted by a meteorite fragment. Reward, 100,000 merit, 1 servant skill point. Current progress, 66%. Before them sat the Demon King, its mana thick and overwhelming. Han Daesung swore under his breath. Shit, we're one step too late. Oh, lost and wandering souls, listen to the words of our noble faith. You were reborn from celestial shards, which have forged your monstrous, sinful flesh. Now repent. With those words, the Demon King tilted his head to the heavens, then slammed his forehead hard against the ground. That Demon King has become a puppet for those celestial beings. It'll be almost impossible to kill him while he's in this possessed state. Han Daesung's eyes snapped to the young witch beside him, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. He thought of her servant skill, specifically the ultimate ability Fatal Strike. It consumes 99% of her stamina and mana for a small chance to instantly kill her target. Failure means her own death. Without a moment's hesitation, Daesung poured 2 skill points into Sa Yun's Fatal Strike. The sudden surge of mana took the young girl by surprise. The skill leveled up to 3, increasing its chance of success. He gestured to her. I just upgraded your ultimate skill. Sa Yun looked amazed. You can do that? She stared at the mana swirling in her palm. Whoa, I can feel the power surging through me. Han Daesung pointed at the kneeling Demon King, ordering Sa Yun to use the skill. She hesitated. But, I'll be completely exhausted. Are you sure about this? He gave her a determined thumbs up. You got this. I trust you. At her master's word, Sa Yun silently rose. She closed her eyes, crossed her hands over her chest, and unleashed her entire mana pool in a ferocious torrent of energy. If she can't pull this off, this is going to be a lot harder for me. Sa Yun gripped the doll tightly, stabbed its head with the magic needle, and shouted, Fatal Strike. Instantly, a jet of purple mana erupted from the Demon King's forehead. He slowly crumpled to the ground as the purple energy coursed through his entire body. Daesung clenched his fist in excitement. Perfect. Beside him, however, Sa Yun had already collapsed, passed out from the immense strain. Daesung seemed to have expected as much. It was done. But across from them, the Demon King began to stir before slowly pushing himself up. Han Daesung stepped forward, blade at the ready, activating all of his stat buffs at once. The mana wrapping around his blade began to glow a fiery crimson. The Demon King rose to his full height, his familiar blue aura erupting once more. The two adversaries stood in a tense standoff, one cloaked in deep blue energy, the other in blazing fire. Cracks of raw mana began to spiderweb across Daesung's body. He was using the blood fusion skill. The Demon King began summoning his greatsword from a magic circle that appeared on the ground. Daesung realized his opponent's plan. Asterisk, trying to catch me with the Sword of Sin? Idiot, asterisk. He instantly charged forward. Demon King. He brought his blade crashing down, but the Demon King raised his own sword just in time to parry. An immense force sent the blade flying from Daesung's grip. The next instant, the Demon King's sword pierced through his chest. Ugh! Without pausing, the Demon King roared, soul absorption. Then the unthinkable happened. Starting from the wound, Han Daesung's body began to disintegrate, as it was pulled into the sword like a flowing current. His entire body was absorbed into the blade, its tip now glowing with a crimson light. He sneered, You wretched beast. On a street in Seoul, a black luxury sedan sped smoothly down the road. Choi Min-ae turned to Roman, who was posing as Professor Park's assistant. My apologies, I forgot to mention, we have one more person joining us. He asked, Another person? And who might that be? Just then, another car raced down into the parking garage, braking sharply right next to them. A well-dressed man stepped out of the car. Choi Min-ae made the introduction. This is the leader of the Marvel gang, Hainai. He's interested in collaborating with Professor Park, so we decided to come together. Oh, Roman said, slightly flustered. You really should have informed me beforehand. Hainai placed a hand over his heart. My name is Hainai, from the Marvel gang. As someone in the field, I have the utmost admiration for the professor. Roman smiled back. I'm Ju, Professor Park's assistant. What the hell? He thought. Where did this guy pop up from? Han and I turned to greet Jang Chan-ho, and the two shared a slightly awkward handshake. He then glanced at Choi Min-ae, saying nothing but giving a small wave. It was clear they were already acquainted. She adjusted her hat slightly and turned to Roman. Well, it looks like everyone's here. Can you take us to Professor Park now? Or should I give him a call? Roman smirked to himself. Asterisk, such a cunning bitch, bringing a bodyguard along. Oh, I'll make sure you pay for this, and then I'll turn you into one of my monsters. Asterisk. He then gestured for them to follow, and they all stepped into an elevator. After leading them to a laboratory, Roman instructed, please wait here. Professor Park will be with you shortly. With that, he calmly turned and left. As soon as Roman stepped out, the heavy steel door slammed shut. Jang Chan-ho felt uneasy. This is supposed to be a lab, but something about this place feels off. Han and I pulled out 2 bracelets and offered them. Here, these are new protective bracelets my team developed. You two should put these on, just as a precaution. The two thanked him and put on the bracelets. Choi Min-ae smiled at him. Leader Huang told me it would be safer if I came with you, Han and I. Ah, crap, I forgot, Jang Chan-ho said, scratching his head. I was supposed to ask him to fix my weapon. Suddenly, thick white gas began pouring down from a vent in the ceiling. All 3 looked up in shock, completely bewildered. It's a trap. Anijil. Everyone, be careful. Jang Chan-ho and Choi Min-ae both looked up, their eyes wide with terror. Realizing they'd fallen into a trap, the group scrambled to break down the door. With a thunderous crash, the door burst open, and Han and I with it. Jang Chan-ho was the last one out. All 3 stood frozen at the horrifying sight in the hallway. A horde of red-eyed monsters stood before them, their mouths bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, Han and I took his position at the front, mana coalescing in his hand to form a razor-sharp blade. The two behind him could only watch, stunned. Spotting their prey, the pack of monsters roared and charged. The Alpha, the largest and most ferocious of the pack, let out a deafening roar. Han and I charged straight into the horde. He moved like the wind, delivering fatal blows to one monster after another. Suddenly, Han and I's eyes began to glow intensely. A golden circle of light appeared in his palm, revealing a cybernetic arm beneath his tattered sleeve. He unleashed a blast of energy straight at the pack of monsters. The beam from his hand shot out in a zigzag pattern, annihilating the entire horde. The razor-sharp laser sliced their bodies in 2, tearing them to shreds. Smoke rose from Han and I's robotic arm as a thin layer of mana enveloped his entire body. Only then did Choi Min-ae and Jang Chan-ho step forward. What are monsters doing here? Han Daesung's eyes widened as he replied, the smell in here is awful. Elsewhere, Roman watched the entire scene unfold on a surveillance monitor. He muttered to himself, now that you've breathed in that tracking gas, my pets will hunt you down soon enough. He laughed maniacally. This time, I'll have to try out some of the stronger ones. Meanwhile, inside the Sword of Sin, the space was filled with wandering souls. They drifted endlessly, their mouths moaning words of torment. So thirsty. Let me out. Just kill me. One of the souls pointed ahead. A new soul has arrived. The entire swarm immediately converged, rushing forward as if to tear the newcomer to pieces. Han Daesung stood there, arrogant and ready to face them. The withered souls reached out, trying to grasp his legs. Han Daesung Smidkid. You really have no idea who you're dealing with, do you? His entire body and eyes blazed with mana. He looked down upon them with a malevolent gaze. Around here, I'm the hunter. At his words, the horde of souls froze, their faces filled with terror. Outside, the Demon King dragged the Sword of Sin toward the unconscious John Cian. It stopped, slowly raising the sword high above its head, preparing to deliver the final blow. But something was wrong. The sword in its hand was no longer obeying its command. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't bring the blade down. The Demon King had lost control of the sword. Instead of striking John Cian, the blade was turning to pierce its own stomach. It let out a desperate cry. Stop! A voice echoed directly in its mind, coming from within the sword. You really don't get what's happening, do you? The Demon King looked on in confusion, unaware of the terrible fate that was about to befall it. Suddenly, the Sword of Sin pierced straight through its chest. The Demon King's body began to disintegrate, evaporating from head to toe. When it had completely vanished into thin air, only the Sword of Sin remained, clattering to the ground. A notification window appeared. Quest to defeat the Demon King, complete. Current quest progress. Conquest of the Demon King's domain is at 99%. Moments later, Han Daesung stepped out of the sword. He scratched his head, grumbling. Why am I always cleaning up other people's messes? What a pain. Meanwhile, The Sword of Sin suddenly began to emit a brilliant golden aura. The aura converged, then began to grow and replicate itself. Han Daesung stood and watched, a confused expression on his face. He looked exhausted. Is it still not over? From a mass of golden energy, a figure with hair that shone like the sun emerged. The being looked at Han Daesung and asked, "Who are you?" Notification: mortality rate will be recalibrated by defeating EO, the divine being who brainwashed the Demon King. He looked at the entity named EO before him. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who just barged in here." EO raised a hand and retorted, "Are you the master of these foolish creatures?" With that, it slammed its hand down on the ground right where Han Daesung was standing. "Repent." But Han Daesung was faster. He shot into the air, his blade in hand, much to EO's astonishment. A blue arc of energy sliced through the air, and the divine being's arm was instantly severed, slowly dissolving into the air. From the depths of hell, the souls cried out unceasingly in his mind, "Please, my lord, destroy them. Cleanse us of this disgrace. Grant them the cruelest punishment." Han Daesung's head throbbed slightly. "There they go, rambling on again. I'll handle this, so all of you just shut up." It was then that EO slowly began to realize. That's right. How can you, someone who is not a supreme being, speak with the phantoms of the abyss? Han Daesung looked slightly surprised. A supreme being? Suddenly, golden chains slithered out from nowhere, binding EO's hands and neck tightly. It struggled, but to no avail. Behind it stood 3 figures, each holding the end of a chain. EO screamed, "Guardians of the Celestial Gate, I repent for my sins. Please spare me." Its desperate cries were met only with silence. Han Daesung remained floating in the air, wondering what they were doing. One of the 3 spoke. "You have broken the laws. The penalty is death." Feeling ignored, Han Daesung grew slightly irritated. Without hesitation, he shot straight toward them. The 3 guardians of the Celestial Gate only had time to look up, horrified, as a streak of purple light flashed past them before they could even react. EO sat there, stunned, watching as the 3 guardians were sliced in half. Their bodies were evaporating into thin air, and Han Daesung was already standing behind them, blade still in hand. It asked him in wonder, how could you defeat the guardians of the Celestial Gate so easily? In an instant, their bodies had almost completely vanished into nothingness. Suddenly, the wound where EO's arm had been severed began to spurt blood. It screamed in agony as the blood continued to pour out endlessly. A notification window appeared. Demon King's territory mission complete. Progress, 100%. The celestial body dissolved into golden dust. The Demon King and his legion were now completely under the control of the Supreme Being. The magical chains binding him also faded into thin air. EO remained kneeling on the ground, clutching his bloody, severed arm. He threw his head back, tears streaming down his face. You've forsaken me." With those words, he collapsed, letting out an agonized scream. His body touched the energy grid, making a gruesome, sizzling sound. EO's body began to shrink, reverting to the form of a child. Han Daesung was taken aback by the sudden transformation, but it wasn't over yet. EO continued to shrink until all that remained was an egg. He looked at the object in his hand, his expression unchanged. "What's this now? You've turned into an egg?" Holding the egg, he frowned, wondering if he should just smash it open and see what was inside. Just then, another system notification appeared. You have obtained the celestial egg. You can transform it into a beast to serve the Supreme Being. The egg suddenly began to glow. Han Daesung was curious to see what it would become. He channeled his energy into it, causing the egg to glow even more brilliantly. A countdown timer appeared before him, showing 1 hour remaining. "If you turn into some kind of beast, maybe I can get some information out of you." Elsewhere, inside a laboratory, a door marked with a nuclear hazard symbol slid open, revealing a restricted area. A large warning was printed on the floor. Chanho's 3-person team was waiting inside. He adjusted his tie. Why would that guy go to all this trouble? Choi Min-A answered, "It's very likely that Professor Park's life is being threatened." Standing at the front, Hai suddenly held up a hand, signaling for the other 2 to stop, and looked up. A 2-headed, shellback monster, wielding a massive weapon, stared down at them from above. One of its grotesque heads spoke. "Are you hunters?" Instantly, its entire body was enveloped in mana. It grinned sinisterly, its eyes gleaming with malice, and leaped down, swinging a spiked flail. The other head, a human-like one drooling constantly, spoke with delight. "It's been so long since we've had human visitors." Choi Min-A asked, shocked, "Captain, What in the world is that thing? Han I answered, it's a human monster grafting experiment. The monster turned to Choi Min-ae, its excitement growing. So beautiful. I wish I could have your head to keep me company. Furious, she immediately drew her gun and aimed it at the creature. You psycho. A spray of bullets slammed into the monster's body. But when the smoke cleared, it stood there without a single scratch. Hainai dragged his blade across the floor, sending sparks flying, then charged forward, slashing straight at the monster. The monster instantly raised its axe to block the strike, then snarled, You coward! How dare you sneak attack me? Ignoring its taunts, Hainai's hand began to glow. A blast of energy erupted from his hand, blowing one of the monster's heads clean off. The remaining human head's face turned livid with rage. It growled, How dare you kill my pet? The moment Hanai landed, the monster roared and charged at him. Enough of this, you insects! The captain went on the offensive, not giving it a chance to counterattack. But the spike flail was already swinging in from the side. A devastating blow sent Hanai flying into a wall, and his body smoldered from the impact. The monster lunged, reaching out to grab him. But Hanai moved with lightning speed, flipping over its head to land behind it. At the same time, Choi Min-ae unloaded a clip into the monster's face to create a diversion. Standing behind her, Jang Chanho looked on with a worried expression. The monster let out a cold laugh. Looks like I'll have to ask the doctor for a new head for my little friend. Back with Han Daesung, Sion was staring intently at the egg in his hand. The countdown finished. Cracks began to spread across the egg's surface. The shell shattered in a blinding flash of light. Sion's eyes went wide. Whoa, Master, look, something's coming out. Before them floated a small, bluish-white spirit with delicate wings. It hovered in midair, giving off a shimmering light. The spirit turned to Sion and asked in a clear voice, Hello, are you my master? The girl pointed at herself in surprise. Master? Me? Han Daesung cut in. Hey, butterfly, tell me everything you know about those celestial bodies. Now. But the spirit seemed confused. I'm very sorry, but I don't have any of my previous memories. He scowled and drew his blade. Then you're just a useless bug. To think all my effort resulted in a worthless insect like you. Seeing this, John Sion immediately jumped in front of it. Wait, stop. I want a pet. The girl turned back to the spirit. You have to show us you're useful. That's the only way you'll get to keep your tiny life. The spirit pondered for a moment. Then I must show you. It suddenly remembered something, its eyes lighting up. That's it, the item shop. Instantly, a virtual shop materialized, displaying numerous items, though their images were still blurry. Sion gasped in amazement. What incredible skill. The spirit had created an item shop right inside Han Daesung's personal space. Now the items came into sharp focus, revealing an eye-catching array of weapons, armor, and other strange artifacts. To the right was a display featuring a wide variety of bows and arrows. On a table, a piece of parchment and a quill appeared, labeled Future Diary. Han Daesung asked, Hey, butterfly, what's this? It explained, that is a single-use item. It provides the user with vital information about future events. You can purchase it with achievement points. He mused. So you can tell me about the near future? Not bad. A system window popped up. Future Diary provides the user with the most valuable information available. The information is valid for 24 hours from the time of purchase. Limit 1 purchase per week. Would you like to buy? Han Daesung immediately selected yes, deciding to buy one to test it out. The quill began to write on its own, transcribing his thoughts. Han Daesung wanted to know what Chanho's team situation would be in 1 hour. He watched intently as the prophecy was written. After reading it, he looked displeased and blurted out, What the hell is this? A spatial gate opens in the Hunter Association's skyscraper. Han Daesung steps out, having just completed a mission. Sion follows close behind. He asks the girl, You can get home on your own, right? Sion obediently nods, but then immediately asks, Why are you leaving me behind? Let me come with you. Han Daesung turns back with a condition. Go fix the doll's eye, and then we'll talk. Still not satisfied, she continues to mumble under her breath. Han Daesung glances back, his voice stern. Don't make me repeat myself. Sion's face pales with fear, and she doesn't dare say another word. Meanwhile, in Professor Park's lab, Hainai lies motionless on the floor, smoke rising from his body. Across from him, the monster, now missing a head, stares down the other 2 survivors. Suddenly, smoke bursts from Hainai's body, shredding the suit he was wearing. The monster tilts its head, seemingly confused. Beneath the torn fabric, a cyborg's body is revealed. Smoke pours from vents in the armor, and a deep purple mana core glows in the center of his chest. Nearly his entire upper body has been mechanized. With a sharp glare, he yells, "You bastard!" In an instant, High charges forward, throwing a lightning-fast punch straight at the monster's face. The powerful blow forces it back a step, but it immediately digs in its feet to stop its momentum. It turns to High and says, "That's enough." Before it can finish, High's familiar, glowing hand is right in its face. An immense amount of mana gathers, preparing for a quantum aura cannon. The powerful beam of light obliterates the monster's upper half in a flash. Its lower body staggers, then collapses to the ground. High lowers his arm and clutches his stomach. The attack clearly drained a lot of his energy. Choi Min-ae rushes over. "Are you okay?" So Leader Cho's body really is constructed from all kinds of aura weapons. High turns to them and says, "I need some time to recharge the core." Jang Chanho speaks up. "Sorry to interrupt, but it looks like we're being forced to play this guy's game." From his monitors, Roman has watched the entire fight. He's furious, cursing to himself. "Damn it all. I can't believe I have to use that." He presses a button marked Level X. "I wanted to take that bastard alive." Back in the lab, High sits cross-legged and begins to recharge his energy core. That guy's just an F-rank hunter. Did he really think he could take down Leader Cho so easily? A metal shutter door slowly rolls up, revealing a pair of animal-like legs. Both Jang Chanho and Choi Min-ae are stunned. A mysterious figure gradually emerges from the smoke behind the rising door. It's a monster with goat legs, 2 large horns, and glowing red eyes. I still need to salvage a few parts from them before they're torn limb from limb. Before them stands the terrifying, goat-headed monster, a massive blade clutched in its hand. Choi Min-ae draws her dagger. "Damn it, another beast-type monster." High looks at it, warning the others, "This one's at least S rank." They both freeze. The moment they hear it's an S rank, worry floods their faces. High gets to his feet, shielding them. The monster starts toward them, its massive blade scraping against the ground and sending sparks flying. It walks slowly but steadily, closing the distance. High makes his move, lunging toward the monster. The creature, in contrast, appears completely unfazed. Leader Cho throws a powerful punch, but the monster simply leans back, casually dodging the blow. Spotting an opening, it moves with blinding speed, its hand shooting out to grab High arm. Even High is shocked, it's faster than him. Blood sprays through the air. A clean slice. High arm is severed, flying into the air as he stumbles backward. Jang Chanho screams in horror, "No way." Without a word, Choi Min-ae grips her dagger and charges, yelling, "You goddamn monster." It shoots a deathly glare in her direction. Choi Min-ae swings her dagger in a rising slash, but her target is already gone. In the blink of an eye, it appears right beside her, leaving her completely stunned. A powerful kick sends her flying into a wall. Fortunately, the protective bracelet High had given her activates a shield, absorbing most of the impact. Seizing the chance, High gets back up and fires his quantum aura cannon at the monster, yelling "Die." But the creature just pushes off the ground, zigzagging at an impossible speed to avoid the attack, and slices off High remaining arm. It follows up with a punch straight to his face, knocking him out cold. The monster plants its foot on High head, his severed arm lying motionless nearby. Unable to just stand and watch, Jang Chanho roars, "You goat-faced bastard, stop." As if it heard, the monster turns its head to look at him. Its entire body blurs. Then, in an instant, it reappears, towering right in front of Jang Chanho. But contrary to expectations, he shows no fear, his gaze firm and resolute. The goat-headed monster sneered, dark magic surging violently from its body. Jang Chanho smirked right back. "I know someone way stronger than you. I'm not dying here today." The monster raised its massive blade high overhead, preparing a finishing blow. Accepting his fate, Jang Chanho squeezed his eyes shut, placing all his faith in Han Daesung. Just as the blade came crashing down, a pitch-black mass erupted from the ground, blocking the attack. The smirk on the goat-headed monster's face vanished, replaced by sheer shock. Jang Chanho was just as stunned, staring at the strange mass that looked like a bush with countless writhing arms. Sensing danger, the monster stomped its foot and shot back a dozen meters. The black mass continued to expand, and from within, Han Daesung's face slowly emerged. Jang Chanho burst out laughing. From a distance, Choi Min-ae's eyes widened in amazement as she silently mouthed the newcomer's name. Han Daesung turned to his friend. "Chanho, you're not dead yet, are you?" "You crazy bastard, you think I go down that easy? My wits are S rank too, you know," Jang Chanho laughed back. Seeing a formidable opponent, the goat-headed monster immediately switched its target to the injured Choi Min-ae. Watch out, Yang Chanoyed. Almost instantly, Han Daesung became a pillar of shadow, teleporting in front of her to block the deadly attack. Choi Min-ae stared in awe at the object before her, jet black like ebony, yet radiating immense magical power. Having its attacks blocked twice, the monster's confidence began to waver. It turned to Han Daesung, its expression now wary. He just smiled at it, then activated his stealth technique as dark mana gathered in his palm. A column of light erupted where Han Daesung had been standing, but he had vanished without a trace. The goat-headed monster whipped its head back and forth, frantically searching, but it couldn't find him. It stood in the middle of the room, lowered its center of gravity, and let out a piercing roar. The horrifying sound forced the nearby hunters to clutch their ears in pain. Jang Chanho was no exception. He gritted his teeth, feeling like his eardrums were about to burst. Suddenly, the goat-headed monster spun around, swinging its blade horizontally to the left. A flash of light erupted as the two weapons clashed. Han Daesung had reappeared to block the blow. This goat uses sound waves to locate me. Now, this is interesting, he smiled. In the observation room, Roman sat motionless in his chair, his eyes glued to the screen. I've heard this Han Daesung is the biggest threat in the Eastern Branch. He muttered, then reached for a red button marked with a skull. I'd rather not use the chimeras, but I have no choice. With that, he slammed his hand down on the deadly button. A mechanical voice announced, unsealing chimera's poison gas. 30 minutes until self-destruct sequence activation. His work done, he shot to his feet. Roman stuffed his hands in his pockets and nonchalantly walked out. Han Daesung, not even you can make it out of here alive. On the screen, a 30-minute countdown began. The announcement echoed throughout the lab. What the hell is that? Jang Chanho asked, bewildered, as he stood beside Choi Min, activating self-destruct system. Han Daesung fruvnid. What the hell is this? What a pain. Immediately, iron shutters began to rise, and Chimera's poison gas started flooding in. At the same time, other doors opened, revealing a massive legion of monsters behind the goat-headed one. They poured in from all sides, even from the corridors above, completely overwhelming them with sheer numbers. How many people did that Jew bastard experiment on? My God, Jang Chanho said in horror. Good grief, this lab is nothing but a monster factory, Choi Min-ae remarked. Han I, both arms severed, chimed in, some of them were created from an initiator substance. Jang Chanho glanced at his leader, knowing he was in no condition to fight. He turned to his friend. Han Daesung, looks like it's all on you again. I can't go all out with him here. Han Daesung muttered to himself. He raised his hand, and with a sharp snap of his fingers, declared, Demon King's domain, activate. His terrifying power enveloped the entire laboratory. Billowing black smoke rose up and the ground shook violently, throwing the monsters into confusion. Han Daesung felt an incredible surge of energy spreading out. Jang Chanho and Choi Min-ae were completely frozen in place. In a single moment, everything around them had changed. The laboratory was gone. Everyone, and all the monsters, had been transported to the Demon King's domain, a barren, cracked wasteland that looked as if it had suffered a great drought. He could do something on this scale? Jang Chanho stared at his friend in awe. Choi Min-ae was equally incredulous. Impossible. Mass teleportation? No, he transformed the entire lab area. What a truly fearsome ability. Amidst the desolate landscape, Han Daesung gave a command. Come forth, my army of darkness. The monsters roared ferociously, completely unaware of what awaited them. From the cracked earth, countless dark creatures began to rise. Leading them was a colossal demon king, who bowed its head to Han Daesung. Awaiting your command, master. Han Daesung glanced at the motley crew of monsters and gave a cold command. Annihilate them. The moment he spoke, the army of darkness charged forward. The two sides crashed into each other in a chaotic battle. It was clear that the Demon King's army was superior in both numbers and strength. Han Daesung turned to reassure his comrades. Don't worry, you're safe here. With that said, he vanished again, leaving the battlefield to his army. Meanwhile, Roman stood before an elevator, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the color drained from his face, and his eyes filled with fear. The elevator door displayed the words, Emergency Stop. To Roman's astonishment, a rift in space appeared right on the steel door. Han Daesung poked his head out of the rift. So, this is where you were hiding. Roman froze, his eyes wide with terror. Han Daesung stepped out casually, causing Roman's face to turn pale as a sheet. Is that all it takes to make you run? He asked. Roman's eyes narrowed, a cunning smile spreading across his face. You're more than I gave you credit for. He gave a faint, mocking smile. You won. Now get it over with and kill me. Han Daesung shot forward, grabbing Roman by the collar and yanking him close. Roman froze. Han Daesung snarled. What kind of scheme are you pulling now? Roman's expression suddenly changed, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He didn't understand. Han Daesung's eyes began to glow, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Good thing I just picked up a very interesting skill. Asterisk, the Demon King's power will be temporarily transferred to the Supreme One. The Demon King's special skill has been activated, asterisk. A crushing pressure bore down on him. Roman gritted his teeth. What do you think you're doing? Han Daesung didn't answer. He just smiled as their eyes met. From his eyes, strange tendrils of energy lashed out, as if trying to devour Roman's very mind. AR! Roman screamed before collapsing to the ground, a white fluid leaking from his mouth and eyes. He clawed at his throat, convulsing in agony. From deep within his own consciousness, a pair of wicked eyes stared out at him. Roman's memories flooded into Han Daesung's mind. A laboratory, syringes, countless people being used as test subjects. They twisted into monsters, their screams of agony echoing through the facility. Syringes filled with grotesque liquids were jabbed into their flesh. Blood, so much blood, it flowed like a river. The voice of the Eastern bishop echoed in the memory. Because you have sacrificed enough souls to the shrine, I will grant you a gift. From now on, each time you die, your soul will be reborn into another body. A satisfied smile spread across Roman's face in the memory. Han Daesung stared down at the writhing man. He stepped forward, pinning him to the floor. Roman had no strength left to resist. So that's it. He'd seen it all. Han Daesung sneered. Sacrificing countless others for your own immortality, you piece of scum. I won't let you have your way. With those words, an oppressive aura began to radiate from his body. All around them, the machines began to glow. Han Daesung prepared to destroy everything with his own hands. 1 minute until system self-destruct. The control room door slid open. Professor Park Dong-wook, now in his mutated form, stepped inside. He stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the monitors. Then, from his pocket, a pale hand with sharp claws produced a key and inserted it into the console. Reinitializing self-destruct system. Self-destruct mechanism halted. Asterisk, this is my life's work. I can't just let it be destroyed so easily. Asterisk. But something wasn't right. The system flashed an error message. He ground his teeth. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, streams of white gas erupted from vents all over the room. The professor, bewildered, didn't have time to react. A figure appeared silently behind him. It was Han Daesung. He stared at the professor with pure disgust. You've become this thing, and you're still causing trouble. A smirk touched his lips. Another goat, huh? The professor whipped around, startled, and stared cautiously at the young man before him. Who are you? Me? I think I'm the one who should be asking that. The two of them stood frozen, studying one another. The professor was the first to speak. I'm Park Dong-wook, the director of this research facility. Han Daesung started blankly. A short time later, the entire system was back under control. The professor sat tied to a chair. Zhang Chanho and the others had arrived as well. After listening to their story, his expression filled with guilt. I never imagined Chief Huang would be captured. This is all my fault. Suddenly, the professor shot to his feet. But rest assured, I have more than enough evidence of Nam use illegal activities with the Red Ghost Gang. It's only a matter of time before he's arrested. Zhang Chanho, is this really the same Professor Park? She glanced over and nodded. That voice is definitely Professor Park Dong-wook, the man I met before. Han Daesung was stunned. Asterisk, unbelievable. He fully merged with a monster and still managed to keep his mind. Asterisk. The professor approached him. Congratulations. You successfully implanted the aura weapon into your body. Han Daesung gave a short reply. Yeah. He then turned to Cho-rong. If I remember correctly, Ms. Shin, you said you were experiencing some problems with your elixir field, right? Yes, doctor. We could try to use a catalyst to restore it. That's certainly an option worth trying, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to return to how you were before. How high is the probability? Han Daesung cut them off. Hey, Professor Goat, I have something important to ask you. Where were you while this entire lab was falling apart? The professor closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He began to explain. I was the first hybrid test subject. I realized that just awakening one's aura wouldn't be enough to fight those monsters. So I decided to conduct the human-monster hybridization experiment with Ju, who had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Our goal was to obtain a healthy new body and extend his life, but it didn't succeed as we had hoped. Zhu became volatile when things didn't turn out the way he expected. I installed an automatic hibernation command as a contingency in case the experiment failed. Han Daesung funktioniert. Wait a minute, didn't the experiment succeed? You're talking like it was a total failure. My original body died from anaphylactic shock induced by the hibernation device. The experiment itself, however, was a success. Yang channel Kaimding. So if some external force was strong enough to affect the hibernation device, that could be what happened. Han Daesung turned his head away with a scowl. So you're saying even Professor Goat doesn't know where they are? He fell silent. They? Zhang Chanho turned to ask him. Who are you talking about? I don't know either, Han Daesung answered, still annoyed. But they're the ones trying to create more of these hybrid gates. A cold sweat ran down Zhang Chanho's back. There's another group creating more gates. Darkness. Pain. His whole body throbbed with agony. Roman gritted his teeth, forcing his eyes open. The first thing his eyes focused on were the heavy iron chains binding his neck, hands, and feet. They were identical to the ones he'd used on his own test subjects. The brutal truth of his situation crashed down on him. He screamed, his voice filled with despair. Han Daesung, what do you want with me? Just kill me. Kill me now. His screams stirred a dark figure in the corner of the room. It drew two gleaming knives, scraping them against each other with a sickening screech. It was the Soul Collector. For the first time, Roman knew what it felt like to be the prey. He shivered as cold sweat poured down his face. The Soul Collector's crimson eyes stared daggers at him, filled with malice. He looked like death itself. Roman trembled uncontrollably. Who are you? What do you want? The Soul Collector's voice was a dead, hollow whisper. What do I want? It would be delightful to carve the flesh from your bones, over and over again for eternity. Roman froze, completely and utterly terrified. He stammered, what? In a place that seemed to exist outside the bounds of Earth. For entities sat in a tense, silent space. Eohem was the first to speak. There's been an unexpected incident in the East. Vok immediately shot back. An incident? What do you mean? Ahem. Karina, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I heard the Japanese hunters recently attacked a top-tier gate. Aegea, the largest of them, growled impatiently. Spit it out. I am Stadovin. Eohem cut in. It was in Korea. I've lost 2 of my subordinate spatial controllers. The news shocked the other 3. 2 of them? In Korea? Karina asked. There's someone that's skilled in Korea? Bok said in surprise. Aegea just salivated. Delicious. Eohem continued, explaining he had dispatched a high-level spatial controller to deal with the one who ruined their plans. Hearing there was tasty prey, Aegea shot to his feet, volunteering. No, I'll handle this myself. Despite his comrade's eagerness, Eohem remained calm, lacing his fingers together. Aegea, why do you think I haven't gone myself? The slow-witted brute stared at Eohem, waiting for the answer. When understanding dawned, he scoffed. Impossible. You think I'd lose to some aura user? Eohem paused thoughtfully before refuting. He is not an aura user. His words left the other 3 stunned. How could someone who couldn't even use aura be so threatening that it would make Eohem this cautious? In a luxurious office, Association Chairman Young Ho sat in contemplation after hearing the report from the branch manager seated across from him. So, you're telling me some group is kidnapping citizens and creating gates? The branch manager replied grimly. That's what Hunter Han Daesung reported. Young-ho closed his eyes, weary. God, if anyone else finds out about this, it'll cause a public uproar. He tapped his fingers on the desk as he conferred with the branch manager. This was already far too serious, and if the press got a hold of it, things would get messy. Young-ho gave the order. Investigate this quietly. Branch manager Jean Ki-hong immediately complied. He then asked, and what about me? For a moment, Young-ho didn't understand the question. The area surrounding the correctional facility was eerily desolate. Rundong was lost in thought when a familiar voice cut through his musings. He glanced overboard. It was Cho Rang. His expression changed the moment he saw her. Cho Rang approached, forcing a smile before suddenly bursting into tears. Rundong rushed to comfort her. You've been through a lot, Cho Rang. Let's go get some tofu. She sniffled. But Chief, you're allergic to soy. He suddenly remembered, laughing awkwardly. Oh right. She scratched her head. There's someone I want you to meet, Chief. Rundong wondered who could be so important that Cho Rang would have to introduce them personally. From a nearby car, Professor Park cheerfully rolled down the window and called out, Hey, Chief Huang, it's me, Professor Park. The professor's current appearance left Rundong horrified, unable to believe his eyes. He yelled. You're insane. I knew you'd get yourself into trouble one day, but what the hell is this? The professor sighed. I don't really know either, but get in the car first. The chief and Cho Rang quickly got in. The door closed, and the white car began to move. Rundong held his head in his hands, exasperated. My God, you crazy bastard. I can't believe you ended up like this. The professor replied, Stop whining. I just ate a little too much. Sitting in the front seat, Cho Rang could only sigh to herself. They must be really good friends. The car quickly filled with the sound of their bickering. I can't believe I'm talking to a goat, the professor mocked. Is that any better than talking to a freshly released criminal? The chief snapped. Who are you calling a criminal? You crazy old man. It was late at night. Under the dim street lights, Mi Dong walked alone down the empty street, a sense of unease creeping over her. Where are you off to in such a hurry? A dark voice echoed from behind, making Mi Dong freeze. An instant later, a stranger blocked her path. He wore a black, hooded cloak, revealing only a sinister smile. Mi Dong tried to act tough, shouting, What do you want? Who are you? The man was Zhang Shik. Amused by her reaction, he sneered. You. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence rushing toward him. Zhang Shik looked up, dodging a lightning-fast attack just in time. The sharp blade sliced through empty air. Yugo glared at Zhang Shik, radiating killing intent. He gritted his teeth. He'd finally caught the man behind the kidnappings. He turned to Mi Dong. Mi Dong, fall back now. Then call team leader Jean for backup. She quickly obeyed. Yugo took a defensive stance, covering his teammates' retreat. Zhang Shik watched the scene unfold, letting out a small tsh before closing his eyes as if it were nothing. So it's a trap, huh? His opponent's calm demeanor put Yugo on high alert, a flicker of unease growing within him. The man had no openings. Zhang Shik let out a twisted laugh. Aren't you the hunter who stabbed his own boss to death at the Homa Guild headquarters? Thanks for that, by the way. Yugo broke into a cold sweat. He's on the same side as Lai Siaku. Without hesitation, Yugo shot toward Zhang Shik like an arrow. The man continued nonchalantly, though I was supposed to be the one to kill him. His words sent Yugo into a rage. Zhang Shik dodged every one of his relentless attacks. His speed was terrifying. He looked at him with a mocking tone. You know, with skills like that, there's no way you could have killed Lai Siaku. Yugo roared in fury, charging wildly. Then I'll just kill you. But as his sword swung down, the man caught it effortlessly with his bare hand. Yugo was horrified. I put all my strength into that attack, and he's not even serious yet. Zhang Shik's expression suddenly turned hard. You really don't know when to shut your mouth. He blurred past Yugo at an impossible speed. Yugo stood frozen. And before he could register what had happened, he had a fleeting thought. I can't die here. Zhang Shik cracked a wicked smile. At that same moment, Yugo's head separated from his neck and hit the ground. Fresh blood sprayed out, staining the pavement red. When Zhang Shik turned back, Yugo's body fell limp, becoming a cold corpse. With the deed done, Zhang Shik suddenly remembered. Huh, didn't DK tell me not to kill association members? Oh, right. I almost forgot, the guy who died at the lab was Ojaic. He continued cheerfully to himself. I remember the name of the guy who died at the lab was, wait, was it Namdu, or whatever? With that, he turned and left. His next target was Mi Dong. Now, where'd that little brat go? He quickly gave chase. On the laptop screen, the kidnapper's face was clearly visible on the security footage. Manager Cho snapped the laptop shut with a frustrated sigh. He turned to Ki Hong and delivered the grim news. Jungo had left behind a video of the culprit right before he died. Hearing that his comrade had been murdered, Ki Hong's expression flickered for a moment, but his stoic nature quickly concealed his emotions. Manager Cho asked, have we identified the killer yet? Ki Hong reported immediately. His name is Cho In-suk, a D-rank hunter. He worked in Iran 3 years ago. Based on a number of remaining members from Dongjin and Hongma who participated in the Underwater Gate incident, it seems a large force of hunters has been recruited by an organization called H. What about the search team? It appears Nam Juku changed his identity and joined the association to get into H. Chanho said he died in the lab. The manager wearily loosened his tie. All the S-rank hunters were already aware of H's existence. He made a solemn decision. We'll mobilize every hunter in the association to hunt them down and take care of them. In another office, Dong Johnsian slammed his hand on the desk. This is incredibly important. He looked at Zhang Chanho, deciding not to beat around the bush. There's no point in mincing words, so I'll get straight to the point. Zhang Chanho cut in. I'm aware. From what I understand, it's an organization that cares for children who lost their parents to monsters. Dong Johnsian laughed cheerfully. Oh, if Director Zhang is already aware, then I'm sure we'll understand each other perfectly. For years, we wanted to build a residential area for the children. But with the number of gates decreasing, our budget is a bit tight. Hearing the word Budget. The color drained from Jang Chanho's face, but he still managed to force a reluctant smile. Budget, you say? Sometime later, the conversation came to an end. Dong Johnsian stood up and shook his hand. From now on, if you ever need me, just give me a call. Jang Chanho scratched his head awkwardly. It's not decided yet. I still have to discuss it with Hunter Sung first. Dong Johnsian smiled brightly. Of course. With that, he turned to leave, adding one last piece of advice. This was a truly meaningful conversation. I trust you'll make a thoughtful decision. The door clicked shut. Chanho stood stunned in the room, scratching his head in frustration. Oh, for crying out loud. That guy want me to donate $400 million to their northern development project. Near a seaside villa, on a modern but deserted road. A figure was jogging at an incredible speed. It was Jang Sik. In the middle of his training, he suddenly stopped, seeing a tall, muscular black man standing in his path, watching him. He was Black Man, from the Group H. His path blocked by a stranger. Jang Sik asked curiously, "Who are you?" The killing intent from both sides was palpable. The man didn't answer, just smirked before lunging forward, throwing a punch straight at him. Jang Sik dodged it with ease. The fight looked mismatched, like an elephant versus an ant. Black Man unleashed a relentless barrage of hammer-like blows, but Jang Sik dodged every single one. Still, being on the defensive wasn't a good strategy. Jang Sik stared at him coldly, his voice laced with defiance. Those clumsy attacks aren't going to work on me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he launched a powerful kick at his opponent. Black Man easily blocked the blow with his massive hands. The kick seemed to do nothing more than tickle him. He grinned smugly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. You're pretty cool. Despite the compliment, Jang Sik remained on high alert. The man pointed a finger at the ground with an air of utter contempt. He took a fighting stance and charged again, the smile never leaving his face. Faced with the onslaught, Jang Sik was momentarily startled. He cursed under his breath, telling himself not to lose his footing. Black Man rushed forward at blinding speed, thinking proudly, he might be cool, but I'm the coolest. Jang Sik crossed his arms in front of his face, using them as a lever to block the devastating punch. His expression turned serious. The battle quickly tipped in the larger man's favor. At an orphanage next to a desolate junkyard, Dong Suk was talking to a nun. I received a donation from Han Daesung's guild. The nun was surprised and delighted. Han Daesung's guild can afford such a large amount. Dong Suk cut in smugly. Sister, if I join them on an S-rank gate raid, we'll make a fortune. You won't have to worry. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes darting toward the window. A dark figure was approaching from the distance. The person looked highly suspicious. Realizing the danger, Dong Suk shot to his feet and yelled, "Forgive me, sister, but get all the volunteers into the shelter now." The nun stared blankly, confused. What? Seeing her hesitation, he shouted more urgently, "Hurry! It looks like something bad is about to happen." Another member of H. He was calmly walking toward the orphanage. His eyes filled with menace. To keep everyone else out of it, Dong Suk charged out to face him. He swung a baseball bat down with tremendous force. But Big M quickly blocked it with his hand. The sheer force of the block sent him flying. The difference in their strength was just too great. Even so, Dong Suk managed to land on his feet. He hadn't expected his opponent to block his attack so easily. Recognizing the enemy's power, his guard went up. Big M stood in a ready stance on the other side, a powerful aura radiating from his body. Dong Suk gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, asterisk or at the last gate was a little too easy, so things went smoothly. Looks like I'll have to work a bit harder today. Asterisk. Big M remained perfectly calm. He formed a gun with 2 fingers and fired a blast of energy at him. The aura from the attack was terrifying. Dong Suk fiercely swung his baseball bat, deflecting each blast of energy. Suddenly, a will-o'-the-wisp-like burst of pinkish-purple light appeared beside him. Dong Suk gritted his teeth, looking at his opponent with disdain. A range fighter, huh? Outside, Red Ice stood before John Cian's house. Red Ice gave a sinister smile. Inside, she was completely unaware of the approaching danger. The Chucky doll made from Han Daesung's hair is finished, she cheered, excitedly channeling energy into the doll. Its eyes lit up, giving it a soul, but the result wasn't exactly aesthetically pleasing. John Cian jumped for joy, hugging her creation and praising it endlessly. Far away, Han Daesung's ears suddenly started burning. What is this uneasy feeling? He thought. Back at John Cian's house, Red Ice gathered his energy, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Time to end this quickly. Ominous black smoke suddenly swirled around a quiet residential home. Inside, John Cian was suddenly overcome with drowsiness. She let out a long yawn, wondering to herself, why am I getting so sleepy all of a sudden? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she collapsed onto the sofa, out cold. A small doll was still clutched in her arms. Once John Cian was completely unconscious, the doll's expression twisted unnaturally as a dark aura emanated from its body. At that same moment, the keypad on the door lit up and the lock clicked open. A pair of malevolent yellow eyes peered from the darkness, a chilling, sinister energy flooding the home. Red Ice was inside. She stood imperiously, summoning her scepter, intending to claim the girl's home as an altar for the Netherworld. She moved quickly, searching for a target, ready to kill and seize her new domain. But something wasn't going according to plan. The doll in the girl's arms suddenly sprang to life. Sensing danger, it snatched a sharp knife and, with a wicked grin, crept toward Red Ice. A mere doll was nothing to her. She looked at it with contempt. What's this hideous thing doing here? Chucky licked the knife's blade, his voice a low growl. What was that? You calling me hideous? All I have to do is burn the curse's medium, and this doll will be gone. With that, she raised her scepter and chanted, Great Wheel of Hellfire. Seeing her try to incinerate him, Chucky let out a maniacal laugh. What an idiot. He gripped the knife and charged, a powerful energy radiating from his small body. He stared at her with a ravenous hunger. Asterisk, a doll made from Han Daesung's hair? What can it possibly do? Asterisk. Red Ice launched a fireball in retaliation, but Chucky was fearless, charging straight ahead. His target wasn't her, but the scepter in her hand. He viciously stabbed straight at the yellow gem. Chucky must have realized it was the source of her power. He bared his sharp teeth and screamed, I'll tear you to shreds. D. He brought the knife down with finality. The light from the gem exploded in a blinding flash, threatening to tear the very space apart. Chucky's gamble paid off. Red Ice shrieked in panic. No, my shield. But it was too late. Who would have thought he'd attack the weapon itself? Red Ice collapsed to the floor. The doll immediately pinned her to the ground, stabbing her again and again as a helpless scream tore from her throat. The scream only made him more frenzied. Such a lovely sound. He stabbed her again and again. Another blood-curdling scream shattered the neighborhood silence. The scene shifts to a branch management office, where the automatic doors slide open. The branch manager rushed in. Are reports of gate remnants flooding in? His secretary replied, It's not remnants, sir. Actual battles are breaking out all over the city. We're getting live feeds from surveillance cameras. According to the reports, a hunter from the Cheonjung Guild is fighting an unknown individual at Han River Park. We have another report from the Hope Orphanage. Director Daesung is also engaged with an unknown assailant. Hearing this, the branch manager immediately suspected the culprits belonged to H. But he couldn't be sure. Since the Cheonjung Guild is already at the Han River, we'll provide backup at the orphanage. Dispatch a team there immediately. The secretary moved to carry out the order. Back at the battle, Blackman remained unfazed, while Insik was clearly exhausted. Korean hunters are tougher than I thought. Insik cursed under his breath. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. Time to end this. Blackman unleashed his Gale Force Annihilation Fist. He didn't move an inch, but a powerful torrent of energy surged toward Insik. Panic flashed across his face. My body's being dragged forward. He dug his heels in, but it was no use. An invisible sphere of force was pulling him in. Suddenly, the pull vanished. Stunned, Insik looked around, wondering who had arrived. Blackman was just as surprised, unsure of what had just happened. A smaller figure had swiftly moved to stand in front of Insik. It was Choi Ha-jin. She focused her energy to counter the attack, not missing the chance for a jab. And here I find Hunter Jang Insik and that Dan Nanzhou fellow getting toyed with by this clown. Insik breathed a sigh of relief, the pressure lifting. Thanks. I was waiting for you. Ha-jin frowned at him. I got the call. This guy's from 8th. All the while, Blackman stood and watched. Insik looked at her, confused. What do you mean? What's H? She sighed in exasperation. Did you not read the notice the association sent to all S-rank hunters? In the distance, Insik's subordinates, having gotten word, came running. Boss, are you all right? Seeing more people arrive, Blackman roared in frustration, annoyed by the interruption. He lunged forward, fists flying. Don't ruin my fun. He launched another powerful attack. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. I can take them all. Ha-jin quickly raised her hand and shouted, Special skill, Radiant Aura Shield. A solid shield materialized, completely blocking Blackman's attack. His subordinates recoiled in fear. That destructive power is insane. Seeing the tide of the battle hanging by a thread, Insik turned to his men. My weapon, now! One of his men, though startled, quickly handed over the weapon. Insik drew his sword, channeling his power. He glared at his opponent and roared, "Now you're dead meat." He'd been out for a jog and hadn't brought his weapon, which was the only reason he'd been on the defensive. Blackman seemed a bit more cautious now. "Looks like I wasted a little too much energy before catching my prey. That's enough for today." With that thought, he leaped away, making his escape. Hajin called after him in frustration. "Hey, he's getting away." Exhausted from the fight, Insik suddenly felt the world start to spin. The words had barely left his mouth before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Choi Hajin was caught off guard. "Hey!" His men rushed forward in a panic. "Boss!" Choi Hajin quickly regained her composure. "It's aura shock. Get him to a hospital now." In the basement of the Hope Orphanage, the nuns and volunteers were comforting the children, listening anxiously to the sounds of the battle above. A young boy timidly asked one of the nuns, "Is the director going to be okay?" She smiled warmly. "Of course he will. Do you know what he always says?" Another little boy proudly puffed out his chest and declared, "My name is Sejong, the #1 hunter in all of Korea." The child's innocent declaration broke the tension, and everyone couldn't help but smile. Outside, the fierce battle raged on. Dong-suk was growing tired, gritting his teeth as a thought ran through his mind. "Damn it, I can't find a single opening in his movements." With bloodshot eyes, Big M stared down his opponent, a triumphant smirk on his face. "It's time to end this." He channeled his internal energy, unleashing crimson tendrils of power from his fingertips, like live wires crackling with explosive force. Dong-suk looked at him with contempt. "What kind of trick is this now? These guys are up to no good. I have to stay on my guard." Big M let out a roar, pointing both hands to the sky as his eyes turned pitch black, as if his very soul had been drained. Clusters of blazing red energy beams shot down from above with the speed of falling stars. The old man cursed in frustration, then unleashed his final attack. Ultimitoha. Both sides were exhausted and eager to end the fight. Lightning erupted from Dong-suk's body, engulfing the entire sky in a sea of thunderbolts. The two opposing forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. After the explosion, the entire area was shrouded in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. But unfortunately, Dong-suk had been struck by countless of Big M's attacks. His body was covered in wounds, fresh blood pouring out. He told himself he couldn't die here. But his injuries were too severe. He collapsed, breathing his last. After that devastating attack, Big M's body was also trembling uncontrollably. "This guy was tougher than I thought," he admitted to himself. "I had to use up my entire Crimson Fist technique to finish him. What a shame. I was so close to my limit." Before Big M could leave, a sudden movement to his side made him turn. In the middle of the clearing, a figure appeared, surrounded by a multicolored aura. The wind began to howl at the newcomer's presence. A gloomy voice echoed from a familiar hand reaching out, one drenched in a bloody aura. Sion had woken up. After her doll took down its opponent, she quickly recovered as well. The little girl placed her doll in the pool of the old man's blood and channeled her energy. "Han Daesung, my darling Chucky, you're the one who saved me." Sion's smile was a strange mix of joy and anger, making it impossible to read her expression. Elsewhere, a news report was covering the explosion that occurred at the Han River Park. While some theories suggest this was caused by a since-cleared gate anomaly, the exact location of the incident is currently being kept under wraps. Furthermore, several eyewitnesses at the scene reported seeing an individual attacking Hunter Lee Jang-sik. This information was provided by the Hope Orphanage, which is managed by director Dong Jon-seon. We will continue to bring you the latest updates as they become available. The news spread quickly across all media. Han Daesung's mother sat in front of the screen, her heart filled with worry. It had been days since her son had come home. She reached for her phone to call him, but couldn't find it, wondering where she could have left it. Seeing the lights still on, Ju came downstairs to check. "Mom, why are you still up?" "Jang Chan-ho told me not to worry about Big Brother." Mrs. Han was surprised. "Yang Guchano, what did he call you? What has your brother been up to these past few days?" Ju rubbed her eyes and answered carelessly. "I don't know. Why should I care?" Her daughter's attitude made Mrs. Han snap. "You brat. After everything your brother has done for you, how dare you talk like that?" The girl cried out, "Ow! Mom, stop hitting me." On the top floor of the house, a dark figure had been hiding for some time. His face was completely covered, revealing only a pair of glowing red eyes as he listened to the sounds from within. It was the pervert, Jong-sik. He found this amusing, muttering that his orders were to take care of one of them and hold the other hostage. Late at night, Han Daesung's house felt even more empty and dark with only the mother and daughter inside. Jong-sik moved to the bedroom window, observing his prey for a long moment before a wicked smile spread across his face. He focused his power into his fingertips, preparing to force the window open. but the moment he touched it, an invisible barrier sent a jolt of searing pain through his hand. Zhang Sik cried out in shock. What the hell is this? Inside the room, Mrs. Han slept on, completely unaware. The necklace around her neck was emitting a strange purple glow, the very thing that had protected her from danger. Zhang Sik immediately recognized it as a protective barrier. He had just drawn his knife, when an intense surge of energy pierced through his abdomen before he could even react. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his body thrown back by the beam of light, sharp as a spear. It seemed Han Daesung had anticipated that his enemies would target his family and had sent someone to protect them. The queen is sleeping. If you want a quick death, you'd best keep your mouth shut. Zhang Sik's eyes widened. Even though Han Daesung isn't here, he still summoned a monster to stand guard. He trembled in fear. Wait, let me explain. The guardian glared, its voice echoing ominously. The master will greet you himself. The night slowly faded. Beneath the turbulent surface of the sea, the water churned into a white froth, and a massive white dragon slowly emerged. Its purple eyes were terrifying to behold. Demon Sea Dragon mission complete. Reward: the Supreme One's celestial body has been fully unleashed. Han Daesung was immensely pleased. I'm back in my prime. Just then, a voice called out to him. Supreme One, I have captured a rat who intended to harm the queen. His eyes darkened, radiating killing intent. What? At a towering castle, thunder rumbled as black smoke billowed around the entrance, creating a scene that would send a shiver down anyone's spine. Zhang Sik was forced to his knees in the great hall, now a prisoner in a pathetic state. Where am I? He wondered. Suddenly, whispering sounds rose up around him, making his scalp tingle with dread. The creatures of the underworld were worshipping their master, the Demon King's aura. His aura has returned with his unleashed power. The path the Demon King walks will stretch into eternity. Demon King, please release us as well. Han Daesung dismissed their praise and strode toward Zhang Sik. When the time is right, I'll bring you all out. Got it? Then he called out, Hey, you. Startled by the sudden address, Zhang Sik flinched. This was the man who had intended to harm his mother and sister. Han Daesung wanted nothing more than to tear him limb from limb, but he suppressed his rage to interrogate him. Who is your master? At the northern sanctuary, Ye sat upon the highest seat, looking down at his subordinates who had just returned. He had sent out many, but only Big M and Blackman came back. What are the targets? Big M answered. Dong John Cian, S-rank number 2, has been eliminated. Blackman also reported, I was also close to finishing off my target. Ye questioned him. What do you mean close? Blackman said, annoyed, if someone hadn't interfered, that number 1 ranker would be dead by my hand. Ye announced, Gusman is dead, and Zhang Sik has vanished. It seemed this mission had been a spectacular failure. That devil Gusman? Big M asked, surprised. Blackman was also curious. How? He was assigned the weakest target. Ye was losing his patience. He tapped his fingers on his throne. Instantly, a giant head materialized, the true form of the Eastern Bishop. He gave an order to the two before him. I will grant you the power of an apostle. Now go and bring me Han Daesung's head. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with absolute fury that the enemy he wanted dead was still alive. The hospital air was solemn and still. 2 guards stood watch outside a private room, a clear sign that the patient within was someone of importance. It was Zhang Sik. He'd been brought here immediately after collapsing from aura exhaustion during his battle with Breakman. When he started to stir, one guard urgently told the other, He's waking up. Get the doctor and call the chairman now. The other guard quickly replied, The chief is awake, before rushing off. Zhang Sik struggled to open his eyes, pain washing over him after days in a coma. Where am I? Meanwhile, another guard was on the phone, fielding a flurry of questions. Chief, how is he? He's in shock from aura depletion. Zhang Sik forced himself to sit up. A guard rushed forward to support him, concerned. You shouldn't be moving yet, sir. A wave of humiliation washed over him as he realized he'd suffered from aura shock again. Once he was steady, Zhang Sik asked, Where's Choi Ha-jin? One of his men replied, Miss Choi Ha-jin went to see Dong Suk, sir. The other guard glared at him, annoyed. Why would you say that? I don't understand why Mr. Ha wanted to keep this from the chief. Zhang Sik was sharp and immediately sensed something was wrong. What are you talking about? What happened to Dong Suk? Realizing their mistake, the 2 men lowered their heads, hesitating to speak. Finally, one of them spoke up. The SE director was also attacked by a fully equipped assailant. We heard, his condition is critical, sir. That's why she ran over there. Hearing that the man he considered a brother was in danger, Zhang Sik's body went rigid. He stared blankly for a long moment, then anxiously scrambled out of bed. Where is he? The female guard beside him quickly tried to stop him. Chief, you can't. You haven't fully recovered. Jiang Sik had lost all reason. He roared in fury, his face terrifying. Where? In another hospital room, someone was tirelessly using their power to regenerate wounds. Qi Hong spoke impatiently. I think you can stop now. All of his external injuries have healed. But Hain didn't listen, still clutching Dong Suk's hand anxiously. Dong Suk, please wake up. You can't die. Wake up. The door burst open. Jiang Sik stormed in, only to be met with a heart-wrenching sight. Hain was still calling Dong Suk's name in vain. He lay motionless on the bed, his breathing faint and shallow. Jiang Sik couldn't believe his eyes. Don't tell me he's dead. Qi Hong replied coldly. He's in a coma. All vital signs indicate brain death. Rage flared in Jiang Sik's eyes. Damn it all. Who the hell is this Han Daesung? Qi Hong maintained his detached tone. The association is doing everything it can to track them down. Just as he finished speaking, the phone in Qi Hong's pocket rang, shattering the oppressive silence. Yes, Director. An S-Rank 8. Hearing this, the color drained from Qi Hong's face. Jiang Sik and Choi Ha-jin, overhearing snippets of the call, understood the gravity of the situation. Their expressions immediately turned grim. The three of them fell into a heavy silence. High above the city, a colossal black vortex appeared, surrounded by a dark red aura. Security cameras captured the entire scene. Everyone stared up, stunned and open-mouthed, helpless in the face of this new crisis. The branch chief silently ran through the roster. Jiang Sik is suffering from aura shock, Zhang Jianxian is in a coma, and Han I is fixing the aura machine. Choi Ha-jin and Zhang Xian are just support hunters. Realizing this, he yelled in alarm. Issue a code, read immediately. Mobilize every hunter in the association. Everyone is being deployed. In the security room, the emergency order sent everyone scrambling. The branch manager continued to watch the S-Rank gate, his entire body wound tight with tension. In a dark tower, shrouded in lightning, Sik was chained. He was like a hollow shell, his life force drained, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Han Daesung was manipulating his mind. Show me all of your memories. Fragmented memories flickered through Sik's mind like a slow-motion film. He stared blankly, a mere puppet, completely under Han Daesung's control. His eyes were a milky, soulless white, his body trembling uncontrollably. Han Daesung stared aggressively at his prisoner. So, the one with the big eyes is the final boss? On the city's news broadcast, heavy traffic flowed endlessly. We're bringing you a live update from the toll station on the outskirts of the city. Residents are evacuating the city center, moving to the suburbs to get away from the newly appeared gate. Right now, the line of evacuating vehicles stretches as far as the eye can see. In contrast, a large number of hunter vehicles are currently entering the city through the toll station. Meanwhile, unconfirmed reports state that the number 1 hunter, Jiang Sik, and the number 2 hunter, Zhang Jianxian, will be unable to participate in this battle due to prior injuries. The association has not yet released an official statement. Inside one of the city's most luxurious high-rise apartments, Han Daesung's mother and younger sister were packing their things. Seeing her daughter struggling to pull a suitcase, Mrs. Han asked, Jisoo, what's with the bag? The girl answered seriously, Mom, we have to evacuate. It's chaos out there. Mrs. Han was annoyed. Your brother isn't even home yet. Where do you think you're going? Her daughter was exasperated. Oh my God, why are you worried? Didn't you see him take down all those monsters? Just then, a noise at the front door made them both jump. Mrs. Han was surprised to see her son. Daesung, your hair, Jisoo chimed in. Appa, did you dye your hair? Han Daesung looked at his mother and sister, confused. Dye what? And where are you two going? Jisoo said quietly, we're getting ready to evacuate because of the S-Rank gate. I'm almost done packing. If things get worse, we can all get out of here. To Han Daesung, it sounded like a child's funny story. Oh Jisoo, Han Yisu. After a few more words with his sister, he turned to his mother. Mom, Mrs. Han replied gently, what is it, son? You and Jisoo should just stay here in the apartment. This is the safest place in the whole country. I just stopped by to let you know. Han Daesung continued confidently. Just like Jisoo said, I'll take care of those monsters and be right back. Although worried, Mrs. Han believed in her son's abilities and happily agreed. Jisoo had nothing more to say. After saying his goodbyes, Han Daesung turned to leave, his expression instantly shifting back to a dark, vicious look. Time to go. Tanks rolled out onto every street, heading towards the S-Rank gate, the new source of fear for the entire nation of South Korea. The streets were deserted, filled only with tanks and soldiers, a scene straight out of a war. Before long, they had all assembled before the dangerous gate. Atop a skyscraper, a lone figure stood watching. A powerful energy radiated from his position. It was Han Daesung. He had chosen the highest point in the city for a perfect vantage point. His presence was imposing, majestic. Han Daesung stared intently at the S-rank gate, thinking to himself, are they trying to lure me in? Surveillance cameras across the city were running at full capacity, streaming live footage back to the control room. The air was thick with tension. Watching the chaos unfold on the monitors, the branch manager slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. He couldn't believe those bastards had managed to open an S-rank gate. Just then, Ajang looked up from her phone, her eyes wide with panic. She stammered, Sir, the Han Daesung Guild is requesting sole clearance to enter the S-rank gate. Hearing this, the manager's face lit up as he yelled, Yes. His shout made everyone in the room jump. Realizing his outburst, he quickly cleared his throat and straightened his tie. My apologies. I got a little carried away. Composing himself, he issued the order. A guild has been selected to raid the gate. Have all other forces stand by for backup. He turned to his secretary. Send word to the other forces at once. She responded instantly, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, a massive crowd had gathered outside a large apartment complex where the gate had appeared. The hunters were already in position. Ranged fighters secured the perimeter while tanks held the front line. Amid the tension, whispers rippled through the crowd. But who's even strong enough to take on this gate? No matter who it is, we're all just going to be cannon fodder. Suddenly, a wave of notification alerts chimed from phones all around. A buzz went through the crowd. Huh, an emergency alert. Is this about the guild that's raiding the S-rank gate? Just then, a colossal shadow appeared in the sky, circling like a dragon. It was too far to make out any details. A deafening roar thundered from above, making people clap their hands over their ears. Huh, what is that? There's something flying overhead. The object plummeted with terrifying speed, crashing down right in front of the crowd and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Some people scattered in panic, while others gritted their teeth and braced for a fight. As the dust settled and the shape became clear, gasps of astonishment erupted. That's Han Daesung's dragon. It's Han Daesung. So, Han Daesung of the Han Daesung Guild is the one raiding the S-rank gate. Back in the control room, the branch manager and his secretary watched everything unfold on the monitor. Their eyes followed Han Daesung, full of hope. Everything was riding on him now. As Han Daesung and his dragon charged straight into the gate, reporters at the scene started shouting into their mics. This is breaking news. Go live now. The Han Daesung Guild is going in solo. Riding majestically on the back of his dragon, Han Daesung flew into the heart of danger without a single look back. Deep inside the gate, his expression was unchanged, but his eyes had turned chillingly cold. The air was brutally cold, easily 70 degrees below zero. A heavy blizzard raged, covering the landscape in white. Blackman immediately appeared to confront them, launching a windstorm attack at Han Daesung and his dragon. To Han Daesung, Blackman was nothing more than nuisance. He watched as the man struggled just to launch a single attack. Perched calmly atop his dragon, Han Daesung looked down on him like death itself, his voice cold and heavy with killing intent. At its master's command, the dragon unleashed a torrent of azure flames toward Blackman. He looked pathetic, dwarfed by the attack from above. The fight was already decided, but he refused to back down, madly thrusting his fist upward to block the blast. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. This attack, it was on another level. Han Daesung was a monster. Realizing he was completely outmatched, Blackman fell back on his old trick, running away. But there was no way Han Daesung was letting him escape. Han Daesung looked down on him from above. Going somewhere. Han Daesung's mount instantly spread its wings. He leaped down from his dragon, diving straight toward Blackman. Unfazed by the volley of red projectiles flying at him like 1,000 arrows, he cut through the blizzard like a fearless hawk. Han Daesung responded in kind, drawing his weapon. The colossal greatsword looked magnificent in its master's hand. Channeling the Fire King's aura, he unleashed a devastating strike toward Blackman. Faced with such overwhelming power, he couldn't defend himself. The ice and snow around them instantly vaporized. Han Daesung stood in the blizzard, his aura burning bright, his blade aimed right at his enemy. He looked like a demon king from the depths of hell as he stared down at Blackman. Hey, stop fooling around. Give me a real fight. Battered and bruised, Blackman staggered up from the snow, glaring at Han Daesung with pure rage. The two faced each other in the snowstorm, their killing intent hanging heavy in the air. Beaten so badly he couldn't even react, he knew there was no winning this fight. He decided to try persuasion. You're far too powerful to be a simple hunter. Han Daesung scoffed. His eyes flashed as he stared his opponent down. Is that it? When his attempt at persuasion failed, Blackman decided to play his final card. He dropped to one knee and began gathering his energy. He grunted with effort as his body began to transform, swelling in size. Hard, jet-black armor rapidly encased his arms and legs before spreading across his entire body. In a flash, he was covered in a complete suit of armor, looking like a combat android. Watching him go through all that trouble, Daesung wasn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, he just mocked him. Well, you got a little stronger. Enraged by the taunt, Blackman flashed a sinister grin. Now let's see how tough you really are. With that, he threw a massive punch, seemingly putting every ounce of his strength behind it. The madman had used his power to summon a colossal, pitch-black meteor. Watching him struggle to conjure the attack, Daesung just put a hand to his face and laughed. Now this is more like it. Then, his eyes flashed, and he looked at the man as if he were already dead. He summoned his demonic energy. A savage wave of furious energy exploded from his body, threatening to tear the entire area apart. Blackman's jaw dropped in disbelief at the sight. How does he have that kind of power? All of a sudden, a figure emerged from the shadows behind Daesung. It was Bigman, going for a sneak attack. He smirked. Area of effect skills always leave you wide open. He thought, satisfied as he focused his power. He was sure he'd gone unnoticed, but Daesung suddenly turned, giving him a lazy glance. Hey, dead man, what's the hurry? A cold sweat broke out on Bigman's brow. He knew I was here the whole time. Meanwhile, Blackman's meteor continued to swell, draining nearly all of his remaining energy. Even with enemies on two fronts, Daesung simply gave a wicked smile. He raised his great sword with the grace of a dancer. Having gathered his power, Daesung swung down. The furious energy merged with his greatsword, unleashing a devastating wave. In the heart of the blizzard, his slash unleashed a colossal energy wave that tore through everything like a tidal wave. Blackman barely had time to curse before the slash cleaved him in two, killing him instantly. The massive meteor above met the same fate, sliced cleanly in half like an apple. Daesung stood firm, unflinching amidst the thunderous echoes of destruction. Bigman watched, trembling in terror. Asterisk, what the hell was that? Not even he has that kind of power. Asterisk. Before he could even regain his senses, a hand violently seized him by the throat. Daesung's voice was ice. You always leave yourself exposed when you use a skill. The grip tightened, choking off Bigman's words. Daesung's voice was a low growl. Where is the eye? Daesung was absolutely ruthless with his enemies. A moment later, a colossal eye materialized in the sky, staring down at them. Then another opened, and another, until countless eyes filled the sky, all looking down. He smiled, a savage, terrifying grin. Ah, there you are. This was his real target. Their eyes were still fixed on him. Daesung had no intention of letting Bigman go. Suddenly, he tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, the man's neck snapped, his head lolling to the side like a broken doll's. He was dead. Daesung tossed the corpse aside as if it were nothing. Amidst the ring of bizarre eyes, a voice echoed. Is this the power that other hunters possess? I shall test it for myself. As soon as the words were spoken, one of them shot a petrifying beam straight at Daesung. Clearly, it intended to turn him into a lifeless statue. Yet he stood his ground, unfazed, calmly observing. The beam shot past him, striking Bigman's body sprawled on the ground. Triple A. The man's hand began to turn to stone. They showed no mercy, not even to their own. In an instant, after one final scream, Bigman's entire body hardened into a rigid statue. Daesung smirked at the sight. My turn now, isn't it? He swung his weapon, and a massive, roaring fireball shot toward the largest eye. Searing heat ripped through the air. His eyes turned a stark white, like those of an enraged beast. Show your true form, you damned eye. The flames erupted violently. Squeezing shut in agony, the eyes were terrified beyond measure, but there was no way to escape. Another fireball flew straight toward Bigman's statue, shattering it into 100 pieces. This time, there was truly no coming back for him. When the flames died down, the eyes had vanished into the snow-filled expanse. Daesung knew they couldn't be destroyed that easily. His face darkened as he yelled, I know that wasn't enough to kill you. Show yourself. A laugh echoed from the void. Your power is not of this world. Where are you from? You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. The voice rang out again, sounding amused. You want to make a deal with me? Daesung asked bluntly. What if I do? I like that. The voice held a sinister chuckle. But let your guard down for a second, and I'll rip your heart out. Daesung ignored the threat. Then let me ask you something. He closed his eyes, then snapped them open. A red glint shot from his pupils. The unseen eye seemed to widen, retorting aggressively. What do you think you're doing? Your little tricks won't work on me. Han Daesung gave a wicked smile. I never trust the words of your kind. Now, hand over all of your memories. The eye seemed to fall under his control. Its entire memory began to flow out, appearing vividly before Han Daesung. First was the great asteroid, Hecaton. A bizarre figure appeared out of thin air. In just a moment, he had annihilated the entire asteroid. Then, a mysterious gate suddenly materialized in the void of space. A ship launched from the gate. Its destination, the nebula. A strange scene unfolded. The descendants of Hecato are all dead. Are we the only survivors? Below them, the subordinates all wore sinister smiles. An entity observed for a long time before making a decision. To resurrect the giant, I will open a dimension where life exists. Place the gates on that planet. If we transmit the ET to that planet, our plan will succeed. And so, gates began appearing all over Earth, spreading like a virus. The scene changed again to a place called the Galactic Realm. The world's most powerful figures were negotiating with aliens. Is it true we'll be granted immortality? With this colossal energy orb, we could rule the entire world. As the mortals reveled in their delusions of eternal life, a strange entity stepped forward. A pleasure to meet you, leaders of Earth. I am here to grant you eternal life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, he was tearing out one of his own eyes. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in frustration. Asterisk this mana. Now I know where it comes from. Asterisk. It's the refuse of the demonic nebula universe. And I've had it attached to my body for so long. He narrowed his remaining, blood-streaming eye, speculating in agony. Could it be that he is the ruler of that place? Back with Han Daesung, 1,000 years of the monster's memories flooded his mind in a single moment. In his carelessness, he had let it escape. Asterisk that last guy. Is he the final boss? Resurrecting a giant. Is it their true purpose? Asterisk. The sheer volume of information was too much for him to process all at once. Han Daesung sighed and turned to leave. Well, even though this is an S-rank gate, there aren't any actual monsters in here. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment as he saw a plume of steam rising from beneath the thick snow. Immediately after, two massive pillars of light shot up from the ground, soaring into the sky like ascending souls. Outside the gate, the city remained peaceful. The crowd below was buzzing with anxiety, wondering if Han Daesung would succeed. The branch manager walked over to Choi Ha-jin and Ha and I. Thank you for commanding the support team. I heard team leader Choi can't use both of her hands. What happened? Ha and I replied. I'm using equipment as a substitute. It's limited, but I can still manage. Choi Ha-jin anxiously asked the manager, how long has Hunter Han Daesung been in there? It must have been 3 hours by now. The branch manager said grimly, there's a high chance of a second raid. Even if he fails, I just hope he makes it back safely. Don't you dare talk about my master like that. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone to turn and look. Jean Xian had arrived at some point to assess the situation. She walked forward, turning her head away before repeating herself. Don't talk about my master that way. Ha and I watched the girl and sighed in irritation. What's she even doing here? Jean Xian spoke with a calm expression. They came to my place, too. Those H things. Hearing this, both Choi Ha-jin and Ha and I gasped in shock. The branch manager asked anxiously, what happened? My doll killed it. The young girl replied nonchalantly, referring to the cursed doll she always carried. Jean Xian continued with a hint of regret. This doll was even stronger than the last one, but it lost its power after killing that thing. Then she added cheerfully, but to revive it, I just have to help Han Daesung get even stronger. Just as she finished speaking, the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers. He did it. Look, it's changing color. The gate has been cleared. Hearing the cheers, Choi Ha-jin's group also turned in astonishment to look at the gate. After taking down 2 enemies, Han Daesung obtained 2 blue ice meteorites. The system also chimed in with a notification. He had acquired the power of the great meteorite and an E-core, which could create an S-rank awakened. Holding the 2 ice-cold blocks in his hands, he thought to himself, I wonder how much these things will sell for? Guess I'll find out. With that settled, he looked up at the white sky as snow continued to fall. His gaze had returned to its usual calm. The moment Han Daesung's figure emerged from the gate, the crowd below erupted. Cheers of his name thundered, hailing the hero who had just brought peace to Korea. Sion waved her hands excitedly, shouting, Master, over here. Everyone was stunned, as they had been prepared for the worst. Han Daesung landed, his face as cold as ice. He showed no signs of arrogance despite his incredible feat. The crowd began to whisper again as they noticed the flecks of ice and snow from the gate still clinging to his shoes. Cleared an S-rank gate all by himself. That's insane. Just how strong is he? Amidst the ceaseless cheers, branch manager Ku Han-dung stepped forward. On behalf of the association, I offer you our sincerest gratitude. The crowd chorused in agreement. We're grateful to you too. You handled everything perfectly and prevented any casualties. Thank you, Hunter Han Daesung. Faced with such fervent praise, Han Daesung just found it annoying. He fought to protect his loved ones, not to be worshipped like this. Geez, this is kind of embarrassing, he thought. John Sion ran up enthusiastically. Master, was there anything special about the monsters in the S-rank gate? Choi Ha-jin and the others also listened in, curious. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Han Daesung answered indifferently. There weren't any. The smile on Sion's face froze. The branch manager was just as surprised. Are you saying there were no monsters in this S-rank gate? How is that possible? But there were 3 people inside, Han Daesung recounted, one with blue eyes, one with black eyes, and one with white eyes. Hearing this, Choi Ha-jin immediately realized. The black-eyed one was the one who attacked Li Jiang-sik, and the white-eyed one had attacked Wu Dong-suk. The branch manager was still baffled that an S-rank gate had no monsters. He stepped forward. Understand for now. The association will conduct its own investigation later. Han didn't care about any of that, cutting straight to the point. What happened to them? Han Daesung's face darkened. I killed them all, except for the blue-eyed one. He got away. So that blue-eyed one was like the others? The branch manager asked. Compared to the others, he was like the boss, but I think someone else is pulling the strings. I need time to sort through the information. John Sion chirped, cutting in. Master, did you get anything from the S-rank gate? Her question made the branch manager hold his breath. The loot from an S-rank gate was sure to be priceless. Daesung feigne dagrimase. I'm so dizzy. I think I used up all my strength. So if you need anything, just contact Seo Chan-ho. I'm done here. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Master, I had something to— Master, wait. Sion shouted, but he was already gone. Once Han Daesung was gone, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Choi Ha-jin let out a sigh of relief. Now all he had to do was wait for Wu Dong-suk to recover. As for Han Daesung, he was thinking, that blue-eyed one a new enemy? Soon after, the news exploded across the globe. Good evening, this is CNN. We have reports that a Korean hunter, Han Daesung, has single-handedly cleared an S-rank gate. Good evening, this is CCTV. Hunter Han Daesung. Good evening, this is BBC News. Korean hunter Han Daesung. Good evening, everyone. We have some exciting news for you. The first hunter to ever clear an S-rank gate by himself has been identified, and his name is Han Daesung, a newly promoted hunter. With this achievement, Korea has not only risen to become a hunter superpower, but has also shaken up the global rankings. His name was on the front page of every paper. On his live stream, Dong-chi yelled with delight. So cool, so cool, so cool. The world's strongest hunter has appeared, people. It's Han Daesung. The chat exploded. And who am I? Who else but the president of the Han Daesung fan club? The one who's been following him ever since the Dragon's Pond incident in Gangnam. Let's take a look at why this event is so significant. How many countries in the world have cleared an S-rank gate? The US, China, Russia, Japan, India, the European Union, and finally, my friends, Korea. So what's the key takeaway here? This is the first time in history that one person has cleared an S-rank gate all by himself. This is unprecedented. Zongti Gon Din. That's why I think after this, Han Daesung should be ranked number 1 in the global hunter rankings. If you agree, smash that like button. Below, a flood of opposing comments appeared, and his face darkened. You bastards. Dong-chi shot to his feet, enraged, and screamed at the screen. Ban anyone who dares to talk trash about Han Daesung. Who the hell do you think you are? You want to fight? Fine. I'll ask the cleanup team, captain myself. With that, he picked up his phone. Yo bro, did you guys finish cleaning up the S-rank gate in Busan? The answer from the other end left Dong-chi stunned. Then he screamed frantically into the phone. What? Meanwhile, at the association headquarters, the atmosphere was as chaotic as a battlefield. Shin Chio-rang was taking calls non-stop. Yes, CNN Korea, got it. Yes, Yomiuri Shimbun, got it. Yes, this is Secretary Shin Chio-rang. Yes, the BBC. Yes, got it. She hung up and wearily rubbed her forehead. The guild master told me to stay here and help him with a few things, but what's with all these calls? The moment she finished her thought, 3 or 4 phones began ringing at once. Chio-rang gave them a weary look before answering. Yes, this is Secretary Shin Chio-rang. What she heard on the other end made her expression turn grim. In the next office, Seo Chan-ho was also losing his mind. Han Daesung, why won't you pick up your phone? I'm going crazy. Chan-ho repeatedly tapped his phone screen. Han Daesung, it looks like we need to hold a press conference at the headquarters. Please, just answer your phone. But the person he was looking for had tossed his phone aside, fast asleep and dead to the world. Unable to call or text him, Chanho sighed in exasperation. He was the one left to clean up this mess. Damn it, why did he have to go in there alone? He should have taken a few people with him. At the same time, in the Blood Demon Shrine, High Priest Ramus of the Black Dragon cult sat in contemplation before giant statues. A familiar figure approached from behind. I, Elhim, have come to see the High Priest. Ramus didn't bother to turn around. Elhim respectfully approached, getting straight to the point. There's a problem on Earth. Hearing that, Ramus finally turned. What is it? It seems the Demon King of the Nebula has arrived on Earth. He read my memories and discovered our plan. A shadow crossed Ramus's face. After a moment of calculation, he slammed his scepter onto the ground, creating a loud thud. Halt the creation of gates in Korea. Having said that, Ramus commanded in a low, guttural voice, make thorough preparations for the war with the Celestial Realm. Seeing his fury, Elhim could only bow his head respectfully. Understood. At the headquarters of the World Hunter Association, WHA, inside a magnificent building, the atmosphere of the meeting was incredibly tense. On the table, every newspaper was covered with articles about Han Daesung. A man tapped his microphone lightly to test the sound, then spoke in a solemn voice. We will now begin the discussion regarding the S-Rank Gate incident in Korea. On the large screen, a portrait of Han Daesung and an image of the gate were clearly displayed. The presenter began. What you are all looking at is the Korean hunter who single-handedly cleared an S-Rank gate in South Korea. A member of the council raised his hand, interrupting. Please hold on a moment. The representative from CJ spoke up, his expression stern. Our country ranks gates based on the level of the monsters within, not their aura. He continued, his face darkening. According to the reports, there were no monsters inside that gate, so it cannot be considered an S-Rank gate. Including Japan, only 6 nations have ever successfully cleared an S-Rank gate. Jin Dongyan added, an S-Rank gate, by definition, cannot be handled by a single person. Therefore, it was not an S-Rank gate. At best, we can classify it as one of the hunter evaluation sites. Wang Wei cut in. Why is everyone in such a rush? Please refrain from making your own judgments while the president of the Korean Hunter Association is still sitting right here. Asterisk, they want to play hardball, do they? Fine by me. Asterisk, Park Young-ho thought, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Darren spoke next, trying to steer the meeting. Indeed, the association will be sending an investigation team to confirm whether it was truly an S-Rank gate. That is not the purpose of today's meeting. First, let's hear from the president of the association, Mr. Park Young-ho. Park Young-ho stood up. I am Park Young-ho, president of the South Korean Hunter Association. We have obtained some critical information regarding the hunter known as Han Daesung. For that reason, we are requesting an international response. First, please watch this video. Immediately, an image of Han Daesung appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, at the Daesung building, a luxury white car had just pulled up, only to be swarmed by a sea of reporters and photographers lying in wait. Its guild leader CEO, Jang Chanho. Get the shot. The wheels had barely stopped rolling. But the person inside still hesitated. Cho Rang turned to him, worried. Sir, it looks like we're surrounded by reporters. What should we do? Jang Chanho wearily ran a hand through his hair, feeling like he was about to lose his mind. Asterisk, Han Daesung gets to sleep peacefully while I have to face this mess. So unfair. Asterisk, but he knew hiding wasn't an option. Finally, the car door opened. The moment Jang Chanho stepped out, the reporters swarmed him. So, Yang Chanho, please give us a statement. We heard the S-Rank gate wasn't actually S-Rank. What does Hunter Han Daesung have to say about that? Was it a real S-Rank gate or not? Jang Chanho nervously loosened his tie, his smile stiff. Who the hell is saying it wasn't an S-Rank gate? He tried to remain calm, forcing a smile. Everyone, yes, we will release an official statement on Hunter Han Daesung's position regarding the gate later. Until then, we ask for your patience. The crowd was relentless. Wouldn't it be easier to just reveal the loot you got from clearing the gate? The international community is speculating that the gate was completely empty. The investigation team also reported finding nothing inside. What are your thoughts on this? Seeing him cornered, Cho Rang stepped forward to shield him. That's enough questions. Sir, please head inside. As if grabbing a lifeline, Jang Chanho quickly slipped inside, not forgetting to give her a grateful smile over his shoulder. Thanks a lot. Outside, the reporters were still buzzing, turning their attention to Cho Rang. What is Hunter Han Daesung doing? Why won't he make an appearance? If possible, could we get an interview with you? Please, just one interview. Yeah, me too. Faced with a barrage of questions, Cho Rang remained perfectly calm, a stark contrast to Jang Chanho. I refuse. Meanwhile, at the apartment complex where Han Daesung's family lived, The situation was no better. Reporters had completely blocked the path to their front door. His mother and younger sister, Jisoo, could only watch from a distance, afraid to approach. But the reporters' hawk-like eyes soon spotted them. Hey, isn't that Hunter Han Daesung's mother? I think that's his sister with her. They quickly rushed over. Ma'am, are you Hunter Han Daesung's mother? Could we ask you a few questions? You must be Han Jisoo, right? His mother was terrified. Oh my, what is all this? We don't know anything. Jisoo angrily took her mother's arm. What is wrong with you people? A curly-haired reporter gave them a smug grin. Ma'am, your son is inside right now, isn't he? Your son is a national hero. The people are eager to hear a few words from him. His mother looked bewildered. A hero? Jisoo was losing her patience, her expression darkening. But the reporter didn't stop. Please just say something. About the S-Rank gate incident. Did anything happen? Jisoo blurted out. He told us not to evacuate. The reporter froze. Excuse me, what was that? She continued. He said that nowhere was safer than home, so we didn't need to evacuate. His eyes lit up. Ah, I see. That's a very important piece of information. The other reporters grew excited. All right, we got an opening. A female reporter pushed to the front. Jisoo, it seems Han Daesung recently changed his hair color. Was there some kind of psychological shift that led to that? Jisoo hesitated. Well, he hasn't been home for a few days and... Han Jisoo. A familiar, cold voice rang out, making Jisoo jump and turn around. Han Daesung had appeared out of nowhere. He glanced at the reporters, then turned to his sister. Get mom inside. Now. Seeing her brother was like being rescued. Jisoo quickly nodded. Right? The reporters immediately swarmed their new target. A flood of questions erupted. What was inside the gate? Could you pose for the cameras? What did you mean when you said this place was safe? The curly-haired reporter pushed his way to the front. What do you think about the theory that the S-Rank gate was empty? The people have a right to know, so please say something. Han Daesung's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Anyone still talking is banned from the press conference. His words silenced them all. They looked at each other, confused. A press conference? Without another word, Han Daesung casually snapped his fingers. A small, purple spark, like a jolt of electricity, flashed. Every camera and recording device in the reporter's hands began to smoke and short out. While everyone was still reeling in shock, he turned to leave, tossing a final comment over his shoulder. Oh, and no pictures or recordings allowed. Then he glanced back. I will reveal everything at a press conference within the week. So for now, you should all go home. They had come all this way for nothing, and now all their equipment was ruined. Everyone's face fell. Aboard a private jet, Park Young-ho rested with his eyes closed, his mind still replaying the tense meeting. He recalled Jin Dong-in's words. Gates are a threat to the people, but they are also a vital resource. Perhaps we should be targeting the ones who create these gates. Then the man had thought to himself, asterisk clearing an S-rank gate alone? I'm an S-rank hunter myself. I'll be the one to judge his abilities, asterisk. Jin Dong-in had continued. For that reason, we should summon Hunter Han Daesung here to give his account of the incident. But his true thought was, I must confirm whether South Korea really possesses such an outstanding hunter. The Chinese representative had also spoken up. President Park Young-ho, we need more concrete evidence. We want to summon Hunter Han Daesung and hear the full story directly from him. His scheme was different. If this Han's power is as great as they say, we must establish a strong partnership with South Korea. Another had chimed in. I agree. If we could gain complete control over gates like that, it would be a huge benefit to humanity. Please summon Hunter Han here for more information. Park Young-ho had shown his irritation. That is impossible. Hunter Han Daesung is currently our nation's greatest asset. Darren had cut in. The International Association will dispatch 5 S-rank hunters to guard the gate. He continued, his voice laced with hidden meaning. Or, we could summon Hunter Han here and see what he thinks of the association's policies. Young-ho had frowned. It was obvious. These people didn't care about the gates. They were all just after Han Daesung. Darren had seen his expression, and his eyes had turned predatory, as if he wanted to eat him alive. But Park Young-ho had stood firm, shaking his head. Do whatever you want. My answer is no. Sitting on the plane, he still felt a surge of indignation. I won't let you get what you want. At Han Daesung's new office. You want to work here? Cho Rang bowed her head, her voice sincere. Vice Leader Han Daesung. You saved my life twice now, and I never had a chance to thank you. Thank you so much. Han Daesung asked, is your body okay now? My aura core was destroyed, so I can no longer work as a hunter. But my daily life is fine. I want to work here and assist you until I can become a hunter again. Hearing her decision, Han Daesung frowned slightly. So you can't do any hunter-related work at all? Cho Rang looked down, her voice filled with sorrow. Those monsters took my parents from me. I have to recover quickly and get my revenge on the people who create the gates. For a moment, Han Daesung didn't know what to say to comfort her. Just then, the door burst open and Zhang Chanho rushed in, his voice full of excitement. This is so frustrating. They said it was on its way, but it's still not. Seeing Han Daesung, his mood instantly changed. He cheerfully held up an envelope. Daesung, look at this. It's an invitation from the International Hunter Association. Zhang Chanho's assistant finished reading, then coolly passed the letter around for everyone to see. That's what the letter says. So, our very own Han Daesung is being invited abroad to join the world's top hunters, is he? Yang Chanoskovd. Should I tag along too? Han Daesung's expression was cold, his reply firm. I'm not going. You're not going? Zhang Chanho asked, surprised. You're not even going to think about it. Those guys are stronger than you think, Han Daesung replied casually. If they showed up while I was gone, you'd all be dead for sure. Hearing that, Zhang Chanho did a quick mental calculation. It was true. Even if the association sent 5 S-rank hunters, they still wouldn't be a match for Dong Suk. All right, I'll let them know we can't make it. But what's your plan for the press conference? Oh, right, the press conference. If Zhang Chanho hadn't brought it up, Han Daesung might have completely forgotten about it. He turned to Choi Min-ae with a mischievous grin. I've got a plan. His words sent a nervous sweat down her spine. The press conference was soon underway. Below the stage, reporters and photographers were in position, ready to go. Cho Young began. We will now begin the press conference regarding the S-rank gate. First, Guild Master Zhang Chanho will provide some basic information. At that, Zhang Chanho stood up. Im Zhang Chang. The room erupted in a sea of flashing lights as cameras aimed at the stage. We will now take questions. Please raise your hand. Choi Min-ae continued. We'll answer them one by one. As soon as she finished speaking, a forest of hands shot up from the audience. Choi Min-ae pointed to a female reporter in the front row. Yes, hello. I'm Lee Jimin from the Hunter Daily, the reporter said, getting straight to the point. My question is for Hunter Han Daesung. Zhang Chanho and Choi Min-ae remained silent, giving their tacit approval. Han Daesung was ready. I heard your family didn't evacuate when the gate appeared. Did you have some prior knowledge about the gate? Han Daesung stepped up to the podium. Well, I didn't know a thing about the gate itself. He paused for a beat before adding with a smirk, but I do know that there isn't a single gate I can't clear. So I told them they didn't need to go anywhere. His answer sent a murmur through the entire room. Yang Chano grond internally. Han Daesung, you seriously need to watch what you say. Another hand went up, and Choi Min-ae called on a curly-haired reporter with a sharp look on his face. I heard there weren't any monsters inside the gate this time. What kind of enemy did you have to fight, Hunter Han Daesung? Han Daesung answered before the man could even finish his question. A very powerful eye. The short, direct answer caught the reporter off guard. A very powerful eye? I fought the enemy's eye on a snowy mountain, he recounted calmly. Almost slipped and called it a disgusting eye, he thought. Afraid he'd say something else outrageous, Zhang Chanho quickly took the mic. The investigation team confirmed that when Hunter Han Daesung was fighting inside the gate, the temperature was negative 90 degrees Celsius. The enemy's identity is currently classified, so please wait for the official announcement from the association. Do you have any proof? The curly-haired reporter pressed. Like, any loot that can prove the gate wasn't empty? At that, Han Daesung reached into a swirling vortex of space that appeared before him, stunning everyone in the room. His expression darkened. Fine, I'll show you. True to his word, he pulled out an object that looked like a shard of ice. This is the item I got for defeating the enemy inside the gate. An S-rank awakening core. The reporters below shot to their feet in a frenzy. The crowd erupted. An awakening core. It's the first and only one in the world. Get this on the front page now. Watching the live broadcast, Sayan broke into a cold sweat. Holy crap, that thing's huge. In a hospital, Heron's group was also watching the news. They were all speechless when they saw what Han Daesung was holding. An awakening core. Jang Sik said, stunned. Heron exclaimed, I've never seen anything like it. Meanwhile, Young Ho and the branch managers stared with wide eyes. What is that? Just like he said, it's a real S-rank awakening core. The news seemed to have taken over the entire city. Yong Chul grinned. Hell yeah, whoever said the gate was empty can eat their words. Back at the press conference, the object in Han Daesung's hand began to glow, mesmerizing the crowd. Cameras flashed and rolled, working overtime. Even as a hunter herself, Cho Young was captivated by the large, strange object. The Vice Guild Master wondered what it was and how much it was worth, but an item from an S-rank gate was undoubtedly priceless. Han Daesung looked at her with a triumphant smile. Ready to get back in the game? He raised his voice, cutting through the noise. Then let me demonstrate the power of this awakening core right here, right now. Cho Young's eyes widened in stunned realization. So this press conference was all for I told the guild master I would restore you and have you work for me, Han Daesung continued. He said if that's the case, I could do whatever I wanted with this thing. Hearing this, Cho Young's hands trembled as she clenched them into fists. She never dreamed this day would come. With a determined gaze, she reached out for the core and declared, Han Daesung, I will repay this debt to you. Suddenly, an incredible light burst from the core, so blinding she couldn't even blink. The light forced the reporters below to shield their eyes. A message popped up in front of Han Daesung. Supreme One, do you wish to make the warrior, Cho Young, your servant? The servant must obey all commands of the Supreme One. He immediately selected yes. If he was going to use an awakening core to save someone, he had to make damn sure they would be completely loyal to him. Cho Young felt as if she were being reborn. Her body glowed, and her gaze grew even more resolute. Asterisk, I can feel it. My aura. It feels a little different than before, but it's back. Asterisk. Below, the reporters were in a state of stunned amazement. It's real. The S-rank awakening core is real. How much do you think that's worth? Can we even put a price on it? Seeing that Cho Young had regained her aura, Jang Chanho was genuinely happy for her. He smiled, satisfied. Is this another step toward becoming the world's strongest guild? A quiet stillness filled the hospital. Colorful sticky notes covered the door to the patient's room, filled with dozens of messages. Everyone was waiting for Daesung to return, but he had been asleep for far too long. Inside, the man on the bed was like a vegetable, his breathing faint. Voices echoed in his mind. Guild Master, please wake up. You said you were the #1 hunter in Korea, Dad. The cries of the children from the orphanage continued to echo. Now, children, a nun soothed her heart aching. You promised you wouldn't cry. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room opened. The nun and the 2 children stopped crying, staring blankly at the newcomer. She didn't recognize him, but the boy beside her gasped. It's Han Daesung. The little girl with short hair whispered his name, Han Daesung. Yep, Han Daesung said cheerfully, looking at the man lying motionless in the bed. Guild Master Daesung, I'm here to bring you an offer even bigger than the 400 billion for the Northern Development Fund. The reporters who were present were completely shocked. Now it's Guild Master Daesung. Is he going to give him one too? If Daesung comes back. Jang Sik was stunned. Heirin was even more frantic, pushing through the reporters to get to the front. Please move aside. Han Daesung was really going to use an awakening core on Daesung. This guy, what is he doing? Jang Sik stammered. Does this mean Daesung is going to live? Heirin broke into a sweat. I can feel an immense amount of ET energy. Han Daesung smirked at the reporters. The rebirth of an S-rank hunter. I'm about to give you all a show. Silence filled John Cian's home. Inside her room, she was absorbed in making a doll, a gloomy expression on her face. To save Chucky, she needed a more powerful medium from her master, but she couldn't for the life of her figure out what it could be. Growing impatient, John Cian shot to her feet. I have to do something, and fast. Chucky was like family to her. It had even saved her life once. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a miracle was unfolding. Dong Xion's entire body was floating in midair, leaving the 2 kids gaping in astonishment. The yellow notification window appeared before Han Daesung again. And of course, he accepted. Instantly, a torrent of crimson magical energy enveloped Dong Xion's body, swarming like a cloud of insects. The power of the regeneration core was nothing to scoff at. The reporters watching were ecstatic. Rebirth and an awakening. This was the scoop of a lifetime. Han Daesung closed his eyes and announced smugly, that's all for today. He just wanted to give them a little taste, to make sure they'd never underestimate him again. The moment the words left his lips, he vanished, leaving everyone stunned. The reporters could only shout his name in desperation. Amid the ensuing chaos, Daesung's eyes shot open. Just like Cho Young, his body was completely regenerated, muscles rippling. The moment he came to, he let out an angry roar and snapped into a fighting stance, as if he thought he was still in the middle of a battle. Harangue covered his face, trying to stifle a laugh. Seeing everyone gathered around, Daesung looked completely lost. Huh? I'm not dead. Heirin, laughing through her tears, said, Of course you're not dead. Appa, you're back. Jang Sik chimed in. You were resurrected and awakened as an S-rank hunter. Do you feel any different? Daesung's expression turned serious. Yeah, I do feel different. It was obvious the changes weren't just internal. His physical appearance had transformed as well. But then, a sudden chill made him realize he was completely naked. His face flushed with embarrassment. Why am I naked? For a moment, everyone was speechless. At Han Daesung's home, his mother stared in surprise at their visitor. And you are? Soyeon, juggling several large designer shopping bags, covered her mouth shyly. Hello, I take it Master Daesung isn't home. Mrs. Han seemed a little flustered. That's right, he's at work. Jisoo, Daesung's younger sister, gasped when she saw the bags. Mom, look, they're all designer bags and shoes. Mrs. Han looked at the young woman, concerned. Soyeon, this is far too much. Soyeon smiled sweetly. Godmother, you think this is a lot? Master Daesung cured my illness. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Mrs. Han was taken aback by the title. Asterisk, Godmother? This girl is certainly forward. Asterisk. Jisoo excitedly picked up a pair of shoes. Whoa, these are limited edition Balenciagas. Soyeon immediately jumped in to flatter her. Do you like them, Jisoo? Jisoo's attitude flipped, her face lighting up. I love them, Uni. Seeing that she had won over Daesung's closest family member, Soyeon smiled slyly and got straight to the point. Jisoo, there's a small favor I'd like to ask. Jisoo's smile vanished. A favor. After they spoke in private for a moment, Jisoo shrieked, Wait, what? Soyeon quickly shushed her. That's not what I meant. I just need something of Master Daesung's, something that holds a great deal of his magical energy. She leaned in and whispered in Jisoo's ear, You'll only find things like that in a man's room. The teenage girl's face turned beet red. Winnie, what are you saying? Ask me for something else. Soyeon grabbed her arm. Wait a second. She formally presented a piece of paper with both hands, her voice dripping with temptation. Take a look at this before you decide. The moment Jisoo saw it, her eyes lit up. It was a ticket to a BTH fan meet, something that couldn't be bought even for 100 million won. Soyeon had clearly done her homework on Daesung's little sister. Faced with such an incredible temptation, Jisoo broke into a cold sweat. Soyeon pressed on. BTH is a famous idol group made up of hunters. Did you know that your favorite member, Jika, is from the Fortress Guild? Jisoo looked like she couldn't resist any longer. She asked reluctantly, You really need that filthy medium, don't you, Uni? Finally, Jisoo caved. Soyeon beamed, satisfied. Succeed, and this ticket is all yours, Jisoo. She continued cheerfully, Thank you, Jisoo. I can already feel how happy my Chucky is. An image of Chucky appeared in Soyeon's mind, its eyes welling with tears. Asterisk, Mommy, can I really come back to life? Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, just wait a little longer, my sweet Chucky. Asterisk. In the Han Daesung Guild's training room, the air crackled with rapid gunfire. The one training was none other than Daesung. He let out a wild laugh. The #1 hunter was finally back in action. His body moved like the wind, brimming with vitality, a testament to the incredible power of the regeneration core. The bullets weren't aimed at targets, but directly at him. And yet, Daesung dodged every single one. He was now faster than a speeding bullet. Behind him, Cho Young was exhausted. The 2 pistols in her hands were nearly empty, yet she hadn't managed to land a single hit on Daesung. In the observation room, Jang Chan-ho and Han Daesung watched with satisfied smiles. The results are incredible. Got any spare awakening cores? Hook me up, Han Daesung shot back. If you're out on the front lines, who's going to do all the paperwork? You don't need one. Jang Chan-ho added cheerfully. Those two are now official members of the Han Daesung Guild. We're the #1 guild in Korea now. But Han Daesung wasn't about to get complacent. It's still not enough to take on the H Guild. Jang Chan-ho scratched his nose and sighed. There haven't been any gates lately. Even if I did awaken, I'd have no chance to show off my skills. Han Daesung rested his chin in his hand, a sly grin spreading across his face. Perhaps I should level up first? That evening, as soon as Han Daesung walked in the door, Jisoo rushed to greet him. You're home. Her unusual behavior caught him by surprise. Jisoo grinned slyly. What? Can a girl say hi to her favorite big brother? Han Daesung narrowed his eyes. That look in your eyes, it reminds me of the monsters in the gates. He'd hit a nerve. She stormed off, annoyed. What are you talking about? Who are you calling a monster? Her face was a dead giveaway that she was up to something. After countless battles with monsters and cunning enemies, Han Daesung could tell with a single glance that his sister was scheming. After a refreshing shower, Han Daesung stepped out, towel drying his hair. Somehow, Jisoo had already snuck into his room. She moved furtively like a thief, a frantic look on her face, even wearing gloves for a professional touch. Having never done anything shady before, she was a nervous wreck, constantly glancing over her shoulder. Just as she finished her mission and turned to leave, a dark voice echoed from right behind her. What do we have here? Han Daesung was standing right there. With a guilty conscience, Jisoo jumped and shrieked. You scared me. He eyed his sister suspiciously. You have your own bathroom. What are you doing in mine? Jisoo quickly covered her mouth. Mom told me to clean up. I'm just cleaning. Han Daesung pressed. Cleaning what? She bolted in a panic. I'm doing chores. Han Daesung scratched his head, confused. Since when does she do chores? Back in her room, Jisoo slammed the door shut and leaned against it, panting as if she'd just escaped death. She bit her lip, frustrated. I can't believe I'm doing this to my own brother. And all for BTH. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Asterisk, I know. I can do this. Asterisk. In a quaint, quiet coffee shop, Soyeon sat across from Jisoo, respectfully offering a cup of tea with both hands. Did you bring it? Jisoo slyly pushed an envelope towards Soyeon. Take a look and see if this is it. Soyeon couldn't hide her delight as she felt the powerful aura radiating from the object inside. Jisoo continued, I got everything from the restroom, so it should be more than enough to act as a medium. Now, can I have the other thing? Soyeon happily admired the ticket. This is more than enough to bring Chucky back. Maybe even stronger than before. Jisoo was overjoyed to get the concert ticket. I'm finally going to see Jika. With the exchange a success, the two chatted happily in a corner of the cafe. The moment she left, Soyeon rushed home. She couldn't wait another second to bring Chucky back. Placing the doll in the center of a protective barrier, Soyeon began to channel her energy. A powerful life force poured into the motionless body on the ground. She began to pray, Oh, Demon King, please bless this child of yours. Far away, Jang Chanho was having coffee with a friend when the man suddenly shuddered as a chill ran down his spine. Noticing his friend's strange reaction, Jang Chanho asked him what was wrong. At the same time, back at Soyeon's house, the doll Chucky was slowly being resurrected. Its hair grew longer, and its face became eerily lifelike. Chucky's eyes snapped open. All of Soyeon's hard work had paid off. Seeing the doll come to life, she was moved to tears. It finally worked. My darling. Soyeon rushed forward to embrace it. But Chucky slapped her hard across the face, leaving her stunned. It snarled, You fool. If you had been any later, I might not have come back at all. How dare a lowly human like you call me your child? From this day forward, this world will drown in a sea of blood. Soyeon couldn't understand Chucky's violent behavior, and could only wonder helplessly, What the hell is wrong with you? A moment later, a loud crash and a blood-curdling scream echoed through the house. Chucky was sent flying, landing hard on the floor. As much as she loved it, Soyeon couldn't help but feel annoyed. Naughty children need to be taught a lesson, she thought. I suppose I forgot to discipline you. Just as she finished her lesson, Soyeon's phone rang. It was Han Daesung. Soyeon tossed Chucky aside and happily answered the phone. Master. The moment she spoke, the world around her changed. The entire street was shrouded in thick dust and smoke. What is this? It's definitely not normal dust, Dong-suk said, bewildered. Cho-young was just as confused. The Han Daesung crew can do this? Where are we? Soyeon laughed loudly. What kind of hellhole have we been dropped into this time? Han Daesung stood before the three of them, his expression serious. He believed they were too weak and in need of more training. Called out on their weakness, Cho-young and Dong-suk looked away in embarrassment. That's why all of you need to do better this time, Han Daesung continued. Soyeon interrupted. Wait, master. She stepped forward cheerfully. I have something I want to show you. Han Daesung looked to her, curious. With that, Soyeon threw Chucky onto the ground. Go, Chucky. Han Daesung knew instantly that whatever she was showing him was trouble. Thrown so suddenly, Chucky rubbed its stomach and struck a pose. Why have you summoned me? Soyeon said excitedly to Han Daesung. Look, master, it's our child. Hearing this, Dong-suk asked blankly, For real? Cho-young was equally shocked. You two have a kid? Han Daesung stared in horror at the doll. It looked up at him with sparkling eyes and called out, Daddy. Then its reaction grew more intense. It ran towards him, wailing, as it tried to give him a hug. Daddy. Faced with this bizarre creature, a terrified Han Daesung sent it flying with a massive punch, yelling, Die. Soyeon rushed over to cradle the doll in her arms, crying, Chucky, wake up, my baby. Han Daesung put a hand to his aching head. I knew she was in a weird stuff, he thought, but this is just horrifying. Dong-suk and Cho-young watched the whole thing unfold, completely speechless. Han Daesung changed the subject. Anyway, it's time to increase the strength of the Han Daesung crew. He led them into a gloomy bamboo forest, shrouded in a cold mist. Dong-suk looked around in fear. Huh? Where the hell are we? Cho-young was on guard. I can smell blood everywhere. A series of system notifications appeared. Soyeon quickly checked her status window. Hell UL activated. Retainer Soyeon class, which? Dong-suk class, Hunter. Zhang, Klat, Yo. Dong-suk was still in shock. Is this some kind of illusion he created? How do we even get here? Is he a ghost who can teleport, or something? Soyeon turned back and laughed. Newbie, welcome to the Hellish Training Center. If you want to keep up, you'd better brace yourself. Hearing that, Cho-young immediately raised his guard. Training. From out of the fog, giant spiders with blood-red eyes slowly emerged. Han Daesung announced, The training exercise is to survive until the time limit is up. Dong-suk grinned confidently. I've been itching for a fight. This is perfect. Time for a little warm-up. Cho-young and Soyeon also quickly gathered their inner energy, ready for battle. Seeing that everyone was in position, Han Daesung smiled in satisfaction. All right, let's begin. The giant spiders immediately charged, their sharp legs moving at an incredible speed, their bodies radiating a terrifying dark aura. Meanwhile, on social media, news about Han Daesung's regeneration core was trending everywhere. Amidst the buzz, the phone on a man's desk rang. The branch manager is here to see you, Mr. Chairman. The man answered flatly, send him in. The door opened, and the branch manager entered, bowing respectfully. Young-ho adjusted his tie, sat up straight in his chair, and asked sternly, what is it? The branch manager reported, there's an urgent notice from the WHA. It seems something important has come up. He continued, the Hunters Federation meeting will be held in South Korea. They've requested Hunter Han Daesung's attendance. At the mention of that name, Young-ho's expression soured. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, a Hunters Federation meeting in Korea? Who will be attending? The manager immediately presented a black notebook. This is the attendance list. According to the report, the world's #1 ranked hunter, Aslan Anderson, will also be there. Young-ho couldn't hide his surprise at the name. The manager asked cautiously, is that your younger brother, Mr. Chairman? A solemn atmosphere filled the president's office. President Lee Kang-cheon smiled warmly upon seeing Chairman Young-ho. It's in a long time, old friend. Young-ho took a sip of tea and replied coolly, what are you talking about? Our team disbanded ages ago. He glanced at Lee Kang-cheon's seat of power. How's being president? It's better than being the association chairman, but I still miss hunting monsters with you. Young-ho's tone became formal. I won't waste the time of a busy man like you, so I'll get straight to the point. He grew serious. I've been informed that the Federation's general meeting will be held in South Korea. The president's face showed clear surprise, as if this was the first he'd heard of it. Young-ho continued, for now, we shouldn't mention those hunters. This revelation surprised the president even more. Young-ho closed his eyes wearily. You know as well as I do that the gates are a gold mine for every nation, right? The president grew pensive. It's true that we must round them up immediately to protect our people. But with the current economy, it's a very sensitive topic. If EK cores were to disappear now, our energy supply would be depleted. This only frustrated Young-ho more. Anderson didn't even bother to reply when I asked if he would take responsibility for those hunters if they leave the gate. With his brother Aslan around, what's he got to worry about? The president considered this. The foreign minister also informed me that the U.S. will be monitoring the situation. Young-ho grew testy. We have to guarantee both economic growth and the safety of our people, don't we? It was a difficult question. The president finally spoke. But how do we do that? Young-go answered plainly. Prepare a first-class Medal of Honor. The president immediately understood. Han Daesung. Young-ho explained patiently. With Han Daesung on our side, we won't need to fear not having nuclear weapons. The president's face lit up. That's right. If the U.S. has Aslan, we have Daesung. He must attend this meeting as South Korea's representative. Seeing the president's excitement, Young-ho calmly reassured him, leave it to me. In a high-rise apartment, sunlight streamed through the window. Han Daesung sat on the sofa, downing a can of cold beer in one go. He turned to Jang Chon-ho. A medal. Chon-ho explained, they're calling it the first-class National Medal of Honor. It's probably the highest one they can give. Far from being pleased, Han Daesung looked annoyed. But isn't that just a dog leash? If that's what it is, I'm not going. Jang Chon-ho took a sip of beer and replied, a dog leash, maybe. But they're promising you the highest privileges, like tax breaks and a pension. At that, Han Daesung whipped his head around in surprise. A pension and tax breaks? A 30% income tax reduction. Han Daesung's attitude changed instantly. Well, in that case, of course I'm going. Jang Chon-ho continued, and we're the first to know that the Federation's meeting will be held in South Korea. Chewing on a piece of dried squid, Han Daesung asked with a bored expression, what's this Federation meeting? Jang Chon-ho explained cheerfully, it's the event where they announce the hunter rankings. You'll be representing South Korea. Han Daesung Lu-kid booted. Sounds like a pain. Can't you go by yourself? But they said the medal ceremony will also be held at the meeting. A man who preferred peace and quiet, Han Daesung asked again, I have to go to that meeting just to get a medal. Jang Chon-ho changed the subject. Oh, where are the other hunters? Han Daesung took a bite of squid and replied, they're trying to level up right now. In Yangju, a thick killing intent hung in the air. Giant spiders relentlessly attacked the three of them. Soyeon unleashed her skill, area slow. But the swarm of spiders seemed unaffected, charging madly forward with bloodshot eyes. Chucky also charged in to help. Wielding a knife, it rushed at full speed toward a massive monster. The doll quickly leaped onto a giant spider's back and screamed maniacally, "How dare you low-level freaks bare your fangs at me?" With that, it plunged the knife deep into the spider's back. The monster thrashed in pain, its fluids spraying everywhere amidst a ferocious roar. Over on the other side, Choi Min-ae was just as formidable. She expertly opened fire with both hands, bullets flying at incredible speed. However, it still wasn't enough to take them down. She used Power Shot, firing continuously at the swarm of monsters. The enhanced bullets carried terrifying destructive force, causing the spiders to explode on impact. Immediately after, Choi Min-ae used a new power, freezing all the enemies in place. Seizing the moment, Daesung charged forward aggressively, delivering a flurry of devastating punches. The spiders were blown to pieces, their remains scattering in all directions. He broke through the encirclement alone. Daesung quickly unleashed his new power, a field of purple electricity surrounding his body. Any spiders that charged at him were electrocuted to a crisp and tried to flee in terror. But Daesung wasn't about to let them get away that easily. He unleashed Lightning Strike, powerful bolts of electromagnetic energy raining down everywhere he went. Before long, the spiders couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Their charred, dismembered corpses lay scattered everywhere, smoldering. They had successfully wiped out the monsters. Daesung looked at Choi Min-ae happily. Those attacks were seriously effective. Choi Min-ae was also pleased with her new power, but replied modestly, "The damage from your attacks was even more incredible, Daesung." A system notification announced, "Defense successful. Spider Queen defeated." So-yun said cheerfully, "There's the message about the boss appearing." Chucky screamed maniacally, "Then let me handle all those insects." In a server room, a familiar hand clicked a mouse. It was Jin-chan. The value of gates in South Korea is dropping fast, he thought glumly. If this keeps up... His train of thought was broken as the door burst open. Yang Chi-woo rushed in, out of breath. "Mr. Jin-chan." "Yang Chi-woo, what is it?" Jin-chan asked, bored. Yang Chi-woo got straight to the point. "Sir, have you heard? The World Hunter Federation's meeting is going to be held in South Korea." Jin-chan sighed, dejected. "That's great, but what's in it for our team?" "No, you don't get it. If we present ourselves as the exclusive cleanup crew for Daesung's team, we'll get tons of partnership offers from overseas. This is our chance to break into the international market." Hearing international market, Jin-chan's interest was piqued. It seemed he was convinced. Yang Chi-woo continued, "The Eye of the Storm will be Han Daesung, and his official ranking will be announced at this conference." He calculated happily. "Han Daesung and our cleanup crew will get a ton of media attention." Jin-chan added gleefully, "And I was just getting depressed about the number of gates in Korea shrinking. Let's use this chance to make a name for ourselves on the international stage." Yang Chi-woo smiled slyly and made his proposal. "Then, sir, could you help me get some video footage of the meeting? You're close with leader Jang Chanho, aren't you?" Jin-chan seemed to understand his subordinate's scheme. He gave a cold snort and said smugly, "All right, I get it. I'll ask leader Jang Chanho." Yang Chiu boed happily. "Thank you, sir." On the table sat a steaming cup of coffee. In a cozy room, a fire crackled merrily in the fireplace. Darren spoke seriously to the person across from him. "In accordance with everyone's wishes, we've decided to hold the Federation meeting in South Korea." Across from him was Karina, the Western Warden. So, Darren was the traitor. After hearing Darren's report, Karina was silent for a long time, considering her strategy. She placed her hand on a square box that resembled a Rubik's Cube. An endless stream of energy poured from the cube, leaving Darren stunned. He recognized it as the cube gate, but its true purpose terrified him into silence. Karina rose, and a sinister aura emanated from her, chilling the air to the bone. "Quick, get your people inside this gate. There's no telling what they're planning next." Darren asked, full of reverence, "What are you planning to do?" Karina looked him straight in the eye. "Exactly what you wish for." With that, she vanished, leaving Darren frozen in place. A whisper echoed on the wind. "Population control." Darren stood there, dumbfounded. A sinister purple aura enveloped his body. After a moment of silence, Darren's eyes snapped open, and he grabbed the phone on the table. A confused voice answered on the other end. "What is it?" Darren got straight to the point. "Gather all members. Now. A disaster is coming." At the same time, a helicopter was descending over the skies of Incheon. It touched down swiftly on the runway. Outside the international airport exit, a crowd of reporters, photographers, and fans was already waiting. A voice from a live news broadcast rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, S-rank hunters from all over the world are converging on Incheon Airport. This is the first time so many S-rank hunters have ever gathered in one place. Experts believe their main purpose is to meet with Aslan Anderson, the world's #1 S-rank hunter. When a man of the hour appeared, the crowd erupted. Aslan, it's the #1 Aslan. Aslan is the strongest. A reporter immediately swung his camera toward him, commentating, Aslan has just entered the airport. Aslan, carrying himself more like a pop star than a hunter, was dressed flamboyantly, with red lipstick and bright blue eyeliner. I am Aslan, the chosen one. At Han Daesung's home, Mrs. Han beamed at her son. Is this really my son? You look so handsome. Han Daesung looked away, exasperated. Asterisk, what even is this medal? I had no idea Mom would like it this much. Asterisk. Ju cut through their moment. Mom, I can't find that dress Soyeon gave me the other day. Oh, I put it in the dressing room. I was afraid it would get ruined. Hold on a second, Mrs. Han replied. Just then, Han Daesung's phone rang. It was Jang Chon-ho. Han Daesung, the car's here. You and your mom, come on down. Han Daesung quickly confirmed they were on their way. The city streets were plastered with images of the S-rank hunters. Streamer Yang Chiu spoke excitedly into his camera. Can you guys see this? I'm live here at Hunter's Arch, where the Federation meeting is taking place. The atmosphere here is epic, with all the world's top hunters gathering in one spot. He continued, I, Yang Chiu, promise to give you all the best possible live coverage. So smash that like button and drop a comment, guys. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was as lively as a party. Jang Chon-ho and Han Daesung's family were seated at the same table. In stark contrast to everyone else's excitement, Han Daesung felt deeply annoyed, forced to wear this formal suit and sit among a crowd of strangers. A Japanese hunter glanced at him, thinking with irritation, so that's the one they call Han Daesung? BMC stepped onto the stage. It's a pleasure to see you all here, hunters from every corner of the globe. My name is Michael John from the World Hunter Association, and I will be your host for today's meeting. He went on, before we begin, President Lee Kang-in will personally present the Medal of Honor. Please, let's have a round of applause. Ju whispered to Mrs. Han in surprise, Mom, the president is really going to give it to him in person? Oh my goodness, President Lee Kang-in. Emeritus. Han exclaimed, ikvalifiket. The president walked onto the stage, capturing the attention of the entire hall. The MC announced, Hunter Han Daesung, please come to the stage. From the crowd, Mrs. Han cheered. That's my son. You're the best. Ju yelled just as loudly, go get him, big bro. Their shouts made Han Daesung turn beet red with embarrassment. He walked up solemnly amidst the applause. An aide held a meticulously engraved gold medal. The president personally placed it around his neck. Then, he shook Han Daesung's hand and said with a smile, Hunter Han Daesung, please continue to protect South Korea well. The sudden weight of responsibility caught Han Daesung by surprise. Huh, me? The president smiled proudly. Just keep up the good work. Then he took Han Daesung's hand and raised it high, like a victorious boxer. Han Daesung's face was frozen like a statue. Asterisk, no matter how I look at it, this thing still looks like a dog leash. Okay, just think about the pension and the tax benefits. Just think about the money. Asterisk. Down below, Mrs. Han's eyes welled with tears. His father would be so proud. Honey, our Daesung has received the Medal of Honor. You clapped excitedly. Bro, from now on, I officially acknowledge you. For some reason, Yang Chiu was also bawling his eyes out. Guys, Hunter Han got the medal. His time has finally come. After receiving the medal, Han Daesung returned to his table. Next, S-rank hunter Aslan walked up amidst the cheers of the crowd. It's Aslan, Aslan, the #1 ranker. Prowistan Daesung, clapping. Congratulations. Hunter Han. Han Daesung looked at the flamboyant man before him and asked nonchalantly, and you are? The man introduced himself proudly. I am Aslan, the chosen one. You must be starstruck right about now, huh? He thought smugly. But Han Daesung simply turned away, uninterested. This isn't how I imagined being congratulated by the #1 hunter would go, Aslan thought to himself. Asterisk, something's up. Time to make a move, asterisk. Suddenly, the watch on Aslan's wrist turned red. The Japanese hunter shot to his feet in alarm. Hey Han, we've got big trouble. An S-rank dungeon has appeared in Tokyo. The hall immediately erupted into chaos as a flood of urgent alerts broke out. An S-rank dungeon in Shanghai. An S-rank in Berlin. On stage, the MC stared blankly at the chaotic scene. He looked around anxiously. Ki-hong rushed over and reported, Michael, S-rank gates are suddenly appearing all over the world. The MC let out a cry of alarm. Ki-hong continued with a grim expression. I think we have to call this meeting to a halt. Amidst the widespread panic, only Han Daesung remained perfectly calm in his seat. So, they finally made their move. Tian Dan appeared with a smile. Welcome, sir. Han Daesung gled her and eat. Hey, butterfly, open the shop. A low rumble echoed. Before Han Daesung, a shop filled with treasures materialized out of thin air. He got straight to the point. I'm buying the Book of Fate. Instantly, a scroll and a quill floated before him. He began to read. Gates had appeared in over 90 countries, affecting a third of the world's population, with the sole exception of South Korea. Han Daesung Frulvnid. South Korea is the only exception? His expression shifted as a thought struck him. Are they deliberately avoiding me? Meanwhile, in a bustling American city, car horns blared. A man standing by his car smiled. See you later. Suddenly, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. The ground shook, sending debris flying everywhere. Civilians panicked. Everyone stared, stunned, at the newly appeared creature. It was a massive, armored monster with a grotesquely ripped physique. The man nearby screamed in terror. A monster! The crowd scattered in a panic. To everyone's horror, countless more of the same monsters began appearing all over the city. A middle-aged man, trembling and drenched in sweat, whimpered, "Oh, dear God." Only then did people notice the dark portal hovering in the sky, a seemingly endless stream of monsters pouring out of it. In Tokyo, the city center echoed with chaos. A pack of vicious, four-eyed black wolves snarled. On a rooftop, a man surveyed the scene and spoke into his headset. They're here. Detonate. A blue light flashed in front of the pack. Green smoke quickly enveloped them, followed by a loud explosion. A plume of sickly green smoke rose in the distance. The monsters only grew more ferocious, roaring wildly. Seeing this, the man on the roof gave a tense command. Go. Immediately, others took up their weapons and readied themselves for battle. They gathered on the rooftops of two opposing buildings, looking down on the monster pack below. Suddenly, the pack lunged. Maws full of jagged teeth gaped open, their eyes blazing red as they looked up. With a whoosh, they launched themselves off the ground at incredible speed, ricocheting between the two buildings as they climbed. To everyone's shock, one of the beasts shot directly toward them, its jaws agape. A masked man's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Captain Tasuka Rado swiftly drew his sword. Thunder, annihilation. A flash of lightning-quick steel. The monster's head flew off, whizzing past the masked man's ear. The man immediately bowed. Thank you, Captain. Tasuka Rado just let out a sharp breath and looked warily toward the sky. In the distance, the portal was still spitting out monsters. At this rate, Tokyo was doomed. In Washington, D.C., the city was in ruins. A monster raised its colossal foot and brought it crashing down on someone lying on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The monster let out a triumphant roar. But then, a flash of light sliced down its body, splitting the monster in two. A new group had appeared. The one who struck the blow, a bald man, spoke irritably to his companions. Damn it, why did a gate have to open now, of all times, when Aslan isn't here? The woman behind him interjected. We need to fall back for now. We have to regroup with Aslan before we can counterattack. Hearing that, he shouted, Fall back to Philadelphia for now. Elsewhere, a group of people watched the battles unfold tensely on a monitor. A man watched with growing anxiety. Asterisk of all the times, right during the crucial Federation meeting, gates are suddenly popping up like mushrooms all over the world. Everywhere but South Korea. Asterisk. The woman beside him spoke up. Sir, every country is requesting aid. It seems they all know South Korea is the only safe place left. He continued to weigh his options. Asterisk if we send our forces to help, and then a gate opens here. We'll be completely defenseless. But if we do nothing, South Korea will face international condemnation. Asterisk. The dilemma was agonizing. Should we send our hunters abroad, or? He made his decision. Turning to the woman, he asked, Ms. Kim Ji-ho, what's the current status of the S-rank hunters who were at the meeting? Kim Gyo Adustit Hadgudas. Hunter Tasuka Rado from Japan and Hunter Chung from China are already engaging on the front lines. We expect the American and European hunters to join the combat efforts shortly. He fell silent in thought. Just then his phone rang. He answered the call. It was Guild Master Chen Hu. The voice on the other end was firm. Summon all available S-rank hunters for an emergency meeting. The streets of South Korea, however, remained peaceful. People strolled casually, enjoying the day. Aslan smiled as he looked around, exclaiming, So beautiful, just beautiful. He gazed around in awe. The scenery in this Hanok village is truly something else. Two young men nearby stared in shock. Asterisk isn't that, Aslan? But isn't America in crisis right now? What's he doing here? Asterisk. Aslan held up his phone, turning to them with a smile. Sorry to bother you. He offered them the phone. Would you mind taking a picture for me? Not daring to refuse, they answered stiffly, sure. He beamed, a rather unsettling smile on his face. Thanks a bunch. May God bless you both, he said, making a finger heart. At the Han Daesung building, the S-rank hunters had assembled, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was thick with tension. Both sides of the long conference table were lined with hunters. At the head of the table sat Han Daesung. He pushed his chair back and rose to his feet. His voice cut through the silence, sharp and serious. Let's discuss how we're going to crush these alien bastards. The room fell silent after Han Daesung's explanation. It was Sung Chanho who broke the silence. The resurrection of a Titan. The Hunter Association's branch manager immediately followed up. So you're saying their main goal is to use humans as sacrifices, and that's why they created the gate? Han Daesung nodded. The gate is an altar. He scanned the room, and humans are the offerings. Another hunter spoke up, his voice tense. So once enough sacrifices are made, the Titan will be revived? Choi Ha-jin added, even if we wanted to stop this, we can only support one country at a time, at best. We have to consider travel time and distance. Just then, a cube-shaped box was placed on the table. Ani spoke. This is called the Gate Cube. Sedonseok Luke surprised. The Gate Cube? It looks a lot like the Supreme Guardian. This is the key to the altar. Hunter Gung gave it to me, Han I explained. Dr. Park Dong-hyo and I studied how to use it, and we successfully turned it into a teleportation gate. Team leader Wang Runrang has already tested it, traveling to several predetermined locations. A girl sitting nearby suddenly remembered something. Team leader Wang Runrang did mention he had to visit several countries recently for important matters. John Cian clenched her fist. We can't just sit on our hands. Shouldn't we be doing something? Another hunter covered his mouth and thought. Han Daesung, just how far ahead are you thinking? Harem chimed in, why don't we gather some more top-rank hunters from the other guilds? I'm afraid that's not possible, Han I interjected. This gate can't transport many people yet. The maximum is 7. The manager looked disappointed. Then it's not much help, is it? Not if all the S-rank hunters are needed. As he said that, a realization seemed to strike him. Could it be? As if reading his mind, Han Daesung smiled. Everyone here, including myself, will be going? Absolutely not. The manager slammed his hand on the table. If you all go, South Korea will be vulnerable to attack. Han Daesung pointed to a skill information panel in front of them. Soul Swap swaps the user's position with the targets. However, the greater the distance, the higher the mana cost and cooldown time. Sung Chanho held up a finger with a smile. Now that I think about it, he suddenly gained a strange new ability back at the research center. Han Daesung declared confidently, if we send Director Sung Chanho to the crisis area, I can use this skill to bring him back instantly. The entire conference room was stunned. Han Daesung's power truly had no limits. He was on a whole other level. The manager closed his eyes, contemplating. The plan would allow them to provide international aid while ensuring their own country's security. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He made his decision. Let's do it. All right, that's settled. Time to go. Han Daesung clapped his hands together, but the witch, Dayuna, suddenly cut in. Master, aren't you going to name our group? You know, like the Avengers. Choi Ha-jin scoffed. Is that seriously all you were thinking about during this entire meeting? Sa-yun gritted her teeth. Bake, shut up. Han Daesung rubbed his forehead wearily. We do need a name. If anyone has an idea, just say it. Sion raised her hand eagerly. Since cats are so popular these days, what if we call ourselves the Cat Squad? Cat Squad is kind of cute, Choi Min-ae thought to herself. The room was filled with an awkward silence. Faced with the deafening quiet, Han Daesung tried to move things along. It doesn't really matter. Whatever, let's just go. Taking that as a silent agreement, John Cian cheerfully sealed the deal. All right, the Cat Squad it is. At that same moment, in Shandong Province, China, a colossal red object towered over an empty field. The city was swarming with monsters, their eyes glowing a fiery red. A soldier raised his bow and yelled, "Ready!" At the command to fire, thousands of arrows rained down, aimed straight for the monsters. The beasts ignored the arrows, piercing their bodies, continuing their ferocious charge. Both sides braced for a bloody, chaotic battle. Though unnerved by the overwhelming enemy forces, the soldiers held their ground. Bring it on! The monsters, wielding iron axes with glowing red eyes, attacked with a savage force that overwhelmed the soldiers. But then, a surge of power shot from nowhere, striking one of the monsters directly. A young woman appeared in a flash, a long saber in her hand. Without hesitating, she pointed her blade at the horde and unleashed her heavenly dragon style. A group of nearby beasts caught in the attack exploded instantly. After wiping out a small cluster of monsters, the woman rallied the troops. Don't fall back. Warriors of China, advance. Following their leader's command, Chinese mages took their stances, let out a war cry, and charged into the fray. The monsters roared and surged forward, creating a brutal clash. Watching the scene unfold, Jin Long grew tense. Are the people of China going to be wiped out, just like this? A secretary rushed over. What is it? Jin Long asked. The Korean Association says they'll send 7 S-rank hunters, under certain conditions. Jin Long was stunned. Asterisk, even the World Hunter Association couldn't do anything. What makes Korea think they can? Asterisk. The message appeared on the screen. Given the urgency of the situation, South Korea can dispatch 6 S-rank hunters, including Hunter Han. Condition: our hunters will have full ownership of all items and ether cores from the monsters they defeat. If you agree, we guarantee immediate deployment via teleportation technology. Back in South Korea, an employee reported, the Chinese Association has accepted. The Japanese Association has accepted. The Indian Association has accepted too. The manager put his hands in his pockets and gave the order. Relay the message to the cat squad. His secretary replied cheerfully, yes, sir. He muttered to himself, God, that cat squad name is so damn ridiculous. Back on the battlefield in China, the city had nearly fallen. Amidst the rubble, a woman with a long saber still stood her ground. She yelled, hey, I'm over here. I am Rong Yun, a hunter of China. The monster before her let out a roar in response. Just as it lunged, a streak of light flashed, cleaving the monster in two. The woman stood there, stunned. Han Daesung's team had appeared. John Cian crossed her arms and smiled. The cat squad has arrived. Han Daesung looked at the horde of monsters all around them and remarked, well, look at all this prime beef. Strange green streaks of light flashed across the sky, trailing thin wisps of smoke. A decisive voice echoed. Instant recovery. Idinyoha. Instantly, a stream of energy enveloped Yong-un, rapidly mending her wounds. Hand blurred past, charging straight for the monster. Yong-un barely had time to turn, her eyes wide in astonishment. Zulfust. Just then, Choi Ha-jin appeared beside her with a reassuring smile. Get some rest. Leave the rest to us. Sion raised his hand, activating his skill. Primal Soul Expansion. A swirling torrent of purple energy erupted, sweeping away the swarm monsters. The other hunters charged forward in unison. A young woman raised her gun and fired. Grand demon-slaying shot. Struck by the bullets, the monsters roared in agony. Another hunter shot forward like an arrow, raising a pair of razor-sharp sword claws on his hands. Tiger Claw. Dong-suk clenched his fists. He lunged forward, slamming a powerful punch down on the Thunder-Ray monster. The earth-shaking impacts echoed relentlessly. The monsters were relentlessly assaulted until they were blown to pieces. When the dust settled, their mangled corpses littered the ground. Suddenly, small robots crawled over the monster corpses, inserting their probes to collect Este. A man standing nearby controlled the robots while looking at a data panel. Our objective is to solve the Este resource crisis by securing a supply. Suddenly, a massive explosion in the distance forced him to turn around. An S-rank monster, the Minotaur King, appeared, a terrifying, colossal figure. The two people who witnessed it went pale. What is that massive inferno? That thing is unbelievably huge. It immediately raised its weapon and slammed it down, unleashing an explosion that shook the entire region. Look out! The two scrambled to get out of the way. The monster attacked relentlessly, smashing the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The girls' group on the other side quickly raised a shield. What the hell is that? Behind the shield, Dong-suk dusted himself off. Just in time, the guy next to him added, any later and I would have been done for. The woman at the front warned, first, prepare for its next attack. Yong-un suddenly approached them. Fall back, she said. That monster wiped out my entire team. But as the dust began to clear, she froze. Han Daesung was already standing there, his long blade in hand. He smirked confidently. So, this cow can breathe fire, huh? The girl recognized him, stunned. It's Han Daesung. Han Daesung coldly tightened his grip on his weapon and shot forward. The monster looked down at his tiny figure, surprised. It quickly swung its weapon down. Ignite! A flame erupted in its hand. It scoffed. How foolish, attacking me with fire. It only makes me stronger. Han Daesung just let out a dismissive, huh, and charged in. A massive explosion rocked the nearby building. The monster roared in fury, raising its weapon. I am the king, the true ruler of monsters. To me, you are nothing but an ant. From a distance, the young woman quickly raised her gun and fired at it. However, the monster just stood there, motionless. A sudden wall of fire appeared, incinerating the bullet before it could reach its target. The girl was stunned, horrified. My bullet. It just vanished before it could even hit the monster. The monster's entire body was now glowing red-hot like lava. It roared. I'll melt everything down to cinders. Domain swap, Han Daesung commanded coldly. In the next instant, he and the monster vanished, leaving behind nothing but empty space. The young man who saw it stared, his jaw agape. But Dong Suk just smiled knowingly. That kid, he took that thing somewhere else again. In another place, the monster let out a sudden roar. It looked around, only to see a vast, empty desert stretching to the horizon. Where is this? A system notification appeared. Mana release. You have now fully unleashed the mana of the Supreme Path. Han Daesung smiled, his body brimming with power. He drew his blade. This piece of trash will die in a single blow, yet it dared to talk so big. He immediately raised his blade, and a colossal beam of energy from his slash shot toward the sky. Wrath of the Flame King, Black Flame. The swirling black flame energy created a ferocious shockwave, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. The monster was instantly obliterated, its last thought echoing. What is this fire? It's impossible. Black Flame? The Monster King has been defeated. Obtained S-Rank Core, Fire of the Minotaur. Achievement points, 1 million. Objective, eliminate the soul collectors of the shrine. Current progress, 99.003%. Progress can be purchased with achievement points. He looked at the notification panel, thinking, I should probably unlock the Demon King before that Titan revives. But do I really need to spend all my achievement points? Meanwhile, in a city in China, a man was continuously collecting white, floating orbs in front of a gate. He smirked smugly. This is the first time I've ever collected so many souls. Now, I'll finally attain eternal life. Suddenly, something slashed through his body before he could even scream. Han Daesung appeared behind him, smiling. What else did you expect, you damn traitor? He snatched the box that was collecting the souls. A voice echoed from it. Titan, please accept these offerings. The look on Han Daesung's face turned from stunned to furious. A colossal hand reached down from the darkness. A massive hand rose from the shadows. It snatched the hovering souls and clenched its fist. A gruesome sound echoed as the hand absorbed them all before sinking back into the darkness. Han Daesung stood frozen, warily staring into the empty space. Hey, he said annoyed. Finish your business with me before you start eating. He swung his sword repeatedly into the darkness, but his strikes had no effect. Han Daesung's eyes widened in shock. The giant hand reappeared, this time above the Chinese hunter. The man smiled, raising a bowl high as tears streamed down his face. Thank you for your magnanimous grace. The bowl fell. He vanished. Han Daesung stared at the empty space, a sense of unease creeping over him. Did the domain change when it received the offering? A monster appeared out of nowhere and approached him. How dare you touch me? The Titan's avatar. It roared menacingly. You're nothing but an earthworm. With that, the monster charged forward in a frenzy. But just as its sharp claws came crashing down, Han Daesung vanished and reappeared right beside it. The monster ground its teeth. You've got some tricks for an earthworm. Han Daesung didn't answer. He struck first, grabbing the monster's head with one hand, and slammed it into the ground. He laughed maniacally. First, I'll use this fist to shut you up. He swung his fist, unleashing his fury on its mouth. Moments later, the monster's face was swollen and deformed. It stammered out muffled words. I'm an avatar, so even if I die, I'll just be revived. Han Daesung grabbed it by the hair and growled. You want to go back to that Titan to get revived, huh? He gave a cruel smile. I know the perfect place for scum like you. Get ready. The monster was stunned. Meanwhile, in another location, a spiky monster stood before a table. It turned as if pulled by a string, its eyes flashing red. Zhang Xianwu beamed and turned to his leader. The two of them looked at the smoldering object before them. The gate has been cleared. Song Jin clapped the person next to him on the shoulder and laughed. What did I tell you? No need to worry about Han Daesung. So the real monster was somewhere else. Yoon Yoon was still in shock. No way. He took on that monster all by himself. Choi Ha-jin, seeming used to this, just asked with concern. Are you hurt anywhere? Zhang Xianwu cut in bluntly. Secretary Choi, you should worry about yourself first. Han Daesung cut in, his voice serious. Everyone, listen up. We're changing strategies. From now on, I'll handle all the bosses. The rest of you, focus on rescuing the other hunters. We have to move fast if we want to survive. Han was taken aback. You want us to just focus on rescues? Another hunter asked, confused. You're going to take on the boss by yourself? Han Daesung clenched his fist, his expression determined. I can't let that thing resurrect. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, a young man with green hair smiled and introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I'm Daesung from the Seven Dragons. He struck a pose and continued. And I've got some hot news for you all. I've just received a secret tip from the Blue Dragon Gang. On the screen, clips of various battles flashed by, all led by Han Daesung. Daesung flashed a peace sign, smiling. This is the Meow Meow Task Force, created to save the world. He suddenly froze, frowning. Wait, not the Meow Meow Task Force, the Hunter Task Force? Why? How'd I get that wrong? I'm sure that's what Zhang Chanho told me. A news report played on another screen. Breaking news. The hunters assembled to tackle S-rank gates around the world have now cleared all gates in China and India. They're currently advancing into Europe. Daesung was stunned. Holy crap. Hunter Han is leading this operation. He gathered all of Korea's S-rank hunters. Inside a gate, figures moved ceaselessly through a hidden residential area. A man with white hair and a noble air stepped out from the gate. The guards immediately raised their hands in a respectful salute. The man asked Aslan. The other person didn't answer, instead asking, Where's my brother? Elsewhere, in a place with pounding club music, people danced relentlessly. A patrol squad entered. The masked man asked, Where's Aslan? In a corner, Aslan was watching something and sighed in admiration. Just as I thought, the other dimensions aren't nearly this beautiful. Footsteps drew near. Aslan leaned back in a chair and said casually, Yo, bro. The other man said coldly, If we don't leave soon, we're going to be in serious trouble. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, in Tokyo, smoke and fire billowed throughout the city. Beneath the crumbling skyscrapers, a team of Japanese hunters panted, their swords raised. Their captain yelled to the people behind him, Squad A, fall back. Everyone, retreat to the third defense line. Everyone was covered in wounds, but they still charged forward without hesitation. The captain looked at the colossal monster before him and thought to himself, So this is how my life ends. From behind, a teammate ran, shouting through tears, Captain. Elsewhere, a colossal statue stood in solemn majesty. A man sat before the statue, and behind him, a subordinate bowed respectfully. High Monk, the temple we built is beginning to collapse. The Demon King Nebula is rampaging everywhere. Hearing this, the man known as the High Monk slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red light in their depths. So it's him. It seems the spatial temple has been turned into a warp gate, the subordinate continued. The man fell silent, his eyes casting a terrifying glance backward before he slowly rose to his feet. His form was neither demon nor human. Send the southern bishop, a Jia, to the spatial temple that hasn't fallen yet. Have it by some time there. Once the Titan has finished its meal, their day of reckoning will come. Meanwhile, a group of Japanese hunters were in a chaotic retreat, their desperate curses filling the air. Damn it. Shit. A young woman, panting heavily, supported her wounded comrade as she struggled to run forward. Suddenly, she froze. A spatial gate had opened right in front of them. From within, Han Daesung's team stepped out. They might have looked cool for a second, but almost immediately, the three of them started dry heaving. Clearly, spatial travel was not a pleasant experience. A dizzy saw clutched her head. My head's spinning. I can't think straight. The woman beside her, biting her lip to fight back the nausea, reminded her, get a grip. Hai and I rubbed her head and explained, it's the high-frequency spatial waves inside the gate. They're making us all dizzy. Hain also chimed in, you guys need to snap out of it. Only Han Daesung remained completely unfazed. He remarked coldly, pathetic. Maybe I should form a new team of hunters. The desperate Japanese huntress stared in shock. Han Daesung, what's he doing here? At the same time, a voice came through her earpiece. Korean hunters will be using a warp gate to provide support. I repeat, Korean hunters will be using a warp gate to provide support. The woman quickly set her comrade down and ran toward them, calling out desperately. She bowed deeply. Please, you have to save Captain Tezuka and bring him back safely. Han Daesung's team looked at each other, confused. I don't understand. Zhang Xian quickly reminded him. Master, turn on the auto-translator. She's asking you to save Captain Tezuka and bring him back safely. Han Daesung said nothing. In the next instant, he was gone. Zhang Xian turned to reassure the woman. You're in luck. Our master is incredibly strong. Hearing that, the woman managed a relieved smile. Thank you. Elsewhere, desperate screams echoed as hunters were torn apart by monsters one by one. A massive monster grabbed one of them and began to devour him. Not far away, Captain Tezuka had removed his mask, leaning exhausted against a cliff face. His mana was depleted, leaving him unable to transform. The monster approached, standing before him with a hungry gaze. Tezuka gave a self-deprecating smile, accepting his fate. The monster opened its jagged toothed maw. But then, a figure suddenly appeared, his sword flashing as he cut down the horde of monsters in the blink of an eye. Tezuka's eyes widened in astonishment. A powerful-looking young man stood amidst the monster corpses. Han Daesung looked down at him. Tezuka quickly recognized him. Asterisk Han Daesung asterisk. Hey, can you walk? Han Daesung asked. Tezuka just stared back blankly. Asterisk, my translator must be broken. I have no idea what he's saying. Asterisk. Suddenly, Tezuka realized something and yelled, "Look out!" Han Daesung spun around, on alert. Without warning, a creature as long as a freight train hurtled toward them. A massive explosion erupted, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. From amidst the fire and smoke, a green object shot out. Aiming straight for Han Daesung. He launched a kick, sending it flying high into the air. As the creature came to a halt, the form of a new, green monster became clear. Han Daesung looked up, murmuring, "That thing, it's from another world." He bent his knees, launching himself high into the air. The monster roared and charged as well. It raised a fist, a savage grin on its face. Han Daesung's expression didn't change as he swung his sword to meet the attack. The two figures collided, creating a massive mid-air explosion that sent out a blinding flash of red light and a thick cloud of dust. The force of the impact forced Tezuka to shield his face, struggling to stay on his feet. He stared at the scene in disbelief. Huh, how is that? In the sky, Han Daesung and the monster stood facing each other. This bastard is strong, Han Daesung thought. Across from him, the monster roared a single word, "Eat." Then it opened its mouth wide again, "Drink." Asterisk hekatonshidis meyik, asterisk Han Daesung wunderid. A system notification appeared before his eyes. Swap impossible. Target's weight exceeds the exchange limit. His expression changed instantly. What? Before he could react, the monster's neck stretched out, its jaws clamping down on Han Daesung's entire body. Just like that, it swallowed him whole and retracted its neck. It let out a satisfied breath. Tezuka watched in horror. Asterisk, that monster, it swallowed Han Daesung. What am I supposed to do now? Asterisk. But a moment later, green veins bulged across the monster's body as it writhed in agony. A shout echoed from within. "Die, you filthy pig!" The monster's mouth suddenly flew open, and a beam of energy shot straight out, creating a massive pillar of fire. A building in the distance was instantly obliterated. The monster looked on, stunned. Asterisk, an attack from inside my own stomach? And with such ease, asterisk. Amidst the rubble and swirling dust, Misaki runs frantically through the ruins. She scans the area, desperately calling out her leader's name. Tezuka. A voice calls out from behind her. "Misaki, over here." Tezuka stands there, holding a can of soda. He calmly takes a sip before explaining. "I was thirsty. Besides, I paid for it." Meanwhile, at the cat squad's location, Seelan is frozen in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tezuka stands before the group, delivering a horrifying update. Han Daesung was devoured by his own monster form. Han and I asked for clarification. So, you're saying the Han Daesung monster ate the real Han Daesung and then just vanished? Tezuka nods. Yes, devoured him and vanished is exactly right. Should we split up and search for it? Jang Sik suggests. Choi Ha-jin immediately shoots down the idea, arguing that going alone is too dangerous. In contrast to everyone else's panic, Ion seems strangely calm. There's no need to worry. At the same time, in a dimly lit room, a glass of red wine is poured. Darren picks up the glass, swirling it gently before raising it to his nose to inhale the rich aroma. Sitting across from him is Aslan Anderson. "Aren't you surprised by any of this?" Aslan asks. Darren closes his eyes, replying calmly. "Did you really think I'd be surprised, even if an S-rank core were to appear?" He sets the now empty glass down on the table. "You have no idea how powerful they truly are." Aslan remains seated, his expression filled with doubt. Darren wipes his mouth, his eyes glinting with the confidence that no matter how strong Han Daesung becomes, he can't stop them. Aslan stands up, shoves his hands in his pockets, and scoffs. "Well, I warned you." He turns and starts to walk away. "Don't you worry," Darren reassures him. Once Aslan is out of sight, he adds, "Everything is going according to plan." Back on the streets of Japan, High turns to John Cian, confused. What do you mean by that? The Underworld, which gives a sinister smile and throws the Chucky doll in her hand to the ground. Poof! And Chucky appears in a ridiculously provocative pose. What do you want now? Why'd you summon me? John Cian crouches down. Chucky, our master has disappeared. The doll scowls. Master? You mean my father? Jang Sik and Dong Suk stare at the doll and shudder, thinking it's a total psycho asking for a beating. John Cian nods. That's right. Your father was kidnapped by a monster. Who'd be crazy enough to kidnap the Demon King? Chucky sits up straight. He suddenly freezes, as if sensing something. Wait a minute. Chucky screams and leaps to his feet. I can feel my father's rage. Where? Asks John Cian. They both look in the direction Chucky is pointing. I can feel his energy coming from over there. High turns to Tasuka. What's in that direction? Tasuka is silent for a moment, then he hesitates. That place is Mount Fuji, the timeless symbol of Japan. On the stone steps leading up the mountain, an ancient, towering gate comes into view. The massive volcano crater, dormant for centuries, is now covered in a thick layer of snow. Looking down reveals a bottomless pit, with the wind howling from its depths. The members of the Cat Squad and Chucky have reached the edge of the pit, trying to listen for any sound from below. Chucky announces, I can feel Han Daesung's presence coming from inside this hole. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumps in, leaving the stunned S-rank hunters behind. What is this giant pit? Dong Suk asks. Jang Sik grimaces. The bottom is completely out of sight. Something's not right. Tasuka muses. Why would an active crater like this be open on Mount Fuji? From behind, Choi Min-a raises her gun. I'll fire a signal flare first. A column of signal smoke shoots straight into the sky, guiding the group, following close behind them toward the gate. Inside the belly of Jailer, Han Daesung realizes both Banthian and Hon Han are useless. He stands in the middle of a purple magic circle. Have all my powers been sealed? From the fleshy walls above, streams of acidic green fluid begin to drip down. It hissed and smoked, sizzling as it neared his feet. Han Daesung clicks his tongue, his face a mask of annoyance. He braces himself and unleashes his mana, his entire body glowing with power. His blade flashes with blue light as he swings, sending a wave of energy that blows the corrosive liquid away. Outside, Ajia is meditating, his body enveloped in a lime-green aura as he mutters strange incantations. Chucky has arrived. He grins menacingly, his knife at the ready. There you are, you fat bastard. Two S-rank hunters land behind him. The doll's tone leaves them both speechless. Jang Sik turns to the other. You want to go first, or should I? Dong Suk cracks his knuckles. You go ahead. But while the two are still hesitating, Chucky charges forward. Mana flares from his eyes as he roars. Give me back my father. The two S-rank hunters can only stare, stunned by the doll's ferocity. Ajia notices the uninvited guests. His blazing red eyes dart toward them. Chucky leaps up to his head, stabbing down repeatedly with his knife, but each blow is deflected. Ajia's body is almost completely unharmed. He stares, realizing his attacker is a puppet. Before he can react, another figure flashes behind him, slashing at his head. Then, he quickly snatches Chucky and pulls him back to a safe distance. At the same time, Jang Sik lands a slash on Ajia's back, but to no effect. Dong Suk holds Chucky back. That pig's body is hard as a rock. Be careful, Jang Sik warns. I hit it with everything I had, and it barely left a scratch. Chucky continues to struggle violently. Let me go. I'll turn that pig into pork chops. Ajia gets to his feet, glaring at the three before him with a deathly stare. What a bunch of annoying, weak little rats. I wonder where the rest of them are. Suddenly, his cheeks puff out before he opens his mouth and spits out a barrage of fireballs. Hyung, get out of the way. Jang Sik yells, but Dong Suk recognizes the skill. It's one of Han Daesung's. The fireballs fly past them, slamming into the rock wall and creating a massive explosion. Jang Sik leaps into the air, swinging his sword to unleash his tiger claw skill. However, Ajia opens his mouth again. His throat glows red as embers gather like a cannon about to fire. Faced with the unexpected attack, Jang Sik is utterly terrified. Warden A opened its maw, a gaping abyss of shark-like teeth, ready to swallow the hunter Jang Sik whole. Just then, Tasuka lunged forward, tackling Jang Sik and rolling them both aside, narrowly escaping the deadly snap of its jaws. The moment they hit the ground, the colossal monster spun around to face them again. Choi Min-a had just arrived on the scene. With a gun in each hand, she unleashed a torrent of magical bullets at its heel, but they seemed to have no effect. Giving the monster no time to recover, Dong John Cian charged in. She slammed a thunderous punch into Warden A's back with all her might. The blow made it throw its head back and roar in agony, coughing up a spray of blood. It tensed its body and fired off beams of green energy. The moment the beams hit the ground, they sizzled and smoked like acid. Ha and Choi Ha-jin's group arrived just in time to witness the terrifying sight. Choi Ha-jin immediately summoned his aegis to shield everyone. At the same time, Choi Min-ae erected another barrier. In the midst of the chaos, John Cian stepped forward, a wooden doll in her hand, her face a mask of determination. "Eat this, you pig." "What are you doing, you witch?" Choi Ha-jin asked worriedly. Ignoring his warning, John Cian plunged a needle straight into the doll's head. A virtual status window appeared. Skill Fatal Strike has been used. However, due to the target's immense soul, the effect has been converted to unconscious. Almost instantly, a pillar of energy slammed down from the sky, striking Warden A. It let out one last, terrified roar before its colossal body crashed to the ground. Everyone stared, wide-eyed in astonishment. Jang Sik couldn't believe it. That monster was taken down in a single blow? Chucky scratched his butt while offering his praise. "Not bad, but you're still not on my level." Even John Cian herself couldn't believe it. It actually worked? Meanwhile, on the streets of Kensington, Philadelphia, the scene was eerily peaceful. The pedestrians shuffled about, vacant and soulless, like the living dead. Among them, orc soldiers moved freely, completely unopposed. "Let's just kill them all and get it over with," one of the soldiers said. The leader replied, "Lord Titan prefers the pure souls of warriors, not this trash." From high above, thin, invisible threads descended, connecting to the tops of the people's heads. The moment the threads made contact, their eyes flashed brightly before turning a blood red. They all let out a collective scream. Then, as one, they charged in a single direction like a horde of zombies, attacking the orcs head-on. The monsters swung their axes, hacking off limbs, but the people just kept swarming them, wild and relentless. As soon as one fell, another took their place. The scene was pure chaos. The soldier clicked his tongue. "How ridiculous! A bunch of idiots who can't even control themselves suddenly decide to attack us." Suddenly, the hands gripping the orcs began to glow red-hot, like burning coals. The orc soldiers didn't even have time to process what was happening. The people, now engulfed in flames, screamed, "It's so hot," just before they exploded. A series of explosions ripped through the street, followed by the agonizing screams of the orcs. "Find the one controlling these filthy creatures," the orc leader commanded. Amidst the pandemonium, he spun around in a panic. "Where are they?" High in the air, a familiar hand was casting out countless thin threads. "Aslan." The orc leader looked up in alarm at the rooftop where his target, Aslan, had just appeared. The orc leader stomped his foot, cracking the pavement beneath him. Then he leaped high into the air. He swung his axe, aiming straight for Aslan. He roared, "I'll kill you." Facing the ferocious enemy, the world's #1 hunter remained unervingly calm. He took a single step back, raising his hands to use the skill Mind Snatch. The threads instantly pierced the orc. It froze almost immediately. Its eyes flared with light before going vacant, just like the people down below. Aslan casually slid his hands into his pockets, walked past the orc, and gave his command. "Now, go take care of the rest of your kind." Back at Mount Fuji, looking at the motionless giant, Jang Sik asked Dong Suk, "Hey, is it really dead?" Dong Suk pointed toward John Cian. "Beats me. You should ask her." John Cian answered calmly, "It's not dead, just unconscious." Meanwhile, Chucky had jumped on a Warden A's face and was trying to pry his mouth open. "What do you think you're doing?" John Cian cried out in alarm. He grimaced. "I'm sure my old man is in this pig's stomach." "And what are you going to do once you get inside?" Han Daesung spoke up. "Wait, before you go, take this with you." A moment later, Warden A's entire body was bound in iron chains. Just then its eyes snapped open. "This damn pig is awake." It began to struggle wildly. A single thought boiled in its mind. "I'll kill you all." Jang Sik drew his sword worriedly. "It's no use. Everyone, prepare to attack." Suddenly, a spatial gate materialized in front of them. "Whoa, it's a teleportation gate," John Cian exclaimed. Han Daesung stepped out of it with Chucky on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Nice work, you clever cat." Chucky replied cheerfully, "Operation successful." Han Daesung hesitated for a moment, then his voice was firm. "We need to run. Now. Get clear of it," he yelled, breaking into a sprint. The sudden order left the team stunned, completely baffled by what he was thinking. Confused but obedient, they immediately turned to run. Han Daesung's baffled voice followed. "Hey, I said jump clear. Why isn't anyone jumping?" What are you talking about? You haven't jumped either, someone shot back. Just then, the chains of oblivion binding the giant began to crack. They shattered, and its hands broke free. He yelled urgently, "Hey kid, hold him back." Though she didn't understand his plan, John Cian stopped in her tracks. She turned her attack on the green giant, unleashing her artifact. Sand prison open. A magic circle materialized beneath the giant, rapidly pulling its body down into a sea of sand. The giant went berserk, its blazing red eyes fixed on them. "You're not getting away." Tezuka caught up with Han Daesung. "Why do we suddenly run?" he asked, panting. "Why not just fight him?" Han Daesung was quiet for a moment. "If we'd done that, this place would have been your tomb." Back with the giant sumo, it was almost completely swallowed by the sand. It reached one desperate arm toward the surface, but it was too late. Suddenly, the ground nearby began to shake violently. A dragon burst from the ground, roaring as it soared into the sky. Han Daesung's team clung desperately to its back as the dragon rocketed upward at an incredible speed. Sensing his moment, Han Daesung let go, leaping from the dragon's back and plummeting downward. Se-yun gasped, whipping her head around. "Master!" It was a massive impact. Han Daesung had landed safely. He looked up, his voice cold. "Still not coming out?" The ground shook violently as a colossal hand erupted from the sand pit. Then its head emerged. Han Daesung was a mere speck against its colossal frame, barely the size of one of its fingernails. He had a massive creature, so that explains the big gut. "This is your true form, isn't it?" The monster's full body was now standing on solid ground. It stared down at Han Daesung, its eyes blazing with pure hatred. From a distance, his teammates watched in utter shock. Their eyes wide with terror, they cried out, "What the hell is that thing? Is that the same monster?" Tezuka's face went pale. "This is bad," he thought. "I have to report to HQ now." On the ground, Han Daesung began to unleash his mana. His eyes turned pure white as his body began to glow with an eerie purple light before he shot into the sky. The giant looked up, but couldn't find him anywhere. It roared in frustration, scanning the area in confusion. At that moment, Han Daesung silently appeared right behind its neck. The giant let out a pained roar from the surprise attack. In the command center, Nasukawa frowned as he watched the monitor. "What in the world?" An assistant approached with a report. "Director, we just heard from team leader Tezuka. He says the Korean hunter, Han Daesung, is engaging the target alone." At the mention of Han Daesung's name, a muscle in Nasukawa's face twitched. Back on the battlefield, Han Daesung had drawn his sword. "I'm about to give you a taste of real pain." He immediately unleashed Fire King's wrath. A slash of terrifying destructive power flew toward his target. The monster, not to be outdone, roared out a skill of its own. Devouring Fist. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for Han Daesung's attack. Incredibly, it swallowed the attack whole. The giant growled, noticing the dragon circling overhead. Han Daesung's eyes narrowed. "Try swallowing this one." The dragon in the sky began gathering a blue orb of energy. Se-yun's jaw dropped. "What is that thing charging up?" Han Daesung yelled. "Everyone hold on tight." Mana cannon fire. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. A beam of light shot from the dragon's mouth, piercing right through the green giant's body. It let out silent, agonizing screams. The force of the attack was so immense that even the riders on the dragon's back were thrown about. The monster's body began to fade, disintegrating into rings of light. Then it vanished completely. "You have defeated the Southern Bishop of Honorable, acquired Devouring Fist digestion, or a skill Nullify has been replaced." Han Daesung slowly descended, looking at the spot where the monster had vanished. Guess since this pig was so fat, it dropped some pretty good loot." He smiled. Bantheon. In another dimension, a man named Ramus stared intently at a bizarre object, muttering to himself. Finally, a titan. Before him, a giant, bizarrely red embryo was slowly growing. A fascinated smile spread across his face as he watched it. Does a titan's heart always beat this fast? Suddenly, a golden light appeared, slowly approaching the embryo. Ramus's expression changed in an instant. "Aya!" Immediately, streams of golden light seeped into the giant mass of flesh. And then, the creature within the embryo opened its eyes. "The sky is starting to clear up." Tezuka and John Cian exclaimed in amazement. "Is it really over? The master is incredible." Just then, Choi Ha-jin asked, "John Cian, where did Han Daesung go?" It was only then that John Cian gasped, startled. "Oh right, I totally forgot about him." At that moment, Han Daesung appeared. He instructed, "Hey kid, I have to pop over to the Pantheon to check on a few things. You stay here with everyone else and wait. John Cian immediately got the message and turned to her teammates. Everyone, the master said we should just hang out and wait for him to get back. Koyajin looked surprised. Hang out? Here. Chorang was also confused. This isn't exactly a playground. Han Daesung stepped forward, his expression completely serious. Please, allow me to help you all relax. I will ensure you experience the finest services available here. Dong Suk spoke up shyly. Chief, are there any hot springs around here? Hot springs, you say? Han Daesung replied. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Han Daesung immediately issued a command. Pantheon, sell all unused items from the data core in my inventory. The system received and executed the command. Once it was done, he issued another order. Now, apply all of my achievement points to the progression rate. A system notification appeared, applying 1,059 achievement points. Progression rate now at 99.9%. He waited a moment, but it still wasn't complete. Han Daesung s'est ennuyé. Still 0.1% to go. If I just taken out one more warden, I would have had enough of the Demon King skill. With that in mind, he commanded Pantheon video call Jang Chanho. As soon as the call connected, Jang Chanho was smiling. Han Daesung, great work. Han Daesung wasn't interested in small talk and cut right to the chase. Where do I need go now? Jang Chanho's expression turned serious as he explained. The Hunter Association is dispatching hunters on a large scale, so your Wildcats team can now return to Korea. Hearing this, Han Daesung clicked his tongue in annoyance. Asterisk TCH. What took those bastards so long to show up? Asterisk the system replied. They claimed they were guarding key strategic points and lacked the manpower, but this explanation has a low credibility rating. His frustration grew. Are they serious? Are a few stupid buildings more important than people's lives? After getting confirmation from Jang Chanho, he asked, by the way, what are the Wildcats up to right now? Meanwhile, at the onsen, the men's bath, Dong Suk was soaking in the hot spring, chugging a bottle of beer. Man, it's been a while since I could just relax. His other teammates were relaxing with him. Tasuka spoke up. The chief gets us a hot spring, and you're still wearing a mask? He replied, flustered, I forgot. It's basically a part of my skin at this point. As he said this, Dong Suk reached up and took off the mask. Everyone else's eyes went wide in shock. He's not just handsome, he's beautiful, Tasuka thought to himself. Underneath the mask was an incredibly refined face. He explained, I had to get surgery after a monster attack, but I don't really like this face, so I wear the mask. In another bath, the water was bubbling furiously. Suddenly, John Cian burst out of the water, gasping for air. She soaked in every possible position, looking completely at ease. In contrast, Chorang was much calmer. Suddenly, she asked, what do you think Han Daesung is doing in the Pantheon? Choi Ha-jin replied with an innocent expression. What's a Pantheon? Splash. John Cian stood up, completely naked. It's like Han Daesung's secret base. A secret base? Ah-jin repeated, surprised. Chorang started to explain. It's a training center inside Han Daesung's personal subspace. Hearing this, Choi Ha-jin nodded in understanding. Oh, so that's how you got so strong so fast. Dion Seonsun pointed at Shinhoyin. Koyajin, you're no match for me anymore. I awakened my finishing move in that last battle. Choi Ha-jin just replied calmly. Hey, finishing move? Wasn't just some weird curse. Chorang quickly cut in. Wait, isn't it dangerous to use a skill in here? John Cian grinned confidently. Don't worry, it's not that dangerous. No need to panic. As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a teddy bear. The sight startled the other two girls, their eyes wide with surprise. Just then, Han Daesung arrived. An employee was escorting him to the men's bath. After stepping inside, Han Daesung glanced around. Then, he noticed the symbol for a sulfur hot spring. He began to take off his cloak. Suddenly, a loud crash from next door grabbed his attention. The walls separating the two baths had been demolished by John Cian's teddy bear. After smashing through the wall, the teddy bear lay motionless. The demonstration was a spectacular failure. You idiot! Koyajin yelled furiously. Chorang was pale with fright, looking like she was about to cry. But the most horrified person was its master. John Cian's face twisted. This is a bathhouse, huh? The three girls were frozen in stunned silence, not daring to utter a word. On the other side, Han Daesung stared at the bear with a look of pure confusion and annoyance. Even his elephant companion seemed to disapprove. Time flies. A month has passed since the gates appeared simultaneously all over the world. Countless people have lost their families, jobs, and homes, and are all suffering unimaginable pain. But thankfully, due to the efforts of Korea's hunters, the losses have been significantly mitigated. On a TV, a news report is airing. We now have Association Leader Jin Ki-hong here to give us a detailed explanation of the current situation. The news anchor began, "Welcome, Leader Jin Ki-hong." He replied, "Yes, hello, Ome Vin Ki-hong." The anchor continued, "Please, could you update our viewers on the latest developments?" He started immediately. The nations that experienced the S-rank gate incident during the World Hunter Federation event 1 month ago are now entering the recovery phase. Ki-hong continued, "Fortunately, as Korea did not face such an incident, we were able to dispatch our hunter teams quickly. Thanks to their efforts, the Eurasian continent is gradually being restored." The anchor pressed, "There's a wave of outrage from associations around the world regarding the severe losses caused by the World Hunter Association's delayed response. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Ki-hong hesitated for a moment. "Well, about that. This isn't a game show, is it?" His response left the anchor speechless. The scene changes to an old man leading a protest. "Damn the Aslans. Kill all the Aslans. Darren, resign now." The crowd chanted their own slogans in unison. "Save my son. Make that monster Aslan Anderson face justice." A female reporter was filming a live report on the scene. "I'm currently in front of the World Hunter Association headquarters. The association is facing a tremendous wave of public criticism. Lawsuits and protests are breaking out one after another. I'm now going to interview one of the people here." She approached a man and began, "Hello, sir. Could you please introduce yourself?" He replied, "Yes. I lost my family in this incident." A moment later, he lost his composure and screamed, "What is the point of the World Hunter Association?" Outside, the public's rage continued to boil. From high above, a man calmly looked down on the scene. He spoke with a sorrowful expression, "I did as you said, but all I've received in return is criticism." Another voice rang out, "We will keep our promise." Numerous strange objects suddenly appeared on the table, startling him. "What are those?" The other person answered calmly, "This is Titan. If you eat it, you will become immortal." He approached the table and looked closer. "Titan." The person didn't explain further, leaving only a few words. "Soon, this will become a new world. Each piece represents a human life. If you want more, tie it down Han Daesung." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into thin air. He was left with a question as he heard the name she mentioned. "Who is this Han Daesung, really? I'd like to meet him." The hunters were holding a small party at a public bathhouse. Tasuka, the leader of the Oni Guild, bowed formally. "Once again, as the leader, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all of you. To Team Yaoca, thank you so much." Immediately after, his entire team bowed deeply in unison. Across from them, Team Yaoca listened in solemn silence. The moment the formalities ended, Daesung raised his glass, his voice full of excitement. "Everyone did a great job, so it's time to cut loose." The party was officially underway. Shouts and the clinking of glasses echoed through the raucous room. Meanwhile, the 3 women of Team Yaoca sat calmly in a corner, leisurely sipping their tea. John Cian suddenly turned to her 2 teammates. "Did you 2 see that?" Cho Dongryul looked bewildered. "What are you talking about?" John Cian flashed a mischievous smile and whispered, "The master's packing some serious hardware." The youngest audacious comment made the other 2 women go pale. Cho Dongryul, nearly losing her mind, quickly snapped, "Cut it out. Someone might hear you." "Don't worry, I've already activated my sound dampening skill," John Cian replied confidently. Suddenly, Choi Ha-jin got curious. "Huh, how serious are we talking?" John Cian pondered for a moment, then held up her entire arm to demonstrate, making the other 2 women jump. Just then, a hand landed on John Cian's head. She jolted, turning around to see the very person she'd just been talking about. All the color drained from her face. Daesung growled, his face furious. "You little brat. From now on, you're going through hellish training." "What? That was just an accident," John Cian cried out in panic. Instantly, Daesung activated Dimension Shift. They both vanished. "Well, the captain really took John Cian with him," Cho Dongryul mused, watching them go. At the offices of the Eat Rice Professional Cleanup Guild, a phone rang. A female employee quickly answered. "Yes, Eat Rice Guild." The woman was stunned. "The Japan Hunter Association?" Hearing this, the manager, Mr. Han Daesung, immediately paid attention. He rushed over. "Ms. Mun, that sounds like an important call. Let me handle it." "Yes, one moment, please," the employee replied, transferring the call. Mr. Han quickly took the call. "Yes, this is Han Daesung, leader of the Eat Rice Guild." After a few pleasantries, the caller got straight to the point, taking him by surprise. "I see. You want to commission us to handle the byproducts in Japan?" The call ended, and he hung up the phone. The employee immediately asked, "Boss, Are we going to Japan? What do you mean, we? You're staying here in the office, Ms. Mun. Mr. Han replied with a sour look, causing her face to fall. Meanwhile, Daesung was talking to Han Daesung. There's no warp gate. We couldn't find it during the battle at Mount Fuji. It was probably destroyed or buried, Han Daesung replied. Daesung thou win, so we're riding a dragon back? But Choi Ha-jin vehemently objected. No, why would we ride a dragon when we can take a plane? The grumpy, silver-haired guy in the group also spoke up. I don't want to ride a dragon either. It's not exactly comfortable. If you want to, you can go by yourself. Another member shouted, Leader Tasuka is giving us a ride. Everyone get in the car. The group quickly piled into the car, leaving a few members of Team Miaosie standing there bewildered. Daesung scratched his chin, wondering, I guess they don't want to ride the dragon, huh? Cho Dongryul didn't know how to respond. Only one thought was on her mind. I wonder if John Cian is okay. She scratched her head in confusion as she walked toward the car. She's probably fine, right? Meanwhile, in another dimension, John Cian stood facing a horde of monsters of all shapes and sizes. Tears streamed down her face as she stood frozen before the horrifying sight. What the hell is this? Back home, Ajang was live-streaming the scene of Tasuka thanking Team Miaosie. See, everyone, even leader Tasuka calls them Miaosie. The comment section immediately exploded, mostly with praise for Daesung's insight and strength. Ajang burst out laughing. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Meoka. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered the phone. Yes, leader, what's up? On the other end, Han Daesung's cheerful voice announced, Ajang, great news. Japan just commissioned us to handle their byproducts. Ajang's eyes widened in surprise. Japan. He laughed loudly. We got a request from the country that Team Miaosie helped, and our guild has been entrusted with the job by Japan. That's amazing. Congratulations. Ajang replied. Do you want to come to Japan? Mr. Han asked suddenly. Really? That'd be great. A few days later, at Haneda Airport, crowds of people bustled past one another. On a plane, preparing for takeoff. In the first-class cabin, Team Miaosie was settled in, everyone looking weary. This is my first time flying first class, Daesung thought as he walked his seat. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed the man next to him looked very familiar. His gaze immediately hardened, his dislike clear on his face. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Darren Anderson. Daesung kept a cold expression. Darren Anderson, huh? For all their advanced technology, it seems they still use telepathy. The voice continued. I've come with a special request. Darren sat beside him, his facial muscles as still as ice. Slightly curious, Daesung glanced over at him. Hunter Han, the world will soon be destroyed. And a new world will emerge. Daesung narrowed his eyes, his face a mask of calculated thought. Suddenly, Darren opened his eyes and glanced at him. Do you want to become a ruler? You certainly seem to have what it takes to be a leader. No. You don't believe me? If you come to the association, I can explain in more detail. This time, Daesung replied out loud. I'm not buying snake oil from some old man. He added coldly. I've already played the ruler of a doomed world just like this. Darren stood up and left his seat. I see. You possess formidable power, but your mindset is no different from that of a common criminal. Wait. Daesung suddenly shot back telepathically. The man was startled. This was telepathy. Are you at the other side? Daesung continued. Darren, though slightly surprised, quickly regained his composure. You know too much. After the man left, he kept his eyes closed, as if nothing had happened. Then, a smug smile spread across his lips. Now I know where they are. Just you wait. When Anderson returned to the association, a few men were already waiting for him. A man was tearing into a piece of bright red meat. This titan flesh is incredible. The others were also eating with their bare hands, savoring every bite. This is the best meat I've ever had. As soon as he said that, one of the men's skin suddenly peeled off, falling to the floor in large pieces like a snake shedding its skin. They stared at their hands in amazement. It really grants immortality. I feel completely revitalized. One of the men, who hadn't tried any yet, asked disappointedly, Is it all gone? Anderson bowed his head. Yes, sir. Please allow me to use the legacy to bring back more. Permission granted. Bring us more. Anderson placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. He turned away, his hand clenching into a fist so tight the veins bulged, trembling with rage. Just you wait, he thought. Once I get my hands on the legacy, these old bastards will be the first to go. The next day, at Han Daesung's building. Daesung stroked his chin. All right, we'll officially wrap up the big cat operation now. Everyone applauded. Great work, everyone. Choi Ha-jin turned to Daesung. who simply glanced back at her. She spoke up. I've heard about your guild's special training center. I was wondering if I could experience it for myself. Jiang Sik quickly chimed in. Please, me too. I can't take them there unless they're my servants, Han Daesung thought. After a moment of consideration, he made up his mind. All right, for now, everyone should go home and rest. Get in touch with me later. I'll take you all there in a week. Choi Ha-jin and Jiang Sik cheered in delight. Awesome. Jiang Chanho added, each guild needs to send people to collect byproducts in the Eurasian region. The Han Daesung guild will go to Japan first. After that, each guild will be responsible for the remaining areas. The Joseon guild has already gone to China. Huh, you guys are moving that fast. Jiang Sik turned to him. This is business. We can't afford to be slow. Choi Min-ae suddenly asked, is guild leader John Seon still at the training center? Han Daesung tilted his head. If that kid finished off the boss, she's probably at home by now. At a sunny port. Jin Sang smiled with satisfaction as he watched the goods being loaded onto the ship. With this much, I'll be a billionaire in no time. Dong Chi came up from behind. Hyung, I know you came to Japan for business, but when are we going to start filming again? Jin Sang looked at him. Ah, you mean the videos? He turned and walked away. Let's go take some pictures then. Before Dong Chi could say anything else, Jin Sang was gone. The scene shifts to Japan's majestic Mount Fuji, its peak covered in pristine white snow. Dong Chi began his live stream, looking straight into the camera. What's up, everyone? It's your boy Dong Chi of the 7 Slaughtering Dragons here. I'm currently at Mount Fuji, the place where the big boss, Han Daesung, fought. The purpose of this trip is to search for any byproducts left behind. Jin Sang led the way as the two of them, dressed in protective gear, headed toward the summit. The chat immediately exploded with activity. Whoa, is that Mount Fuji? The wind is so strong. Look at that deep-ass hole. The two of them gave a thumbs up to the camera. All right, now we're going to head inside with Jin Sang. The viewers immediately started commenting on his outfit. What the hell is he wearing? Look at Dong Chi's clothes. Is that a tracksuit? What the fuck is with that outfit? Jin Sang confidently introduced the gear, pulling on his sleeve to demonstrate. Have you all seen this? This is protective gear manufactured by Brand SM, part of the Let's Eat Guild. But as you can see, it's incredibly flexible and breathable, and it's even designed to withstand monster attacks. Dong Chi shot him an annoyed glance. Is this old man seriously running an ad on my channel? He quickly turned the camera away, so Jin Sang wouldn't get any more screen time. All right, let's head inside now. Jin Sang's voice still carried over. This suit is made from the hide of a white wolf. Dong Chi shouted to drown him out and hype up the viewers. Let's do this. The scene suddenly changes. On a barren wasteland, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. Han Daesung gasping for breath. Ducking into a rocky crevice to hide. He panted heavily behind a boulder. This damn two-horn monster. How the hell did I end up reviving right in front of it? Outside, a giant monster was drawing near. Do I have to die and start all over again? But then he slowly opened his eyes, his expression still dazed. He shot up, shaking his head a few times. That dream again. He was at the beach with everyone. Jisoo and Choi Min-ae were playing in the water. Why is that kid on our family trip? Han Daesung's mother called out. Son, if you came here to relax, you should get in the water and have some fun. He held his head and sighed. Fun. Suddenly, a group of kids appear behind him, acting cocky. Hey, are you Han Daesung? Is that really him? He glanced at them, annoyed. Yeah, I'm Han Daesung. The kids all gasped in unison. It really is Han Daesung. Mister, can you show us your dragon? Their shouts attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Han Daesung. Did they say Han Daesung? Han Daesung is here. People started murmuring and looking around. Sensing trouble, he started to sweat. He suddenly remembered his conversation with Chan Ho. Asterisk, you going to the beach with your family? A lot of people might recognize you. Are you sure you'll be okay? Asterisk at the time, he had answered confidently. Even if they do, it's not like I'm a celebrity or anything. Now, a crowd had surrounded him. Asterisk, they really recognized me? Should I wave? Asterisk. Han Daesung awkwardly raised his hand in a wave. Immediately, people swarmed him for autographs and handshakes. Han Daesung is even more handsome in person, a girl said, covering her mouth as she smiled. Han Daesung, please make me an S rank. You're so cool, Han Daesung. Han Daesung smiled. Fame really is a drug. Back in the cave, Dong Chi was standing at the entrance. Hyung, let's go in together. Holding his phone to film, he felt his way into the darkness. Why do we have to go so deep? A comment popped up, daring him to go deeper along with a donation. Thanks for the 1,000,001 donation. Despite the difficult terrain, Dong Chi didn't forget to thank them. Seeing this, the viewers got even more excited. The more we donate, the deeper Dong Chi will go. Quick, donate more. Let's make him suffer. The donations kept pouring in. Dongqi was drenched in sweat. Guys, come on. I can't go any further. Don't give up. If you find something in there, you'll get 10 million won. Accept the 10 million won quest. Dongqi, go down there and bring back one of the monster's teeth. Walking ahead, Jin Sang suddenly called out. Zongti. He held his phone up, its light shining into the deep abyss. What is it, Hyung? Dongqi called back. In front of them was a bottomless pit. Get over here, quick. Jin Sang was staring at something shimmering with light up ahead. A small gate. The viewers were curious too. Is that a gate? It's so small. Interesting. Is that an F-rank gate? In front of the gate was a cube with strange patterns on it. A quest appeared. At the same time, a massive donation notification popped up on the screen. Dongqi's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Holy shit, 100 million. A piercing shriek of metal rang out as Jang Sik and Han Daesung clashed. At the same time, Dong Suk rushed in from the side, throwing a powerful punch. But Daesung effortlessly parried it with a single hand. Choi Min-ae suddenly closed in from behind, but a quick glance from Han Daesung showed he knew all along. He let out a faint smirk. You've gotten better, Manager Choi. With that, he vanished right before her eyes. He was too fast for Choi Min-ae to even react. Han Daesung's aura changed in an instant. He slammed his sword into the ground, and a violet light erupted, blasting everything away. Debris flew everywhere as Choi Min-ae was thrown back. The overwhelming power left both Jang Sik and Dong Suk stunned. Violet flames surged violently amidst the thick dust and smoke. Alarmed, Choi Ha-jin quickly threw out a hand, raising an energy barrier. The flames engulfed Han Daesung, forming a whirlwind that sent everyone around him flying. In the eye of the storm, Han Daesung stood tall, sword in hand, looking like an overlord. He smiled. Your teamwork has definitely gotten better, but you're still missing a finishing blow. Jang Sik wiped away his sweat and looked away. We gave it our all, though. Choi Ha-jin and Choi Min-ae glared at each other. Choi Ha-jin turned to Choi Min-ae. You could have done something. Choi Min-ae shrugged. My curse skills don't work on him, so what was I supposed to do? Strangle him. A notification popped up. It was a message from Se-chan. Han Daesung opened it. The message was short. What's going on with Jang Chan-ho? Just then, Jang Chan-ho came running up, out of breath. Han Daesung, I need your help. Han Daesung frånid in konfirmation. The scene shifts to the front of Han Daesung's building. A van screeched to a halt at the entrance. The doors flew open, and a team of fully armed agents fanned out, forming two lines. Moments later, a luxury sedan pulled up behind them. Someone hurried over and carefully opened the car door. A pair of long, elegant legs stepped out. At that moment, Han Daesung's team was just finishing their training and heading outside. Sion walked ahead, looking a little uncomfortable. Han Daesung scratched his ear. Where are you off to, kid? She blushed. I have to use the restroom. With that, Sion pushed past Jang Chan-ho, who was in her way, and ran off. Han Daesung grumbled, cursing whoever had shown up at the gate to cause trouble. But Jang Chan-ho explained, but they're your cleanup crew, Daesung. Han Daesung sahit in resignation. Well, can't be helped then. He clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. All right, team. I have to go to Japan for a bit, so I'll be away. After making his announcement, Han Daesung turned to leave, but Dong Suk spoke up. What's going on? Han Daesung fell silent, unsure how to explain. Before he could answer, a woman in dark sunglasses, flanked by two armored guards, stepped inside. Jang Chan-ho turned to look at them. Who are these people? The woman stopped. She introduced herself. I am So-mi, an inspector from the WHA. She handed a document to Jang Chan-ho. We've been investigating the recent global gate rupture. We require your cooperation as a witness. Han Daesung snapped. Cooperation? What the hell is this? Jang Chan-ho asked. I thought the summons was from the Korean Association. Han Daesung let out a soft ah, his eyes glinting. So that bastard Anderson sent them to get me. So-mi stepped closer, correcting him. That's Chairman Anderson. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Choi Ha-jin spoke up. As I recall, the World Hunter Association doesn't have any enforcement authority. So-mi replied crisply. We suspect that Hunter Han Daesung is the culprit behind the incident. Anyone not involved should leave now. Dong Suk clenched his fists. You've got a lot of nerve, but you've crossed the line. Choi Min-ae had already drawn her gun, ready to fire. Only Jang Chan-ho tried to remain calm. Please, just leave. I'm saying this for your own safety. I anticipated that the arrest wouldn't be easy. She smiled, giving an order into her calms. Activate Legacy immediately. Roger. Activating legacy now. One of her subordinates flipped a switch, and the device outside began to whir to life. A loud hum filled the air as a stream of green energy shot out, enveloping the entire building. Strange patterns began to glow on the floor beneath their feet. Choi Ha-jin turned to Jang Sik, her face panicked. Appa, Jang Sik realized it too. I can't use my aura. Han Daesung remained calm, observing the situation. Breaking the seal would be easy, he thought, but it would definitely destroy my beloved building. The magic circle beneath him blazed with light. How ridiculous! Somi announced, all of your powers are now temporarily sealed. If you cooperate, we will treat you as honored guests. Han Daesung let out a weary sigh. Fine, I'll go with you, so let these people go. Jang Chanho stared at him in disbelief. Han Daesung held up a hand. Let me make a phone call first. He dialed Sion's number. She picked up almost immediately. Where are you off to, kid? On the other end of the line, Sion was strolling along, eating an ice cream cone. I had to run a quick errand. Han Daesung burst out laughing, startling her so much she nearly dropped her phone. I knew it. You awakened a new skill, didn't you? Sion sounded confused. A new skill? You mean the summon Han Daesung finisher? Daesung's smile grew wider, a cunning glint in his eyes. It was as if everything was going according to his plan. Yep, that's the one. Use it now.